Very warm welcome back to the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro as we continue to celebrate a decade dealt in gold. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by my co-pilot Alex Livingston. And Alex, the buzz in town is fantasy land right now.
Yeah, everybody's talking about it. Players, staff, you know, we've got YouTube chats talking about it. Fantasy has really been a transformative addition to the Triton experience.
Absolutely buzzing to get more into that, sharing more information with the viewers around the world. But for now, our attention going to be on that 30K that we concluded yesterday. It was, what, a 10.5 hour-ish stream, a 7-hour final table, and it had one of the most epic heads-up matches I can recall of at least the last 3 or 4 years in Triton history. Let's take a look and see how that final table went down in event number 2, the 30K.
170.
First up, it was Chrissy opening the pocket eights. Javid Ismailov flatted from the hijack, and then the PLO legend himself is passing in with the jacks, ripping it in for 15 bigs. Javid calling it off. Came clean. King, king, 5, some backdoors such as diamonds or backdoor wheel. Turn was a queen, leaving Javid drawing to an ace or a queen only, and it came queen, queen for the counterfeit as Ellis bowed out for 93K.
Danny Tang picking up ace queen in the cutoff. Adrian Mateo short at this point on chips, reshoving pocket fours. They're off to the races. Not the flop that Adrian was looking for, hoping for running diamonds or one of the 2 remaining fours. No help on the turn. And he was out in 8th for $116,000. Another deep run for Spain's all-time money leader.
And it was 7-handed for quite some time. It was a very relaxed vibe as Mario opened to 2.2x with the king-queen. Kristen opting to 3-bet with the ace-jack suited. Mehdi Shawi in the big blind, number 1 on Morocco's all-time money list, taking the spot for his final 5 bigs in ace-queen-o. Clean flop, queen turn. Queen turn? Clean turn, rather. Just needed to fade a 10, jack, or a king as the king of clubs rolled off on the river, giving Mario the 100% check mark. And for Morocco's all-time money leader, he bowed out in 7th for 158K.
Mario Mosbach opening things up with ace-queen. Danilo Vlasovic, the Serb, this is his 2nd final table of the series, reshoving king-4 of clubs. Not the flop he's looking for, some backdoors available, none of which appeared on 4th Street. River was clean for Mosbach, and Danilo finished in 6th for $214,000.
Next up, it was Poker Hall of Famer Patrick Antonis, who just couldn't really get anything going 5-handed. Had a spot he was pretty frustrated with earlier on against Javid, where he claimed he potentially misplayed a hand. He called the 3-bet with the pocket 8, saw the safe 9-6-6 board, went for the stop and go, trying to get it in good against some ace highs, but he had actually run into the overpair of number 2 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list, and it ran out clean. Patrick out in 5th for $275,000.
We were 4-handed for what felt like a couple hours at least. Kristen Foxen was involved in both of our mystery hands. She went 1-1 in those. Here, gets all in as she's short stacked with King 7 of hearts against Mosbach's ace 10. Looking for a king or a 7. And on the river, Kristen ousted 4th, but with that result, $343,000, she surpassed Sosia Zhang as the winningest female player in Triton history.
Congratulations to her. Next up, 3-handed. Javid had 8 bigs, took a very clear jam spot, ran into the blades of Danny Tang and was looking for a 3 on either the turn or river. Came close on the turn and came close on the river, but not to be. 419,000 and another impressive showing for the Azerbaijani high roller.
Which set the stage for one of the longest and most entertaining heads-up matches we've seen in a long time. Danny Tang got very short on chips, doubled up twice.
Oh no.
Runs into the tens of Mosbach. The players huddled next to each other for each and every all-in. It was looking good for Tang to take the lead. But the 9 of spades on the turn giving Mosbach more outs. 8-10 or king needed. He finds the 8. Tang eliminated in second. Mosbach picks up title number 4 in the Battle of the Triton Ambassadors. And what a battle that was.
One of the funnest stints I've ever had in the Triton booth. I'm sure you can say the same, Alex. It was one hell of a showdown, not just the heads up between Danny and Mario, where Danny, I believe, on 2 occasions had Mario all in for his tournament life, couldn't convert. Then Danny was all in a couple of times for his tournament life, managed to bounce back into it. It had everything. And then four-handed as well, you know, Chrissy and Javid. Chrissy was 1 card away from having, what, 60% of the chips in play?
Yeah, that's right. Kristen got all in with jacks against 10s and ace-queen. She was way ahead on the turn, and then ace on the river. And, you know, everything just downhill from there, unfortunately for her.
Yeah, and, you know, often, especially at Triton, playing very high stakes, and people on the tour, I don't want to call it necessarily criticism, but, you know, viewers are like, oh, these guys are so robotic. They're not giving off anything in terms of emotions. But yesterday told a different story. Not only 7-handed, where everyone was just having a good time. It was very relaxed. They're talking about, you know, Ibiza and all sorts of things. But then when we got to heads up, you know, Danny just really wearing his heart on his sleeve to the point where, you know, I think he'll be okay with us saying he was fighting back tears, man, on that river against Mario, where Mario rivered the straight.
That one hurts just thinking about it. So Danny flopping a pair of kings, turning trip kings. Mosbach had a gut shot draw with the queen jack on the ace king king board. Just a 10 could save Mosbach, or else Danny was going to pick up title number 6, and he found the 10, did Mosbach. And you really could see the emotion on Danny Tang's face, like you say. It was kind of hard for us in the booth, I think, and you could feel the tension in the air.
Out there, like, I don't think I've ever heard just like that kind of energy where everyone in the room felt the pain of that river.
Yeah, even Mosbach didn't quite know how to react.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it was, you know, both heartbreaking to see for Danny, but great to see the emotion. These guys just showing that, you know, they're not robots, and it just means so much to them. It's not about the money. It's about the effort that they put in away from the tables, and coming here, lifting a trophy is kind of their reward for all of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. Now, the hard work today, half of it gets done in the form of mystery bounties, one of our favorite tournaments of the series. 111 entrants in this one, the 40K mystery bounty. And a quick reminder that out of the 4.44 million prize pool, half of it goes into the bounty prize pool, and the other half goes into the regular tournament prize pool, which means we're going to have a bit of fun today.
Well, we're going to have a lot of fun. One cool thing that happens here is that about 15% of the field makes money, but about 25% makes day 2, which means that they're eligible for those bounties. So you could actually finish outside of the money, and then if you pull one of those bounties tomorrow, you could win more than somebody who finished 5th or 6th place in the tournament.
100%. We've had that so many times where someone hasn't even cashed but pulled the top bounty and thus made more than someone who made the final table. 28 players remain. Average bounty price of 79,000 in terms of EV. The money bubble will obviously be once we get down to the final 17, then they will be guaranteed a $35,500 payout. And we're looking at a top prize of 558K. But again, so often have we seen the eventual champion actually collecting way more in bounties than they do in regular prize pool payouts.
Absolutely, yeah.
Quick look at the tournament chip counts. It's Germany's Leonard Maue leading the field. 28 players remaining. Fedor Holtz on his tail, second in chips. So we take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. Get the 2 tables up. And we have a look at the leaderboard. And maybe we won't. Fedor Holtz is going to be at the table with Ponokovs, Parsonin, Ismailov, Paulie V, Klapstein, and Biao. We got some fun names still in the mix. Michael Watson, JNT, Paulie V, as I mentioned, Alex Theologis, Alex Ponokovs. Just a stacked field here. And I know we're going to be keeping tabs on everything because of that fantasy league, my man.
I heard you say JNT. He's on my fantasy team. And if you're not already playing, get involved. It's all on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can make a team. It's all for free. And by the way, starting with event 8, we are going to see some prizes. You can win autographed hats and t-shirts, merchandise signed by Triton ambassadors. I think there's also an overall leaderboard. So I believe the entire leaderboard for that starts in event 5. So we're just kind of in the warm-up phase right now, but get involved. It's a whole lot of fun. We've got a little commentator's side bet, so yeah, join us in the fun.
No, the viewers were really enjoying it. The players were talking about it at the table yesterday. There is just a buzz in the room. Buzz in the room about the Fantasy League. And it makes sense because, you know, it's the first of its kind. A quick look at the payouts. 17 paid in this one. Mean cash of 35,500. Top prize of 558,000. Playing down to a champion today. Those bounties, in terms of EV, they're worth around $79,000. Scan the QR code, guys. Get involved in the Fantasy League. You have, well, you have a couple of minutes to head on over and draft your team. There's currently, for some reason I can't log into it today. I could yesterday, but there's a lot of teams involved.
Last I saw, Henry, there were 630 teams, so wow. I'm sure that number is almost, you know, we could approach 1,000 teams today.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Get involved, guys. Really wild.
Top right-hand corner of your screens, you saw that QR code, Triton Poker Plus app. Could win. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say quickly, 2 of my favorite players seated next to each other, JNT and the Gorilla. Unpredictable what we'll see from both of them. Fun to watch. There's Ike. He's played more Triton tournaments than anybody else in the history of this tour. Of course, top 10 in the all-time money list as well, comfortably. Nicky P. He's got a good stack, healthy. Chat, if you're tuning in, let us know where you're tuning in from, what time of day it is where you are. Are you drinking coffee, water, beer, tequila?
You love it.
Maybe a rooibos tea. I'm a big fan of the beverage count.
You do love it.
Yeah.
This is going to be a fun one. This is a lot deeper stack than what we're typically used to seeing, or at least for the last few days. I think they just got there so quickly last night. Even producer Lee was like, yeah, Randy and Kevin were out of there in just what? I think it was like an hour.
Yeah, so they're going to pull a little more weight today. I think we're going to have perhaps a shorter day than yesterday. We'll see how it all plays out. There's Kiat Lee, Alex Theologis.
That's my captain, Alex Theologis. Widely regarded as one of the best bounty players in the world. Has a really great course online, and you often hear a lot of pros just talk about when it comes to online mystery bounties and just bounties in general, this guy's really put in the work, and I think kudos to him because the respect that he gets from the community is a very deserving amount. It's great to see him.
A specialist, is he?
Yeah, exactly. And he's here, day 2.
I'm a big believer within poker that it's smart to specialize in areas of the game that other players are not paying as much attention to. So that might be one example. There's not a lot of people putting in the work behind the scenes on bounties in particular. And if Alex is able to get that edge, it could be worth quite a lot. We've got a wide range of viewers tuning in. We've got people in Switzerland, Hungary, Sunday roast in the UK. No coffee, no beer for this Thai viewer, Sawapop, just here for Punat. We've got Texas and coffee. I like both those things. There's Joao Samao, the Brazilian, who lives in the United States now.
One of my favorite players to watch, Alex. He is so intense. Every hand he's involved in just kind of scares me, and I'm here in the booth. God knows what it feels like when you're out there.
He's just a great person too, Joao Samao. He has a great energy to him. He has a passion for poker that is very clear. And to me, Henry, players that are truly passionate about the game, that love to play, those are the players that you can count on will have long, successful careers.
Couldn't agree more, my man. Looks like the dealer has started dealing, so here we go. Clock is ticking. Fedor Holtz, chip leader on the feature table with 73 bigs. Nick Petrangelo on the outer table has the chip lead. Short stack duties belonging to Ding Biao. He's got just 19 bigs, but 19 bigs is plenty of room to work with, especially with a 35-minute clock.
Just to fill our viewers in on the bounty details, top bounty is worth $400,000. Again, we won't know who wins that bounty until tomorrow, so that'll be drawn after the tournament concludes. It's kind of a fun thing they do here at Triton. You can pick up 5 or 6 bounties, but you don't know what they're worth until later. There's 2 bounties worth $200,000, 3 worth $100,000, 6 for $80K, and then the minimum bounty, there's 16 of those, that's $40,000, plus 1 draw again bounty.
It was just
5-way pot?
What's going on here?
This is a 5-way limped pot. Fedor Holtz has flopped a straight.
Is there like a really short stack? Oh, so Ding limped in. That's why the incentive to then over limp was there. Javid's flopped top pair. And he's going to be in big trouble here.
Yeah. And so one fun thing that you see in bounty tournaments is more of this multi-way limped pot nature, because everybody is incentivized to play pots with short stacks because they have that overlay of the bounty. So it's kind of like what you see in short deck, where your price to come into the pot is very good, and you do see a lot of limping and multi-way pots. And I have to say, Henry, these are some of my favorite types of pots. As somebody who grew up playing very loose, passive, live cash games, you would often see 5, 6-way pots, and you'd have to navigate those. Some correlations here.
So Fedor has raised to 140K. Javid kind of doing the damage to himself by leading out into 4 players, and he's turned trips.
I like the decision by Fedor to fast play. It's fairly likely that Javid has a strong hand to bet into this many players.
Wow.
And Fedor wants to get money in on the flop before the board develops unfavorably.
Well, this is developing very favorably for Fedor, because now Javid has trips. There's 400K out there. We could see Fedor playing for stacks across turn and river.
300.
Uses a big sizing here, hoping for a clean river so that he can move in and try to get value from something like the hand that Javid has. And Javid, of course, cannot get away on this card.
1 million in the middle. Worth mentioning that the average stack is 800K. Clean run out for Fedor. I don't see how he doesn't stack Javid here.
This is just a cold deck. Nothing Javid can do.
This is 2nd against 6th in chips. Does Fedor think this is too thin? Or does he just go for the jugular, targeting exactly this type of hand?
I think you go for it all, Henry. Plus the overlay of that bounty is just so valuable. Fedor, the covering stack. Nothing thin about this one. Javid is known to be a bit splashy, so he could even hero call with a hand like 7-6, perhaps.
Service?
Really sick run out for Javid. Needed like a club to roll off to maybe save him, something like a 9 or a 6.
Yeah, there were some cards for sure that Fedor would not have shoved.
Wow. Hand 1. A chip lead pot going Fedor's way as he collects his first bounty.
For Javid, our 3rd place finisher yesterday, he's the first man down today.
Fedor just showcasing why that limp is so valuable as the covering stack. That's a huge pot. That was a 110 big blind pot. Javid's out, hand number 1. GG's to all of you that had him on your team.
Get a service here?
Double espresso.
Mike Watson of Canada, he's involved in one against Jamil Wakil here. And Wakil is bluffing all in.
Wow.
Watson gets away, a battle of the two Canadians.
Wow, fair play. Fair play, Jamil. Whew, I can let out a sigh.
Yeah.
That's crazy for fantasy implications because Javid, I believe, at the start of the day was one of the top stacks, and you get to pick one big stack, right? 4 medium stacks, and then 1 short stack, if I recall correctly.
That's right, yeah.
So that's a huge, huge point implication there.
Even ice.
A lot of Canadians have made their way to Montenegro. Matteo Klapstein, newcomer to the Triton scene.
Anyone you're familiar with? Or is he someone you're familiar with?
I'm not familiar with Klapstein, no. First I've seen of him, and it looks like, you know, this is his first series here at Triton.
It looks like we've had some eliminations on the outer table as well.
True. I really want whatever numbers on this.
Now, if the graphics are correct, this went limp
Maybe it's somewhere inside.
from Matteo. Min raise
Oh, it's,
from Parsonen.
more now, but you get banana.
Ah,
Okay. It might be rotten already, but probably not. But
Possible that Parsonen thought it was a raise from Klapstein.
more only.
Bit unusual just to raise minimum over a limp.
Or maybe he didn't realize that Klapstein had limped in and he was just trying to open button.
Yeah, yeah, both are possible. Because perhaps he wouldn't have flatted Jack-8 offsuit now looking at it.
Bounty if you eliminate certain players.
Queen
I still
9-6.
do, but
Got shot acquired. Pass it in. No set
We never had a
for
bounty, right?
Matteo.
No set, no bet.
I never pulled
That's
any.
what they say.
Parsonen has a nice hand to start betting with here, just Jack high.
We're pulling
Gut shot, the covering stack.
Nothing left.
No
there.
drama.
That's the worst.
That's the worst.
It's like,
That's something we'll take a
going
bit
last
more
with
note
the
of than
first
normal,
side.
Henry, is who covers
because
who.
then also either you know, and then it's not fun, or you know, it's gone and it's also not fun.
Yeah,
Like
fun is gone.
it's
But you can have fun derailing people for the whole period.
yeah,
So the lads are talking
so
about
many nice people here, huh?
That's talking about the way we operate the mystery bounty here, unlike other festivals where you collect a bounty and then you go and do your draw in real time,
Is there a party again?
and then the whole room's kind of like anti-railing you.
Yeah.
We do
Probably
it
during
differently.
dinner
We'll do it tomorrow on dinner break, and
And the whole room's still anti-railing you.
sure, yeah, but it's like at least you know that the top bounty prize is still there for the entirety of day 2.
Right.
So it adds this really fun element. Looks like we got another all-in call situation. This is to get us down to 24, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Jamil's got the blades.
Jamil.
Big fold. Big fold.
So what's saying he made a big fold.
And if he hadn't, Wakil would be out instead. He's a big favorite to double through JNT.
All right, deal the river.
Deal the river announced by Jesse. He wants to speed run this.
Oh, there was a big fold this hand, you're saying?
Yeah.
I was
Oh, you're
thinking-
talking about the previous
I
one.
thought he was referring to the previous hand where he made a big fold to 8-5.
No, he folded a big hand here, and now he was saying it was a bad fold. He would have cracked the aces. I don't know whether it was maybe
Yeah,
pocket
I was
eights.
thinking back to the 8-5 King 9.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Magnum tastes better.
Man, what a start for
I
Jamil.
know you're the Magnum guy.
Look at all this limping. This is thematic of these sorts of events. Fedor opened with a limp with 9-4 of
That's why I
clubs.
choose big banana.
So this is fun for our viewers too, because you're getting to see players playing hands they would not ordinarily play. It almost has that bomb pot feel to it slightly.
Jack 8-5. It really does. And we're going to see people, you know, up the proverbial creek without a paddle where they're involved in hands that they wouldn't normally be involved with, or involved in with hands that they don't know how to play multi-way.
Exactly that. Yeah, people haven't studied these spots. If you don't know how to play 9-4 of clubs in a limp pot from the cutoff, it's probably because you normally shouldn't play it that way, but bounty tournaments operate differently. Still a loose limp, I would think, from Fedor with nobody being super short.
I mean, you say that. He limped him with the 6-4-0 previously, didn't he?
At least that one, yeah, that was an over limp from the button.
True.
Here he's opening things up with a limp, but I'm sure he's done math on this, and if people are not adjusting correctly, can probably get away with VPIP in quite a few hands. Mateo has flopped a combo draw.
Yeah, I was about to say I really like just check calling. I don't think you want to open the door to be playing for stacks with 35 bigs. With this draw, there's worlds in which you're just absolutely cooked. You're up against a hand like 9-7 of hearts, 10-9 of hearts. So as played, I like this.
Why do I feel like Mateo might be a world-class musician?
I can see it.
Just has that vibe, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I would take even money at him being the best guitar player at this table.
I want your side. I definitely want your side. It's a great name for a musician as well. Mateo Clapston,
Yeah.
come on.
Mateo, if you're not a guitarist, I'd like to back you in the guitar world, if that's a thing. Not that he needs it.
Yeah, either like world-class musician or just like a world-class painter or artist of some sort. Definitely gives those vibes.
Or perhaps just a world-class online poker player hiding behind a pseudonym. Many options on the table. Fedor's attacking. Everybody has a piece.
Interesting choice to barrel this one. It's going to get rid of the best hand.
How does Clapstein want to play this? I don't think folding is an option. The bet is large. Does he come with a bluff raise all in, or does he fear that maybe in this format he's going to get called too often? Does he just go play call? Fours, a straight draw, flush draw. If you think that Fedor bets this spot too wide, you could consider shoving. This is what Kristen did yesterday with bottom pair and clubs on the turn, but he's going to call.
480 in the middle. Let's see a river. Fedor's got the best hand at showdown.
He has the best hand, but probably feels he's beat a very high chunk of the time here. So if it goes check-check, he's going to be thrilled to win. But does he want to bluff?
Yeah, this is an interesting river, right? Queen of diamonds, Fedor holding a pretty key card here. That 9 in hand.
Not only does he block 9-10, but if Clapstein has a one-pair hand that's indifferent, he's more likely to call with a 9 kicker blocking straight. So Fedor could use this combo to bluff jam. We can see he doesn't need to. Fedor, by the way, also looks like he could have some chops on the guitar.
He's got some chops in this game of poker as he jams with the best hand. Takes it down, and what a hot start for Fedor Holtz.
And of course, Fedor doesn't know that he had the best hand, so when you get a big shove like that through and you feel that, you know, at some decent frequency you made your opponent fold better, it's a great psychological feeling, especially after winning the previous one, Henry. 145 big blinds.
current top team. There's 706 teams. Wow. Top team
How
has
many
300,
teams?
706 teams.
Amazing. And registration, late registration is still open. So if you register late, you have to stick with a random team. Whereas if you register on time, you can choose your own players. It's a fun wrinkle, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Because why would you be able to pick your own team once action is underway? Shout out Sean B3245. He's in Moncton. Says shout out to Alex, a fellow Maritimer. Love to see my neck of the woods tuning in. We've got green tea drinkers in Kelowna. We've got beer drinkers in the Netherlands.
Sounds about right. Shout out the Dutchies. Love a beer.
Now this, to me, this 5 deuce off, wow. Reaching deep, digging deep, huh? But he does cover everybody.
Covers everybody. You can limp. I mean, let's think about the implied odds of stacking someone, the EV of that bounty being 79k. Even Paulie V has limped button with Jack Deuce off.
No, you're right. And this just makes me want to play this format. These are the types of games I love, where ranges are wide, and you have to just navigate. Ding Biao.
Yeah, he's in the big with 17 bigs. Everyone wants to get involved and try and cooler him.
No.
Just check, should be 120.
I think Ding Biao took his own change. That might be... But I think the pot is right. Oh. All right.
Here we go. Best dealers in the world. Sorted that out in no time. 987. What we got? We got a bunch of racks for everyone.
Yeah, given the number of players in this pot, for Ponikovs to have 51% equity with just Queen 8, kind of crazy. And I don't think anyone's really incentivized to bet here.
We need to figure out how this works. The boosters and the captains. I know for the captain, you get a higher multiplier on your base.
Yeah.
So you get the 1.25 multiplier on your base. But it's the boosters that I'm trying to understand.
Me too. And so I've asked for some clarification on that. I might have to have a Zoom call with Agnes to sort out the particulars, but maybe we can figure it out from yesterday's leaderboard.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking at is if you note on the boosters, on your position change, you have this extra 2.5 multiplier, whereas other players don't have that. So I think that's what the booster is, right? You get this additional multiplier.
So you get your base, your position change, and that gets multiplied by 2.5 twice, though.
Yeah, whereas normally it gets multiplied by 2.5 once.
Why would it get multiplied by 2.5 at all?
I think that's just the scoring system. Yeah, but we need to get clarity on it. We'll figure it out.
We'll iron out the wrinkles. Meanwhile, nobody has really much of anything here. Ah, but Klapstein has sensed weakness. This might get through, Henry. He plays the board. This is cool.
I'm starting to think that your spidey senses of Klapstein being a world-class online player that hides behind a pseudonym.
But make no mistake, he's still a top-tier guitarist. You can do both. This is going to work. Matteo Klapstein has just bet playing the board in a 5-way pot and taken it down. Great instincts.
Fair play, my man. Okay. This is going to be a fun day. We got people limping in with 5 deuce, people limping in with Jack deuce.
Fantasy.
Fantasy. Fantasy is going to be so much fun, especially if we can organize some merchandise giveaways. We could do like a world ranking, country ranking. That's going to be a lot of fun. I wonder if Fedor is ever going to have a raising range, or if he's just going to be limping the deck, including some strong hands.
Yeah, it's a good question. I would think from early position he's pretty much going to play limp only, because we've seen he's limping some very weak hands and he wants to have the traps as well. Paulie V is limping behind with ace-jack of hearts. Nice comment from Luke Wilson. He said it's interesting they all came at once with the same meta. It's like they discussed and planned this beforehand, talking about how they're all going to limp every hand. It is interesting. It's not just one player doing this. The whole table seems to be buying into the notion.
It's a great point. I remember when the 50K PLO mystery bounty was introduced in Jeju, and we were kind of flying blind in the booth because we never covered anything like it, and then managed to have a quick word with Philip Sternheimer, and he was saying, like, once there's a bounty in play, you're supposed to be in with like 90% of range, which I just found crazy to think about. But then you saw players like Parsonen, who's one of the best in the world, calling with a hand like King 9 deuce deuce.
Yeah, I think that in PLO where equities run close, it's even more important to play close to the full deck. So fours and kings best for Ding Biao. Don't think anyone's going to bluff at this. Ding will win.
Terrible.
Congrats.
Again, Ding Biao just showing his range with his fashion. I've just seen everything from this guy. It's like he doesn't have one style that he adheres to. I think it's really cool. All right, I got a question for you, Henry. And
Go on, tell
I'm
me.
going a little bit off the deep end early. I know we're not in delirium time yet, but of all the remaining players in the field, all 24, who would last the longest stranded on a desert island by themselves?
Yes.
And chat, feel free to weigh in on this as well.
This is a great question.
Blind all in?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh no.
But you have.
Okay.
He joins back.
Everyone, you guys just want to spin it, or?
Can I
I'm
watch it?
looking
and I blind all
through
in?
myself.
Okay, my
Look at one.
One only.
gut is telling me Orpin
I was
or
going the
Zhao.
same. I was going Orpin.
I was going Orpin or Zhao.
Okay.
Those are my two. Zhao just gives me the, you could drop him in the middle of the Amazon rainforest with just drinking water for a couple of days, and he would get out.
Yeah, he's pretty level-headed.
Yeah.
Zen.
Orpin,
Orpin just looks like somebody who just could figure everything out, right?
world-class
Start
businessman,
fire.
takes care of himself, could
Yeah.
start a fire. I
Yeah.
think he's switched on.
He could catch fish. And,
He wouldn't panic.
right.
He's very cool, calm, and collected.
And I won't bother asking the inverse of who would last the least amount of time. We don't want to get in too much trouble. Another limped pot, of course.
Fedor flopping best. Paulie V. Ace 8. Ace high. Backdoor hearts. Could see him stick around for one. Ponokov's similar-ish situation with that inside straight draw and backdoor hearts.
A couple people suggesting J&T could be a candidate for that as well.
In before check raise.
He's a little shallow, though, so... And he knows that people want to get those bounties. Does he just play call?
Does indeed. All right. 185k in the middle. We all know what the action turn card would be. It's not that.
No, and I wonder here what Fedor thinks. A little bit difficult for either of his opponents to have King X unless it's in the form of two pair. There would be some King X hands with backdoor flush draws that would peel. He is just going to defer over to Paulie V.
think as played, Paulie just has a clear check in position. Fedor can have every combo of 2-pair. Let's plan to like check raise to get more money in. Maybe Fedor will just do the betting himself.
Yeah, so it was Fedor that bet the flop. Paulie V called. Ponikov's completed the action. So I suppose Paulie V just feels that he's towards the bottom of his flop peeling range here. He would have some gut shots as well to pull from, and he's just turning this one into a bluff. And Fedor doesn't believe the story. And I don't think Fedor will believe the story on the river. Maybe we just see a shutdown now from the Lithuanian.
Yeah, we've rivered a slither of showdown. I mean, I don't think we have. It's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, I have showdown, but realistically, just never good here.
Very rare. Yeah, you could beat something like Queen Jack if it bet the flop and played check call on the turn. I don't think that the 9-8 type gut shots are doing that. So difficult to win, but difficult to get this one through. He gives up.
Fedor is having an absolute field day. Four-time champion. Hasn't joined us since Montenegro last year. Stopped coming out to Jeju. Guys, get involved. Scan the QR code. Get access to exclusive rewards. Build your team now on the Triton Poker Plus app. We want you involved in Fantasyland. As Alex said, me, him, Randy and Kevin, we have our own little group going on. You can make groups with your friends. There's going to be signed merchandise. There's going to be merchandise. There's going to be prizes. There's going to be tickets, like all up for grabs. It's just so fun to the point that everyone in the room is talking about it. Every member of staff has a team. The players have teams.
It's fantastic. And I think we had 500 and something entries yesterday.
Yep.
Already up close to 700 today. Late reg still open. We're going to be at 1,000 very soon, Henry. As the official leaderboard, I believe, starts with today's event, which is the 50K no limit. So that one's starting later today.
Some good news is Nanonoko has already lost 2 of his 6 team members.
How you got the suit correct?
Henry is very into fantasy.
Krabs
as you
also
can tell.
lost 2 of his.
I'm going to be calling the action all day because Henry's going to be checking on the fantasy standings.
No, it's okay. It's all right. We know that Kevin and Randy are probably drawing dead. So
Well, Kevin was trying to reduce the stakes. He was suggesting it.
Oh man, don't call him out like that.
No,
come
no.
on,
He
he's
said, I'm
such a
happy to
nit.
play these stakes, but I would also be willing to play lower if you guys
He's
want.
such a nit. He's worried. So we have a top prize of $500 if one of us wins the daily league outright. But the chances of that happening are insane. It's like 1 in 700, right?
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Yeah.
Wow, I mean,
570.
I mean, it could.
it could.
I hope it does.
5.
For you? I have 5.
I think the only way it happens
585.
is if you put all of your boosters and team captains on like your bottom 3 picks, and you just sun run
Bottom
that day.
pair.
Like
Good.
Maybe
3 guys
you
coming in
already
like
post
bottom
20.
3 in chips, and
Right.
then they finish like 1, 2, and 3.
You have
Yeah, it
less than-
seems like it's best to use those boosters on bottom picks, but then
No,
of
it
course
shows
risky
correctly.
too if they don't
No,
do
but
any,
you post
they don't
it
make
in.
any noise.
Okay.
You have less.
Yeah, but just now. Not
No, the in-app it's correct. Here.
I'm going to say this, Henry. What we've seen so far at this table is different than anything I can remember seeing in a previous bounty tournament. Now, we've seen limped pots,
565. I have 570.
but every pot
I
has
have
been limped, it
555.
feels like.
now.
Every pot has been multi-way, and there hasn't been a ton of post-flop aggression.
It will be my pleasure if I will be your first bountiful.
You will pull it.
It would be destined.
Have you played any bounties yourself, like live ones?
Yes, but not at this stake.
Next time.
I've played every type of bounty live, I think. I've played progressive, mystery, and then regular bounties. Yeah.
Nice.
No, not a ton of volume, but I've dabbled. Let's see if Fedor attacks here, because now the incentives are a bit different. Klapstein has already limped in. No, he's just going to limp. I would have thought that perhaps Fedor wants to isolate there, because then you can play a heads-up pot with Klapstein and try to get that bounty, whereas now he's letting in Elis Parsonen and Pauly V. But then again, because he covers everybody, now he has 3 people he could win a bounty against, and he's got a hand that plays well multi-way, so I can see the appeal.
Jack 3 deuce. Pauly V actually flopping best with bottom pair. Fedor's got an inside straight draw for both Klapstein and Parsonen.
This is a classic example of how a hand that's ahead right now may not actually be the best hand from a practical standpoint, because I would always rather have Fedor's ace-4 here than Pauly V's 6 deuce. Klapstein is getting after it. He is going to take a small stab on a dry board.
Fedor plays quick, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, I like that.
I also like that he's being selective about the stops that he shows up to. Must be in just a really nice place in his life right now where, you know, he's protects his time. Comes to Montenegro because he just loves the stop, obviously.
How can you not?
The view.
The view. And I finally did that walk. I walked over with Sean Winter and Jesse for breakfast. About 20 minutes down, you've probably been there. What's the place called? It's if you walk along the water 15, 20 minutes, there's a nice little breakfast spot with patio.
Okay, and where you can see Sveti Stefan?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is nice. Wow, Nick Petrangelo just won a huge pot. 2.4 million chip pot with pocket 5s against Ace King.
Fold.
What on earth?
How big?
2.4 million chip pot with pocket 5s against Ace King, and Mateus Lip, who was 3rd in chips. If you look at Mateus Lip's graph, he was up to 1.5 million after scooping a couple of bounties with Ace King, and then just played a 100 big blind plus pot with Petrangelo, blind v blind.
Wow, that's a big call. It looks like Joao Simão opening, Orpin calling,
25.
Petrangelo calling 5s in the small. Lip just rips Ace King for 50 bigs and folds back to Petrangelo. He makes the call with 5s.
Wow. That's just crazy. You love to see it. Love to see gambling.
This mystery bounty format certainly promotes that. Fedor has so far played every hand and limped every hand. I expect that to continue. This hand, a very natural limp.
It makes Fedor sound like an absolute whale, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's
like Fedor's playing every hand.
It feels appropriate given the dynamic of the tournament.
So let's get the VPIP stats on Fedor.
It's fun, isn't it, this
It really
format?
is.
I've been enjoying watching Matteo Klapstein so far.
What are you playing in?
Ah. Getting his bearings.
685 behind.
Okay.
No,
Oh, sorry,
more.
785.
Okay.
He just wants to know if he covers Parsonen or not. That's important information in a spot like this.
Yeah, 690.
Wow, Fedor just knows he's just such a shock. He's like, yeah, 690.
There is a player who was the best in the world at this, but unfortunately he's kind of been blacklisted from the high stakes community. But that was his special talent, was always knowing his exact stack. That's Ali Imsirovic. He was the best I've ever seen at that.
Never had the displeasure of playing with him.
You know who else is really good at that? Alex Foxen always knows exactly what his stack is, like 2.35 million or whatever it is. He always knows.
Was it good?
Whereas I feel like there's some players who have no idea.
Okay, now that
I mean, it's important, right?
I like.
It is
It's
important.
probably one of the most
Stuart.
important pieces of information.
I guess at Triton you always have access on the app
Yeah.
to that information.
It depends, right? Like, how granular do you want to be with it? Like, down to 0.1 of a big blind? But I think at least knowing, like, you know,
White
within
here.
half a big,
Yeah.
one big where you're at.
I'm a counter. Cash game or tournament, I'm always counting my stack. I think a mental game coach might tell me in a cash game it's a bit of a bad habit,
I
but
fold.
just something I like to do.
Oh, in cash games, you're always counting your stack.
Yeah.
Are you doing that because you want to know how deep you are for like every given spot, or are you also kind of checking like how your session's going?
I'm checking on the P&L as well.
Okay,
I know
yeah.
that that's probably a leak.
It's a leak for me as well.
Like
I'm
I do
such
it-
a whale.
Yeah, online, let's say I have a couple tables loaded up, I'm always checking the cashier. It's not great.
That's not great. No, I'm the exact same. Such a whale. This is going to be going in.
Absolutely. This is what Fedor's been limping weak hands just setting up a moment like
was
this.
the only mystery bounty I got the day 2. And I bubbled.
And we're going to
Got that
flip.
wine.
Was it? Yeah, it was here.
This is it.
Good luck, lads. 1.8 million chip pot. If Fedor can convert this,
Let's see if Triton Ace helps.
he's going to be up to 4 million.
And he'll have 2 bounties in his back pocket.
2 bounties and 200 big blinds.
I tried yesterday with jacks. Maybe today is better.
I don't think so.
Wow. Ace 9-5.
Yeah, that's referring to that final table pot.
That's right.
Got all in against ace-4 suited of Javid.
Passing in one card away.
Already
Being out the door.
better.
Prepays Fedor the bounty, and it's official. Fedor's up to 4 million and 2 bounties. Passing in is out empty-handed.
Yes. I would like to.
So the Finn is ousted. We're not going to refer to him as a PLO specialist anymore because he's talented in both games. But we're down to 23, actually 22 with that elimination, I believe. Again, we are going to pay 17 spots, but somebody outside of that top 17
Yes, please, yeah.
could end up winning a lot of money if they could pull that
Apples.
first prize bounty, that 400K bounty.
The thing I really like about the Triton Poker Plus app as well is once you get to this stage of the tournament, you can open every table and track every hand that is being played. So if you haven't already, you can do that right now.
You can also track the amount of time that the players are using with the Triton Tempo system.
Yes,
So,
you can do that.
for instance, at this feature table, we know that Mateo Klapstein plays the fastest. He's got 4 minutes and 3 seconds left, and it's Ponikov's who's down to just 24 seconds. Of course, that's in addition to the amount of time you get designated initially.
Does that include yesterday, though?
I believe it
Because
does. I believe there's some
must,
sort of
yeah.
carryover, and then
Yeah.
at certain junctures you get more time. Maybe it's when you're in the money, maybe at final table as well. I don't know the exact specifics on that.
Yeah, it must be yesterday as well.
Check. Good
And
check.
what do you know? We got another 4-way limp pot.
4 players.
Well, there's going to be blood. There normally is. Maybe not in this hand, though. If we keep seeing these limps, people are going to be getting caught out, caught speeding.
So Ding Biao flopped top pair, and Alex Ponikov flopped a double gutter, double belly buster, I should say. Neither player electing to bet, just by nature of being out of position 4 ways. Let's see if the belly buster comes into action here.
He's got a double belly buster.
I like a big bet here from Alex Ponikov's. Although, you know, he only has 530K. He'll go 50.
Ding won't be folding.
No, and Ding is quite short stacked, so Ponikov's covering Ding. That's weighing on his mind, thinking even more implied odds if Ding calls and Ponikov's were to river a straight. But Ding just, oh, Ding gets out of the way. Top pair, 10 kicker.
Okay.
He was fearful that Ponikov's betting range 4 ways too strong. A bit surprised he folded.
Good hand.
Yes. Very good hand.
We have the same again.
In some senses, it's
I
true.
do
You know,
have
9-6 is a good hand on that
645.
board.
655.
It's showing.
It's
Okay, on the red is okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
at the table. Oh, this is okay.
It's a little bit off the table. This is on the red. Thank you so much.
No touch. I get it. No touch. Okay.
20 V.
Oh, limp.
Something in the banana?
It's got a limp,
I
surely.
think so, yeah. Based on what we've seen, we're going to see a limp.
Hang on. Because Punat Punsri is all in. Jamil Wakil has opened the ace-9 and called it off.
Can the Canadian claim a scalp?
Oh,
Sweaty one. Jamil's actually a favorite here.
for Punsri to get back in this, just needs to hold, which he does on the turn. You can see the outs above Wakil's name. Ace-King 9-8 to collect that bounty. Doesn't find it.
Wow. Feels like sixes never holds there.
Oh, I can let
You
outside.
might stay heads.
What I had? I
10,
don't
both
remember.
of them on my
10,
team.
Just
What's going on here? Three-way all in now.
10, 10, 6.
Paulie with the
That's
kings.
fun, huh? Yeah.
Ding. Wow. Ding ripped it in with the ace-jack.
Somehow.
Fedor's come over the top with the queen 10. Of
Not
course,
killed.
Paulie V snapping. Hang on, wait.
It's a
Mateo
four-way all in.
Clapstein's in there with the sixes because he covers Paulie V and
Good for
Ding.
everyone.
He wants to go double
Good
bounty
things
hunting.
is good
Fedor
for
could pick up 3 here, but it's going to be hard.
we're getting there.
Wow, this would be
We live
insane.
in simulation, so
Yeah, I think
bye bye.
Palias, it was
Paulie V looks
pleasure to
as
uncomfortable.
see you.
always. At least I got my breakfast.
Well, as it stands, Fedor is going to collect Mateo's bounty, as he has Mateo covered.
And Paulie V would collect Ding Biao's bounty.
Correct.
First mistake.
First mistake.
And Paulie would win the main pot. If Fedor spikes a queen or a 10, he claims 3 bounties.
Wow.
Looked like something, but nothing changed.
You
Huge.
get his bounty.
Near quadruple up for Paulie V in addition to picking up a bounty. Fedor now has 3 bounties
Yeah.
because he gets Clapstein's bounty.
Ding's out of there.
Yes. Fedor still happy.
GG's.
Oh yeah.
How ridiculous
yeah.
was that? Wow.
Three-handed.
So
Didn't
we
go
saw so
territory.
long
Let's
with
go
just
board.
these limped pots, not much
Oh,
action,
no.
and then fireworks.
It's
So
5-5.
double elimination.
Fair deal.
Paulie V up to 2 million. He's going to move up to what, 4th in chips
Yeah.
after that one. J&T's back on the climb.
And you got 2 bound. So you got
One.
Love to see that. He's on my
Get
fantasy
one.
team.
He got one.
you covered. Okay, yes.
Yeah, I have that.
Thank you. So,
So we might get short stacks at the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Guys, we're down to 20 players.
There's a few.
So yeah.
Yeah, so we're just
Okay,
waiting
let's
for
see
the
if we're
floor
good.
to rebalance.
So far,
Ponokovs and
It's
Fedor.
unclear.
20 people left, so how many players we get?
I mean, there's a few
Talking
really
about-
bad options here.
Yeah,
And then,
a lot of good options.
no, I feel
I mean, decent amount of good ones.
only 1/4 or something is really good.
I think it's
feel
more.
like I feel like only.
I mean, for
5
you
is
guys,
bad.
it's way more. For me, it's.
I mean, you only cover 30%, 25% of the field.
But we're getting 2 players. So
Right.
Okay, so the lad's just talking about who's being brought over.
Would be kind of whatever.
And they have access to those chip counts. They know who they want to see.
I have 1 envelope.
First one.
You have a lot of envelopes.
3.
And something. 3 points something.
Punsri's in the tank with King Queen under the gun. We are just 3 off the money. He's going to limp.
Looks like Isaac Haxton covering Punsri by, no. Because that 25K is already factored in.
Yeah, I think it's like a fraction of a big blind difference between these two. J&T might activate here.
I think
go
no
bounty
question.
hunting.
Yeah.
There it is. 75K. Michael Watson, I believe, doesn't cover J&T, but of course covering Punsri.
I love this format.
Oh wow, look at this. Samuel Ju's got ace-10.
And only 65K, so it's going in.
Wow, this is crazy. Is this going to be another 4-way all-in? Jamil can't call with Jack Deuce.
Yeah, it feels difficult because Punat still has an option here. Punat limped.
That's right.
He has to fear a potential limp squeeze. But he also covers Punat. Ju so short. Yeah, he gets away.
Punsri wants to check what he's working with.
Punsri may feel that if he moves in here, he could potentially get it to where just either J&T or Watson plays with him. But he plays call.
Here we go. So Samuel Ju is all in at risk for an additional 5K. J&T, Punsri, and Sawat's all making the call. Ju just looking to hold. He's got the best hand. Still the case on the 8-4-3.
He may not feel he has the best hand 4 ways, but we can see he's in great shape.
Punsri's looking for running hearts or a king or a queen. So what's drawing to just a 9? J&T drawing to the case jack as we saw the jack of diamonds folded by Jamil at kill.
Yeah, a lot of card sharing here.
Oh, Punsri drills it on the turn. What do you do now, Alex? Do you just rip this in and try and deny equity and just go for the bounty?
It seems like kind of a nice idea because you're going to get called lighter than normal here as well. You might get called by a pair of 4s or a pair of 3s where your opponent's putting you on one of the many available draws and hoping to pick up yet another bounty. He goes for it. I like that idea, Henry. But I don't think that either player can call, right? I mean, J&T is just king high.
Well, run the math for Sir Watts because he's got a gut shot and $160,000 in EV.
That's a lot of overlay, isn't it?
Well, he's going to let it go. Samuel Ju is looking for an ace and an ace only. As he is out on the soft bubble, 20 left, 17 paid.
Henry, these math spots so difficult to calculate on the fly
crazy
in this game.
Kudos to these guys because they've put in the work. GG's to Samuel Ju, the poker base founder, tech entrepreneur, and high stakes poker professional. I tell you now, Alex, competing at these stakes in itself is hard enough, but being a successful businessman, running a business in the poker space and, you know, being an entrepreneur in general and then competing at these stakes, I tip my hat because that's not easy.
Yeah, big respect. What do we have here?
Fedor's just come with the old 5x pot river jam.
So I guess it was limped as usual. There was a 60K bet on the flop from Fedor and a call from Pauly V. 300K on the turn and a call.
Happened yesterday, BGV, it would be much easier.
So 2x pot effective for Pauly V's stack. Wondering if he can bluff catch this combo. Just second pair, no club. Fedor has the goods.
Maybe Fedor changed after a year of no
Let's it
poker,
go.
and I will fold.
In what direction?
To be honest, I don't know what you had, but I would fold as well.
I had not very
I
strong,
mean, I'm a
but
changed man. I don't know. It's like 2025 was the last time I bluffed.
the problem is 226 was the last time I hero called correctly, I guess. Hero called wrong, yeah.
It's
I think 7-3 of clubs.
ha. Bad guess.
Bad guess.
Terrible.
Oh, actually,
Terrible guess.
I think I had one of these cards.
Queen 10 with one club.
You?
You?
And we both asked seriously.
That's what you think of me? Wow. Queen 10.
Table 1. Yeah.
Why didn't we bet?
I don't think it's a terrible guess by me.
Let's
7-3?
see who gets
Yeah.
brought over.
No, I
It
Down
would
to
be
3
reasonable way to
tables.
play.
I think I probably size turn a bit bigger.
I think 2 pair. Or
Huh?
not. 2 pair or nothing.
2 pair. He's. You really don't know how Fedor plays.
I would not expect 2 pair though.
That would be insane.
If it was a bluff, well played.
I think
Yeah.
you're wrapping flush, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I messed
Excuse
up
me,
sizing
can you
a
ask
bit
service
because
to
I
bring,
didn't know exactly how much you had. So
That's what I was surprised of on the river, but
yeah, but it's the
yeah.
in a non-bounty.
In the
feel
non-bound
like
it
it's-
would be more fuck up, yeah.
What should I bet? Like
2E? Or,
yeah, but then it's like
I mean, it's whatever.
what-
Pot and overbet jam. It's,
yeah,
It was like what, 2x pot jam?
no,
I
Less?
Like 1
no. You have.
No, it's 900
So,
and I had
any
like
luck
1.4
here?
There was a bit
million.
under $1 million in there, and you have like
1.4.
1.5.
Yeah.
I run terrible.
Huh?
Look at this.
Worked out perfectly, huh?
Wow. Where are the short stacks?
We're in the bubble, guys, huh?
Over 5 big blinds, 6 big blind stacks.
At least I know Christoph certainly doesn't know more about mystery bounties than I do. That is.
Oh, Kia. Hi.
I mean, that's a bit of shade being thrown.
All these online wizards here, huh?
High pass.
Who is right here
I
is
know, that's why I'm
online
talking to you.
Alex.
I'm trying to bond with you.
Not you.
Why we didn't get 2 players here? I'm wondering.
This was my draw.
Because you're gonna
Ah,
be
it's
like-
random? Ah, okay.
No, they put me specifically on the big blind because they don't like me.
They put Chris.
No, table broke, right? So we
table
just
broke. Ah, it's 7 max tournament, sorry.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like just put them there.
Everyone there and then like
In that corner of the room. What the fuck, man?
Players are having fun figuring out this format.
Shade being thrown Vogelsang's way. I feel like if anyone's going to know a format, it'd be him.
We just left free-handed, that's why I thought it's not table break.
He defends pocket 5s against the button open. This is the first time I've seen Fedor not
Hand
limp.
for hand now or on 18? Yes. Okay.
now really?
But it's a hard track.
Okay. So soft hand. Unlucky table.
Yeah.
Not this one, the one before. This is whatever.
I mean, at least you blew up your shift, right?
Yes, that is true.
Pair open-ended for Fedor.
That is true.
There's 19 left, 17 pay. But so much more on the line with these bounties.
Look how proud he is, huh? He's like,
I'm so sad. What's going on over here? What the fuck?
I mean,
Crushing.
if Paulius would not be so lucky,
And then he folded in a spot where he never folds. That's also a big development. I'm proud of you.
Me too. Until I see the footage.
You folded 2 pairs?
I thought I had
Of course no.
had a black chip.
Bro.
I don't know.
If he has 2 pair, he's smiling and he says, "Oh, maybe you have worse."
Yeah. No, I didn't have 2 pairs.
I'm not liking this table, Alex.
In what sense?
I've got 3 of my players.
Great.
Okay, you're always thinking in the fantasy realm. I was thinking, I'm enjoying it. They're talking. They're playing interesting pots.
Great table, for
Is
sure.
this your captain?
This is my captain. Is it about to be heartbreak with the blades?
Well, let's see. Fedor has limped as he's done all tournament. $125, the 5x request. Oh, this could be big trouble for Pauly V.
Well, hang on. We're going to be back because there's an all-in situation on the outer table. It's Ike Haxton against Sir Watts. Looks like ace-7 against pocket 8s. King, queen 10. Clean for Ike, but now needing to fade 4 additional outs. Make that 2 additional outs on top of those original 7. Ace Jack or a 7 needed for Sir Watts to get us down to 18.
Oh, finds it.
GG's, Ike Haxton. That means we're on the stone bubble.
Well, we're on the stone bubble, and Pauly V,
Oh, yeah.
it was decision time for him with those 2 9s. How aggressive does he want to get facing that 5x ISO from Theologus? Typical one.
Let's go back. So Watts off to a great start here. 4th in chips. GG's, Ike.
Here we go. Okay, so it went 4 ways. Pauly V electing to flat. Wow, Vogelswing, ace queen.
How did money just like not go in pre here?
Yeah, I agree. I guess because it's the stone bubble. But you know, I'm amazed that Pauly V lost the minimum there, just calling in a spot where he could have tried to play for stacks, and then gets away on the flop.
Had Theologus overlimped with the aces, it very well could have gone Pauly V, open, Christoph jam. Fedor's got an interesting one, like he knows he's got the worst hand right now, but there are just some implied odds about spiking a red 4 on the turn.
Yeah.
And stacking like ace, king, aces.
I would call this hand all day. He's got backdoor spades, and one of those things we've talked about before is his 2-pair outs are very live. The 6 unlikely to make somebody else a better 2-pair if they don't already have one. Red 4 it is. Oh my gosh.
Oh my days. How is it to live in Fedor Holtz's world right now?
This is absolutely brutal for Alex Theologus. If the board runs off Bricky on the river, I think he'll be our bubble boy. No matter what he does here on the turn.
He's got 1 out.
Christoph will be able to get away.
I don't see how he ever checks this. It would be a world-class check. And then he would need something like Jack of clubs to roll off on the river to maybe save him from going broke with the aces.
Even if he checks here, yeah. That's the problem, Henry. He needs a non-brick river to be able to get away from this hand.
Well, let's defer to one of the best bounty players in the world. Looks like he is reaching for chips. And does Fedor just check jam and just try and stack ace-king?
This is what I'm wondering, because on the stone bubble, I don't know if Fedor feels that a king, ace king or aces would always bluff, or sorry, always bet all rivers. So there is an idea of trying to get the money in now if you think your opponent is value heavy, which, you know, Theologist has taken a very strong line here. He's bet 4 ways after ISOing pre and fired on the turn. I don't see how Vogelsang can continue here 3 ways. If he's ahead, he's dodging a lot of outs, and when he's behind, he's in very bad shape.
Vogel's in the tank. Is he thinking of doing something crazy here with this ace-queen? Or is he just biding his time? I feel like Vogelsang's going to do something mental. No, he does. He gets out of the way.
He's out. He's very deliberate. I think he always wants to take the appropriate amount of time to consider all the options.
How does Theologius just not go broke here?
Well, the way he does not go broke is if Fedor just plays call, because I think if Fedor jams, Alex is not going to be able to get away.
Agreed. Does Fedor feel like Alex has hands that bet fold? Some bluffs. Just wants to keep those in. What did he say? Did he say 1 million? He did say 1 million.
I just don't see how Alex can fold here.
This would be one of the greatest laydowns I've ever seen on the Triton stage.
He's wondering what 4x hands does Fedor have pre-flop?
All of them.
Which of them does he call on the flop? Is it all of them again?
I think it is. I mean, I would already have been out the tournament, I'll tell you that much.
The nature of this format is maybe the one thing that could save him here, where he can just come up with so many available 4x hands that don't normally exist.
Yeah, that's a great point. Theologius is deep in the tank. Be for his tournament life, he would be drawing to just 1 out, as we saw the ace-queen folded.
He is giving this genuine, deep consideration.
He knows this was a limped pot. He 5.5x'd. Sorry, he 5x pre-flop. Fedor called. Flop, he bet out 110k. Christoph called, Fedor called. Turn 4 of hearts. Fedor's now check jammed against a double barrel.
So one thing he may be wondering is, does Fedor ever play a king like this? You know, king 7, something like that. You probably would just continue calling, trying to keep the bluffs in, and thinking against aces or ace king, you're cooked. What would he do with his club draws? Many of them might just raise the flop, given the nature of the bounty.
Yeah, the more I hear you talking, the more I'm just leaning towards call.
This really would be a world-class fold, and credit to Alex for even taking this much time in a decision where I think many players would have been out the tournament already.
Yeah. I think for those reasons that you mentioned, like yesterday we saw Chrissy.
Oh, he lets it go.
Oh my word, that is one of the best folds you will ever see on this stage.
That is highlight reel stuff from the bounty specialist.
Alex Theologius, take a bow.
Yeah, I was thinking.
That
I'm
is
gonna say
world class.
7-4 of spades.
Fold of the series so far?
Mate, I'm struggling to think of it.
He just called 7-4 of spades as
Something
Fedor's
like
hand.
that, yeah. I'm struggling to recall a fold in the last year of calling the Triton Super High Roller Series that is that good. You can head on over to CoinPoker, sign up using the code Triton. Head on over to tritonfreeroll.com and use that code to be in with a chance to win a 25k seat. Woo! You could be here joining us in Jeju, showing us your moves.
That would be wild.
How good is he going to feel when he sees that one?
I believe he just told them that he had aces.
Those two options, huh?
And Fedor's
Oh,
out.
no.
Are you
And
kidding me,
he's
dude?
just not going to
Really?
get rewarded?
So I guess it's.
This is just ridiculous.
Now, it's possible on the bubble he just flats this one.
It's an under the gun open.
It's a smaller bubble than usual because,
That's right.
you know, the min cash is less than we'd normally see. Ah, it's just a shame. Just bad timing after making such a great fold. And he's going to be wondering if it was the correct fold after he gets all in here. Does Fedor want to go bounty hunting with 5 million?
I think so. I mean,
So what's the calculus? 80K, roughly what each bounty is worth? Is that right?
correct.
The buy into the tournament was 40K. You started with 200,000 chips, which means more or less 80K is worth 400,000 chips. So that's kind of an overlay. Now he could claim 2 bounties here, so it's almost like there's an 800K overlay if he were to scoop the pot 3 ways. His hand actually does pretty well multi-way. It has robust enough equity in a 3-way scenario. He's going for it.
There's the jam. Cat Lee is obviously going to call this off. And Theologius, after making a world-class fold, has 2 outs.
How strong? Very strong. Okay.
I don't know, man. 200 bigs is too much for me too.
I'm not that strong.
It's too
You
much.
can afford. You wanted to get to over 200 bigs in the money, right?
That's like 200 big blinds, 24, 23 open shove or whatever.
Maybe he got 3 out.
Forever.
Hold on, because there's another hand going on here. Leonard Maui has King 10, 9-6-4. Jamil's limped in with pocket kings.
Leonard Maui was our start of day chip leader.
That's right. This was a raised pot by Jamil. He raised it up to 50k. Leonard now opting to lead out on this board, saying, hey, this is me in the big blind.
Might Jamil just jam here, his hand wanting more protection on the stone bubble than it otherwise would? In an ordinary situation, you'd do something like a small raise or a call. Here, it's more important just to win the pot. He chooses that option and does so.
All right, well.
But I mean, surely that gets us in on the flop, right?
Mostly, huh?
Oh, God.
Theologius is in rough shape on the stone bubble. It's so grim to see after making one of the best folds you will see this series. Very next hand gets jacks against kings.
What was it?
That was my hand.
Yeah.
Before?
Yeah, first hand of the day.
Okay.
That's why you are like, I need to do it.
Fedor being honest.
6-4 is today.
Fedor trying to call it in again.
Everyone happy.
Let's see.
Well, if Fedor does
Spades are dead.
crack these kings, the good news for Alex would be that they chop the main cash.
So it's okay.
Ah,
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Hey!
And he's got a 6, does Fedor.
He's got more outs than Alex
do we
does.
show the min cash?
Let's see.
Not on the same table.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, same table, you don't chop it, right?
Word.
But I like how you think.
Gut shot acquired.
He had this more experience. He just sits. He knows.
Oh man, poker is just cruel sometimes. Looking like a likely exit. Oh, my word. Are you serious?
This is how he did it in 2016. Fedor.
Fedor's now practicing for Invitational with 300
I
bigs.
mean,
I know the reason why we don't see Unabara. He came in different person.
Fedor
Wow.
has
But Sammy,
6.4 million.
How many chips are even in play?
He has 240 big blinds.
It's very hard to
He
fold
has
any.
over double second place in chips.
Alex,
This is kind
he
of
has
freely.
average stack for 4 left.
I think
There's 16 left, average stack is 1.4. He's got 6.4.
right. Yeah, you're right.
So he
With
has
200
average for like
bigs.
3.5 left.
but where's the like?
You
if
think
I-
you know nothing about mystery bounties.
I mean, it's hard to
how do you,
make
how
a
do you know
mistake
this
here.
shit? It's like,
Well,
I mean, kind of not 100%, I know.
I know, but from what I've seen,
thanks,
whenever
Fedor,
whenever I
eliminating
look
2 of my
something
players
We just go
in the same hand.
Henry's devastated.
wait,
The
redraw?
fantasy implications, he just can't bear it.
Wrong assumption, something. Not with this stack though.
Is it redraw now? Ah, it's 7 max.
You know, it's one of those things where I was fairly sure I have to go with it, but then it's also like,
Feels a bit wrong.
Well, take a look at this. Fedor Holtz has 255 bigs. We're in the money. Double elimination, 6-4 suited, cracking the kings of Kiat Lee and the jacks of Alex Theologis. We're throwing it to a very quick break. Don't go too far. When we return, it's going to be more carnage here in Montenegro.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Well, blink and you will miss it. It's the Fedor Holt show right now. 255 big blinds, just called it off with 6-4 suited and cracked the kings of Kiat Lee and the jacks of Alex Theologis on the back of Alex Theologis making one of the best folds you will ever see. So sick and disheartening for him, of course, to have made such an elite fold and then the very next hand be out the tournament. GG, sir. 3 tables left. We will be going on a final 2-table redraw once we're down to 14, which is probably going to be pretty soon as Poseidon knows on just 2 bigs. Yu Zhang, fresh off that 3rd place finish the other day in the 25k. He's on 6 big blinds. Average stack right now is 56 bigs. This is a deep stacked tournament. Just the nature of the beast, of course. We got Fedor calling it off. He's already got 5 bounties. Just absurd.
Unbelievable start for Fedor Holtz.
Or
I was confused now because we moved one.
Ah, okay.
The dream.
So we're
I felt like buttons
in the money.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ponikovs is great, man. He cracks me up.
Dude, where's the justice in poker?
They took over.
Theologis makes one of the greatest folds you'll see in 2026, and then the very next hand he's just out.
Running jacks into kings, but it's not even the kings he loses to.
Oh, nice life, Fedor.
Fedor, by the way, with 6-4 suited, downed aces, kings, and jacks across 2 hands.
Yeah.
And ace queen and 9s. They were all those hands were involved in the 2 all-ins.
We don't get that much at the start of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
In only one tournament we get more than 250.
That could have played out in so many different ways.
Yeah, you play so rarely, so
You feel something.
yeah, you accumulate the luck.
I fold.
No, in the right. That's the box, yeah. Raise 50 pounds.
I don't know what it's going to take for Fedor to not win this tournament, but right now he has average stack for less than 4 players, somewhere around final 3.7 players. There's 1.4 million average. He's got 6.4.
We'll see if anyone can put a dent in that stack. Combo draw here for Pauly V.
I think we just have a clear check call. Although against Fedor's button range, maybe we do want to press. If we think Fedor's just super wide here.
Is fast action right now, or? Yeah.
Christoph, can you move a little bit to the right? Just don't want to step on your leg.
Sorry.
No worries.
Just the call from the Lithuanian. On the flop, and Fedor has the type of hand that could maybe bet turn, check river, or just check back now for pot control. He's in no mood to control pots. Blasts ahead with the best of it. Pauly V has the same draw, but his equity downgraded after bricking the flop.
Nobody's beating Fedor today, even with combo draws.
Yeah, you said, Henry, what's the way anyone could do it? Poly V flopping, you know, very reasonable hand, and this looks like it's going to be the storyline. And can Fedor go for another street of value here? This is one of the best rivers in the deck for his hand, reducing the number of ace-X combinations, which were discounted somewhat pre-flop already.
What have we got going on over here? Looks like Yu Zhang. There's a big side pot. Hang on. So Leonard's called with the 8 deuce. A 5 would win it for him, or the deuce. Jamil's just looking to hold. Let's get up to 1.4 million.
And he holds.
1.4 million it is.
Huge one for Jamil. He was also dodging that combo draw of Yu Zhang.
So he claims a bounty. So I believe the money went in on the flop. Yu Zhang was super short. Saw the flush draw, ripped it in. Leonard getting himself in trouble by proxy of getting involved with the 8 deuce. Jamil, he's cruising.
It's been a great day so far for Jamil Wakil. He was one of our shorter stacks coming in. Got that bluff through against Mike Watson. Won a couple all-ins.
That's right. He came in 26th in chips. He's now up to 5th.
And I'm not sure if Fedor just checked back that river or got any additional value. We're on to the next hand.
I keep thinking that, okay, surely, Alex, things are going to slow down. You know, surely people are going to realize, okay, we're super deep.
It doesn't have that feel, does it?
It doesn't.
You know, it's funny because we actually started the show. It felt a bit slow in a way. A lot of limped pots, but not a ton of chip movement in big ways. And then things just exploded over the last half hour or so.
It all started with Fedor, didn't it? He ran that bluff with the 9-4 of clubs, and then from there, the poker gods were like, yeah, there he is. Our boy's back, running savage bluffs. Let's reward him. 6.8 million now.
You know what's funny?
Talk to me.
I'm going back and looking through Fedor's hands and all the hands he's won today. So we know he won the big pot with the 6-4 of spades against Theologius, where he turned trip fours and Alex made a great fold. We know he got 6-4 of hearts in, multi-way against kings and jacks and scooped that one.
Yeah.
But one of our hands at the top of the day was against Javid. Fedor had 6-4 offsuit, flopping a straight. So he's won 3 enormous pots with 6-4.
6-4 hand of the tournament. So we're over to an outer table. So it was a limped pot. Or actions on all pins, sorry. So blind v blind. Is that ace, queen, deuce? There's only 125k in there. Camera was on Nicky P there for a second. Does he have cards in front of him? It looks like there's multiple players in the hand.
Mikhail Sultanov involved.
So it's a four-way pot. 4 limps. Oh, 3 limps. Orpin's checked his option. Ace, queen, deuce. Miguel's fired out a bet. Small bet, around 30k. Tough board for Orpin to feel comfortable on. Does make the call. Jack of clubs turn. Doesn't really change much. I guess king 10 getting there. Russian betting small once more. I love Orpin's hat. Success coming soon.
Orpin considering his options here. Reaching. It's a big bet, Henry.
Yeah, check raising the turn.
Raise.
And a quick fold. Orpin taking that one down. It seems like the big blind is going to get moved to another table. And I believe we're going to be going on break just for a short moment. You can see he gets moved over to join Jamil, Sir Watts and co. We're down to the final 15 players here. Fedor Holtz with a huge chip lead. He's got average stack for final 3.
It's ridiculous. He's got over 3x Leonard Maui, who has the second most chips at 2.2 million.
All right, we're just going to go to a quick break. When we
CoinPoker
come
and
back.
Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Well, a very warm welcome back to continuing coverage here of this 40k mystery bounty. Fedor Holtz has so many chips that we're having bandwidth issues showing just how many chips he has. This is insane. 265 bigs, 6.6 million when the average stack is 1.5.
Nice value checker.
Big smile on his face.
You made my hand fall. Beautiful hand, man. Beautiful. Terrible.
On this table, he has 5x his nearest competitor. That's JNT.
Pocket tens for Ponakovs. Fedor, I don't know, but I feel like Fedor's gonna somehow win this hand.
70.
I like the decision to raise from Ponakovs. You might think we can limp and trap Fedor, and I can understand that argument, but Ponakov's hand is very strong, and Fedor will call with basically anything pre-flop versus a raise, given the bounties. So I like just inflating a pot with a hand this strong.
Fedor does make the call. 165 in the middle. Just one overcard to Ponakovs' tens.
I think Ponakovs has options here. Both betting and checking have some merit.
65.
See if Fedor wants to stick around with 60% of a straight.
Doesn't it feel like he's not going to fold here the way his day's going? I mean, I know he doesn't have backdoor spades or anything, but sorry, go ahead, Henry.
No, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
It's really an epic run. Have you ever been on one of these types of runs over the course of a tournament for a level or two where it just feels like you can't lose a pot?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one actually in the 25K Super Main last December.
Really?
I was at one point chip leader of that tournament.
I remember you saying this.
Nearing the money, yeah. Average was 2.5 million and I had 11. And I just had like 3 or 4 hours of insane run good. Everything was going my way.
I don't want to ask what happened afterwards.
It's like all just a whirlwind. But I cashed for 75K, that's all I know.
It's I'm like
Ping-ponging back over here. We got a short stack. All in. Upside and ho. Samao is gonna call. It was open that raised it up to 110k on the button. So Nick Petrangelo's called. He covers all 3 players. Poseidon's flicked it in. I believe Zhao got out of the way, although that surprises me because there is a bounty. No, he's got chips in front of him. He's got cards in front of him. Ace, King, Jack, 2 spades.
Over to Orpin.
It was the initial raiser, and there is a side pot now between himself, Nick Petrangelo, and Zhao Samao.
So this is interesting, right? With Poseidon Ho all in for 35K, everybody gunning for that bounty. But like you just said, there's already a side pot brewing, so even more incentive to fight for the extra chips.
No money going in on the flop.
Joao's got great composure at the table.
He does.
I like the way he sits and just the way he holds himself.
Was only, I think, I want to say recently exposed to him at the Triton stop that we held in the Bahamas, where he picked up a title. Just great composure, very talented poker player. Action, I believe, is on Zhao, although the camera's on Orpin.
I
stand
think, yeah.
corrected.
Yeah, Joao did like a very sort of delicate middle finger check, I think.
A near pot-sized bet from Orpin.
Poseidon hates to see anyone putting chips in the pot unless he's got a monster. Let's have a look.
So Orpin's going to win the side pot.
That's an ace for Poseidon.
I mean, that's a good hand to have. Top pair. And I don't see any paint for Orpin. Looks like 10-7.
Yeah, Orpin bluffing his way to that side pot win. Poseidon, ho, happy to see that. He triples up, quadruples up, excuse me.
Oh, GG's Poseidon on the spin up.
Yeah, he's just got up to about 135K with that one. Maybe a little more.
We do love a spin up story. So blinds are going to be going up to 15K, 30K, I believe.
875?
No, 650.
650, okay.
This is a seven-handed event, so we are just one away from that two-table redraw. Often we redraw at 16. This tournament, it's at 14.
Love to see J&T here as well.
Oh yeah, always. Well, especially when he's on my fantasy team. So it's Holtz at the top with 6.5. Leonard, second place, 3.03. Nobody else over 2 million. and Fedor is attacking with an 8-deuce offsuit. He wants more bounties. He says 5 is not enough. 5 pulls with that 400K top prize.
So no, we have to play back again. Okay. We unite against them.
Alex, I'm doing pretty well. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I'm currently 46th overall.
Who do you have? Do you have Fedor?
I don't.
Feels like you need Fedor to win this week. Or today, I should say.
Well, the thing is that's not technically the case because he came in as one of the biggest stacks. He came second. So you don't get booster points. If you have him as your captain, sure, you get that 1.25x on the base points. So if he does close this out, obviously he would get 100 points for winning. But conversely, you're 679th out of 700 teams. Let's see.
We should have put in a penalty in our commentators group for finishing last each day, but I'm glad we didn't. Dirty diaper for Fedor, just getting through. So that indicates he is playing 100% of the deck at this point. Credit to Nicholas Rigby, who coined that term, famously using it as he went deep multiple times in the WSOP main event. He was a relative unknown, but gained a cult following with those 2 runs.
He did. Okay, Randy's doing okay. Randy's 148th. Oh, sorry, no, he's 204th.
Guys, we may lose Henry. He may quit his job as a Triton commentator to become a full-time Triton grinder of the fantasy app. He's going to be looking for cash games and sit-and-goes to get involved in with other players.
Yeah.
See who will take his action. Have you been running algorithms on the right strategy yet?
No, not yet. I don't think I'll ever take it that far. That seems pretty boring to me. Does it not?
Yeah, I'm more of a field player, but if I start getting buried, I might need to turn to some math. 4-way pot here. Even following a limp from Ponikov's, Fedor is willing to limp behind with the Doyle.
R.I.P. Doyle.
R.I.P. indeed. To the godfather of poker, noted poker author, Mount Rushmore player. I still play a good amount with his son Todd, mixed game player.
You do?
Yeah, Todd plays a lot of the mixed game tournaments at WSOP.
We got a bit of an action flop here. Jack 10-4. I say action. Ponikov with just ace high, but Paulie V with middle pair, Fedor with middle pair with that Doyle. Vogelsang's got a live flush draw.
Ponikov's firing at this board with nothing. Four ways, a bit surprising to me, no heart in hand. Fedor has a very weak second pair. The problem with playing hands like 10 deuce, it goes without saying, is you're in a bit of no man's land a lot. You're never going to have good kickers. Hard to have backdoor equity. Paulie V, middle pair, good kicker, queen of hearts in hand, too much hand, and then Vogelsang must be wondering, 3 players have put money in the pot. Is my 5-high flush draw just no good sometimes?
Definitely some reverse implied odds, right?
Feels a bit that way, doesn't it? But still, perhaps the price just too compelling. Range is so wide pre-flop. This is such an interesting format. He makes the call.
It's 60.
So how often is it, Henry, that we see a 4-way limped pot at this level and then 4 players taking the turn? It just feels so unusual, doesn't it?
You just wouldn't really see this in any other format, it feels like. Vogelsang actually picking up a gut shot on the turn to go along with his flush draw. Ponikov's surely feeling like, maybe I should just, you know, get out of this one.
Well, interestingly enough, I think if Ponikovs could somehow find a big bet here, he just wins.
So is
well, no, Vogelsang would probably continue with the combo draw with that gut shot acquired, but I just don't see how Ponikovs can fire again here. Thoughts?
Is the story that Ponikovs is trying to sell here that he's limped first in, so he has the most traps? He has kings, aces, all of those big pocket pairs.
I think it's exactly the story. It's just, and he feels that a lot of the strong made hands would have raised him on the flop, but this is a very creative and impressive find from Ponikovs, as I don't see how Paulie V can continue here with Queen 10.
And I'm not sure that Vogelsang can either. 240 of 525?
Maybe that gut shot just gives him enough reason to continue. Naked flush draws would now fold. Let's see, let's defer. Oh,
wow.
You're right. He gets out of the way, so that was impressive stuff from Alex Ponikovs with ace-9, no heart.
Crazy. You mean pre-flop? Just one.
Fedor asking how many aces do you get? He did not have aces.
Giving a lot of information.
I don't think anyone put him on an ace-9 offsuit there.
I'm very honest today.
I know. An honest guy.
Honest guy
And
Ponikovs.
pre-flop was only once.
Fedor mixing it up, sometimes limping, sometimes raising, always playing every hand. Here he comes in with a raise. How much fun must he be having?
Less than you.
Has he played 100% of hands?
Yes.
He has, right?
I think so, yeah. It would be great to get statistics on that, but I'm pretty confident that he has.
95.
Ponikovs is going to defend. We're going to head to an outer table real quick because Punat Punsri is all in against Jamil Wakil. Oh, wait. Sorry. Wow, that scared me for a second. I thought Jamil had rivered 2 pair.
Yeah, that was a weird...
that was scary.
The graphics just flipped on us.
10-3 deuce as Jamil picks up outs. Needs a king, 6 or a 5 to eliminate the Thai superstar in 15th. Doesn't find it, but that's going to double.
So roller coaster start to the day for Jamil Wakil. Won a lot of pots early. Takes a bit of a hit there at the hands of the 5-time champ, 6-time champ, excuse me, Punet Punsri.
It's okay, you could be mistaken, of course. He recently picked up that 6th title. It takes us a while, right? We get so used to, we're talking about that 5-time champion club and how congested it was for so long, and it just felt like nobody was ever going to get it done.
Right.
And then finally, Punat gets it done in Jeju, and then what happens? Not even, I think it was the very next tournament, not even 24 hours removed, Ibinger ships the main event to join him in that 6-time champion club.
And just yesterday, Danny Tang was oh so close. Just a river card away against Mario Mosbach.
Nothing. A little something. It was like, you see.
Panakovs, by the way, has had a great start to the series so far in terms of making deep runs. This is his 3rd cash.
But there was a lot of reasonable turns where
Ping pong galore, because we're hearing the words all in somewhere else in the room. I believe it was Shurinkau jamming. Action is on Nikki P. Oh, he's made the call. He's got kings. Shurinkau's got pocket jacks.
Second time we've seen that. The other time Fedor was involved with his 6-4 suited and ousted them both.
Nikki P just looking to hold here. 10-8-6. Safe flop for the kings. Sweaty turn, because a 9 would now give the jacks a straight. The deuce on the river means seat open, and I believe, Alex, does that bring us down to 14?
It does, yeah, and unless maybe there's a couple hands to catch up on, they always want to make sure all the tables have played the same number of hands, but barring that, we are going to be down to 14, which means we're going to be having our 2-table redraw.
Petrangelo having a bit of a field day. Won that massive flip early with pocket 5s against ace king. That was for 50 big blinds a pop. Now he's up to 2.6 million after holding with kings against jacks.
Yeah, he sits effectively tied for second with Leonard Mao. Only Fedor Holtz ahead of them. He's ahead by a mile at this point.
Dude, this final 2-table redraw is going to be insane. Like, talk about variance. There could be a world in which we just have Leonard, Nikki P, and Fedor all at the same table. And then, you know, you have people with less than average all on another table. This is going to be huge.
Seat draw is so important here.
I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see like Fedor and like one other big stack on one table.
Yeah, table draw and seat draw both really important here. You know what I'm looking forward to?
Tell me.
They're doing, at the same time they do the bounty draw tomorrow, they're also doing the draw for the invitational pairings.
Yes.
So that is just going to be such a fun, hour or so of theater.
Hang on, we got another all-in call situation. Wait, hang on, we got multiple players all in.
Yeah, it's Poseidon Ho with his short stack, Joao Simao, and Nick Petrangelo. Ace Queen for Ho, Ace Trey for Petrangelo, Ace Deuce for Joao.
Not the dangler. Or 5 would chop it. Ace or a queen needed. 4 Poseidon. Doesn't find it.
It's a big win, right?
So that's a bounty chip for Joao?
That is a bounty chip for Joao, and a huge double up. So now he's playing 1.6 million. Nick Petrangelo drops back down to 1.9. Poseidon Ho is out in 14th. And we've got 13 players left. Are these guys, have they got a bus to catch, or what's the plan here?
And a lot of action, you know, this format just encouraging that. Everyone trying to chase down those short stacks.
So as it stands, Fedor has 5 bounties, Nick Petrangelo with 2, Michael Watson with 2, Joao Simao now with 1, Punat Punt Street, Paulie Vin, Jamil also have won. Matthias Lip, who lost that massive flip against Nick Petrangelo, he was out in 24, so even before they reached the money, he collected 2 before he departed. We're down to 13. We're down to 13. We're going to come back to the studio and just kind of catch our breath for a moment, because this has been insane as we welcome you back to the break desk. Alex, talk to me about the variance of this redraw.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge, right? Imagine you're one of the second or third place in chips and you get Fedor Holst on your direct left. That really impacts the way that you can play. And, you know, of course, if you're a medium stack, you would love to draw all the short stacks and be eligible to win those bounties. So there's just so much on the line here with this redraw.
Now, I want to bring everyone's attention to the fact that the average stack is 1.7 million right now. Fedor has 6.4, so almost four times average with 13 players left, meaning he's got average stack for like final 3. It feels like it's his tournament to lose, but this seat draw is going to play a big role, because if he does have the likes of Leonard or Nick Petrangelo on his direct left, he could get involved in some big collisions. We're stepping away for about 15 minutes or so. We're going to have that final 2-table redraw. And when we come back, we'll be playing down to the final table in this mystery bounty. We'll see you very shortly.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Tree time.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Checking on the P&L as well.
Okay,
I know
yeah.
that that's probably a leak.
It's a leak for me as well.
Like
I'm
I do
such
it,
a whale.
Yeah, online, let's say I have a couple tables loaded up, I'm always checking the cashier. It's not great.
That's not great. No, I'm the exact same. Such a whale. This is going to be going in.
Absolutely. This is what... Fedor's been limping weak hands just setting up a moment like
That was
this.
the only mystery bounty I got the day 2, and I bubbled.
And we're going to flip.
Was it? Yeah, it was here.
Good luck, lads. 1.8 million chip pot. If Fedor can convert this,
That's See if Triton Ace helps.
He's going to be up to 4 million.
And he'll have 2 bounties in his back pocket.
2 bounties and 200 big blinds.
I tried yesterday with jacks. Maybe today is better.
I don't think so.
Wow. Ace 9-5.
Yeah, that's referring to that final table pot.
That's right.
Got all in against Ace 4 suited of Javid.
Passing in 1 card away. Being out the door. Prepays Fatal the bounty, and it's official. Fatal's up to 4 million and 2 bounties. Passing is out empty-handed.
Yes. I would like to.
So the Finn is ousted. We're not going to refer to him as a PLO specialist anymore because he's talented in both games. But we're down to 23.
With King Queen under the gun. We are just 3 off the money. He's going to limp.
Looks like Isaac Haxton covering Punsri by, no. Because that 25K is already factored in.
Yeah, I think it's like a fraction of a big blind difference between these two. J&T might activate here.
I think
go
no
bounty
question.
hunting.
Yeah.
There it is. 75K. Michael Watson, I believe, doesn't cover J&T, but of course covering Punsri.
I love this format.
Oh wow, look at this. Samuel Ju's got ace 10.
And only 65K, so it's going in.
Wow, this is crazy. Is this going to be another 4-way all-in? Jamil can't call with Jack Deuce.
Yeah, it feels difficult because Punat still has an option here. Punat limped.
That's right.
He has to fear a potential limp squeeze. But he also covers Punat. Ju so short. Yeah, he gets away.
Punsri wants to check what he's working with.
Punsri may feel that if he moves in here, he could potentially get it to where just either J&T or Watson plays with him. But he plays call.
Here we go. So Samuel Ju is all in at risk for an additional 5K. J&T, Punsri, and Sawat's all making the call. Ju just looking to hold. He's got the best hand. Still the case on the 8-4-3.
He may not feel he has the best hand 4 ways, but we can see he's in great shape.
Punsri's looking for running hearts or a king or a queen. So what's drawing to just a 9? J&T drawing to the case jack as we saw the jack of diamonds folded by Jamil at kill.
Yeah, a lot of card sharing here.
Oh, Punsri drills it on the turn. What do you do now, Alex? Do you just rip this in and try and deny equity and just go for the bounty?
It seems like kind of a nice idea because you're going to get called lighter than normal here as well. You might get called by a pair of 4s or a pair of 3s where your opponent's putting you on one of the many available draws and hoping to pick up yet another bounty. He goes for it. I like that idea, Henry. But I don't think that either player can call, right? I mean, J&T is just king high.
Well, run the math for Sir Watts because he's got a gut shot and $160,000 in EV.
That's a lot of overlay, isn't it?
Well, he's going to let it go. Samuel Ju is looking for an ace and an ace only. As he is out on the soft bubble, 20 left, 17 paid.
Henry, these math spots so difficult to calculate on the fly in this game.
kudos to these guys because they've put in the work. GG's to Samuel Jeju, the poker base founder, tech entrepreneur, and high stakes poker professional. I tell you now, Alex, competing at these stakes in itself is hard enough, but being a successful businessman, running a business in the poker space, and being an entrepreneur in general, and then competing at these stakes, I tip my hat because that's not easy.
Yeah, big respect. What do we have here?
Fedor's just come with the old 5x pot river jam.
So I guess it was limped as usual. There was a 60K bet on the flop from Fedor and a call from Pauly V. 300K on the turn and a call.
Happened yesterday, BGV, it would be much easier.
So 2x pot effective for Pauly V's stack. He's wondering if he can bluff catch this combo. Just second pair, no club. Fedor has the goods.
Okay. Maybe Fedor changed after the year of no
Let's
poker,
go.
and I will fold.
In what direction? To be honest, I don't know what you said, but I would fold as well.
I had not very strong,
I mean, I'm a changed man. I don't know. It's like 2025 was the last time I bluffed.
Outs. Make that 2 additional outs on top of those original 7. Ace Jack or a 7 needed for Sir Watts to get us down to 18.
Oh, finds it.
GG's, Ike Caxton. That means we're on the stone bubble.
Well, we're on the stone bubble, and Pauly V.
Oh yeah.
It was decision time for him with those 2 9s. How aggressive does he want to get facing that 5x ISO from Theologis? Difficult one.
Let's go back. So Watts off to a great start here. 4th in chips. GG's, Ike.
Bubble. But, I'm amazed that Pauly V lost the minimum there, just calling in a spot where he could have tried to play for stacks and then gets away on the flop.
Had Theologis over-limped with the aces, it very well could have gone Pauly V, open, Christoph jam. Fedor's got an interesting one, like he knows he's got the worst hand right now, but there are just some implied odds about spiking a red 4 on the turn.
Yeah.
And stacking like ace, king, aces.
I would call this hand all day. He's got backdoor spades, and one of those things we've talked about before is his 2-pair outs are very live. The 6 unlikely to make somebody else a better 2-pair if they don't already have one. Red 4 it is. Oh my gosh.
Oh my days. How is it to live in Fedor Holtz's world right now?
This is absolutely brutal for Alex Theologis. If the board runs off Bricky on the river, I think he'll be our bubble boy. No matter what he does here on the turn.
He's got 1 out.
Christoph will be able to get away.
I don't see how he ever checks this. It would be a world-class check. And then he would need something like Jack of clubs to roll off on the river to maybe save him from going broke with the aces.
Even if he checks here, yeah. That's the problem, Henry. He needs a non-brick river to be able to get away from this hand.
Let's defer to one of the best bounty players in the world. Looks like he is reaching for chips. And does Fedor just check jam and just try and stack ace-king?
This is what I'm wondering, because on the stone bubble, I don't know if Fedor feels that a king, ace-king, or aces would always always bet all rivers. So there is an idea of trying to get the money in now if you think your opponent is value heavy, which, Theologis has taken a very strong line here. He's bet 4 ways after ISOing pre and fired on the turn. I don't see how Vogelsang can continue here three ways. If he's ahead, he's dodging a lot of outs, and when he's behind, he's in very bad shape.
Vogel's in the tank. Is he thinking of doing something crazy here with this ace-queen? Or is he just biding his time? I feel like Vogelsang's going to do something mental. No, he does. He gets out of the way.
He's out. He's very deliberate. I think he always wants to take the appropriate amount of time to consider all the options.
How does Theologius just not go broke here?
Well, the way he does not go broke is if Fedor just plays call, because I think if Fedor jams, Alex is not going to be able to get away.
Agreed. Does Fedor feel like Alex has hands that bet fold? Some bluffs. Just wants to keep those in. What did he say? Did he say 1 million? He did say 1 million.
I just don't see how Alex can fold here.
This would be one of the greatest laydowns I've ever seen on the Triton stage.
He's wondering what 4x hands does Fedor have pre-flop?
All of them.
Which of them does he call on the flop? Is it all of them again?
I think it is. I mean, I would already have been out the tournament, I'll tell you that much.
The nature of this format is maybe the one thing that could save him here, where he can just come up with so many available 4x hands that don't normally exist.
Yeah, that's a great point. Theologius is deep in the tank. Be for his tournament life, he would be drawing to just one out, as we saw the ace-queen folded.
He is giving this genuine, deep consideration.
He knows this was a limped pot. He 5.5x'd. Sorry, he 5x pre-flop. Fedor called. Flop, he bet out 110k. Christoph called, Fedor called. Turn 4 of hearts. Fedor's now check jammed against a double barrel. Well, a very warm welcome back to the final two tables of the 40k Mystery Bounty here in Montenegro. I'm Henry Kilbane, joined by Alex Livingston. And Alex, before we went on break, we were talking about the importance of the redraw. Take a look at these two tables that we have here. We've got Holtz, Petrangelo, Simao, and Ponakov's all at the same table. 5 of the 8 biggest stacks on that table over on my Triton Poker Plus app. And then on the second feature table, you've got Leonard Maui with Orpin Kishagoglu, who's 4th in chips. And yeah, it's a lot of variance, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Fedor, he covers everyone by so much that the table draw maybe doesn't matter as much as it does for some of these other players. But notice that everyone wants to be at the table with the short stacks. It's Chris Vogelsang who's the shortest, and Sultanov, those two are on the same table. So players like JNT and Panakovs who have middling stacks, they're really loving this table draw where they cover those players by quite a lot.
Yeah, but by proxy of that, you've seen time and time again, people just get themselves in so much trouble trying to get involved in pots where those shorter stacks do enter or when they're in the big blind, and then tangling and locking horns with the stack that has them covered. We saw it, you know, we saw the likes of Kiat Lee and Alex Theologis, monster stacks, kings, jacks, and 6-4 of Fedor Holtz. We had other examples where Matthias Lipp just ripped in 50 big blinds with ace-king. Nick Petrangelo, covering stack pocket fives, made the call and won the flip.
Yeah, exactly right. And with Fedor having such a big lead on his table mates, that one thing we might see is one of those 1.2 million chip stacks goes after the 500K stack, and Fedor's got enough chips he can just gamble anyway.
Let's see. It's a 57 big blind average. Right now, the ladders mean nothing to these guys because that bounty EV being 80,000 means that they're just out there bounty hunting. Next ladder is once we get down to 11, and it's only a $6,500 ladder. A bounty is worth more than 10x that, in theory.
Truly crazy. The bounties feel like they steal the show, and you know, that's a testament to the way that Triton organizes this structure. You have an option as an operator to have the bounties be worth maybe a smaller amount of the buy-in, but Triton makes things very exciting by having half the prize pool go towards that bounties, culminating in tomorrow's draw where somebody will pull that 400K bounty and perhaps win more money than the second or third place finisher.
So right now, Jamil will kill shortest stack on the outer table. Sultanov and Vogelsang, the only players with sub 20, they're going to be on the feature table. Fedor has 215 bigs. That is not a typo.
And Leonard Maui, you know, he's just real happy that he didn't draw Fedor's table. Loves being able to cover everybody. Let's see if we see a lot of limping like we saw early in the tournament, or perhaps a shift to more raising, some combination. What we know is we're going to see higher VPIPs on average by most of these players. It's just the nature of the beast. Feels a bit like short deck, where you see a lot of these multi-way limped pots.
That's a great comparison. Yeah, that's a really solid comparison. It kind of caught us off guard at the start of the day, but then we saw everyone doing it. It's like, okay, well, when you're at a Triton series
Try to win them the hard way.
and you see several of the best players in the world doing a certain thing,
Everyone will post white.
you kind of just agree that they've probably studied that spot.
The payoff might be in.
Completely agree. And we saw that at the beginning, didn't we? So many five-way limped pots. All eyes on Sultanov as he's the shortest stack. Even Vogelsang covers him. And when you're the second shortest stack, you've really got your eyes extra locked in on that shortest stack. Christoph looks like he's going to start with an open here. Or is it a limp?
Still 30?
I think he's just putting in the blinds.
Ah,
There we
excuse
go.
me.
He scared me for a moment.
Yeah, no, I just saw him committing chips to the pot, but you're right, it's just the blinds, getting
Still
ahead of
fast
myself.
action? Yeah. See what? The shorter time.
Yeah, it is fast action. So Ponokov's limping up front.
Setting the trap. Petrangelo's got the Robbie. I like that Triton tee he's sporting. We wore the same one on stream the other day.
Big fan of the Triton merch in general.
It's comfortable, sleek. Yeah, a lot of color options. So this is kind of the norm, Henry, a four-way affair. Every pot feels like it's been 4 or 5 ways.
Oh, bless you, my friend.
I did mute the mic for that one, luckily. But it might have even leaked into your microphone.
Ricocheted through mine, no worries.
Yeah.
Top pair for Fedor. Ponakov's with the ace of spades in hand may decide to start doing something, but he's going to check. If Fedor can bet here, it might shed everyone bar Ponakov's. Or it should bar. Should
shade. Is
should
it a tongue
shed.
twister?
Should shed everyone bar Ponakov's.
Should shed.
Wow.
So Vogelsang has a gut shot, and for this price, you know, perhaps he peels. Fedor betting just over 20%.
Don't think Vogelsang can go chasing gut shots, even for this price.
You are correct.
For Ponakov's, I think we have a couple of options on the table, to be honest with you. Yeah, I was about to say. I don't hate check raising here with this combo. And it was very quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is definitely thematic solver type stuff where just the naked ace of the suit on a two-tone board often activating, but Fedor is not going to go anywhere with top pair.
This is a combo that Fedor could have maybe just checked in position. Top pair weak kicker as played. Makes the call. There's 5-10 in the middle. See a turn card dealer. It's the 9 of hearts, and surely that freezes the action.
Difficult for Ponakovs to keep betting on this card because most of his 9x we would expect just to call, facing the bet from Fedor. And now the really strong hands, the two pair combinations that he might have had, are reduced in combos. Fedor in that classic spot where on the one hand he wants to get some protection and value from his hand, on the other he's a little worried about, you know, facing that double check raise or just not getting called by too many worse hands. But I would think he may lean towards just a small bet here. Checking also reasonable. He does elect to check.
Oh, hello. Hello, Ace of Clubs. How's your day going, Ponakovs?
And not only does Ponakovs improve to the best hand, but he has plenty of weak hands that could have played this way. So many straight and flush draws available. It may not look like the ace connects with him super often, though he did limp from first position.
Fedor beating all of the flopped gut shots and combo draws, like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10.
Yeah, Fedor cannot. Yeah, that's just a snap call for that price.
The old upside down smile. Huh.
Cheap. It was cheap.
Fedor.
But you know I don't bluff, so...
Oh, you gotta love it.
Some of these contemplative looks we get from a lot of the players here at Triton after a hand are great, aren't they?
Picture can paint 1,000 words, can't it, Alex?
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't need to call your opponent a foul word. You can just throw a glance their way. They know. J&T, Cowboys, 40 bigs. So it's 7-handed at this feature, 6-handed at the other. Keeping tabs on table 2 whenever there is an all-in call confrontation.
Our next break is in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I hope not.
That's a little excessive.
Ponakov's going to defend. Doesn't flop anything on the ace-jack 3. No club in sight.
I think they probably had the same break schedule, and we now finished after playing like.
JNT just going to
whatever,
take it
so
down.
many levels, but
Some fun bounty stats for you. Orpinkistroglu has only ever cashed once in a bounty event, but he has won 590k in bounties. Incredibly, in Vietnam 2023, he failed to cash, but had busted a player on day 2, took his pool and opened an envelope worth 250k. No 250k bounties in this one. There is a top prize of 400,000, 2 times 200,000, 3 times 100,000, 6 80k bounties, and 16 40k bounties. And there is, of course, that 1 times $0, but draw again.
5's under the gun for Sultanov. He and Joao Simão wearing identical hoodies, both wearing shades.
Almost similar shades as well. I mean,
was this a staged effort?
He's going to limp in. The problem with this limp for me is that because he's a short stack, it just feels like he's always going to get picked on. He's always going to get isolated.
True. True, but perhaps just looking to limp raise over an ISO and maybe get it in really good.
There is the ISO. Gets rid of Nick Petrangelo and Vogelsang. Ponakov's going to get out of there, as will JNT. And a snap fold from Sultanov.
Okay. I expected maybe limp call or limp jam, but playing it a little bit defensively. Sultanov maybe wanting to wait for a really strong hand, knowing that people are going to be fighting over his bounty, and he's going to get that extra overlay of weak hands calling.
yeah, because at the beginning,
The material is bad.
polyester.
Yeah, it was uncomfortable and like hot.
What's here?
I don't know.
Polyester.
I don't know, but this one's comfortable. They're good.
They jump small for the next little bit. 13th and 12th both pay 39,000. You don't get to 100K until 7th is 99, 6th 129.
Yeah, the thing I've always found really fun about these bounties is oftentimes, even at the final table, the ladders in terms of prize pool payouts are worth less than the EV of the bounty. Case in point, it's not until you get down to the final 3 that we finally have a ladder worth more than the bounty EV between second and third.
Yeah, so the bounties are more so on the forefront of these players' minds than the actual prize pool. It really makes an interesting dynamic.
Christoph's just going to rip it in.
And what is Joao going to do? Because he's covered by Fedor Holtz, and they're quite deep. He may just elect to fold this one, but everything's on the table here. Yeah, he gets out of the way, and Fedor, there's no way he's folding.
And it goes. Good luck, gentlemen. Vogelsang with the best hand. The ace-10 of spades. The way Fedor's been running, he might as well stand up, D-Mike, and grab his belongings, even with 67% equity. Fedor threw Vogelsang that barb earlier on, didn't he, when they sat down?
Yeah, he did.
Saying
he
that
said he doesn't know what he's doing in bounty tournaments, right?
He knows how to. He knows this format better than Vogelsang. Oh.
How does he do it?
How does he do it?
Ace or
jack. Needed for Vogelsang to stay alive in this one, otherwise we are down to 12. 12 it is.
See you guys.
You guys got a big house for the boys this summer?
I think it's the second part of the summer. Yeah. So yeah, we'll stay first part with Arthur and then with my starting from 15.
GG's, Christoph. Got it in good. Nature of the beast, of course, this tournament.
I don't know. know if you know Vitaly Zavarov.
12 left.
You might play him in 2007. Zavar.
1%
Quick dealer change and the music cue, you know what that means. Time for a quick shout out. One of our partners here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm talking about Predict Lab, the first live poker prediction platform where knowledge becomes value, powered by the poker fans. Flash poker markets are live on Predict Lab. You can watch it live, make your call. If you know first, move first. They have some really cool stuff every day ahead of the day twos.
That's crazy.
So get involved.
Yeah, a lot of cool bets you can make there.
Back then
Of
we
course,
were
we've been getting
always
involved in daily fantasy as well.
Daily fantasy has just been so fun.
Yeah.
So
It's like between Summerlin and the Strip.
it's where they're building the new Costco.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
but
a
this
quick
time we
shout
were
out
not
to
able
yesterday's
get the
winner
houses we were
in
getting
daily
because,
fantasy. That was
So you're playing the whole time?
Arnolevich, who had Mazbach, Tang, and Foxenall on the team.
You grind like small stuff too, you won't, right?
Winner, the runner-up, and the fourth place finisher.
I mean, define small, probably everything 10k plus, maybe 5k I will play if I'm bored.
Any bets?
I did 1 year, but I didn't like it. It's, I mean, if I would get the similar offer Adrian gets,
Yeah, sure.
I'm not getting such offers.
That was a crazy one.
Oh yeah, free money.
And also, like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but
I fold.
5 seconds.
JNT gonna raise it up.
Wouldn't he be able to, like,
Queen 10 of diamonds.
there was something about the bet where other players would be, he had all the information.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it exactly?
So, basically, set took 6 players.
Yeah.
Like 1 by 1 against Adrian. So
Yeah.
you against Adrian, me against Adrian, and I against Adrian. Don't want to say the reason why he did this, but
210,000.
Is Zhao picking on JNT?
Appears that way, but I don't think JNT is going to go anywhere.
Just trying to isolate player pot, heads up, as the covering stack.
Come on, JNT. He's on my fantasy team. Although, maybe both these guys are. I can't remember now.
Yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't remember exactly what it was.
he gave me XP when I was deep in the mainland, because something like if I could make
953. Brick for both. Zhao with the betting lead. Backdoor spades going to fire out. JNT with one of those close ones, like at this SPR. You know, it gets really awkward playing turns, but just the 2 overs and backdoors galore.
I think just too much equity versus range to fold yet. Versus this size.
Call.
He makes the call.
740 in the middle. Crucial pot for both.
Can the Frenchman find an improvement? Because if not, he might get bluffed off of this one.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Both players turning top pair.
And JNT may have been reaching for chips, but action on Joao, he picked up on that. Both players like this card.
Needs to be careful to not give anything away. Seen JNT do that a few times. Zhao fires again. 260 this time. JNT might just rip this in.
I like the call. Calls quickly. He plays very quickly, does JNT.
1.26 in the middle. J&T have just 6-3-5 back. Close. I tell you what, that made me flinch for a moment there. Is Zhao going to jam for value here? Try and get called by a 9.
It would be more than reasonable. Get called by a 9, pocket 6s, ace 5, anything that wants to hero.
Heard it a few times about
10s maybe, if that ever just calls pre.
Your team has leaks.
850.
There is the jam. J&T won't be folding. And J&T is going to be playing a monster 2.4 million chip pot if he makes this call.
He hasn't called yet. But top pair for J&T, blocks Jack 10.
You're beating value.
Yeah, although, you know, we don't necessarily think 10s or jacks would take this line, so you don't figure there's that many worse Queen X that Joao 3-bets. He has this one kind of unusual combination.
That's very true, actually.
Four.
He's made the
He
call.
does make the call.
And Zhao thinks he's tabling a winner. And J&T has him out-pipped by 1. He's up to 2.5 million. Zhao's down to just 7 bigs.
Big pickup for J&T. Joao now has one of those stacks that the vultures will be eyeing up.
Yeah, they will.
Haven't pulled any here.
Never? You've never had it down?
635.
That's why you're still limping, huh? Trying hard.
I will go 2 picks wider than I should.
35.
Ah, 35.
No, I basically had no. Once I made a third day to 19 chips, and I was 25 quarters to the table.
And that's huge for you. You've got J&T as your booster pick. But you do also have Zhao Samao on your team as well, so...
I was afraid of that.
Yeah, swings both ways, I guess.
A clash of my two teammates.
I had a very easy.
I had faith in J&T.
I had a horrible feeling about it in June through that first sprint.
Crab's drawing dead.
Not particularly surprised there.
One of those feelings, you know? Yeah.
Nanonoko. Okay.
Yeah, then we went to lunch.
He's doing okay. He's currently 76th overall. 315 points. Nano's going to either be really good at this and just fleece all of us, or really bad. Right now, he's looking pretty damn strong.
There's no middle ground, is there? Look at this. Ponikovs has limped in with the ladies. Samao will shove, almost certainly, I would think. And could this turn into a disaster for somebody else in the blinds?
5 seconds.
Given Ponikovs is lingering there with the queens.
You're talking about Fedor, for example.
For example, yeah. And 5-3 suited, much akin to the 6-4 suited we've seen him play big pots with. How does he proceed here? He just goes for it. This is going to be trouble.
Ponikovs loves it.
6-4.
Wait, hang on.
Are you open or no?
There's a bit extra maybe, but yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Cool.
Okay, no, sorry. It said there's only $1 million in front of Fadeaway. He slid forward 2 million.
Yeah.
This is huge. This is a 3.6 million chip pot if Ponikovs can hold.
Okay,
That's a
opportunity
way-
for first envelope.
That's a way better hand than you.
This is to get down to 10, by the way. On the outer table, Jamil Wakil out in 12th.
I'm not sure I'm excited more about envelope or double up.
Ponokov's. Let's see.
Oh.
Oh, indeed.
Never easy.
This is exactly what Fedor did before.
Time off, nothing changes.
Come on. Bro, it's 10 years ago. Like.
Petrangelo with the needle. It's a good
bit of
turn
drama.
card for Zhao.
Clubs acquired, yeah.
I mean, Fedor doesn't care as long as he wins the big side pot. He's like, you know what, give Zhao a club, even if it is the 3 of clubs. I'll eliminate Ponokov's.
Wow. That's,
Alex survives. Joao is out. And that's a big dent into the stack of Fedor Holtz.
That's huge. That is huge. We were talking about this, how this table redraw could really change the way this tournament plays out.
Give it.
Yeah. 1670.
Alex Ponokov's with a monster double up. He now vaults up to 2nd in chips.
You took it from here.
We're down to 10.
Ten players left. Fedor Holtz still at the top of the board. Like you mentioned, Ponokov's leapfrogging into 2nd. Leonard Mao 3rd. JNT in 4th. Do we have... Oh, this is just the payout of the previous all-in. Taking some time as it was a big double up for Ponokov's.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First bounty.
It must be the highest.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
So in terms of bounties, Fedor leads with 6.
Yes.
Petrangelo and Watson have 2 apiece. And then Ponokov's, Mao, Punsri, and Vadakunas have the other 4 bounties, 1 each.
This is in the last hand of 15-3rd, gentlemen.
This is a really stacked feature table, by the way. Other than Sultanov, who's got 12 bigs, we've got Ponokov's with 121, Fedor with 168, Nick Petrangelo's got 60, JNT's got 84. Well, here we go, Sultanov's got pocket kings. Can we see another massive collision? Fedor's got an ace.
And we definitely could. Fedor could choose to try to ISO this. But he's going to play it a little bit more cautiously, just calling.
Once bitten, twice as shy. Does open the door for Ponokov's to call, and we know he will be calling.
Yeah, this is one of those weird spots. This is not something you see in a non-bounty tournament where it could go 13 big blind shove, call, and an overcall with queen-9 offsuit, but the ranges are just completely different in this scenario. And despite the fact that there's no side pot at this time, it doesn't mean that those two may not choose to battle.
Oh, no, sorry.
What a spot for Sultanov. He's nearly a 3-2 favorite to triple up.
Oh, and he's flopped the top set. King, Jack, Deuce. Ponokov's drawing live to an inside straight draw. I think Fedor will be putting more chips in on this board.
I don't think so. Clearing out Ponokov's not worth enough because he's still going to lose to Mikhail some chunk of the time, and Ponokov's can easily connect with this board.
He's so dirty if a 10 does roll off. Although crazier things have happened in the past couple of days. Wow, Fedor drawing live now. So Sultanov needs to fade 2 gut shots.
Something for everyone. Still not too much point in betting for Fedor with no side pot at all on this board.
Does check through. Sultanov fades the 8 ounce.
Win high.
So he's going to triple up.
You
Let's
weren't
go. I
worried, huh?
love seeing the spins.
Feeling good?
Love the spin ups of the short stacks.
8 outs.
You had queen 9?
Yeah. Feather ace 4.
Spin he does. Sultanov out of the doghouse. It's now Paulie V who's the shortest stack remaining. Who are you rooting for, chat? 10 players left. A lot of different personalities and playing styles.
Yeah, talk to us. It's been a while since we've spoke with the viewers. How's it going? Let us know how you're getting on in fantasy. Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. As Alex likes to ask, where you're from, who you're rooting for, and what you're drinking.
Yeah.
More blue.
Water, tea, coffee, tequila, whiskey,
Raise 80,000.
carrot juice.
Oh.
I've never been a big fan of carrot juice. I like the idea of a healthy drink, but something about the taste doesn't do it for me.
Just spike your blood sugar, won't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Sorry, oh, bless you.
I like a green juice smoothie.
I'm a fan.
Call.
Big smoothie fan.
Me too. Homemade smoothies, or do you?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Just don't get me started, okay?
Okay. I'm sure you've got your secret ingredients.
We were big on the old juicer grind, you know?
I don't want to know what Henry puts in his smoothies.
I'll really only be there for the first 2 weeks, and I'm going East Coast.
220 in the middle.
First 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Protein powder?
Yeah, of course. Collagen, protein powder,
130,000.
creatine.
Battle of the bigger stacks at this table.
Oh,
1 and 3 in chips here.
Yeah, Lifetime is good in Vegas.
Yeah, someone told me they're building the biggest lifetime now in Vegas somewhere.
It's kind of close to. It's like 8 minutes from my house.
Oh, okay. So it's in Summerlin?
It's just below Summerlin.
Talk of lifetime.
I'll leave after the 250. Drive across the country with the dogs to the summer Massachusetts.
You will have bike on your roof?
Yes, sir. on the back, but yeah.
I recently drove pretty much cross country. Nicky P was telling me in Jeju when I ran into him at the gym that he drives it every year with the 2 dogs. And I said, oh yeah, how long does it take you to do that? Because we ended up doing our 36-hour drive in 6 days. He said, yeah, we do it in two days, maybe 3. They just have it down to a science. They alternate the driving, not a lot of stopping.
I told you this, but every time I go to America, I'm just always reminded at just how big a country that is.
Yeah, it's massive. And there's just so much cultural difference within different regions of the country.
Of course.
Geographical differences.
Yeah.
That's one thing I think that's very cool about the States. Of course, you get all those cultural and geographical differences in Europe, and you get to experience so many different countries in a landmass of a similar size.
Yeah, I remember one of the first just like big eye-openers for me was entering the state of New York, and there was this big sign that said New York City 370 miles, and I was like, holy, that's the length of my home country.
Yeah.
From top to bottom, and we're talking about state border into the city.
Right, and New York, not even the biggest state geographically. You take somewhere like Texas or Alaska.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to going back to the States. It's been a while. It's been a couple of years.
Nick Petrangelo representing the States here. Three-way affair. Ponokov's has the best hand. Wonder if he knows it and if he wants to get some sort of protection in here. Thin value. Yeah, somebody in chat is saying Texas is nearly 2 times bigger than Germany.
Really?
Landmass.
Is it really? Yeah, I've drove from east to west Texas, entire state. That was a fun drive.
I thought you said you've...
I've drove through it. I've never been there.
Oh, I see. Just drove through.
Yeah,
Didn't actually stop.
we drove from Chicago all the way down to Vegas
cool.
and then back.
Cool. That must have been a fun drive.
It was, yeah. I mean, for me, you know, never really getting to experience that part of America. Oh, Sultanov. With the ace high, he's going to dig his heels in. Just thinks that Ponokov's is maybe up to no good with some sort of like 10-9, King 10. I think Ponokov's now likely to just check this behind. He is cruising along. He's up to 3.6 million.
So he did well to get some thin value there from Sultanov, who was suspicious with that plethora of draws available. And, you know, all of a sudden, Ponokov's inching a little closer to that stack of Fedor Holtz. As Fedor has lost some chips since our break, and Ponokov's has gained some, notably doubling up with the queens against the 5-3 suited. Okay, so on the flip side of Germany being half the size of Texas, Russia is apparently 15 times the size of Alaska. If we're to trust the numbers of our chat.
I mean, that sounds about right.
Adds up. Russia is enormous, of course, the biggest country in the world by landmass, Canada being number 2.
Yeah, if you include like Siberia and whatnot, it's just incredible.
And a lot of Canada, you know, that creates that big landmass is relatively uninhabited areas. The territories, very, very cold up there. 90% of the Canadian population lives within a 100-mile drive of the U.S. border. It's a fun stat for you.
Yeah, I remember hearing something like that before. That makes a lot of sense.
JNT getting after it here. And for Sultanov, okay, he just folds, playing it cautiously.
I'm pretty surprised by that.
I am too. I think, you know, you might see a fold like that potentially in a different type of structure, but here we know the ranges are very wide. The limping range from Ponokov's is wider than normal. Nonetheless, JNT extracting some early value. Look at this flop.
Action on the 9-4 deuce. Spade draw for JNT. Ponokov's won't be going anywhere with top pair.
This could just be headed to a very big pot, although so deep I would expect Ponokov's to start with call. He has to be fearful of overpairs.
Man, JNT is one of the best things to have happened to high stakes poker in a very long time.
Yeah, arguably the best. He's just brings a different energy than the rest of the community, doesn't he?
Six of diamonds. It's clean for Ponokov's. Having said that, JNT fires out something, anything north of 400k, really makes things uncomfortable.
Ponokov's, in addition to being very well studied theoretically, I believe to be one of the best in the world
250
at reading where he's at in a hand, understanding how different opponents approach different situations. Interesting he decides to lead out here. Setting his own price.
Yeah, I must admit, I didn't think that was the move. And credit to him, because had he checked, JNT could have bombed it. As JNT rivers the flush.
Now, I don't see how Ponikovs can continue betting because with J&T calling the turn, we would expect him to fold some overcards on the turn.
Bet 250,000.
Wow, that's a really small bet. That might just get paid.
Yeah, this looks like it could be 7s or 8s just going for thin value. Ponikovs may feel he can even beat some value here. I don't know that he can fold for this size, and I'm a bit surprised that J&T didn't get a little greedier.
Five seconds.
Everyone in chat saying the milkman.
It's such an insane price.
10 seconds.
I don't know that he can fold for this price, but he feels he's beat.
3, 2, 1.
Fold.
Oh, he folds.
Great fold.
Wonderful fold.
World class. Saving himself 250k. J&T's up to 3.1 million.
Ponikovs with such a good read on J&T there. We know that J&T can be unpredictable in certain spots. But Ponikovs felt that the weaker one-pair hands would have been content to check back, that J&T wouldn't go for value with something like 7s or 8s. Not a lot of 9s can exist with worse kickers than the 8 as played. It makes a wonderful fold.
Think about it.
J&T's your booster pick. Up in 3rd now. Came into this tournament 9th in chips.
I've asked for them to add player ownership as a statistic to the game because
I think that's
I
a
wonder
great idea.
what J&T's ownership percentage is. If it's low and I've got him as a booster, I'd say I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
10 seconds.
Fold.
Pass. Pass.
Taking a break.
And J&T just folding ace-4 offsuit in the cutoff, changing gears and well-timed.
5 seconds.
Lost all my time as well.
Just rip this in? Yeah, I like it. I really like this.
This is cool because he knows that he's going to get called by some weak holdings, not the 9 deuce or the 7 deuce perhaps. And Petrangelo hates it. He knows there's a big overlay with that bounty, but
I know, but during the hand I was expecting I'm not.
Sultanov might be a bit surprised that he didn't get action there.
When I call.
Two away from the final table of this mystery bounty.
Tell you what, we've seen some impressive play so far today. Some big folds.
I stressed out.
Alex Theologis' fold really coming to mind with those pocket aces.
No, that for me is like top 5 folds on the Triton stream in the last year.
I got cashed by police.
Raise 85,000.
Ponikov saying I got caught by the police. We often see J&T with that police hat. FBI, CIA,
yeah,
different forms of authority.
Call.
There was a question in chat of which invitational pairing we're most looking forward to. I'd really have to take a look at the list of names. There's so many great pairings and players for that one.
Yeah, let's take a look. I know there's been some really cool ones announced.
Okay.
Always excited to see, you know, who Paul shows up with. He normally picks like Ivy. Although I haven't seen much of Ivy recently.
75,000.
I wonder if we'll see Sameh El-Amawi this time.
Oh yeah, I've seen him. He's here.
Okay, so
he's so good.
I really enjoyed his presence when we were doing post-production in Riga. I really enjoyed covering him. Some of the interviews he gave were very enlightening, so I look forward to seeing him in action.
So Dan Smith's in town.
Yeah,
Haven't seen him for a couple of stops. So great to see him here. See who he'll partner up with.
The Cowboy.
Alex Foxen. He's partnered up with Rampage Poker.
That's a fun pairing.
That's a fun pairing.
Kristen Foxen actually just tweeted yesterday that she's looking for a partner.
She is. Yeah, she is. It's just classic. I saw Espen, Kristen. Who else did I see on Instagram? Oh, someone else that's here looking for a partner as well, saying, oh, you know, make a good deal. Oh, Parsonen. Illis Parsonen.
Okay, he's looking for a partner still?
He's looking for a partner as well.
So if you're a VIP and you're looking to play the Invitational, you've got a couple of top pros willing to team up with you.
I pulled it stronger than that.
Anyone in our chat with 200K to spare, you know, flights are available.
And the view.
Yeah, the view.
The view is worth every penny. Yeah, you get 2 out in a 200K, but you go and enjoy the view. Kings now for Petrangelo. Fedor is opening the deck.
275.
Fold.
Okay, Nikki P takes one down.
Bluff.
Never.
Never.
Ace Queen.
Fedor's still in front. Leonard Mao still leads on the other table.
Yeah, I was just looking at that table. Puntry, 23 bigs. Paulie V with 13 bigs.
Yeah.
We've been at 10 for a little while.
It has been the case.
So Fedor, who played 100% VPIP early on in this tournament, now finds a fold with 7 deuce suited.
80.
80,000.
No action.
Action Dan. AKA Alex Ponakovs. He's great.
Yeah, big fan of Ponakovs. Played a little Padel. Is it Padel or Paddle? What's the official pronunciation?
Man, you know, I've heard
both.
I've heard both. I'm going paddle.
Okay, we'll say Paddle. So I played a little Paddle with Ponakovs, and he kicked my butt, but he had some good tips. I booked another tennis lesson for tomorrow. Really been enjoying the racket sports. Shot a bit of hoops with Jesse Lonis today.
Was he any good?
Oh yeah, he can ball. He actually said he was going to college for basketball. Maybe not strictly for basketball, but he was going to play in college, and then he had an injury, unfortunately. But he played on his high school team.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get out. Shoot some hoops.
Just no shortage of leisure options here in Montenegro. And the tournament's often starting at around 3 p.m., giving players time to enjoy their mornings, have a nice casual lunch overlooking the Adriatic Sea.
Yeah, day 2's kicking off at 1 p.m. local time. Obviously, we go live with that hour delay. Ponakov's opening the jacks here. Fedor's got potential 3-bet candidate.
Yeah, I wonder how he wants to approach this 70 big blinds deep with the talented, aggressive Latvian.
320.
And he is going to 3-bet it. And how will Ponakovs respond now? 70 big blinds effective. Is he willing to 4-bet and consider playing for stacks in this format? No, he's just going to call.
Call and flop top set. And then decide how to go from there.
He wants to see what develops before this pot gets any larger.
King 10-8. Couple of diamonds. Ponakovs has diamonds covered. Feels like a pretty uncomfortable flop for Fedor to continue on. Having said that, a lot of natural turn barrels. He does check. Out of position.
Perhaps feeling this flop interacts pretty well with Ponikov's raise calling range. Not going to pick up too many immediate folds. And Ponikov's, it feels like, has a hand that might want to check back.
360.
I stand corrected. Takes it down. Kudos to Ponikov's. He now moves closer and closer to a tie for chips with Fedor Holtz.
I needed
As
to
that-
win this time.
Was between 575 and check.
Check. I prefer you to check. I will be honest.
I love how these guys have been somewhat openly discussing strat. I'm talking about Ponikov's and Fedor.
Big
I
fold.
think it's just a sign of respect for one another's game.
Yeah, I think it's that also combined with the fact that they're at the TV table, so they know they're going to see the hands later anyway.
Can I get a Greek yogurt and
That sounds like a pretty solid order there from Petrangelo. Over on the outer table, Leonard is now the chip leader. Looks like at the expense of Orpin. If you head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see the updates tab. Because Orpin was chilling, playing around 2 million. But I'm not seeing the hand listed on that updates feature. Let me just click the reload button. That's because it just went down. So Maui turned a set of threes and then got value from Orpin. It was a 2.4 million chip pot. So Orpin going from 2 million down to 850.
So it's Leonard Mao now at the top of the board, 5.2. Wow. New sheriff in town, although at a different table from Holtz.
Over here, Michael Watson is playing 35 bigs.
Raise 100,000. Pass price.
Ooh. Orpin's got sevens.
This feels like an automatic all-in to me.
I wonder. I don't even. Well, hang on, because we got Leonard in the big blind as well. He's probably calling close to any two, or ISOing with close to any two. So maybe Sir Watts doesn't even get to see a flop.
Yeah, I think if Orpin shoves, even though it's for a lot of Watson's stack, he may feel compelled to call with that overlay of the bounty.
Player win.
Let's see what
Pass.
our chip leader does. He folds.
Oh,
okay.
two snap folds.
Okay, Watson, let that one go. Showing a difference in style. I think some players would have called that one, but the issue is that it represented a big chunk of Watson's stack, so it's different if he's sitting on 3.5.
I mean, I should call that.
And of course, he did open hijack, so it's not like Orpin's attacking super wide
Yeah.
by any means.
That's a great point. What a spin up for Punat Punsri. Came into today, I believe, 22nd in chips out of 28 players.
Raise 80,000. 36 to 80. Pass.
The Doyle for Sir Watts, as the covering stack will defend out of position against Orpin. 220 in the middle. King Jack 7 Rainbow, absolute rags for both. Staying over here for a bit.
Watson lets it go. Watson in that 5 title club, looking to join Punsri and Ibinger with 6.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Punsri could make it 7 here. Fedor looking for number 4. So Watt's looking for number 6. That's just insane.
Yeah, a lot of implications.
Also, just it's ridiculous how far ahead Jason is.
Yeah. It is ridiculous.
I remember, I joined in Madrid 2022. And Makita and Jason both had 3 at the time. And there was this like, who's going to get to 4 first? Makita edges forward, gets the 4th title that trip. Then Jason, in the very last event, they had this 150k short deck on. Jason just trip saver. He had bricked absolutely everything, just ships it outright for like a couple of million in his 4th title. And then he just went on an absolute rampage. Like, I think he reached 10 before, you know, most people even reached 5.
Raise 230,000.
And we haven't always had the Player of the Year award, is that right, with Triton? It was introduced later?
Yeah, I want to say Cyprus 2023 is when Jason won it. Then it was Danny Tang, then it was Artur Martirosyan. So timeline-wise, that works. And it came down to the wire. The year that Jason won, it came down to the last event. Stephen Chidwick reached the final table of the last event and had to win it outright in order to beat Jason, and he didn't. Like,
oh, wow.
It was pretty insane.
It's cool when you have those extra sweats.
Whereas I think Artur just completely steamrolled. Danny's was a steamroll as well, if I recall correctly. Hopefully this season we get another one of those really solid sweats.
And Artur started playing PLO partly in order to try to secure that Player of the Year, and ended up having big results in PLO tournaments as well.
That's right. 9-8 deuce. Check through on the flop. Petrangelo flopping the gut shot.
260.
It was Ponokov's that actually isolated pre. Petrangelo limped in. Ponokov's made it 140. Petrangelo called. Interesting turn as Ponokov has also picked up a gut shot now. May feel inclined to stick around and see a river.
He does. And can Nicky P find a continue if this board breaks off?
It's a tough river to barrel.
It is, because both the 10 and the 6 block missed straight draws that Ponokovs could have. The 10 in particular just feels like a bad card. And now a pair of 8s, a pair of 9s feels pretty comfortable on this 5 river. But let's defer.
525.
He goes for it.
I mean, this would be something else.
He's genuinely considering this.
He has no time left on his Triton tempo.
He unblocks all the Queen 10, Jack 10 type hands.
Showing the wrong name.
Wow, you can see him just going through the motions here.
Wondering how wide Nick bets the turn.
He's got 10 seconds.
Makes the call.
Ponokovs. Take a bow.
That was one of the calls of the series so far, Henry.
Oh boy.
Alex Ponokovs with no time extension left.
That was gangster.
calling with king 7 high.
We got
Wow.
all in here. Put out Punsri all in at risk with pocket nines. 8-5-4 board is safe for the Thai superstar to get back up to 40 plus bigs as the Queen of Diamonds on the turn all but seals it. Punsri with just 1 out and 1 to come. GG's. Leonard up to 6.2 million.
Punsri eliminated. I was having trouble focusing on this all in, still thinking about that call from Ponikov's.
He had no time as well. That was the crazy thing, is you could see him just kind of going through the motions, trying to reverse engineer the hand. Some of the combos that you mentioned, 10x, 6x, all of those.
Yeah, even if you have this intuition that it's a call, sometimes it's tough to pull the trigger with no extra time.
That was special. That was really special.
Our production team is from Latvia. I'm sure they'll be enjoying that one as
That's true.
Their countrymen. The all-time money leader from Latvia by a mile, Alex Ponikov's.
Pass.
Tell us, chat, who do you have in fantasy? What were the implications of those recent hands?
That's what I'm looking at.
Did anyone have Punat Punsri? Who's got JNT? Who's on team JNT with me? Shout out if you picked JNT in fantasy. I've got him. So I don't have Leonard Mao or Fedor Holtz. 1 and 2 in chips. Ponikov's just behind Fedor at this point. Paulie V's been the shortest stack for quite some time. He's just secured a small ladder, a 10K ladder. Shout out Nitronen Clonin. He's got JNT as his booster.
Call.
This form of poker is just so fun. Ponikov's flats the button, queen deuce suited. He's 100 big blinds deep with Fedor. This was something you alluded to yesterday as we discussed how today might roll out, that we'd have some deep stacks by virtue of this format.
Got another all-in call situation. Paulie V at risk, but way ahead. Jacks against sevens. This is to get us down to the final table, by the way. If Leonard can find a 7, and what it is the Germans that normally say always coming 7.
Oh, how do they know? But it's not over yet.
It's fair.
10 or a jack needed as Paulie prepays the bounty.
Is he going to D-Mike?
I mean, he's pulling all the moves. Feels like the 10's coming on the river, but it's not to be. We are down to 8. Paulie V is out of there.
I tell you what, Henry, jacks have not been the most fortunate of hands so far in this series. Elis Parsonen was ousted against ace-4 suited yesterday. Kristen Foxen lost that significant pot with jacks in that 3-way all-in. Now it's Paulie V being shown the door in 9th.
Happens.
Well, this is to get us there. Queen deuce. I do apologize. Final table of 7, by the way. As Paulie V comes over to Ponikov's, and Ponikov's is like, well, you know, it happens. You get 2-outed from time to time. He's looking for a 6-outer. Queen or a deuce to get us down to the final table. Doesn't find it. Sultanov can take a seat.
Spin it up, Mikhail. He was down to, I think, 435K, somewhere in that neighborhood, now up to 1.8.
lot of points implication over the last couple of hands.
Final table?
Not yet. I think, right? Ah. Is it 800?
No, no.
Final table? No. Probably.
I think so, yeah.
No.
No?
No?
They do 7? Because redraw, right? And then, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to break it to you, Rumbo.
Am I dead in fantasy?
You're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead to have the highest points.
Okay, another integration we need in the app is to create subgroups.
Yeah, that's what Randy said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave that feedback. I
Yeah.
love that.
I mean, this app has the potential to...
This is huge.
I mean, it's already taken off.
expecting some
The
of
fact that
them
we
to
had,
play check raise.
what, 700 entries?
800 today.
Some of nice to play.
I mean, unbelievable.
And, 9
Viewership numbers probably up as a
Of
result
course.
of this as well.
Of course.
Henry, you could be famous, man. You might make it on the big time. This might be... Maybe we're going to get hundreds of thousands of viewers at a time at some point. Everybody loves fantasy.
So Crab's got Fedor as his captain. You've got JNT as your booster.
Let's go. So how am I dead if I've got JNT as my booster?
Because you're like 300 points behind me.
No, but if JNT goes on to win the whole thing, am I not?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Am I not live?
We need to figure out these.
Yeah,
these
the scoring
points.
system is obviously very well thought out, but I haven't fully processed it
We're
yet.
just too autistic. That's the problem.
As Mao and Watson duking it out here.
5 seconds.
Wow, it's just
Raise.
on the
100,
run
80,000.
of his life right now.
This is big blind versus button. Single raised pot. Watson facing check raise. Just ace high, but that 5 of hearts in hand.
Five seconds. Pass.
What time to spike a 2-outer. There's a 79k envelope up for grabs.
You want me?
Gonna do that bounty draw during
should
the...
ask more.
You said it was the players' party slash seat draw?
That's right, yeah. So there will be a players' party,
It's still 40?
a seat draw for the invitational,
A 50?
and a bounty draw, all happening concurrently tomorrow evening.
Okay.
That's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe we can request a break from the booth to be part of that.
Hey, good.
It's a good hand.
Kings are good.
Kings are good. What?
Gary Nola saying, I have Jack Daniels in my iced coffee. Cheers.
For some reason, I don't know. I hear different words when you say. I was thinking you talked to me in Romanian. No?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Four-handed here. 2 tables of 4. Leonard Maui, chip leader with 137 bigs.
That's right.
6.9 million. He's got average stack for final 3.
A lot of our tournaments play with a 9-handed final table, but that's because they're 8-handed events. This one being a 7-handed event, we combine at 7.
Ponakov's just playing power jam.
Shows the deuce, does Ponakov's.
Deuce of clubs.
And Queen of Diamonds.
Hearts.
He's just having too much fun right now. Who can blame him?
So Fedor's actually been moved to the other table with Lennon. So we got 1 and 2 over there,
So this one.
meaning Ponakov's is table captain at this table.
That explains that smile on his face.
Ah, that's 50.
250. 50. My favorite
He's queen.
fingers.
This feels like go time.
All in.
He's just going to rip it in. See if Ponokov's... No.
How much you play?
Oh, this is going in.
600.
This is definitely going in. There's the call.
Yeah. Mandatory call with the bounties.
This is a good hand. Ace queen.
Let's see how King 9. Ace 6. Oh.
That's also a good hand.
JNT bounty hunting.
Zero.
Who's Fred rooting for?
Hasn't won a bounty so far.
Queen?
Queen of Hearts.
Elf. Give me elf.
Queen of Hearts?
Oh, 6. Right.
There's no hearts out there.
It looks
Not
more
good for the
dangerous for
house.
some reason.
1 6. That's all.
The great vision.
Upside down 6.
This is to get us down to the FT. If JNT can spike a 3 outer, which he cannot.
I got my river bet back.
How much?
Still don't cover anyone.
Ponokov's with the needle saying you still don't cover anyone.
That's great. I love that kind of banter. The poker table.
Okay.
All right, so the show goes on. 2 tables of 4.
Onwards we march. Orpin and Watson now the 2 shortest stacks with that Petrangelo double up. Both sub 20. A little hit in the stack of my booster pick, JNT, but he's still healthy.
Out to table action. King 6-4 flop. Turn 7 of clubs. Fedor only just got here.
Check.
He's checked it on over to Orpin, who's got pocket queens. This went open from Fedor to 80k. Orpin 3-bet to 200. Fedor called. On the flop it went check, bet 100k, check raise to 280.
So Fedor went for a value check raise on the flop and is now slowing down on this turn.
It's trapping. Don't think additional money will be going in, although Fedor could now potentially value jam this and try and get called by 10s, jacks, queens.
Yeah, he decided to try to make his hand look weaker on the turn and induce something. But in doing so, the board is run out in a way that perhaps Orpin may now get away from a hand that he would have had more difficulty getting away with on the turn, as that 4-liner coming could improve some of Fedor's flop check raise bluffs. Hands like 8-7, which may have check raised, picked up showdown value and gone for a check, have now made a straight. Something like ace tray.
Orpin lets it go. Welcome to the table, Senor Holtz. Orpin's down to 500k, Alex. All eyes on him.
As it always is, the sharks are circling. They smell blood in the water.
Yeah, that's the thing about these bounties. Whenever you're a short stack, everyone is gunning for you. One of the greatest online screen names. Do you know who that is? Gunning
that?
for you.
Gunning for you. I don't. I should probably know.
Scott Seaver.
Oh, that's Seaver. Okay, I should have known that one. Seaver's a friend of mine. I like Scott. Player of the year a couple years ago.
How sick was that?
Yeah, it was a bid to cement his spot in the Poker Hall of Fame, one that he will get inevitably, I'm sure, but Nick Schulman beat him to it in kind of a two-horse race that year. Well-deserved, of course, for Schulman.
I remember Seaver, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was some, you know, tweets ahead of the series. He's like, look, guys, I'm going for this. Bets galore, and then he just won like a ton of bracelets.
Yeah, he won 3 bracelets that year.
Jesus.
And he's not a man that ordinarily plays a full series. He sticks to, you know, his favorite events and then high-stakes cash games. But that year, he went after it. And I mean went after it. He was playing the Sean Deeb type schedule, which means every $600 no limit event, $600 PLO event, all the way up to the 50Ks, 100Ks. Credit to Scott. He called his shot, and he got it.
That's pretty absurd. What a run. Flop goes check, check. Sultanov turns the second nuts and could win a healthy pot here if he checks this over to Ponakov's. Could see Ponakov's go blasting.
$125.
I wouldn't necessarily call that blasting, but it's something.
Yeah, you know, like you mentioned, Sultanov might induce something out of Ponakov's by checking twice, and I wonder if he continues with that plan and just calls here, hoping to get Ponakov's to either value bet a worse hand or continue bluffing on the river.
Oh, it looks like he's reaching for check raising chips.
And it's a small raise. Ponakov's is getting a great price, but let's see if his spidey senses are up, that he could be in horrendous shape.
He's going to make the call. I was about to say maybe Sultanov with that check raise costing himself a customer, but he's actually extracted a decent amount of value as they will now chop. Having said that, club's getting there. Ponakov's could potentially get his man off with a chop.
If Ponakov's feels that Sultanov will never play a flush like this, check raising turn and then quickly checking river, he has an interesting option to move in where he feels he's just free rolling. So once in a blue moon, Sultanov can call you with a set. And then once in a while, he can fold the same hand, the straight.
Right.
It's a type of free roll that you see top players employ sometimes when they feel their opponent is capped.
275, snap gold.
Yeah, he just went for value instead. This is another very reasonable option, just trying to get called by worse at a higher clip, something like a set or 2 pair.
Would have been interesting if he had the Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, I think he felt that Sultanov had enough combos of worse hands that he wanted to try to get value from, and not as many combos of the straight. You see this move a lot in PLO, bluffing somebody off of a chop.
That's very true. There's 21 million chips in play. Leonard currently has a third of the chips with 8 left, sitting on 7 million. As you see, Sultanov with a shake of the head there. All eyes are kind of on the outer table right now as it's Orpin Kistrakoglu, number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list, the shortest stack by quite some margin. Could have this weird situation where there's a double all-in on that table because Sir Watts is sub 20 and he may go bounty hunting himself. Let's see how this one plays out. Playing down to a champion today.
I'm just impressed at how easily Orpin's surname rolls off your tongue. Not your first time saying it.
I got a lot of help. A lot of help.
From Orpin himself?
No, just from Ali Najad, actually. He
Okay.
was just, you know, he was like, we're going to get this right.
Love that.
And we...
he coached you to
yeah,
glory
we
there.
both, him and I, we just stood in front of a mirror.
Just practicing.
Kiss Chikoglu.
Kiss Chikoglu.
There you
Kiss
go.
Chikoglu. See, when I hear you say it first, but could I say it on command?
That's a great name.
Yeah,
Great name.
it is a fantastic name.
275 in the middle.
65.
Ponokov's with that king of diamonds in hand. Going to continue leaning here, as he has been ever since Fedor got moved. He has been involved in almost every pot.
Petrangelo, way the best of it here. Finds the check call on the flop.
Tough double barrel to find, but if Ponokovs can find it, and he's found plenty of them today. The woodwork, as played, goes check, check. Oh my God, what is going on today?
Well, he's played great, and when he needs to, he's run great as well.
Yeah, running well, playing well. On the other table, by the way, there has been an all-in and a call. We're just going to finish things on this table, because it could be the hand that gets us down to the final table. Ponokovs is going to have value on his mind.
What size does he come with here? Something like 2/3 seems reasonable.
I was going to say something around 300K. Something like that.
300.
Yep, you nailed it. Get in the field. There's still reg open in that 50K, Henry. So he goes 3/4.
Snap fold from Nick Petrangelo, and we are going to head on over to that outer table, because it's Orpin all in for his tournament life. Ace-3, he's got the best of it. Fedor on the hunt for bounty number 7 with the 9-7, and both his suits alive, as you just heard him call. Wow.
Is that real life?
Wow.
Orpin draws to running aces only.
Fedor holds. Has been on an absolute tear today. 7 bounties. He's now playing 5.2 million. Will come in to this final table second in chips behind his fellow countryman Leonard Maui, as we lose Orpin in 8th. No bounties for him, so he won't be heading up onto the stage for that bounty draw, but he will head to collect 74,000 for his efforts, so near 2x return. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say 7 bounties for this man, Fedor. You know, he's had, I don't really want to say ups and downs. It was mostly all ups. He had a couple of small turbulent patches, but he's just collected the lion's share of the bounties in the proceedings so far today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 21 bounties collected so far. He's collected 1/3 of them. And so our final table has been set. Take a look. The Germans out in 1 and 2. Leonard Mao in pole position. Bottom of the chip counts is Sir Watts. He's looking for title number 6. 99,000 locked up. 588,000 for the win. So we are going to be doing what we like to call a hot swap. Alex and I will be jumping out, and we got Randy Nanonoko Liu and Kevin Rabichel jumping in. Some final thoughts, Alex, on today's event from us?
Well, it's been mostly the Fedor Holtz show, although Leonard Mao is our chip leader. We just haven't seen as much of him since he's been on that outer table. But my thoughts are that this format is a lot of fun. It's similar to short deck, where there's so much limping, so many multi-way pots. This is my kind of poker.
Well, Randy and Kevin coming in to take this one home, and Alex and I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. local time for day 2 coverage of the 50K. We'll see you tomorrow.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September.
call.
Triton.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanonoko, and alongside me is Kevin Rabachow, and it's time for the final table of the 40K Mystery Bounty, where we have 7 players remaining. And the thing is, at these final tables, we also have to take into account the prize pool, the bounty, because each envelope is worth about 80,000 in EV.
I mean, 80,000 is still really big, right, Randy? I mean, I was just popping open the payouts tab to remind myself the jump from 7 to 6, $30,000. The jump from 6 to 5, $35,000. These are big numbers in absolute dollars, right? But the bounty envelopes are still king.
Perhaps that's why we see players like Fedor Holtz just kind of going after it. We saw him do that brutal bust-out double elimination when he had the 6-4 suited against Theologus. I mean, that is just the nature of the format, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take your shots, right? And you also want to take them in a calculated way when you recognize my position at the final table is not going to be compromised by taking this risk, right? We talk about that in ICM already. But if you know, okay, I can afford to eat that loss, and the upside is $80,000 in EV, I mean, take your shot, right?
Well, right now, it's actually Fedor Holtz that's eating the most bounties right now. I'm taking a look at the leaderboard, and it seems that he's already collected 7 pelts. That's obviously worth a lot of money for him. The chip leader is Leonard Mao. He's got 3 bounties, but most of the chips, so he has the best chance of collecting most of the prize pool. But there are 2 people with no bounties. That's JNT and Mikhail Sultanov.
I mean, what a first-time performance, by the way, by Sultanov. Second final table of the series for him, but you got to think that JNT has his sights set on some bounties before this thing finishes off, right? I mean, he's been at final table after final table, but I don't know that he's got a track record for collecting that many bounties. I mean, let's add to the resume, JNT.
I think it's really cool to see this kind of collection of characters, right? Some of them obviously don't play bounty tournaments that much, like Sultanov and JNT, but you know, they found themselves at this final table. We got specialists in there like Leonard Mao. You know, he is known for his internet fame, being very good there. Seems like it's working out for him. But
Grazorg online.
You can't just assume that a guy is going to play how you expect him to.
No, I think that, I mean, they've certainly gotten some experience in the lead up to this final table with how each other are approaching this format, but I've seen so many different approaches to the bounty. Everyone's got their own kind of way of evaluating how important that is versus trying to win a title. It's going to be interesting watching their unique approach.
It's going to be very interesting as they play for the $558,000 up top. And, of course, that Triton title. And how many bounties would they collect?
111 entries in this 40K NLH mystery bounty. We're down to a final table of 7. Today we're gonna find out who's gonna take home $558,000, this beautiful trophy and the title. Tomorrow we're gonna find out who's gonna open the envelope with $400,000 and one with absolute zero. But for now, please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, from the US, with 1.1 million, please welcome Nick Petrangelo.
He's the picture of the high-stakes team for more than a decade and now hunting his second Triton title.
In seat number 2, from Germany, with 5.2 million, please put your hand together for Fedor Holz.
Well, he's been away from the Triton spotlight for the past year, but no surprise, Fedor Holz straight back into contention on his return.
1.8 million for our seat number 3, from Russia, please welcome Mikhail Soltanov.
What a debut series for the Russian, returning for his second final table of the series.
In seat number 5, from France, with 2.3 million, please welcome JNT, Jean-Noël Torel.
JNT, one of the most popular figures on the Triton Tour. Could this finally be the moment where he captures his maiden title?
RC number 6 from Canada has 895,000. Please welcome Mike Watson.
Mr. Sir Watts himself, one of the game's great closers, looking to add a 6th title trophy to his cabinet.
EC number 7 from Latvia with 3.8 million. Please put your hand together for Alex Poniakovs.
Poniakovs is one of the most successful Triton players of the modern era, and he's chasing another title.
Last but not least, closing down this final table, we have a chip leader in seat number 8 from Germany with 7.2 million. Please welcome Leonard Maue.
The chip-leading German star continues his rise at the highest level, searching for his first title.
We still have 7 hands remaining at 25, 50, 50. Bottom will start on our chip leader, Leonard. Players, I wish you all the very best of luck. Joe, shuffle up and deal, please.
And there we go, and look at how many big blinds is at this final table, and it's because they've been collecting bounties, and here we are. 144 bigs from Mal. Holtz has got 104. Even the third place of Poniakovs has 76 big blinds.
A lot of chips in play, Randy, but you know how these bounties change the dynamic. 20 big blinds doesn't go as far as it normally does.
99K is guaranteed, 588,000 for first, but we mentioned the expected value of each bust out is $80,000 on top, which is currently more than the little cashes that you would get.
Those pay jumps shy of 80,000 all the way until second place.
First hand underway. J&T. The Frenchman.
JNT verifying the blinds, certainly entering this pot. Just a question of for how much.
Make it 100.
Min raise can be 100,000, sir.
Excuse me. Mistake.
Raise 100,000.
So the min raise is 100K. Over to Alex Poniakovs with the suited 8-9.
25.
Oh, he's going to go after J&T.
Interesting approach here from Poniakovs. He doesn't want to let players behind enter this pot. He likes his chances against J&T heads up. He wants to go bounty hunting as well.
J&T is going to stick around. He knows what's up, calling with the ace-10 off suit.
325. 125 there. Need 200 more.
Both players have plenty of chips to play for.
Those whites and blues a little too close together in color. J&T is going to get situated soon enough.
Let's see a flop. That flop is Jack, Jack 3. I would say this is a good board for Poniakovs because if his opponent is unpaired, they likely don't have a piece.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for JNT to continue out of position with no backdoor flush draw. Unclear if he even has the best hand right now. He could be up against a lot of ace-queen and ace-king. Konakovs takes down pot number 1.
Very nice to beat the aggressor, holding out the ace-10, and JNT unsure if he was up against a pair or ace-king like you mentioned. By the way, Kevin, did you happen to make a fantasy team before this tournament started?
Oh yeah, I got in my picks like 4 minutes before the deadline. I was a bit slow.
Are you doing well?
Well is relative. I have a player still in the tournament.
Okay.
Just one.
Here's a better question.
I have just one player left in the tournament.
Are you doing better than me?
I mean, chat, he's fishing for compliments right now. You know you're ahead, Randy.
Look at this one from JNT, a limp from under the gun.
I like this. A lot of early position action in this format will be a limp. If you're new to the bounty format, you're going to see a lot more limping than you would at a typical final table.
I think it's actually really cool to see JNT make this play. Someone that we said probably less studied in bounties, but it seems like he already knows what to do.
I mean, he's been playing these tournaments. He sees what everyone around him is doing, right? Nothing wrong with learning from the field, adapting your play.
Not the greatest board for ace-king. Checks around. There's a deuce for 2 players pairing up.
Saw Fedor earlier in the tournament willing to be active with hands like this.
Let's just say he's got full board coverage.
It's worth noting Holtz covered both players in this hand, but with only 200,000 in the pot and 2 million back for Sultanov and Borel, you don't expect the bounty to be all that relevant in this hand.
Look at this, a bet of 75K and a call. I think Fedor's going to fold the best hand. How can he continue with just a deuce?
I would not be continuing here, mostly because of Sultanov. I think this bet out of the big blind, yes, it could be a draw, but any draw that he's bluffing has good equity against your queen deuce, and also he can value bet an 8, maybe even a hand like king 4 suited. It's going to have some jack X hands. Feels very ambitious to get involved here.
But Fedor does have the best hand. Is this some advanced mastermind going on for Stostanov? He's getting the best hand to fold, and he got a worse hand to call.
Mega Master.
Oh, Mastermind. You're like, what is this guy saying?
It took me a second. I was like, Mastermind. Are we talking about a Fedor Holtz course? Is there something new out on Poker Code? No.
It's a Sultanov course, all right?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The Mega Master executed to perfection thus far, but he's going to need to reach Showdown, and I don't know that that's guaranteed.
I don't think Sultanov thinks he has the best hand.
I don't think so either.
But he does.
Check.
He will check, and the deuce, and Fedor is going to be annoyed because he just folded the winner.
Deuce.
JNT's like, seriously? A deuce?
Very good.
Look at Fedor looking to the sky.
I guess he was genuinely thinking about continuing. I know that Fedor is also just quite observational, likes to utilize his time, maybe learn something about his opponents throughout the hand.
So the Mega Master, is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's like the get better to fold and also get worse
and
to
I
call.
said mastermind.
Yes. You were right there. I'll give you credit.
Close enough.
You're going to nail it by day 12.
M squared, all right?
M squared.
Yeah, MM.
You don't know what M is. We clarified that earlier.
M&M's. Chocolate peanuts. You like those? Hey,
Big
Watson
fan.
folded 6s.
Watson on the short stack, under the gun. Didn't want to get involved with a hand that is so marginal.
Watson was the shortest stack starting this hand with 18 bigs when he folded those sixes, and now Leonard Mal is opening Jack-8 offsuit in the hijack. Hello, Queens.
Stark contrast here, but of course, when you've got 7 times the chips of your table mate, you're going to be playing a different strategy.
So Petrangelo is 3-betting to 260. And I guess he's 3-betting small, expecting the chip leader to just peel anything because those bounties are worth a lot.
It is interesting to build the small 3-bet range in this format because you have so much less fold equity. You can still use it, but you need to be quite careful about bluffing with this size, right? Because
maybe it's okay to not have 3-bet bluffs in your range off of this stack?
Or just have almost none, right? Like it should kind of balance out that way. Your opponent's so incentivized to call. Or 4-bet jam.
Well, Leonard didn't get baited for even 160K more with his hand.
Reasonable to fold Jack-8 offsuit. About 2 pips below what you would normally open in the first place.
Especially if you think that someone is not supposed to 3-bet bluff off of that stack, then you're probably up against big pairs. Maybe Ace-King just rips it in pre, who knows?
Yeah, I do think Petrangelo would play a lot of 3-bet shove in that spot, a lot more in the bounty format than in a normal final table.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Holt's now effective chip leader with Mao out of the way.
100,000.
It's not a great hand, but he's covering the rest of the table. That isn't Leonard. Watson in the big blind.
Hopefully they.
I mean, surely he's raising because it's Watson the big, not because he's an easy target, because he's got the least amount of chips.
Yeah, far more likely that Fedor can access that bounty.
Not just, you know, complete zero.
And he's min raising rather than limping because he wants the pot to grow at the very beginning, make it more likely that the post-flop pot ends up in an all-in.
It's almost a win-win situation. You get an opportunity to get that bounty, or you just take down the blinds and antes.
I mean, WPM 50K.
Making it sound pretty unfair to have the chip lead. But I think you're right.
It's a huge advantage in this format.
Small blind tournament. Okay. The biggest ones, no.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Sultanov with a reason to get involved here. Generally just want to charge when you enter the pot as a covered stack in this format. And he does start with a raise.
265.
Oh, JNT. I think he's ready to play for stacks with this ace-jack suited, given that he started with a 3-bet. I do think that Sultanov can escape here. But he does cover JNT by a hair. Just not an ideal hand class. Out of position. He does get away from it.
Some nice tidy play at the moment. It's almost like playing a regular format now.
Yeah, the final table seems to have encouraged, you know, a shift back in the direction of ICM conscious play. And add in the fact that nobody's crazy short here, so there's no automatic path to getting a bounty. You need Watson to commit his chips, you need Petrangelo to commit his chips. It's going to be tough to come by.
Yeah, I feel like either Watson goes a little bit further down the chip counts, or the blinds go up is when you start to see a little more madness once again.
Pass. Pass.
Sultanov. King Queen. Nice hoodie, by the way.
Raise 100,000. Pass.
Okay, Watson's got ace-10 offsuit. He might make a move here.
Five seconds.
Watson
Play roll in.
is committing here. And is this going to create...
Ooh.
The domino effect is incoming because Ponikov's has a premium here.
I thought Sultanov was going to be the one to go up against Watson, but no chance. Ponikov steps aside, even with a raise and a re-raise all in front of him.
5 seconds. Call. Call.
He actually makes a call rather than move in, probably because Leonard was right behind him.
Yeah, Ponikov's with 4 million chips. 80 big blinds is a bit steep to just be committing without knowing if Leonard's entering the pot.
Now what with King-Queen suited?
Don't think
5 seconds.
we want to step away quickly here. This is a strong play from Ponikov's, of course. But he has the chips to cold call here with some hands that King-Queen is in good shape against. Sultanov just flatting. I don't mind this because you have 0 fold equity on the shove.
Right, in case it comes like ace high.
Yeah, why not evaluate? Yeah, of course. Ace deuce deuce and Ponikov's puts money in, you just get out.
Like this play from Sultanov, and Watson is in a bit of trouble unless he can find an ace. It's a 2.4 million chip pot. It's Watson awaits his fate. Trident holder. Oh, what a flop for Sultanov. He's got a flush draw. And chips are going in.
1 million.
Just time to verify what we've got. Yes, that's a flush draw. Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's time to run it, and Ponikov's could collect 2 pelts here.
It's a 3-way all in. And Sultanov slams the cards down and sees that he is an equity favorite. Any king, any queen, any heart will do the job for him. Watson really needs that ace.
Yeah, it's looking rough for Sir Watts.
Next year it'll just be over in 2040.
Ponikov's looking for some black cards are low.
Stacks deep, you know, we never play deep anymore.
That's right.
I like that.
Non-board pairing heart would just end it on the turn.
It's the ace of clubs, and Mike Watson is very likely to stay in this tournament, but he still needs to dodge the heart.
And the case 10. Ponikov's could still scoop.
There's that side pot as well of 2,080,000, and the river card is the 3 of spades, and Sultanov eliminated.
It's a brutal way for Sultanov to end up out. Watson, the shorter stack, survives the confrontation, and Sultanov ends up with 7th.
It's yours.
That's disappointing for Sultanov, but played the hand very well. Got it in as an equity favorite 3 ways, and is going to have to settle for $99,000.
The stacks are off again.
Huh?
Sultanov, first time out to a Triton series, and he's made 2 final tables in the first week. Not a bad showing.
It is pretty impressive given he's only played 3 events, 2 final tables, and 2 7th place finishes for him. Love to improve on his results in future events. We're now going to play a 6-max final table.
Same.
I see black.
You see black? And blue and white is the same?
Blue and very difficult.
Yeah.
Raise 115,000.
So Michael Watson, who got the triple up and change, is no longer the short stack.
No, Watson now covers the big blind in this pot. Nick Petrangelo.
Also wanted to point out that in that last hand, because Ponikov's had more chips, he eliminated Sultanov, so he got the bounty token.
That's right. Watson
Just got
not
the chips.
able to access that bounty because he started the hand with fewer chips than Sultanov.
Split fours here. Comes in with a call.
And the player that all three of them were hoping would enter the pot quickly passes.
I know. Feels like a scam, right? You're like, why did you fold? We wanted to play with you. So this one is quite an interactive board. Watson has 2 overs to flush draw. Ponkov's gut shot, 2 overs to the board, and Mal's got the best hand. He doesn't know it.
Yeah, 4 is not loving this situation, but he does have a backdoor flush draw to go with it. Every player with a spade, Watson with 2 of them.
5 seconds.
Start for C-bet.
Interesting choice from Mike, and I think this is encouraged because Ponkov's is playing a way wider button range in this spot than you would normally play at a final table. This is a situation where the cutoff doesn't necessarily have the strongest range in most configurations. But here, 2 players involved have tons of chips. They're playing really loose. Watson thinks he's just got the strongest range overall. Wants to start with aggression.
Yeah, probably garners much more folds than usual with wider ranges. Just like Queen 10 offsuit, it's not like a standard flat on the button.
No, not at a final table, certainly.
Leonard's got the best hand and sees a bet and a call in front of him.
5 seconds.
It's like, is it worth the 110K investment?
I'd be surprised if he continues here. I mean, he's thinking through this one, but it's very hard to realize equity out of position. I think Watson's open and c-bet here look relatively strong.
What if he had a vision of a 4 and he just stacks a 9? Is it worth the 110K investment for 2 million more chips, potentially?
Oh, he's using it as a check raise bluff.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
This I did not see coming, but maybe Leonard just rolled a 100. Decided he had to do something aggressive.
It makes it 400K.
You a low number or a high number guy? You've never randomized, have you, Andy? But if you did, would the 0 be your most aggressive or would the 100 be your most aggressive?
The high number, because I would just assume that means being aggressive.
Yeah, big number means more action, right? That's how I do it. Well, Watson doesn't need to roll. He's got a king-high flush draw. He's certainly
roll
calling.
flush.
Oh, where did that card come from?
That actually has to be one of the better cards for Leonard.
Yeah.
That isn't a 4. Maybe the best card that isn't a 4. Because now flush draws don't worry you.
What do you make of the speed of that check? You know, Leonard, of course, a very prepared and well-studied player. But this is a complicated situation. 3 ways on the flop, check raise, trips, turn. You have to think that this situation merits some consideration.
Look at Michael Watson. He's betting with his flush draw in position. 325K.
Watson just trying to clear out a bluff here.
Wow, he gets the pocket 4 quickly into the muck. I am a bit surprised for that one.
Something about that flop call. I think Leonard just... You saw the shake of the head after that hand. I think maybe even just regretted his flop decision. It was just like, you know what, this whole thing was a mistake. Let's just get out of here.
Don't compound the mistake, but the fold was actually the mistake in the hand.
Yeah. And he made a full house. He made a full house and folded. I don't know.
For that price as well. I mean, yes, he probably put Watson on a big pocket pair to be able to call that bet, but before we discuss that hand a little more, do want to talk about Jupiter? Well, I can because, you know, Jupiter is that place where smart players do want to protect their stack and not everything goes into the big pots. As you can just witness there, as Jupe USD is that for your crypto. Wow, I mean, the hand is It's something worth discussing.
I mean, it's difficult for me to speak about it in a technical way because it's such a rare spot and it's such a complicated spot that it feels more relevant to just stick to table dynamics and also just absolute hand strength. I mean, you got an excellent turn card. It's feels like a big deviation.
He must have felt like Watson would always take the free card with his straight draws and flush draws, I guess, on the turn.
But I'm even thinking of just as soon as the turn hit, it was like quick check, quick fold, right? And that makes me think on the flop, there was some kind of idea, maybe a fringy idea, maybe not the most confident idea.
Or maybe that's why Watson bet so quickly when check Duke is like, wow, this guy checked so fast, he probably doesn't have anything.
Yeah, and as soon as Watson called, it was like Mao just decided, like, you've got it, buddy. Like, you already won the hand.
Well, the short stack King 6 offsuit is going to work against Fedor Holtz from the small blind. It looks strong, but your opponent has jacks.
Yeah, this is not going to end well. Nicky P facing jam. Holtz decides not to do any cute induction there.
Setting you up for next time.
Setting you up for next time.
I love Petrangelo's like dry, self-deprecating style of humor at the table. What was it the other day? He was just like, I've tried to bluff everybody in the tournament. Haven't gotten one through yet. Then he runs another bluff against Chaffee that doesn't get through.
Proceeds to try to bluff it off.
Oh, that's so good.
And it didn't work again. It's a really fun final table so far, and we've only played so many hands.
120.
It's crazy because when I look at the chip distribution, if you told me Watson with 65 big blinds was at this final table, I would say he's probably the chip leader, but he's actually 4th in chips. That's how many chips there are.
Yeah, they just brought too many chips to this table.
74 big blind average, which is 3.7 million.
74.
Even the second shortest has 40 big blinds, J&T. Currently, it's
a good one.
2 Germans at the top, Leonard and Fedor.
It's not allowed to be at the table, so it's not allowed to talk.
How old is the banana?
1.5 of the. I mean, I don't know exactly, you know.
How long have you been the owner of it?
Starting from level 5.
And you're going to eat it when you win?
Seems like I'm supposed to make a smoothie out of it.
No, you just eat it whole.
Yeah, with the
High stuff is coming.
That's how you get all the health benefits.
We eat it together with Mustafa.
When you eat a
I'm from one side, he's from second.
When you eat a kiwi, do you eat it? Do you cut it or just eat it?
Eat it.
Kiwi? You eat the skin, right?
Depends what type of kiwi. If it's golden, no hair.
Apparently, banana peels are highly nutritious, edible, and can add excellent health benefits to your diet. Yeah, I will never eat one of those.
Tell me how that works out. I'm going to go ahead and pass on eating a banana peel.
I feel like there's more story to that banana because we saw it the other day. Ponikov has been owning that banana for 1.5 days. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think he said level 5 yesterday.
Yeah, so it's being passed around. The same banana.
Or he just thinks it's good luck.
Will they auction it off one day after the end of the series?
Maybe if he wins the tournament.
I want to know his eBay username. It's probably Ponikov's. .Labio.
Does seem Petrangelo plans to commit this hand. Might also just be counting up his stack and thinking of how much to leave behind, if anything.
I would think he would never pass this spot. It's more about sizing, like you mentioned. Especially if it's Leonard that's opening from under the gun. 6-handed. But he is taking his sweet time. Okay, what did he decide?
On.
He's just going to move in. 975.
There is that challenge with leaving chips back that you're now giving the chip leader a better price, and in a bounty format that might be too dangerous. So Petrangelo decides, let's charge the max.
Leonard's asking for a price. He's actually thinking about it, right?
Yeah, he's considering that bounty equity. We spoke about it a little before we stepped in, Randy, but you know, $80,000 is 2 starting stacks plus more in terms of chip value. The 400,000 chips, maybe.
He is gonna gamble.
Wow.
Oh, Petrangelo.
In there with the suited 3-gapper.
That is right.
Rooting for clubs or a jack.
Jack, ideally.
It's going to be hard to flop a straight with 2 8s missing.
Petrangelo, you really gonna do me like this? With Jack 7 of clubs. Just a 7. Still pretty good for Petrangelo. Especially with 2 diamonds out there. Could be helpful. Oh, the 6 of spades. Doesn't really change anything, but I did get excited given that Petrangelo picked up an unneeded open in the straight draw. Queen of diamonds.
Clean.
Lock it up.
Petrangelo. I feel like he's not used to winning those, just the way he reacted when he saw the cards. He's like, oh, this is it, right? I go home in 6th to some banana hand.
To some banana hand. It wasn't the man who was holding the banana. Like, if I was Leonard, I would have paid Ponakov to borrow the banana for the banana hand. Maybe increase the equity by about 40%.
Wow, that's a valuable banana.
Yeah.
40%?
Probably pay 50K for it.
Jeez. I'd take the over.
Sure, J&T is the short stack now, but he still has 30 big blinds.
Yeah, nobody really short anymore. The 2 shortest stacks have found a double and a triple. Mike Watson, 3 million plus. Petrangelo, 2 million. And JNT is going to enter this one.
If I was Petrangelo, after winning that hand, I would have said, unlucky, mate. Jack 7 of clubs.
You make a lot of friends at the table, don't you? Just talking trash all day.
Yeah, that's my thing. They look like they're just all business right now. I'm getting a little bit concerned about that banana. The peel is changing colors quite quickly.
You think it might be like, if it's liquidy enough inside, it might even drip onto the table?
Puree.
That's my concern.
Wow. Leonard actually has the nut flush draw, and Ponakov's with the same hand only has the backdoor nut flush draw.
Yeah, both players covering JNT, flatting their suited aces, trying to make a big hand and access bounties. Ponakov's starting with a lead here. Really just seems like he's hoping to inflate a little bit if he needs to, but also clear out some of the garbage hands that Leonard is going to overcall in the big blind. He's not going to be clearing this out.
Ponakov really does have like all of the different lines.
Big bag of tricks.
Tree. Yeah.
Big bag.
It's like, how can I confuse my opponents? Well, what he's done is he's inflated the pot and lost no customers.
3 ways to the turn. Ponakov's was dreaming of the Queen of Hearts, maybe. Get a chance to cooler JNT for all of it, but 6 of spades is about as blank as they come. That seems like the time to give up.
Checked over to the nut flush draw, our chip leader.
It'd be unusual for Leonard to lead into JNT here, but I wouldn't hate it, just given that JNT only called on the flop. You might be able to rule out a lot of ace-king, king-queen. And he's uncapped in the big blind. Leonard could have some dusty hand that made 2 pair. He wouldn't 3-bet with king-queen.
Leonard trying to deduce how often one of these guys has the king that's never folding.
Feels
like
unlikely.
Monaco's leading king, jack, king, queen, and checking? I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it.
So didn't we think about the combos of JNT? Of course, JNT could have a king, but he can also have ace, jack, ace, queen. And it's actually JNT that's going to say, I've got big slick.
110.
How much?
110.
110.
110 announced. Same bet that Ponikov's made on the flop.
Interesting.
It's going to be enough to clear Alex, I think.
I mean, I would hope. He just has ace 8 high.
Well, if this was heads up with JNT, he might try something silly here, right? This bet doesn't exactly scream strength, but he's got Mao behind.
Even though this 110K bet looks really weak, it's very scary for Leonard to attack all of a sudden and, you know, maybe lose additional 1.5 million. I kind of like just taking the price here.
I mean, yes, but also you've got the nut flush draw. You could just go all in here and hope the JNT's empty. And if you're wrong, you've got 9 clean outs to win a bounty.
Is it worth the risk? Well, seems like he's a bit worried. Just calls. I don't blame him.
Oh.
He spiked the 8 for the winner if JNT lets him show it down.
Could be the miracle card for Leonard. Obviously a diamond would have gotten the job done, but he does give him the showdown, and that 8's going to win. Pretty chunky pot. JNT now down to 25 big blinds.
You rivered me? Ace jack no good. And Ponikov's is like, wow. If you guys didn't bet, I would have chopped this one up.
I love how JNT shows that as if to say, like, I knew I had the winner on the turn.
You did?
You guys are the worst ace-8 suited players I've ever seen.
You did say you rivered me. By the way, chat, did you guys happen to play the fantasy in the Triton Poker Plus app? If you did, let me know how you're doing with these 6 remaining players. It is something you can register for through the Triton Poker Plus app before the day starts every day. So I think you get a few hours before, like, I don't know, 1 p.m. local. If you can do the little time translation.
120.
Yeah, it'll be open in the morning local time.
I'll just say this. You can search for me, Nanonoko, or Rabbitchow, K-Rab, and just kind of see if you can outperform our picks. It won't be too hard to outperform K-Rab.
I feel like you're just fishing for compliments on your placement.
I mean, I still
Randy.
have a chance.
You're in 70-something.
I'm doing all right.
Pretty good.
Really is
Pretty
just
good.
a fun way to interact while watching our tournaments, our live streams that are free. Hell, you might as well like and subscribe or follow if you're at it. Especially if you're on YouTube. A thumbs up, not too hard to do. I actually think it's really cool, the fantasy, because you can choose your captain, which gets like bonus points, and then there's boosters, which is, you know, highlighting players that might be able to run up a short stack.
Thought you said not to reveal that part of the strategy.
No, I didn't say that.
To the masses.
Henry Kilbane said that.
Oh, was that Henry?
I'm okay with educating everyone, because I'm going to beat you guys anyways.
Wow. I like that mentality. That's my mindset too.
What's he got? 15?
JNT. Open it up with, is there a nickname for this one? Or we just got 10-5?
Oh, you're supposed to hit against the King of Hearts or Queen of Spades showing. I'll tell you that.
It's the best hand in poker, right? Because you can make every straight.
Is that what you can do with 10-5 offsuit?
That's all I got on 10-5. I got no nickname for it.
Okay. Well, He whiffed, but he is the pre-flop raiser, and maybe he wins it against Leonard. It's 175K. Leonard just has king, queen high.
It's a pretty reasonable floating hand, but JNT did open under the gun. He's meant to be stronger than this.
I mean, JNT is saying I have a big pair right now for him to bet the flop.
Really, any pocket pair that he's willing to open would do fine on this board.
Leonard called. We've got a double gutter for 10-5 offsuit. You did say they can make a lot of straights. Somehow. Maybe not make a lot of straights, but pick up a lot of draws.
I mean, Mao's just losing this hand, right? Oh, JNT checks. I would have liked to see a double barrel.
Well, maybe Leonard thinks he's up against ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack that he can steal the pot from.
The low card texture does look like it should belong to the button here, right? Leonard gets to flat the button really loose, gets to play a lot of low suited connectors, any pocket pair.
Oh
I'm sorry.
My goodness, he just check jammed 10-5 offsuit.
Oh my.
Like he had pocket aces.
JNT.
High tension that one was. Holy moly.
Round of applause, please, for JNT. That was ridiculous.
Like a boss he is. Can't believe that happened.
My God.
You got outplayed, Leonard.
Tough with all this stuff.
He got the max, by the way, by check jam.
He really did.
Induced the 265.
I would have turn barreled like a chump and only won what was already in the pot. He won an extra 265.
JNT, no longer the short stack.
Probably mystery.
Maybe invitation. Yeah, not a mystery. Maybe.
Last year, this one was really deep.
Makes sense.
And the thing is, the table has no idea what just transpired.
40 minutes?
I think.
They might think they know.
You think JNT just had a good pair? 10-5 offsuit.
That's so wild.
From UTG.
If you told me he had like ace king, pocket sevens, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's a little out there, but you know, well done, JNT.
And
Man
he
had
did
10
against
high.
The chip leader too. You think you're table captain? Nope.
Petrangelo sneaking one through there against the chip leader.
They're just picking on Mao now.
He's sliding a bit, actually, within just a few big blinds of Fedor Holtz.
Super high roller bowl back in the good old days. That was very deep.
Like 70 big effective average. I mean.
Yeah. The bubble would be like 100. Recently, like the last few, it was like 4 pay, so it was really deep.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, yeah.
And what, like free buy-ins, Minka?
Yeah.
Mickey P, reminiscing about deep stack tournament poker days. As we're playing this final table where we've got a very deep average stack. Pocket jacks, and Fedor's got ace-8 suited.
Do expect Fedor to call here, much like we saw Ponikovs and Mao play their ace-8 suiteds earlier. You're the covering stack. You want to see a flop. JNT's got a pair.
You never know what he's going to do. That's what makes him so fun to watch.
I mean, by default with him, I expect aggression.
600.
Look at this.
600. This is chunky, and Nick Petrangelo is loving the sound of that.
It makes it easier for Petrangelo to play because when his opponent Squeeze is so big. Really just only one move for pocket jacks.
It may be unclear without the assistance of the chip counts on the leaderboard that Pietrangelo covers here, but I think he's aware. He can access a bounty here by going all in.
All in.
There's the all-in. Pietrangelo barely covering J&T. Fortunate spot for him. Fedor's like, man, I wanted to see a flop.
Yeah, as much as Fedor wants to get involved here, and I think he did just ask for a count, I think he's going to recognize that this is way too much of his stack, and those bounties, you know, if both players get all in, there's that extra 160K overlay, but that maybe adds, I don't know, 1 million chips to the pot maximum. Is that really enough to get involved with a suited ace when you're very likely up against a dominating ace and a pocket pair?
You're up against 35 to 40 big blinds a person. Yeah, if you're up against ace, king, and jacks, how do you win the hand? Hit spades or running eights or something like that?
If everyone turned their cards over, he might put the money in here, because he would find out his ace is live and his suit is live, but he doesn't know that. It's very likely he doesn't have many outs.
The game of imperfect information. I would say this is too loose, and that's the right fold of ace-8 suited. J&T prices himself in, hoping he's up against ace-king or ace-queen, but he's up against a bigger pocket pair.
Huge spot for both players.
And Pietrangelo covers by 2 big blinds, 120K.
Real thinker.
I mean, for me, apparently, yeah.
Let's see. Queen, queen, 3. Not good for J&T. Really just needs to hit the 6 now. No running straight possibilities. No running flush. Just one more chance at it, Kevin.
Never feels easy.
That's what I was thinking.
Ace-8. Ace-8 of spades.
It's gonna be a full house versus a full house.
He covers me.
No, you cover.
I do? Okay.
I mean, based on
Screen says you do.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Screen is right.
I thought the last time.
I'm gonna just do some accounting to confirm things. J&T is
You didn't know cover?
eliminated officially.
With jacks?
Crazy. Crazy.
6th place for 129K. After making that sick play with 10-5 offsuit.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a shame. Want to see more of those.
Yeah.
Always rooting to keep this man at our feature or our final.
Good game.
Nice.
That's it.
That's good screen.
Yeah.
Full house.
J&T's good fun.
Sounded like Pietrangelo didn't actually know he covered there. Fortunately for him, he had jacks and not some fringy decision.
Yeah, his hand
hard to
was
say.
easy to play.
No, he just said that. He said he saw it on the screen.
You know why? Because I think it was
the hand before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've updated.
It just updated.
Yeah. Because he posted. Yeah.
So J&T didn't collect any bounties this tournament, but
I think
handsome payday for him. $129,000.
Call him Mr. Main Event. We've seen all the success that JNT has had on the Triton stage. Incredible that he hasn't won a title and falls short in this one as well. Goes home with
Sixes is one of his favorites.
the first 6-figure payday, excluding bounties.
You are behind? I mean...
No.
Last hand of the night yesterday, it was like raise. I call with sixes, J&T squeezes 7-6 suited, bluffs me out of the pot. And then, beginning of the day, Fred comes up to me and says, J&T you know, last hand you got you like. He says, I would have, says he would have 3-bet the 6s if he was you. I was like, I believe you, Brad.
He probably bluffed me.
Did bluff Leonard before exiting. 5 remaining. We actually have 2 eliminations rather quickly, given how deep the tournament is. I'm going to tell you this. The short stack is Michael Watson. He has 50 big blinds. 50.
5-0.
That's like chip leading stacks in other tournaments.
You faced a lot of 1/6.
Should reduce the bounty impact quite a lot.
No, this.
Maybe now we play some regular poker at the moment.
I think it's going to look quite a bit more like that.
I guess like straights or flushes were possible or something.
Funny thing is, having said that, you see Fedor flatting the button with King-9 offsuit against a Leonard raise.
That's true. Somehow that slipped by my radar. This is a light peel on the button. He's covered as well.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I have the best hand. That's why I flatted pre, or I at least have playability.
It does happen between big stacks where, because you're not going to 3-bet really strong hands, like let's say ace-queen suited and jacks might flat sometimes, that also allows the bottom of your range to get wider. It increases the profitability of marginal to bottom hands. This feels a touch too far, though.
I kind of feel like his game plan is
Definitely could
just flat a lot against Leonard, who's going to open wide and just cause him problems just being in position.
I mean, Leonard has shown down some ridiculous opens, but I think now, after the elimination of JNT, that's going to really stop.
Well, Fedor is value betting his top pair up against ace-8. Might even get looked up this street.
You know, not a big fan of folding to a small.
I would call the ace-8. It's a quality bluff catcher. 60% pot is a reasonable price.
There's the call. Up to 880K in there. And they're going to pray for a check through, but I doubt that's ever going to happen.
No, 5 of diamonds is a beautiful river if you're Fedor.
You don't call hands like these on the button flop top pair to play it passively. So what's the price going to be, Fedor?
I do think his hand is worth up to pot, but he doesn't have to bet that large.
I mean, he's looking to get called by a worse pair. It's not like he expects Leonard to have a worse king. There's not many left in the deck. 770, that's quite a meaty bet.
Pretty much pot.
770 into 880.
Leonard doesn't seem to be considering check raise. Just debating a bluff catch here. It's the kind of hand that he might find a hero call with. You don't expect Fedor to bluff with ace high.
Well, he calls very quickly. Fedor Holtz, the man who retires and unretires and just crushes every tournament he plays.
You know, sometimes you take the pressure off. You show up because you want to be here. You're having a good time, and you're really, really good at poker. I mean, it's a dangerous combo.
I mean, Kevin, do you believe in a deity?
Like a god?
Yeah, because I think if you look up poker god, you might actually see Fedor Holtz's face there.
Is there an encyclopedia of different gods? I guess you would know because you probably submitted an application for Pickleball God.
That's me, man. It's actually in the Greek mythology if you look carefully.
They played poker?
No, they played pickleball.
They played pickleball.
Ace Queen or Watson.
Oh yes, the original use of the Colosseum.
Yeah.
48 pickleball courts. Ponikovs will be continuing in some fashion.
He's going to go with the calling option. Leonard's got the suited 7 deuce. Good enough for him.
Yeah, I think any suited hand in position against the first caller, still covering both players involved in the pot.
7 deuce makes a flush draw up against top pair Oponikovs.
Oponikovs might see this as another leading opportunity on the flop. It's not the best board for Watson on the button, and he's already led at a flop once in this formation.
He's a leading machine, isn't he? Last time he led that king high flop, he didn't have it. This time he leads. He's got it. And once again, it's Leonard in the big blind, who has a flush draw once again.
Yeah, he had a flush draw last time, and I expect he'll call again. You don't normally raise with a live range behind. Mike Watson was the pre-flop raiser, still has all the strong pocket pairs, all the stronger flush draws.
Wait, if you win with 7 deuce, you get a bounty, right? Isn't that how it works?
Wouldn't that be a ridiculous format if not only did you get a bounty for knocking people out, but they held like 10% of the prize pool off for props?
So I guess you're saying the only way to get an extra bounty is if you actually eliminate your opponent.
You do have to eliminate someone. Watson overcalling here light. He does have a few live outs.
Whoa, that looks pretty fun. Leonard picks up an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah.
Watson actually picks up a gut shot too.
This is a dicey spot for Ponikovs because Leonard in the big blind is going to have so many straights and 2 pairs on this turn card. Anything connected at the bottom of the deck is going to overcall that big blind, offsuit or not.
90.
You see Ponikovs doesn't want to give up the lead here, but he downsizes significantly, I think because of the respect for Leonard's range in the big.
He's downsized to 10% of the pot with 2 opponents. Top pair king kicker. He really is one of the most creative players I've seen as of late.
Wouldn't mind a raise here from Leonard. I think you want to be raising a lot, just in general. Big part of his strategy is raising here. He takes it.
Boom shakalaka, make it 600K.
Play NBA Jam when you were a kid?
Yeah, man, tournament edition.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know anything about sports, but I know how to play a video game. I'll tell you that. Cool.
Ponikovs is not ready to let this one go. He's still got top pair.
He called very quickly.
Hoping for a non-spade river.
It's a 7 of hearts.
Oh, this is interesting. Ponikovs is going to view this as a pretty ugly river. Let's see if Leonard decides that this hand is low enough in his range to bluff when check 2. It's pretty hard for him to win this. He might have his sights on ace-5 suited. He can beat that at showdown.
Ace-3 suited, I guess, as well.
Maybe ace-high flush draw. Those hands are realistic, but Ponikovs also has a bunch of offsuit Jack-X. He didn't need King-Jack suited to call pre.
Leonard has to be scared of a 6-2 sometimes. Maybe like a 5-6 that makes some weird play like this.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Just that Leonard's range is, he does shut it down, and understandably, but his range is so strong on this run out. I think his overall aggression can be really, really high. That's an interesting one to me.
Leonard's getting pounced by Fedor Holtz and Alex Ponikovs at the moment because Leonard is no longer the chip leader and he's no longer in 2nd place. He's actually down to 4th place. He's actually lower than Petrangelo.
You know what I'm going to do when I get home tonight, Randy?
Tell me.
I'm going to run that hand on GTO Wizard. You all can now analyze these exact hands in GTO Wizard to find the correct plays. It's the quickest way to sharpen your game, catch hidden leaks, and learn how to exploit your opponents. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for a chance to win one of 10 GTO Wizard PLO Premium subscriptions.
You're really going to run the 10-5 offsuit hand?
No, not the 10-5 offsuit hand. That 3-way pot just now, that was a fun one.
I think GTO Wizard just blows up when the 10-5 offsuit hand is inputted.
I'm legitimately writing this down.
Spontaneous combustion. Leonard's looking for an opponent he can beat. Gonna play a limp pot, blind versus blind. Bottom set for Leonard. And Petrangelo actually has a hand that probably would peel a flop bet if it was to come.
Leonard's chip position has changed so rapidly here. Now covered by Petrangelo, starting with a limp. But he sees this ace-high texture as advantageous to him because Petrangelo checked behind in the big.
Why is it disappearing? It should be there though, right?
Sounds like Petrangelo having a hard time seeing his shot clock.
So Petrangelo called. That's right, Petrangelo having difficulty seeing the tempo clock, which is in use. Full house for Leonard.
It's an interesting turn card. I wouldn't be surprised if Leonard starts trapping here. He's going to have a lot of checks with ace-x combos, with draws that don't feel like following through.
And a queen bets for you.
Queen definitely bets for you. I think an ace even bets for you if you check twice. If he continues firing here, he's mostly targeting straight draws and 8x hands to get called down by. So I like checking when you block 2 of the 8s.
Leonard, sneaky check with the deception.
Don't think he'll get any action from king high. This hand is pretty showdownable.
Yeah, once Leonard sees Petrangelo check it back, it's unlikely Nick's got the queen. It's weird though, because he has 2 8s in his hand, so is he targeting the last 8? Is it an ace? Or is
Yeah,
it king high?
that's why I wouldn't mind checking again here. I think Petrangelo will have some ace-x, and those hands will value bet the river. He'll also have 10-9, or even something like 9-7 of clubs. And those hands will bluff. He goes for small size instead, and well, Petrangelo's rivered kind of an interesting hand here. Could even be emboldened to raise. No, just a call.
Finally, Leonard has found an opponent he can win a pot against. It's a small one, but he'll take it.
A lot of 8s.
3 8s.
You're only good at 7s.
2 would have been enough.
Mm-hmm. The 2 in his hole.
I think I was capping out around 475. But I think I was calling up to 475, and then I was gonna have to think about it.
Yeah, why don't you raise to 475 and then think about calling the jam?
I had the perfect rivered 5.
To make it 475. Yeah, you guys are too good. You guys are too good.
You were expecting something else?
No.
The back and forth between the guys.
You're mad at Alex? Don't take it out on us.
Ooh, 10s versus queens.
Oh boy.
We know 3 bets likely incoming for Ponokovs. But we can see worlds where Watson plays differently. He actually opened to 190K, is that right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chips, and 190 is sitting in front of Sir Watts. That could change the dynamic of this situation. He's kind of implying that he's playing either a mixed strategy of limp and open, or he just wants to raise big in general with all these chip leaders behind him.
But Ponokov's 3-bet so small against the 190, didn't he? 190 to 400 with those stacks? Like, he's actually kind of made it harder to maybe stack your opponent post-flop? I don't know, it's weird, right?
I mean, there's not going to be any issue getting the money in post, but it's more a question of whether Watson has thin hands in this range that can essentially take advantage of this cheap price. It's possible Ponokovs views this as a polar opening strategy with some limps in the middle.
The 3x.
That's the part I'm not sure about.
Uh-oh.
He's going to stack 10s either way, or at least he's going to run it with 82%.
Ponokovs has sized it to perfection because we got Watson to move in with pocket 10s.
Yeah.
I think that was going to happen either way. It's a pretty big hand.
You're probably right. Whether he made it 500 or 400.
No,
I thought it's gonna be like 140 or something.
Oh, he raised to 190?
Yeah, and I 3-bet to 400.
Players commentating on the sizing. But regardless, we got a full board to run out. And it's good for Alex Ponokovs.
Now he probably doesn't like call as much. He might have to just 3-bet like so many of his hands that he wants to play here. I might just be really crushing with this show.
Yeah, that might have just been a genius play with exactly 10s.
Find out in a second if it was a genius play or not.
Watson's got one more pull at the 10.
This bounty chip at the river card.
Mr. Trident, stick around. Oh, wow. The bounty thrown at the river card. Perfect timing. Because he is gone. Michael Watson, the next elimination. Out in 5th.
8 milli, oh my goodness.
Tried to come up with a new superstition there. Tossed the bounty chip and missed.
He didn't allow the dealer to place it down nicely.
134.
No, he threw it a bit far.
Was it a bit crooked?
Maybe he'll try again next time with 20% less power.
Not anymore, yeah.
Yeah, but next time is going to be next festival if it's a mystery bounty tournament. But he does have the regular formats to still register for. 5th for $164,000. 2 bounty tokens collected throughout this final table. And we did say the EV of those envelopes is $80,000 a piece. So still, it's a decent payday for Michael Watson.
He can still hope to draw up to $400,000 on either one of those pulls. I suppose his max draw would be 600K. He could pull the 400 and the 200.
Do you play video games at all, Kevin?
Not really.
I was going to ask because sometimes players or you streamers or YouTubers, they like to do speed runs. I feel like we're trying to speed run through this final table because there is still so many chips, yet there's 4 players remaining.
I think Ponokovs is going to try to speed run his way to another title. He's now the chip leader.
Average stack is 69 big blinds. Shortest stack has 46 big blinds, and it's actually the chip leader, once upon a time Leonard Mao, at the bottom. Ponokovs, the new chip leader, the new boss in town. 100 big blinds for him, and he's got 10-9 suited.
I was thinking about this one. I suppose some squeezes are in his strategy. Given how deep everyone's playing, you wouldn't normally squeeze a hand that's this playable. But when you're this deep, you're not going to face 4-bet jams ever. So why not go a little more linear? Pretty small as well.
Feels like the wild, wild west. Everyone's a gunslinger. Right now it's Ponokovs waving chips around with 10-9 suited to 550. In comes Fedor Holtz with the better hand. He won't back down from a firefight.
Are we doing breaks every 4 levels or?
No, every 2 hours. So next
just 2 hours.
Yeah, it's around 7.
And
Very interesting flop, actually. Both players flopping marginal.
Yeah, decent interaction for both.
What time is
Fedor. Not loving this texture, expecting the squeeze range of Ponokovs to interact pretty well.
He does have that draw into Broadway.
Wonder if Ponokov's in position will play any checks with his range. He doesn't have to bet 100% of the time.
250?
He don't care. He's a betting machine. You come to a gunfight, you're supposed to fire some shells, not just check.
That was a firefight. Did I lose track of what kind of weapons are being used here?
A firefight can be a gunfight, can it not? No? They're not throwing fireballs at each other like Street Fighter. Okay?
I think it's just a chip party.
Okay,
Nothing
there's
too
the
dangerous on this table.
Mm-hmm. Fedor looking to hit the queen. The spade will be all right as well for him. Just the 5.
Queen would be a disaster for Ponokovs, of course. Could make a dominated straight.
So it feels like if Ponikov is ahead, he's up against ace-10 or ace-queen exclusively.
Fedor might be loose enough to arrive here with 10-8 suited as well. But overall, yes, I think that's what Ponikov's expects to see. But for all of those hands, there's plenty of Jack-10 and Queen-Jack suited.
Right.
There's some hands that don't have pair and gutter, but a good chunk of Fedor's range that arrives to this point in the hand is going to be both paired and have a redraw.
Yeah, and actually some of those Jack-X pair gutter draws actually have clubs to go along with it that would never fold. So we see a check back from Ponikov's. King of spades.
Let's see if Fedor finds a bluff here. Sometimes unnatural on blank runouts like this to take your ace high and bluff, but the parlay of Ponikov's squeezing pre and then not bluffing at this texture makes me think that ace-10's in pretty rough shape.
I actually kind of like betting here. You can still fold out ace-queen. You do have a lot of king-x in your range. Ace-jack could even go for value if you had that. And if Ponikov's is bluffing like an ace-5, you can take that out potentially, but it will go check-check, and that's quite nice for our chip leader from Latvia.
Yeah, it's a funny thing there with Fedor's hand. Once he checks, he doesn't want the check back because he knows the check back means he's lost the pot, basically. Any hand worse than ace-10 surely would bluff at that point.
Just concedes. Did your patch fall down, sir?
For some reason, I thought Jack-10 suited, and I should have just played like that again. But
Andre Bourgeois in the chat is saying, thanks for the great commentary, and can you comment on the view in Montenegro? No, I cannot, because that's Alex Livingston's job. Because he does say this is the best view he's ever seen.
It's got to be up there. It's at least a top 4 view.
Apparently there's 3 other views that's more beautiful for you, Kevin. Care to enlighten me?
Oh, I meant just of the 4 stops on the Triton tour.
Oh.
It's got to be top 4 minimum.
I mean, that's just the mathematical truth.
Not trying to take away from it. Beautiful here in Montenegro. I feel like you're underselling your ability to evaluate the view. Have you not shared some Instagram stories, Randy?
Have I? I can't
Photos
remember.
You're sharing at least some
I've
Triton content.
I've clicked some buttons, all right?
Yeah.
Click some photos, snap some shots.
Give Nanonoko a follow.
Oh, thanks, man.
On Instagram.
You don't have to follow Rabichow, though.
Yeah, I mean, K Rabichow is optional.
100.
Nano's got the good content.
Look at Ponikov. He's actually value betting despite an overcard coming to his king deuce.
Well, the flop checked through. So I think this is Ponikov's just anticipating a passive range in general on the turn. It's kind of interesting on the ace, but Leonard would be raising a lot of his aces pre against limp. King deuce certainly worth something.
Yeah, he got the jack-8 to call with the double gutter. It whiffed.
Hand strength is interesting now. Ponikov's might want to put this into check call, or he could definitely go for another street of value. There's plenty of 10x and 7x in Mao's range. He decides bet for value.
Yeah, I think that rivered ace is actually a nice card for Ponikov. So less likely he's up against that ace. Allows a 10 or a 7 to maybe make a call.
Leonard giving this real thought. He can beat bluffs. Queen high will not bluff.
So he's thinking about calling, you're saying?
Yeah, I don't think he's considering raising.
He will pass.
It's an option to raise in that situation, but when the ace pairs, you're repping pretty thin, so you want to Keep a handle on how often you're taking that line.
Right, and if your opponent has an ace, you might just be burning a million chips for no reason.
There was maybe a little something there on Ponikov's turn sizing that caught Leonard's attention. It certainly would have caught mine. I think it's a non-standard medium size. Maybe we can map it to medium strength and raise a little bit thinner there on the end.
Apparently, Slavin's in the chat is asking where is Montenegro. He's been to Qatar, but isn't Qatar in Montenegro?
I think you might want to reread that comment, Randy.
Oh, where in Montenegro?
Yeah. Nightbot's on it already. Thank you, Ace Cooler, for using commands that I didn't even know existed.
Maestral Resort and Casino, Budva. Oh, reading comprehension really wasn't my thing.
As far as I remember, nothing was really your thing.
Pretty much. I'm alright at poker, though.
What was your best class?
Honestly?
What was the class you were like, yeah, I'm definitely going to that one. Love that one.
I got an A as a teacher assistant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you trying to be a teacher?
No, it's just I was just the assistant. That was a class that you can't get a grade lower than an A. All you had to do was like collect the papers of the students and yeah. You
had
don't
to
know
be,
teacher assist TA?
I know a TA, but usually, at least where I went, the TAs were all like graduate students or they were training to be teachers.
No. This was in high school.
Oh, in high school.
Yeah.
But even still.
People were trying to bribe me. Like, hey, I didn't bring in my homework today. Can you mark it as if you did it?
Wow.
I was like,
kids are shameless.
The price needs to be right. Got to start that bankroll somehow.
This is the Nanonoko origin story?
Just kidding.
Taking bribes from children?
I was a child as well. Just saying.
That's fair. Really should not give a high school student that much power. Just feels like a mistake.
Seen a Jack-7 suited raise before. Different operator.
Don't think we'll be all in pre-flop this hand.
Ooh, pocket nines for Ponikovs. Normally this is a call, but the way they've been playing, I just don't know anymore.
Well, it's valid to 3-bet this for value, at least in a chip EV environment, right? I mean, you've got pocket nines against the button for less than 50 big blinds. It'd be a fine 3-bet call if you weren't at a final table, but then go to a normal final table. Maybe this is too thin to put stacks in. Shift that back to a mystery bounty final table, and yeah, go ahead and put the money in.
I'm looking at the remaining 4 players. It's Petrangelo, Holtz, Ponikovs, Mal, and they have, what, 50 big blinds minimum. Some have 100, some have 70. And I feel like if I was the 5th player at this table, hypothetically, very hard to get there, obviously, I would ask the tournament director, is there an option to buy out? Because the way they're playing is just absolute bananas.
You could just walk away from the table.
Yeah, but I kind of want to
play all these huge pots. You'll just come back to heads up.
Yeah, but I have to sit there and pretend I'm looking at my hands. Otherwise, they're just going to agree to blind me out.
Glad nobody's tried that, because it would make for a really slow stream.
I mean, just look at the ranges we're working with. I can't remember a time when the small blind was flatting a6 offsuit against an open raise, against this kind of talent.
Ponikovs is feeling himself. He's got visions of that trophy and 4 more bounties in his pocket. Remember, the winner of the tournament pockets their own bounty as well.
Brick, brick, brick. That's what we got at the moment.
Petrangelo's hand interacts pretty well here. Both suits. Possibility of making a clean top pair on the turn. If he is going for big sizing in these situations, it's a somewhat natural hand to use as your bluff. He goes for check, though. Perhaps concerned that Ponikov's range interacts too well with this board in addition to Leonard.
The way it's running out at the moment, it's quite nice for Leonard because his kicker has got a good chance to play against Ponikov's ace high.
280.
Look at this guy.
Just relentless aggression.
Down's the best hand.
He might get floated by the worst hand. I don't think Nick is expecting ace high to stab this turn.
So if ace high is not stabbing the turn, then technically he's got the perceived nut-no pair.
Yeah, it's a pretty reasonable bluff catcher with 6 outs to a strong top pair hand, but he thinks better of it. Avoids the ace high value bet. Dare I call it a merge bet?
Master Mega Mr. Mind? Was that close enough?
Yeah, the triple M.
Because he got the better hand to fold. Oh, but the worst hand didn't call. But
yeah, I think it was just a bluff in the end.
B-U, not B-U, B-L-U-F-F. Wow. English wasn't really.
Guys, I'm concerned for Randy.
English was my first language.
Mm.
And it's also my only language.
Mm. So you've just got no excuse.
So I know you've been probing at my story a little bit, but so I told you I wrote an appeal to get into UC Davis, right?
Yep.
I asked for a letter of recommendation. I assume you know what that is?
Like when you were applying.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I asked my advanced English teacher for that,
Mm-hmm.
and she looked at me and said, no.
Wow.
She literally rejected me. I'm not making this up.
You couldn't get... And was that like... Was she your first choice? Like you went to her for a letter because you were thinking like, this is the best letter I'm going to get.
Right. Out
And
of the advanced English teacher.
And she just showered you.
She showered me.
Oh, boy.
But there's more to the story. So I didn't have a letter of recommendation.
Yeah.
I wrote my letter with my impressive brain. And I got into the school. And you know what I did? I went back to that teacher. And I showed her the letter. I didn't even say anything. I just left the letter on her desk. Like a mic drop. And she was like, I'm so sorry, Randy. I'm so sorry. I'll always write a letter for anyone who asks going forward. And I just left. I didn't say a single word.
Chat, do we think this happened?
It's a real story.
This sounds so made up.
It's a real story. I know. It's so insane.
She apologized?
Of course.
Why did she deny you in the first place? It's weird to not write a letter for one of your students.
I was like a C- kind of student.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I kept on falling asleep. Whenever I had to do presentations, I would just say some random stuff.
So she was almost trying to do you a favor, like, you know, if I wrote this letter, I might have to be honest.
Yeah.
And if I'm honest, it's not going to go well for you.
Pretty much.
Okay.
You finally got some story out of me.
Okay.
Did I deliver?
Little by little. Well, that was great. Still not sure I understand the full situation of the appeal, but we'll get there.
We got an open raise at 225K, which is just shy of 3x, called by Fedor's 9-3 suited.
Sticky defense in the big blind, not working out well here for Fedor.
Fedor, you can just open muck if you want.
He might check.
Trip aces, you mean?
Yeah. Ace, ace, king. You have the option to just bet tiny and be an annoying, you know, high-frequency player, but you also have the option to play this kind of polar.
I think he's going to go small bet. Try to force, like, your opponent to defend unpaired hands.
Yeah. The fact that he took that long makes me think that multiple strategies were being considered.
They're not an open book.
Ponikov's now the only player above average. He's got 130 big blinds. Next closest is Fedor with 65.
Kind of feels like once upon a time, all four of these players, you could have said they were the best internet poker player or tournament poker player at some point.
Definitely.
All qualified.
Very strong talent among these four. Wonder if I could place them in chronological order. I feel like Petrangelo then Holtz, then Ponikov's, then Mao.
Yeah, that's like the easiest
I think
quiz you could have done.
Well, it's not clear to me. Ponikov's has been playing for a long time. It's not clear to me when he peaked, so to speak, you know? I think Fedor had a fairly public and obvious peak in his career. And Pietrangelo as well, you could argue. It's just been around for so long. Clear part to me is that Leonard is of a newer generation.
So it's high card versus high card. As Fedor thinks he needs a bluff with Jack-5 offsuit at some point. I imagine the 7-deuce thinks so.
Yeah, it's interesting that Ponikov's decided not to attack this pre-flop limp, nor attack against the flop check, although that part is less surprising to me. I think Fedor has the right to be aggressive on the King 10-3. At some point, Ponikov's is going to decide to activate this hand.
Not right now. Ace of hearts.
Now that Holtz has arrived here, it does feel like a bit of showdown value.
Feels that way.
It's usually pretty ambitious to try and get someone off the best high card hand in a blind versus blind spot, unless there's a bunch of straight or flush possibilities.
So let's see. Did Ponikov's have a plan to bluff at it with 7 high? He knows if he checks, he's always losing this one. But most pairs won't be folding to a bet. He will give up.
Gives it up.
Thinks he's getting trapped, but it's just Jack high on the other side.
It's an interesting one to me. We've seen Ponikov's really go after a lot of spots. Always curious when I see a deviation like that from the overall plan, if it's because it's Fedor, is it because it's blind versus blind? Like what detail stuck out the most to him?
Well, it's because when you zig, he zags. He always thinking about all the options.
Yeah, but did Fedor zig or zag that hand?
He zigzagged. I don't know, not really. He just checked. He just checked. Wow, look at those stacks. 133 big blinds for Alex Ponikov's. That's a 7-figure stack. No, it's not. It's 8 figures. You continue to chip counts. Oh my goodness. What am I saying?
Fedor Holtz, right around average. 5 million in chips. How about the payouts? 588,000 for first. This does not count the bounty draw. That bounty prize pool, worth half of the total prize pool, will be figured out tomorrow.
What's important is we also talk about how many bounties they've collected. 3 bounties for everyone except Fedor Holtz. He's got 7.
I was taking a look at the bounties collected by players outside of the money earlier. Matthias Lipp collected 2 bounties. We started the day with 28 players. He collected 2 bounties and then finished 24th. So he was really on the bounty hunt early in this tournament. No cash in the prize pool, but he's got a crack at 400,000 twice. 2 cracks.
Yeah.
That would have been easier.
Fedor's relentless. Ace-7 offsuit.
Covering stack, going after Pietrangelo as he and Leonard Mao have fallen in the chip counts, not just fallen.
Onto the floor.
It's normal. Well,
at first.
You know, you'd normally say that when they lose the tournament. Didn't want anybody confused. They're still there.
Yeah, not flat on their
Petrangelo's still in the chair. Leonard.
I can see that. I can see he's sitting down.
That's what I'm saying.
It almost feels like for Fedor, just things resume where he left off.
Where did he leave off?
I'm just saying, like every time he comes back, he just delivers. His talent's amazing.
Leave on top, come back on top.
That's right.
Retire on top, unretire on top.
Hey, 7 Dewey.
This, the more typical approach against a limp. You've got trash in the big blind. take your shot at it, try to fold out a weak hand, but ace-4 offsuit is a little too much. Leonard has options.
Yeah, he goes with call. And I was about to get to the point that it's probably not as strong to limp re-raise in this format because your opponent might speculate a bit more. But for now, he does have top pair.
Petrangelo covers just by a fraction. So it's not necessarily the worst to build a pot, even though you are bluffing pre. Once in a while, things will work out. Checks back the flop. So he's playing this one as a polarized flop c-bet strategy, which I generally like when you know your pre-flop range is polar and you've got a bunch of trash like this. Maybe stab some of the ones that interact with suits. Petrangelo has the wrong suits with his 7-deuce.
Leonard's the one stabbing out.
Yeah, kind of interesting thin turn bet there from Mao.
Yeah, he let out 100K. Perhaps it's really hard for your opponent to bluff raise you when there's a 4-liner out there. That the jack would never fold.
His range is strong there. Certainly could have had something.
I guess also
two
if
pair
your
straight, whatever.
Opponent's isolating from the big for a lot of offsuit garbage hands. They actually have like a higher club a lot of times, like a 10 of clubs or 9 of clubs, 8 of clubs,
Right.
with like deuce.
Charge the flush draw.
Yeah, I think so. Merits to it at least.
Yeah, I don't mind that idea on a 3 flush board.
160.
We've got two a royal flush at the moment. King, queen suited.
Fedor defends the big blind with 1 to a royal flush.
2 to a straight flush. Maybe a bit too much of imagination.
Let's get a ladder this time. If it's possible.
Ooh, it's not a straight flush draw. It's a straight and a flush draw.
Huge flop for Holtz. But Ponikov's doesn't mind this either. He's made a strong top pair.
25.
Covers by a zillion chips. He's going to start with a bet.
A zillion chips, but betting just 125K.
Fedor deep enough here that he's got options as well. Check calling and planning to even check raise later is a possibility. Check raising right now and not worrying that you're going to get blown off your hand at some point, also fine. When you're playing against the chip leader, there's more ace rag, king rag stuff in their pre-flop range, so I kind of like this idea to just check raise now, force those hands to fold immediately. And if Ponikov's does have a stronger part of his range, so be it. Still got 53% against top pair.
Ponikov's also wondering, wait, I've got more chips than you, yet you're saying raise. Are you telling the story that you have queen 10 instead of deuces?
Hey, we're allowed to raise the chip leader. It's a good idea.
1.1 million.
You want to fight back with aggression and Ponikov's. What do we have here? He's 3-betting the flop with a hand that looks too thin to play for stacks.
Yeah, he's got a pistol in a war. He's like, you know what? I'm going to go for it. And he is right. He's got the best hand of king queen.
I mean, 47%. You could argue he's got the worst hand.
I see what you did there, but you know what I mean.
I do think Ponikov's is betting on a passive reply here. He's basically 3-betting the flop here, thinking people won't re-raise me. You won't 4-bet me. But I don't know if we can make that claim against Fedor.
Okay, so Fedor is making the call here. It's not unreasonable. He actually is up against a hand that's never folding. Getting the right price to try and spike the straight or the flush. He's hit none of that.
What a turn card for Ponikov's. Not only bricking Fedor's hand, but improving to trips.
Yeah, and if Fedor had somehow check raised the flop with some queen jack, Ponikov's could win a really big pot against that. I'll say it's a very small part of the range, maybe even unlikely.
Yeah, queen jack is a more natural calling hand, just because it's so obvious that Fedor doesn't want to play a huge pot with that hand.
Is he contemplating the lead? Because he hasn't checked it yet.
I think it's a bit unusual. Can we really represent a queen? It feels like Fedor's strong hands have become less likely on this turn.
He is going to go for the lead.
1.1.
Wow, and a big one.
1.1.
I could see this idea if Fedor had ace-queen or king-queen, right? Because now you see this turn and you think, well, Ponikov's value is more likely to be aces or kings. And his bluffs are likely to have picked up maybe backdoor equity if he had spades, or maybe flopped equity. But I'm just not convinced that those hands get here. You have to check raise the flop first.
So he's trying to fold out ace-king, ace-jack maybe, that doesn't have clubs or spades. It's an interesting one, because if he bet too small, those hands probably will still call, but maybe the 1.1 will be enough to kick out some unpaired hands. But when you make it big, Ponikov's has some incentive to raise now.
Randy's raised. I mean, the whole hand has felt to me like both players are just betting, I'm going to do this and you won't raise me back. And just here we are with another click, charging more for Fedor's draw.
It's about being multiple steps ahead. That's what you want to do if you're playing chess.
Ponikov's clearly playing for stacks now. Fedor needs to decide if he's even live.
Well, he should never rebluff as played. Is he live for 1.2 million chips? Getting the right price, but he doesn't know if he's even up against a full house right now.
I don't know. Why not consider rebluffing? Is it impossible that Ponikov's is just empty here? Playing a game of I don't believe you?
Maybe.
He 3-bet the flop, which is very unusual for a high equity hand. Now he click raises the turn.
Fedor's calling. We have a 7.2 million chip pot. Can Fedor find a clean straight or a club?
The king would be no good.
King would give Ponikov's a full house. River card is the 8 of clubs, and he just made the flush. He's made the flush, Kevin. Fedor Holtz.
Well, just like he drew it up.
The poker god himself. Just spiked it.
1.8 back. If you thought you were drawing live on the turn, then that means that there's value to extract here on the river.
Is he going to just lead? He will check it over, and you got to take that free showdown for Ponikov's and be so disgusted that you have relinquished the chip lead. The straight would have been good too. That's true.
Almost. Yeah.
I do think that Fedor checking the river indicates he thought Ponikov's was more polar than that. Not expecting just naked trips.
Like in this note, it's tough that someone's getting. I felt like it's not going in after the turn.
That was wild. How many bets went in? 0 bets went in on the river.
Bet 3-bet on the flop. Bet raise on the turn. Huge hand for Fedor Holtz.
Your new chip leader.
He is. 9 million. 113 big blinds. 41% of all the chips in play.
He doesn't know how to not hit. He never not hits. Question for a different life.
Got outplayed.
This one's shaping up to be one of my favorite final tables already, and there's still 4 players remaining.
Plenty of play remaining. More chances to make it your absolute favorite, Randy.
They are playing wild. How often do you see a pot at a final table where there's 3 bets on the flop, 2 bets on the turn.
It's a first for me. Fedor is raising blind versus blind here, playing very deep with Ponikovs.
You covered it in the WSOP Live bootcamp.
He wants the rest of Ponikov's chips.
Ask John.
Yeah, he is doing the part.
Ace high texture, very good for the pre-flop raiser.
He's got king queen off, gut shot. Just the best hand, actually. Looks like he's going to pick up another pot against Ponikovs. For what it's worth, Kevin.
Read my back.
Fedor. He's the captain I picked in my fantasy draft.
Mine
Just saying.
Mine too.
Yeah?
Oh, okay.
You know what's up.
I mean, come on.
It's a good choice.
You've got a tournament where you're supposed to play every hand and get all in all the time. Who else are you going to bet on?
The blinds are actually 50,000, 100,000 now. But usually it's a bit scary for the short stacks because they have less room to wait around, but they're so deep, it don't matter.
Fedor back to work on the button.
Oh, sorry.
Leonard calls with the dominated 3.
The stars are aligned for Fedor Holtz at the moment. And here he has top pair. As Leonard almost drawing dead. It's a $1.50.
A little tougher to continue the king high backdoor when you're out of position versus chip lead. This in blind versus blind, clear continue. In this setup, less clear.
Yeah, but here he is calling. He thinks eventually the clouds will show up against the Sunrunner.
I mean, in visions of Holtz just opening the whole deck on the button.
Or hitting the deuce of clubs, which gives you the strong flush draw.
Never thrilling to continue out of position with king high for a few streets, but the flush draw will make that a little more comfortable. Fedor not guaranteed to bet this hand. He does check back. It's his weakest kicker.
The Queen of Diamonds is actually a card that might make Leonard attack with his king high.
It's a weird one, right? Because the lower straight draw missed. So potentially up to 48 combos of missed straight draws already in Leonard's range. Any 9-8, 9-7, or 8-7. Does he want to add to that with his king high? He thinks he's got enough value to support it. Those chips are gone.
850K is full pot.
Fedor's got top pair. He's already said call.
Yeah, he called so fast. It didn't matter what the size was. He knew the ranges perfectly.
I mean, he had top pair.
So you know that it's actually 48 combos between the 10 and the 6 for the straight draws? Is that like just a known fact?
Well, any 2-card hand has 16 combos.
Oh.
And there's 3 straight draws.
There you go.
So yeah.
I've never actually done the math on that.
It's a known fact.
It is a known fact. Well done. That's why you're the analyst.
Thanks. I'll have to remind myself of that.
Fedor.
Didn't think to put it on the resume.
He's
multiplies 16 by 3
is 48.
Very effectively. That's going to be a line item from now on.
Look, I'm sure it's opened the eyes of some of our viewers in the chat. Just want to bring it to their attention.
Interesting spot for Petrangelo in the big blind. He's a bit deep to make jamming here comfortable, so he just flats. I think it was still an option just given how incredibly loose these players have been playing pots, but you obviously don't have as much fold equity either in this format.
Fedor just hit trip sixes.
Should we give him the title now? Send it over.
He's playing great poker too. It almost feels like this is his tournament to win. I know there's a lot of chip stacks to work with and strong players, but everything is playing out perfectly for him at the moment.
He's got half the chips in play, assuming that he doesn't lose some back in this pot somehow.
He checked it over to Ponikov's.
Button flatting range, generally going to have more of this stuff. Ponikov's might get in a little trouble here because he's opened the action, and I think a check raise is incoming.
Especially if Fedor has the covering stack.
Petrangelo caught in the middle here without a backdoor. He just needs to fold his king-queen high.
Which he does. Is that check raise coming?
It'd be pretty tricky to play this as a check call. I do think from time to time you want to check call a strong hand, but why not do that when you have the world, right?
875.
875 from Fedor. He unblocks clubs. That can pay off. It's not unreasonable. Ponikov's has like a top pair.
It's a pretty chunky size. I think Ponikov's has a clear continue against the small check raise size that a lot of players use these days, but this is big enough that he's just going to fold.
Yeah, it's hard to play pocket threes where you can get counterfeited even by the 9 or turn plus river. He'll pass, and Fedor going to collect more tokens up to 11.5 million.
I feel like check jamming the Jack 9 of clubs.
The turn?
Makes the most sense, yeah.
On the turn?
Just fucking around.
I don't know. I really didn't like. Check jam works.
Would be a tough decision.
With ace-2. Bluff call? It's a reasonable bluff call candidate.
Yeah, I mean, I saw one person doing something similar. Pence Cornet versus, what's the guy who won twice WPT, the Asian dude?
Bin Wing.
Right, they don't even know what Ponikov's had.
No, he mucked. You know Petrangelo's, or you can hear Petrangelo's mindset is similar to how I described it earlier. You think Ponikov's is more polar in that
like
spot. You don't put him on
King
turn
Queen.
trips.
King Queen often doesn't 3-bet flop.
They think it's more like full house or bluff.
Do you have ace-2?
I mean,
Fedor's got trips again.
He does have trips again, and
In case
with
anyone missed it.
7-5 offsuit.
Defended the big blind, or excuse me, Leonard limped the button here. So just a check in the big blind. Leonard now down to 20 big blinds. He's
120.
reintroducing a limping strategy, so he's not totally handcuffed. But this is nice from Fedor. He's going to get action too.
Yeah, I don't think you had 7 high.
Yeah, Fedor wants to build the pot. He sees his opponent only plays 1.9 back, so by betting out, he can give himself the chance to collect the bounty. Plus, when he bets small, he must expect decent overs with backdoors to continue.
And it's just his board. Leonard's not going to limp a 5 on the button very often. Just a handful of combos.
Oh, Jack of Diamonds. It looks like it's a sweet card for Mal, but it's the card that's going to cost him more chips.
I mean, it's 3 to a flush. He's not going to get overly attached to this hand, but it's going to be hard for him to fold if Fedor keeps his foot on the gas.
Well, for him to float the flop, he was hoping Fedor was up to no good.
There will be a number of bluffs in Holtz's range that decide this is a good enough card to keep betting. And 400 is starting to set up stacks. If Leonard calls here, then there's pot behind.
I mean, Leonard might get stacked here. If it comes blank on the river, he makes this call.
Not even sure what his turn action is. How often does he think that Fedor is still drawing live. Does he feel the need to protect his equity with a low SPR? I think it would be quite thin. Just a call.
Okay, pot size bet remaining. Is there going to be a blank river card? That is not a blank. That's the ace of diamonds. 4 flush out there now. Fedor hating this run out. Thought he was going to stack his opponent. Now he can't even go for value.
I can think of ways where he still stacks his opponent, Randy.
We're talking about check, and then Mal turns his jack into a bluff.
I believe it's a possibility. Fedor will be checking, I have to think. He can show down good, and it's a disaster river to get value on. Leonard very often has a diamond. But once check due, does Leonard feel like this is bottom of range for him, or is he content?
He is content, and he will have to muck the hand. Fedor once again winning another pot. He's got 12.2 million.
And everyone observing as finally there's a real short stack at the table. Leonard Mao under 15 bigs.
Perhaps a shift in strategy for everyone.
Ace jack.
We can have 12 break or 45 minutes if you wish, or we can just shorten it.
No. 5 minutes maybe?
15 minutes.
I vote for no.
I would.
Don't care.
Okay, let's play.
So no
I just need a five. I need a 5-minute toilet break.
Yeah, let's do 5.
Now or
After the hand.
You want to do?
We can do now, of course. I just need a short toilet break, then we can keep playing it.
Let's give this end.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll have a short break after I keep playing 5K.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
other tournaments we can still register, yeah? I don't know what's time now.
7.
7. You have like
closes like in 1 hour?
At minimum 1 hour, I think.
It's probably like 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, it's normally late.
Ah, okay.
I'm telling you, they want to speed run this one.
And then
yeah.
Are they talking about
We'll turn this off or?
late reg deadline for the next tournament already?
For the 50K.
Typical. Typical poker players.
Yeah, but there's so much on the line here.
Is this not enough for you?
We've got Triton title, 550K for first, envelopes were 400,000, and they want to worry about how to register the 50K?
Would be interesting what you're doing about.
I mean,
well,
ICM, Randy, you know?
ICM.
Gotta flick in that max late bullet, get your value.
I see a little break incoming because Leonard was saying, I wouldn't mind a few minutes to run to the toilet. But it's been the Fedor Holtz show, up to 124 big blinds, 12.4 million in chips. Panakovs on 60.
That was one of the craziest hands I've ever seen, Randy.
You're talking
that
about the
pop
King,
between,
Queen, Jack 9?
It was between, oh yeah, King, Queen, Jack 9. Yes.
Yes.
When
hand.
you said that, I was like, that wasn't the board. What are you talking about? He had trips and he had a flush.
Yeah, it was a really cool hand. And, you know, it's one of those hands where you probably just go to GTO Wizard, check out the strategy, see who played it well or not. I don't know.
You go to GTO Wizard, you find out none of that happens anywhere, and these guys are just freestyling it.
You know what? We do have a few minutes break before, so maybe we can check it out during that break, and we'll send it down for about 4 or 5 minutes.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call. entry time.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanonoko, and alongside me is one of the greatest coaches out there, Kevin Rabachow, and we've got four amazing players. Fedor Holtz, he's got 124 big blinds, 12.4 million. You got a big smile on your face all of a sudden. Is it because I said you're one of the greatest coaches?
You're buttering me up, Randy, and I'm here for it. I'm loving it.
But it's been so fun to watch, right? Like, it's been the battle of the deep stack. Normally, when we see these kind of stacks, it's like day one. You know, obviously, you got a lot of chips, but it's the final table with four remaining.
Yeah, and, you know, some of the players were talking about it. I don't know if you overheard, but they were having flashbacks to, like, Super High Roller Bowl. I heard reference some of these old school super high buy-in tournaments where maybe you pay 3 or 4 spots and there'd actually be this many chips in play. It's been a while since these players have played in a format like this where you have a 56 big blind average at your final four of the tournament.
Yeah, so, you know, it's Fedor Holtz once again returning to the felt in this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here to play the Invitational. Of course, some of the side events, and certainly doing very well. Seems like he's just back to where he was, just crushing. He's got 7 bounties at the moment. We've calculated the EV, each envelope expected to win $80,000 on average, but the other 3 players do have 3 bounty envelopes. We're going to talk payouts for a little bit, $203,000 guaranteed, and, you know, $245 if you can get to third. And the thing is, if the envelope is worth $80K on average, perhaps it's more about busting your opponent.
Yeah, and definitely that's brought into focus now because Leonard Mao is down to 14 big blinds, Nick Petrangelo on 24 blinds, right? So players actually have a real chance of getting into medium-sized pots that put somebody at risk. It was harder before when nobody was under 50 big blinds, I think it was. Now it's realistic to get someone all in.
Right. At one point, the shortest stack had a 50 big blinds, even with like 5 and 4 players. Now it's Leonard Mao at the bottom. He's only got 14 big blinds, and with this little break, I'm sure people have had some time to think about what's the best approach. For Leonard, it's about widening his value threshold. For the others, it's just getting the opportunity to take Leonard's chips.
Yeah, and I think we're going to start to see more limping as well, Randy. We saw just a glimpse of it before the break, but now that Mao is on 15 blinds, you can justify getting involved in pots that are, you know, a little bit looser, but if you're Petrangelo, and especially if you're Ponikovs, you're trying to play half the deck, but you've got Fedor sitting there with 12 million in chips, right? So you can't just recklessly enter pots, raising every hand. You have to do something to lessen the price of getting involved.
Yeah, just push and pull as we send it down to our feature table, which is also the final table. 4 players remaining. From Montenegro, the Maestral Resort and Casino. I just got to remind you, it's the final table 2 times.
Yeah, that was a nice graphic.
Look at those chips. All eyes on Leonard Mao, even Petrangelo. Sure, normally he's supposed to wait here and try to get a pay jump, but if Leonard's in there, he might flick in some chips too to try to crack him.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to see larger open jams as well. Petrangelo, if he wants to play pots, he wants to charge the absolute maximum. Make sure that Bonikovs or Holtz can't just flick it in light.
$210,000 heads-up match will happen later, but it's actually with 2 envelopes. Because you do collect your opponent's envelope and your own.
So that's just a chip race break. 10 hands remaining on this blind level. Same blinds that we left with.
Die with 0, bro.
Die with 0.
Die with 0. Bill Perkins. That's his book. Don't know if you've ever read it.
5 seconds.
I bought it and never read it.
The ending is die with 0.
I think the beginning is also die with 0.
But you got to start with more than 0.
I read the cover.
Oh. That direction. I actually got a signed book.
Yeah?
Yeah, I asked Bill Perkins for it. My wife wanted to read it, Selena, and I asked him, and he sent it.
Wow, sick brag.
I didn't read it.
You just texted him?
Yeah.
You called him up. You said, hey, Billy.
I was like, I don't know if you know me, but I would like a book. I was like, yeah, man. Take it. Monotone, no spades for Petrangelo or Mal.
Note the light big blind defend here from Leonard. He's starting to feel like he needs to accumulate chips. No waiting for spots.
Even though Petrangelo whiffed this one, he was probably a little bit annoyed about this flop because he's got it heads up against the short stack and doesn't seem like he's going to be able to stack his opponent.
Basically no way that the money goes in and he likes it.
He might even lose the spot because with the 6 of diamonds, the big blind has the 7 way more often. Especially because Petrangelo is in the cutoff with 3rd place chips. Probably doesn't open many 7Xs.
No, he's very high card heavy, and Leonard is running a bluff for that exact reason. We saw him use this size earlier when he had a weak top pair on a 4-liner. Now just a pure bluff. You can see his strategy in these spots is very aggressive.
Very cool from Leonard. Didn't even need a semi-bluffing spade in his hand to make that move.
I like that he's going after Petrangelo specifically as well, because Mao's only chance at accessing bounties at this final is to overtake Petrangelo's chip stack.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna bust you.
Yeah.
King 8 suited?
King 8 suited.
It must be 6-4 suited.
He went very high up. He went way high up. King 8 suited.
Yeah, I mean, I was
didn't
expecting
say it.
something else.
Didn't say it.
Ace 8 suited. Seen this hand being dealt multiple times at this final table. Ace Queen for Leonard. What a spot for him, because I'm pretty sure he's going to get called by Ace 8 suited.
This is 16 blinds.
Man, if you have King 8 suited, the universe is fucked up.
It is very close.
Snap call.
I saw the first cut and I was like,
The light shine down on Fedor when he has King 8 or something?
Or just the sim bugging out and giving him the hand he was talking about.
Red light district.
Sim working out for Mal at the moment. He's got the best hand. The red light's on.
So it's not the one. You wanted to have King 8 suited, actually.
to be honest, I feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
I wouldn't feel so good about it anymore.
How do you feel?
Always.
Always bad, huh?
Always.
So, Jack. Jack for a sweat.
I think 3.
Chop sweat.
Yeah. I was always thinking about
That's the difference
about
between us two.
Could chop it. Several ways. 8 for the clean win. And the elimination of Leonard. And the river card is the Jack, and they are just going to take a knife and chop it up right in the middle.
Yeah, it's like on also now happening on.
It's a great outcome.
Everywhere.
Never seen a more salty player than you, Leonard. Like,
Yeah, someone has to be it.
No, Dayan.
Dejan?
Oh, yeah.
Or what?
I haven't spent much time.
Dan
I
hates
don't know.
everybody.
Feels like
I know someone else.
inside
Who's
he
more
loves
salty?
everyone, but outside.
Yeah, why do you call me then most salty?
The most salty? I mean, I don't know anyone more salty. So
I thought you knew someone. Okay.
no, he said Dan. So
Okay.
I can't
And the
comment.
best loser there is the most fun to win against me.
That-
That's what I'm saying usually.
That's what
Isn't it?
That's what you're known for.
No, that's what I'm manifesting. You know. Trust me. It's a lot of
Who's
fun
the
to win against me.
saltiest player? Yeah, salty as Vegemite.
Nick's like,
Shopping almost feels bad.
as he's wearing the GTO Lab patch, that's what you're known
Yeah,
for?
for me too. I didn't
Do we
know
need to
that.
adjust our marketing?
Oh, Fedor's got the best hand, by the way. Just saying.
Such is life.
Nothing's changed.
I thought you raised. Save me 50 chips.
What's actually a little funny was after a chomp, Petrangelo said, "Good for me," even though he wasn't involved in the hand.
1K. No, I made 1K.
Yeah, he still covers.
That's smart.
Yeah, he wants Leonard to be short.
We're loco.
How about you, Phil? No sponsor. You wanna be?
And Dan being sponsored.
Okay.
You have 100%, please?
Yeah.
From Ace Queen to Ace King suited.
Even in this one?
That big exhale worked. I'm going to try that.
It works. Is that a
He
new
just
strategy?
sided in.
Coach Rabachow.
You've heard of moaning it in?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
He sided in.
Sided in.
Huh.
You write a course on that. You let me know. I'll buy it and not watch it.
I don't think that can be a whole course.
It's a meditation course.
Maybe a small chapter.
Something you would learn at a yoga retreat, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. Manifesting through breathing.
Okay, congrats.
Thank you.
Robbie doesn't work here.
Very important. Almost.
No, I cover Nick, but only for in between hands.
Empty. Empty is painful.
I have 1,950. What do you have including the big
You
one?
wanted to say no one was possible?
No, I mean, no one. There was no
offer.
No conversation.
Next day.
895.
You have less, right? Including the big one?
Yeah.
I'm too old for that. I'm too
Come get me.
sick.
No. Let young players to do
Noteworthy
Exactly.
that Petrangelo sorted that one out before entering this pot. He'll be playing the Jack-10 suited.
Would you say this is the most beautiful suited connector?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
5 seconds.
Fedor, considering a 3-bet bluff, perhaps.
Fold.
Trashy hand, wouldn't be forced in if he got jammed on.
What this suited connector is calling, it can make a wheel.
These are probably top 2. The 2 best suited connectors.
In the world? I don't know about that.
What can beat them?
I'm just at a loss for words.
Because I'm right. Both players flop a piece. Petrangelo is covered by a good margin and probably wants to play this one aggressively. It's easier for him to get action with the bounty on his head. That's almost half pot here.
And he just knows he can get paid off by worse because of that bounty aspect, so he gets more value with the more sizable bet.
Yeah, Ponikovs won't be able to fold, let's say, a bad gutter, even though the price is worse.
Yeah.
Because there's that overlay of if he hits the bad gutter, he's going to get a bounty some percentage of the time.
He picks up a gut shot with his pair.
Wouldn't be surprised if the adjustment from Nick on the turn is to play jams. He could play a big size that doesn't jam, but a lot of times when the bounty's on your head, you actually just want to play a strategy where you don't save your tournament life as often. You want to play a strat where the bounty goes in the pot and you get paid more when you have it.
You can really get max value from a lot of hands that pick up outs on the turn, like maybe even a pair straight draw like this, or 7x of clubs, 4x of, not clubs, hearts.
Yeah, something that picked up hearts. I think it's key that the heart draw showed up. Ponikovs knows this is not a pretty spot for him, but there's just a decent overlay in this pot.
So he's obviously asking the question, how often is he ever good? Will Petrangelo take this line with 2 hearts, combo draw?
There's going to be a few bluffs for sure. He could have sized up on the flop with something like King 10 of hearts.
550?
1,011,000.
Because the more combos of those hands, the more he has to consider calling this with just a pair of 4s.
Even just against this hand, you could probably add 600,000 or 700,000 chips to the pot is my rough guess as the overlay from the bounty.
Right, calculating that bounty into chips is the strategy these players will utilize.
So calling 1.5 million here to win 3.3 plus the 1.5. It's
then you need
a little better than 2 to
equity?
1.
Yeah.
Two to 1, right? Not 3 to 1. So.
Well, I mean, if you just
need like 30%.
Depends on how you calculate the bounty. Some players have different ideas. Maybe I think the bounty's worth more.
Well,
I hear what you're saying. Nice pot for Petrangelo.
And a disciplined fold from Ponikovs.
10-8-5.
But disappointing to improve and not even get to see the river card. We will have a bounty draw for all of the envelopes that players have collected. However, that will be tomorrow because this tournament is still playing. Just literally impossible for us to do it today.
Well, a lot of bounty tournaments run the draw concurrently, but
Not at Triton, okay?
I like that we hold back the bounties. One, you just get to play without being distracted by, oh, how much got pulled? Oh, is the big bounty gone already? Like, it's quite a show, usually. But we can still have the show. We just do it tomorrow.
I would love for one of the players to ask me to open an envelope. I think I've got the lucky touch.
Oh.
I really do.
You want me to put your name in? I'm just going to text everybody who has a bounty, who I also have their phone number. So really just...
There is a chip inside.
I'm just going to text my parents.
Yeah, I don't think your parents are going to collect a bounty in the 40K mystery bounty.
I'm sorry, Randy. I can't actually help you. I wanted to be helpful.
Yeah.
The reality is I've got no one to connect you with.
You could be helpful if you tell me what Ace-King is supposed to do here on the flop.
Okay, I can do that. I'm not sure.
Well, he's sure because he's betting 150K.
Yeah, I think chip leader luxuries is that you can just kind of go high frequency and build pots. That might be a spot where Fedor plays some checks and some big bets in a different situation. But here, he doesn't mind just juicing the pot a little bit.
Kind of seems like, from what we've seen so far, Petrangelo has been the one to kind of chill a bit more.
Makes sense with his stack depth as well, right? He's never covered a big percentage of the table, but he's also always been covered. He's probably more interested in those regular, old-fashioned ladders.
The old-fashioned ladder. Climb the rungs.
Kids these days. Forget about how we used to make money in tournaments.
We got a limp here on the button from Leonard. I think it's pretty interesting. He's the shortest stack. Talk to me, what's going on?
What happened in the good old days when tournaments were just half the prize pool up top? No messing around with bounties.
The days when Fedor didn't win? Because I don't.
No. No, that never happened. And
He's got queens.
In good shape here. He can build a polar range here out of the big blind, and Leonard very well could get himself in trouble. If Holtz is constructing in a polar fashion. He will have some hands that can raise and then fold to a limp shove. And he might even induce action here with a hand worse than ace high, just because Leonard's not that deep.
Oh, limp jam from Leonard. He thinks Fedor's got the moves. But this time he's got the goods. Pocket queens in great shape to knock out Leonard and collect another bounty token, as Fedor already has 7.
Kind of an antithesis, right? I feel bad about this one, to be honest.
I feel bad, but you need to feel good and try to find an ace, Leonard.
He said he always feels bad.
Oh.
You like to be the underdog.
Maybe his feelings don't matter.
You like to be the underdog.
Could be a struggle.
Could still hit an ace if you feel bad.
Look, if you don't flop an ace, it's an alright flop. A 5 would be good. Running hearts, a deuce, a 4 to maybe make a wheel. And all of those opportunities are cooked on the turn. So just an ace or a 5 to stay here, Leonard. You got a big smile. Do you think that card is coming? It is not. GG, Leonard Mao.
It's quite a fall from where we started. 7.5 million for Mao to start this final table. Overwhelming chip leader. All of the pots going against him. All the significant ones. Anyways, at this final table, leading to his 4th place elimination. He gets 3 pulls, though.
Yeah, he will be getting 3 pulls tomorrow at our dinner break. 3 envelopes worth at least $40,000, but EV-wise is $80K a piece, as Leonard came into the day as the tournament chip leader. But we'll have to settle for 4th and no podium finish here. I'm sure he's going to pick up a title at some point. Just a matter of when.
Yeah, these are always weird ones.
Hey, John.
Oh, by the way, Kevin?
Yeah.
Fedor's got 8 bounties now.
Ugh.
Ugh, what, you don't like Fedor?
There was a period where... No, I'm rooting for him. He's the captain of my fantasy team.
He's my captain, too.
There was a period just before that elimination, though, where the other players had a chance to match his bounty count. But I feel like it's always a runaway. Every mystery bounty we cover, there's always someone with like 12 pulls, and everyone else has 2 or 3. I'm rooting for a more balanced one at some point. You know, I want to see 2 or 3 people go up there with 5, 6 envelopes.
Well, right now, it looks like Fedor Holtz is on pace to get the heads up, as he's got a big lead on Ponikov's. And Ponikov's has a solid lead on Petrangelo. Petrangelo, shortest stack with 23 big blinds. He has stepped aside this pot, as we have 8-5 suited versus King-4 of hearts.
Both players with 2 to a flush.
2 to a flush, but you need 5 to make a flush, so they will not be making a flush.
Just thought I'd point it out.
Yeah, why don't you point out that this man just hit top pair and finally going to win a pot against Fedor Holtz.
Fedor with 3 to a straight, considering his options.
He's got 3 to a straight? Yeah, but there's already 4 cards. That's the most useless thing you've ever said to me. Thanks, Kevin.
Trying to balance.
Trying to come into my territory. Nice.
Ponikov's is deep enough here that I think Holtz is just not going to jump to conclusions about his range being weak on this board. He's not likely to raise pre-flop all that often in general. So plenty of ways for him to have Broadway cards, plenty of ways to connect with this texture.
Check, check. 8 high versus the pair of kings, and Ponikov's felt there was more value in inducing from Fedor.
Not a mandatory bluff if you're Holtz, but he's going to think about it. He will sometimes have a top pair hand or a rivered 9. He's also just going to have air quite often on this run out. Any 2 cards below the 9 are reasonably likely.
I mean, but Fedor raised it pre-flop, so there's more to fight for in the pot. Yeah, he's going to go after it. Little sprinkle, hoping to fold out another high card hand.
Well, he's gone cheap enough that Ponikov's, I think, will feel very certain that he has the best hand. Just a question of whether opening the door by raising is too ambitious, too risky. Is he ever facing 3-bet jams on the river? But it feels worth going for value here and raising the king.
Definitely crossing his mind after seeing this very tiny bet, but he will toss in the call and keep it safe.
Hello. Nice call.
Even though
Thank you.
Ponikov's won
You
this
thought about
pot.
folding?
It's a day of folds. Big fold.
The landscape of the chips at the moment
Building
really
edge.
hasn't changed with that pot.
I think that's why they're kind of needling him. Like, oh, was that a tough spot for
Looks
you,
like
Alex?
queen 10.
You had top pair and put 2 big blinds in the pot.
It felt like queen 10.
Looked like, felt like, but it wasn't. $245K is locked up. I do want to point out that we're at that phase where the pay jumps are huge because it goes from 245 to 378. That is more than the expected value of a bounty envelope. Maybe there is reason for Ponikov to try to slide into heads up. Is that a thing?
Oh, definitely. I mean, just like in any final 3 format with this big a disparity, that pay jump's quite valuable to Ponikov's. Only thing worth mentioning is that his lead over Pietrangelo is significant enough that he can still bounty hunt a little bit without risking that position.
The blinds cannot go up on the same person twice, right?
Yeah. Never heard.
Well, maybe try not to get too involved with big pots against Holtz.
I think that's the game plan. Minimize the size of the pot against Fedor, but try to get involved as much as you can when Nick's in the pot.
Nick's in this pot. Limping. Fedor's got 7 deuce. Natural 9, baby.
Raised a double down on the button last hand, 8-3-0. Now he gets a downgrade and he's going to be raising again.
How do we feel about 10-9 offsuit?
Looks like a fairly natural check calling hand, or limp calling hand rather.
I like it because you actually dominate the polarized bluff hands from the big, like 10 deuce, 9 deuce, these things.
And it's just too strong to be folding at this price.
Yeah, I think Fedor is not raising that many bigger 9s pre-flop.
Huge
Less
flop.
likely be dominated, but yeah, obviously huge, bottom 2 pair. If Fedor somehow finds a way to win this pot, we'll lose it.
Well, he's not going to win it by having the best hand. Pietrangelo with the check mark if he doesn't fold. It's a tempting card to keep checking on in Pietrangelo's shoes, and he finds it.
He's supposed to check over when the ace shows up, I would imagine, because when there's a raise, he's limp jamming a lot of his ace-x. Fedor's going to raise a lot of ace-x pre.
Yeah, there's effectively no ace-x combos in Pietrangelo's range here.
Yeah,
he
we
can still
saw-
have a strong hand, of course. You can see the 10-9, he could have queen-jack. But an ace is so frequent in Fedor's range, it's wise for him to check over, and that's a chunky bet from Holtz. I don't blame him for running the delayed bluff empty here. Question for Pietrangelo is whether he wants to fast play, try to just get paid now by maybe a weak ace that doesn't always put the money in on the river. I think if Fedor has ace-jack or ace-queen, there's just sort of no worries. You're going to get his stack anyways. I like this check call. Maybe you double through a bluff.
Maybe. 3 of hearts shows up. Sure, Pietrangelo does lose to hearts, but I imagine he's never check folding to a jam.
No.
Especially with the 10 of hearts in hand, which helps.
His hand is still huge. Question is if Fedor bluffs without a heart. feels a little irresponsible. Nick can also have 10x of hearts, 9x of hearts, even queen x of hearts would check call the turn, I think.
And some of those weaker paired hands, like a 9x, maybe like 8-9, they probably just fold the turn, so what's left to bluff against?
There's going to be some jack 10s. There's going to be marginal stuff.
King X, maybe?
It would just be a pretty reckless overbluff in theory, I think, to take every weak combo. Well, he says 2 million.
He said 2 million as chips were falling off the stack. Was that a towel? Not just kidding. Very nice for Petrangelo. He's up to 4.2 million. Finally, someone takes down Fedor Holtz in a big, significant pot.
Obviously huge for Petrangelo, and now closing the gap on Ponikov's. 15 big blind separates those two, and there are no longer any short stacks to speak of.
Would you guys agree on speeding up levels to be able to jump in better land? Would you guys agree on speeding up blinds?
We can just do it. Whoever gets heads up, right? It's not like we still have.
No, I mean,
I prefer to play
that deep. Okay, yeah.
We still have four levels.
Players are going to discuss whether to speed up the blinds or not, but it's time to talk about Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series, known for its distinctive high complication creations and uncompromised craftsmanship. The brand continues to redefine the possibilities of ultra luxury watchmaking, truly inspired by the impossible. That conversation was really interesting because you heard that Ponikov wants to speed up the blinds to get into that 50K, but Fedor actually very happy with the way this is playing out and doesn't want to increase the blinds.
You have to eat you know you have to eat it whole, right?
That's quite preemptive.
If you lose, it's okay. You can peel it.
I think, yeah.
Trying to think of who that would favor the most.
Fedor thinks it's him. And he's going to open up.
Like, I almost feel that it would be better for Fedor to speed up the blinds because he has a significant lead right now, and he'd be more likely to get all in covering if the blinds are faster. But he'd win the tournament, maybe less often.
He just wants to play some deep stack poker.
I understand it. I would probably choose to play at the normal structure myself.
Me too.
Why are we so hyped about a max late bullet? What are you going to do? Win the tournament entering max late? As if anyone's ever done that.
I know, but, you know, just live this current moment. Live in the present and try to win this title. It's still possible for all three players. Sure, Fedor is the favorite at the moment, just given the sheer amount of chips he's got in front of him. But how often do you have that opportunity to be so close to be picking up a Triton title?
I agree. Although, for those of you watching at home who are curious what's happening in that 50K, you can pop open the Triton Poker Plus app. Current chip leader at level 7 over there is Linus Loliger, fan favorite.
I think it's short, no? Oh, it's 125, yeah.
Who's short at the pot?
Plus.
Nikki P?
Thought that didn't happen anymore with Big Blind Annie.
I know, right?
I'm so bad.
Well, Fedor hasn't hit his hand, but he's improved in a very meaningful way to want to semi-bluff it, I would think. Open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, he's going to win this pot.
He's going to win. That's the simplest
Petrangelo
way to
has
say it.
6 high.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it exciting. It's not exciting. He's just going to bet. This guy's just going to fold.
I mean, I think it's exciting that Fedor wins another pot.
If you're Team Fedor, if you pick them as your captain in the fantasy draw.
Do you have a chance at top 10, Randy? Do you know?
I think so. Actually, I don't know, but Fedor's on my team. Ponakov's is on my team.
Oh, you have Ponakov's too?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my. You're probably crushing.
You can actually check in that, can't you?
I'm opening it up right now.
Let
Well,
me know.
I don't see you in the top 10.
Well, but I'm still there.
You're not in the top 20.
Am I beating our little
You're not in the
commentary
top
rivalry?
50.
I'm not? No?
There's someone named Nano 91218 ahead of you.
I'm 50th at the moment.
Oh, did I scroll right past you?
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Okay, sorry, Nano.
50th.
You are not ahead of the real Nanonoko.
Put some respect on my name. You know what? I'm beating Killbane right now. Killbane's in 62nd.
There's someone named Rabs in 6th. I'm just going to pretend that that's me whenever my team's not doing well.
So am I going to win our little side bet? I'm a favorite right now. But who cares? Because it's Fedor Holtz with King 6 offsuit, and he's re-raising big against Alex Ponakov's.
Well, this is not going to go well for Fedor.
How much is the raise?
It's possible that Ponakov's just flats in position. He's 40 big blinds effective, give or take, and this is a polar range representation. But Ace-Queen suit is going to do just fine, I think, against the range that's willing to get it in here as Fedor. Maybe he wants to clear out equity.
Yeah, and also when Fedor makes it 10 big blinds, it's quite a lot, and it's worth just picking up the pot like
there's
that.
a lot out there.
Just hoping for a call.
Petrangelo hoping for a call from Fedor. Nope.
Put me to the test.
You aced it, Ponakov's.
At first I thought Nicky P was saying, like, I knew he was bluffing, and I was hoping that Alex would just call so that he gets a chance to suck out.
I think he was talking about Fedor calling.
I believe you're right.
That makes more sense.
It makes way more sense. Just like to think that Nick had a dead read.
I mean, there's a non-0% chance that you were right. Guess we'll never know.
Hey, you talked about Fedor fumbling the stack of chips earlier. That can be real.
It was the one when he bet 2 million too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny.
I mean, you know, sample of 1, but it was a bluff, and he fumbled a stack. Keep an eye on it.
Fedor open raising ace 8 versus Ponakov's. Suited king 6. Not bad for Fedor. Not bad at all. He's kind of expected to c-bet here, I would think, even though he flopped so well. Because if he had air, this is his type of board.
Yeah, and it's also just reasonable that he would open a wide enough range that trip 5s is not necessarily in Ponakov's favor. There's going to be some 5x in both ranges here.
Puts in 425.
King 6 suited is too much hand here, I think. With a backdoor flush draw and nut no pair. You want to continue.
Yeah, if he thinks Fedor is just raising random hands, king high is good. And the thing is, if Ponakov's calls here, he has a lot of ace X in his range that Fedor can't just blast off.
No, this is... Ponakov's is certainly protected by stronger hands in this spot.
Yeah, if you're protected, then it makes sense to call with some hands that don't want to face multiple barrels because it's less likely to happen.
Yeah, that is... I feel like that's a lot of people's fear when they think about floating a hand like this, right? They're always convinced that the turn barrel's just coming. It's a good reminder. I mean, it might come here. He's got ace 8. It's a reasonable-ish value bet, maybe on the verge of being too thin, though.
1.2.
1.2.
You're going to value bet again.
Ponikov's doesn't pick up any extra equity on this card. Seems like the time to step away. But in general, I think that's important for players to keep in mind. You can float once with no intention of calling turn, or you can call turn with no intention of calling river. Often just held back by a fear of reckless barrels. That's not the strategy these guys are playing.
Call.
Wow, he's calling again. He just thinks king high is good, but you know what? It is not.
There's the alternate strategy to find light floats. Just keep on floating.
The double float.
Ooh.
Ponikov's is actually playing the board.
Wow, this could get weird, Randy. I mean, Fedor might have a check now. Quite ambitious to get additional value. Not only could Ponikov's have been trapping here with a 5 on the flop, but he could have backed into a full house here with something like 7-6 suited. Not to mention just the ace-9s or ace-10s that get here.
Maybe he's thinking blocky?
I'm sorry.
No, that's not blocky. That
I'm
is
sorry,
all
what?
of them. All of the chips. He thinks there's enough. Ace, X. And Ponikov's wants to count because he needs to think about this.
Randy, what am I watching?
He thought he was good on the turn. That's why he called. He didn't expect the third barrel for all of his chips.
Randy, what's happening?
This is called a thin value bet. This is called the poker god himself. So far, he's gotten max value out of the king 6, but he's looking for the last 4.4.
With the board.
And Ponikov is thinking about calling, which would be a chop, right? Yeah, he passes. What a play from Fedor Holtz. He showed an 8 of diamonds.
I see. That was the plan. The plan was, I want to show the 8 of diamonds.
Getting ahead of Ponikov.
So I go all in.
Like, you seriously? You were bluffing me? Were you? You don't see that too often from a man like Fedor Holtz showing cards.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
He's in the zone.
You don't see that whole hand that often, Randy.
Mm-hmm. He's in the matrix.
I'm here today for big folds.
Huh?
I'm here today for big folds.
Did you fold a 5?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, there were certainly worlds where Fedor just gets called by ace-3, ace-4.
Well, that's why he jammed.
That's the kind of mood you're in.
I'm trying to find the reasons, yes.
Whoa. He's got 11. You know what you do with 11?
It's the second time he's opened this on the button.
You double down.
8-9 is close enough. 8-9 might be crazier than folding a 5 there. What was the size of the pot on the river?
4.15 or something?
No, not this one. When he folded the
He means the river size.
That isn't.
That one's crazier.
That one was.
You mean to GNT?
Yeah.
1/6.
Yeah.
So 215,
Like
1.5 million.
No, 1.5.
All I remember is everybody saying 250 for the whole last 2 streets of the hand.
Oh, yeah. It's on me. Oh, yeah. Pass.
Made a mistake here.
Hmm?
Yeah. No timing is hard.
Oh, is Fedor out of time bank? Is that what he's saying?
Okay.
Well, we're using tempo clock, aren't we?
I do think his tempo is either very low or perhaps out after that pot.
Okay, we can look in the Triton Poker Plus app to figure things out.
Him and Ponikov's both, actually. I'm seeing on the table Holtz with 17 seconds in his clock. Ponikov's 44 seconds. Pietrangelo has a comfortable 3 minutes and 40.
That is true. Might be needed for Pietrangelo in some key pots. For now, he is going to shoot out a bet. It's getting called by 10 high. 10 high has what? 10 of hearts?
Yeah, 10 high with the back door.
And also hoping Petrangelo just stab it and just gives up on a future street.
Petrangelo's hand is pretty showdownable here, and even though he's betting a lot on this flop, just with an overall range advantage, it would surprise me if he bluffed with such a strong hand. He's going into check call mode. Fedor's hand, on the other hand, is
Fedor's hand on the other hand.
pretty weak, and he's going to want to consider bluffing this at some point.
Not now. More checking. Not no pair for Petrangelo. Don't think he can get a better hand to fold, but maybe he can consider bluff catching if he thinks the king jack is good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bluff catcher, to be honest. I think Fedor is likely to just bluff the lowest hands in the deck. He's not going to put him to the test this time.
That's the decking.
That's D1.
So Fedor didn't stab when check two. Tell me know if king jack would have folded to a bet.
Yep, sorry.
I think it's interesting, going back to that ace-8 hand, Fedor kind of suggesting, I think I made a mistake on the low time bank. It's a reminder, perhaps, to us who are just chilling here, not out there, not dealing with the time pressure or the complications of this format. But no matter how experienced you are, sometimes you just get caught up in some thought about some other thing, and
375.
there's nothing stopping you from, or there's nothing that guarantees you're just going to execute on every single spot the way that you wish you could if you were clear-headed, right?
It's all about just making the best decisions as quickly as you can now when you only have 15 seconds or so in time bank.
Yeah, and that means sometimes you'll get it wrong and you just kind of have to live with it and move on, recover for the next one.
Right now he's got the best hand, pair of deuces versus the open-ended straight draw. And a 3 or a 4 would be good for Ponakov, so it's actually a pure coin flip right now on the flop.
Reasonable board to play checks out of position on Ponakov's is going to not necessarily have a ton of the low end of the board, but he calls the big blind with a lot of 10x.
500.
A lot of suited hands.
500K.
Polar strategy from the start. Fedor taking interest.
I mean, Fedor's inflated this pre-flop. Now he's got bottom pair. Sees his opponent, who is supposed to play a little bit tighter because quite level in stacks with Petrangelo. But here he makes the call correctly at the moment. Just shy of 2 million in the middle. King of clubs. It's a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting card in Alex's seat. Unlikely that he would bet any king high on the flop, but maybe he would bet king 10 and king 5 suited.
Mm-hmm.
So well, there are...
He bet pretty big, so maybe even the king 5 is ambitious.
It's ambitious, for sure.
Would a 10x still bet on a card that's supposed to be a bit better for Fedor?
Yeah, that's the question for building his turn betting strategies. How many of those 10s can keep firing here? I don't think Fedor check calls that many king highs unless he has something to go with it. Maybe king of diamonds, X.
Also, Ponakov would have hate to get check jammed on when he has clean outs as an open-ended straight draw. So he checks it back. 9 of diamonds complicates things for Fedor because his hand doesn't really look like it's the best, but it is.
No, this hand, I think has to check now on the end. I mean, it's possible to consider bluffing with this hand, but there should be some lighter check calls on the flop. A pair is good enough to try to seek showdown.
It's gonna do, or at least try, get the showdown for cheap or for free.
Well, the ball's in Alex's court now. He has to decide if he wants to bluff and for how much.
He literally has the nut low.
Got to be that element as well of the matchup against Fedor. You know this is someone who can make a huge call. But that doesn't mean he's going to call you every time.
1.2 million with the nut low. Can one of the game's greatest players call with bottom pair on this board? It seems impossible at first glance.
It's a very weak hand.
Yeah, it's bottom pair jack kicker.
You need to put Ponikovs on some sort of bluff that decided the king was not good enough. It's mostly equity.
Jack 4 of clubs.
Not even close.
Well, it's kind of close.
Or when he said a 4?
Well, like a draw. A draw on the turn that didn't want to bet.
But
you know.
Jack 4 wasn't a draw on the flop. 3-4 was. But what a play from Ponikovs. It's all about still bluffing, even though you know your opponent is great at hand reading. I'm telling you though, that banana is still ripening. It's definitely darker since I've last seen it.
I think there must just be something in the lighting. You know, it's bringing out the brown.
What do you think? It's sepia? A filter? No.
We would never.
It's been a great three-handed battle so far. Not bad for Nicky P. He's got top pair. We're gonna stab Fedor or what?
Sure looks like his board. Small c-bet with range. Very reasonable start to this hand. And in Petrangelo's shoes, you could play a small check-raising strategy just with everything that plans to continue. It's a little uncomfortable to play ace-8 aggressively, so I understand the check call.
Was up against the absolute minimum that he could have bet on the flop. Jack on the turn, giving Nick Petrangelo a full house. No betting on the turn. The 10 actually gives Fedor a worse full house.
Opportunity for Nick to get value. You always expect your ace to be good here, but it also feels difficult to find the bluffs in your range when you check call a flop like this. So it's not guaranteed that Nick's going to blast some huge size here.
250.
Gonna bet 250K, get snap called. Nice value for Petrangelo. He's been winning these smallish pots against Fedor quite consistently. He'll play a 4.6 million chip stack. Premium to start with. Ace-queen suited. Spade variety. Sixes for Trangelo. He folds sixes in the small blind. I'm actually really shocked here, Kevin. Am I the only one?
No, that's a pretty snug fold.
For 40 big blinds effective?
Yeah, I feel like we're deep enough to be building a flatting range. I get the idea when you're covered and you're trying to play kind of a ladder strategy.
I mean, to ladder right now when both you and Pontikovs has 40 big blinds seems a little odd, but...
Well, it's a big ladder. I mean, you pointed it out earlier. It's a very big ladder from third to second.
Mm-hmm.
But to say that Pontikovs is that likely to bust before you when you're playing this deep effective, I have to agree. It's kind of a stretch.
Well, it's actually good for both Fedor Holtz and Pontikovs because the best hand, sixes, is in the muck. Fedor now actually reaching for chips. Bets 200K with the best hand. Expecting Pontikovs to not c-bet this flop too often. But he's actually induced a raise from ace, queen of spades.
Really like this from Pontikovs, and I think he's one of the best in these kind of situations. I've seen him react to leads quite aggressively in general over the months, years.
He's one of the best at being pesky in post-flop poker. He is so tough to play against. Fedor is currently undeterred as he makes the call. Not sure if he thinks he's best, but he knows if a deuce or jack falls, he's in great shape. Still has the best hand on the 9 of diamonds. I also think that Pontikovs expects Fedor, once he gets called on the flop, to have some paired hands. Maybe not as weak as deuce X, but 5X would make sense for Fedor.
Not sure that Pontikovs sees his hand as like a clear bluff on the flop. There's a bit of equity denial involved in that flop raise.
It's like a value raise, maybe?
Yeah, to some extent. And I mean, if he knew that Fedor was this light by leading flop with a pair no backup and then calling the raise, I think that he would happily follow through the turn. But there's more equity attached to these pairs in general. I think it was just like, I'll take my shot on the flop and then try to show this down. Maybe I win sometimes against like a 6 or a bad ace high.
Fedor gonna check the deuce. Hope he's up against an ace high, and he is, and he will win this pot. Fedor getting the best of Pontikovs for most pots here at this final table so far.
I think that's what the smirk is about. Little glance between those two. It's like, yeah, got you again. How do you feel about that one?
Man, I was thinking that Fedor was playing some of the best poker he's ever done and when he had his great run back in the day, but the performance he's putting on right now at this final table, it's amazing. Like, it's a guy who looks like he's still constantly studying and is very sharp. In comes pre-flop raise.
Doesn't look mandatory for Pontikovs. If there's any reason to continue here, it's that Fedor seems to have raised, what, maybe 4 times in a row in the blind versus blind. He's starting to get the impression this is just a full range play or out of line, you might say.
Pontikov's giving Fedor a little size up there. Like, I really want to put a stop to your run, but I kind of don't want to do it before Petrangelo. Because pay jumps are big right now. Over 100K. 3s for Fedor. He's got your favorite hand, Pocket Krabachows.
You always say that's my favorite hand. Never once indicated it's my favorite hand.
This hand sucks because it's losing to pocket tens. And it's named after you.
These tens should be 3-betting, I would think.
TT?
975.
975,000. What now for Fedor Holtz?
I mean, this is button big blind for less than 40 bigs. It's not unreasonable to take your low pairs and 4-bet shove. It's another case of if Pietrangelo has his bluffing range, you'd love to clear it out. And if he has his value range, sometimes I'm flipping.
It's interesting. Wow, he just made it 5 million. He believes in the Kravachows. But the bad news is here because Pietrangelo's got the bigger pair. And you need to find the third crab. Man, if Pietrangelo can hold, he's going to have almost the same chip stack as Fedor Holtz. It's a 9 million chip pot. As we go 3 to a flop. And there's the 3.
Wow.
My goodness. This is Fedor's day, but not Pietrangelo. 2 tens in the deck. Spades would do it as well.
For some reason, I thought 3 is coming. You know, because I'm lucky.
Markov's waiting to see if he'll get a pay jump. No spade.
Spade.
I'll 10 of spades and chop.
Okay. If 10 of spade comes, it's okay.
One more chance for Pietrangelo in this 3-handed battle. We're going to heads up. And we are.
Good luck. Good to see you, man.
Good game to Nick Pietrangelo as he gives handshakes. Wishes good luck to the remaining 2 players, but he's gone just like that.
I mean, these are the 2 we expected to get heads up, given the chips over the last couple of hours. But Pietrangelo put himself in a great position to contend for this title.
I'm the button. Mm-hmm.
Would have been tied for the chip lead had he held with his 10s there after riding the mid stack for most of this FT. Pretty strong performance from Nicky P.
Pretty strong. $250,000 for him. 3 envelopes to open tomorrow. 80,000 expected value for each of those. He really was a big part of this 4- and 3-handed battle, which was a treat to watch. The very best play. But he will have to step aside and leave these 2 players remaining to battle for another Triton title. 145 big blinds for Fedor Holtz, 18 million, and Ponakov has got 32 big blinds and 4 million.
Is this the deepest average stack heads up you've ever called, Randy? We're heading to heads up with an 89 big blind average stack.
I mean, I thought our first event was very deep. I believe that one started with about 60 big blinds or so, but 89 big blinds is the average, but Fedor's got most of those chips.
You know what I'm rooting for, Randy.
We know what you're rooting for.
I'm rooting for a 7-hour heads-up match.
A 7-hour heads-up match.
I was going to say 3, but I was like, no, let's go. Let's shoot for the stars. Let's get 7 hours.
I mean, you know, the first time we had a deep stack, that one went pretty quick in our event number 1, but hopefully we get a long match. But before we do that, we do need to set up the play for heads up, and it's going to take us about 10 minutes. So go grab a coffee, and we'll see you soon.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all-expenses-paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call. entry time.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Nice hoodie, by the way.
Raise 100,000. Pass.
Okay, Watson's got ace-10 offsuit. He might make a move here.
Seconds.
Watson
Player will end.
is committing here. And is this going to create...
Ooh.
Oh, the domino effect is incoming because Ponikov's has a premium here.
I thought Sultanov was going to be the one to go up against Watson, but no chance. Ponikov steps aside, even with a raise and a re-raise all in front of him.
5 seconds. Call. Call.
He actually makes a call rather than move in, probably because Leonard was right behind him.
Yeah, Ponikov's with 4 million chips. 80 big blinds is a bit steep to just be committing without knowing if Leonard's entering the pot.
Now what with King-Queen suited?
Don't think
5 seconds.
we want to step away quickly here. This is a strong play from Ponikov's, of course. But he has the chips to cold call here with some hands that King-Queen is in good shape against. Sultanov just flatting. I don't mind this because you have 0 fold equity on the shove.
Right, in case it comes like ace high.
Yeah,
ace
why not
deuce,
evaluate? Yeah, of course. Ace deuce deuce and Ponikov's puts money in, you just get out.
Like this play from Sultanov, and Watson is in a bit of trouble unless he can find an ace. It's a 2.4 million chip pot. As Watson awaits his fate. The Trident holder. Oh, what a flop for Sultanov. He's got a flush draw. And chips are going in.
1 million.
Just time to verify what we've got. Yes, that's a flush draw. Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's time to run it, and Ponikov's could collect 2 pelts here.
It's a 3-way all-in. Sultanov slams the cards down and sees that he is an equity favorite. Any king, any queen, any heart will do the job for him. Watson really needs that ace.
Yeah, it's looking rough for Sir Watts.
Next year it'll just be over in 2040.
Ponikov's looking for some black cards are low.
Stack deep, we never play deep anymore.
That's right.
I like that.
Non-board pairing heart would just end it on the turn.
It's the ace of clubs, and Mike Watson is very likely to stay in this tournament, but he still needs to dodge the heart.
And the case 10. Ponikov's could still scoop.
There's that side pot as well of 2,080,000, and the river card is the 3 of spades, and Sultanov eliminated.
It's a brutal way for Sultanov to end up out. Watson, the shorter stack, survives the confrontation, and Sultanov ends up with 7th.
It's yours.
Average.
Yeah. The bubble would be like 100. recently, like the last year, it was like 4 pay, so it was really deep.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, yeah.
And what, like free buy-ins, minka?
Yeah.
Mickey P, reminiscing about deep stack tournament poker days. As we're playing this final table where we've got a very deep average stack. Pocket jacks, and Fedor's got ace-8 suited.
Do expect Fedor to call here, much like we saw Ponikov's and Mao play their ace-8 suiteds earlier. Near the covering stack. You want to see a flop. J&T's got a pair.
You never know what he's going to do. That's what makes him so fun to watch.
I mean, by default with him, I expect aggression.
600.
Look at this.
600. This is chunky, and Nick Petrangelo is loving the sound of that.
It makes it easier for Petrangelo to play because when his opponent squeezes so big, really just only one move for pocket jacks.
It may be unclear without the assistance of the chip counts on the leaderboard that Petrangelo covers here, but I think he's aware. He can access a bounty here by going all in.
All in.
There's the all-in. Petrangelo barely covering J&T. Fortunate spot for him. Fedor's like, man, I wanted to see a flop.
Yeah, as much as Fedor wants to get involved here, and I think he did just ask for a count, I think he's going to recognize that this is way too much of his stack, and those bounties, you know, if both players get all in, there's that extra 160K overlay, but that maybe adds, I don't know, 1 million chips to the pot maximum. Is that really enough to get involved with a suited ace when you're very likely up against a dominating ace and a pocket pair?
You're up against 35 to 40 big blinds a person. Yeah, if you're up against ace, king, and jacks, how do you win the hand? Hit spades or running eights or something like that?
If everyone turned their cards over, he might put the money in here because he would find out his ace is live and his suit is live, but he doesn't know that. It's very likely he doesn't have many outs.
The game of imperfect information. I would say this is too loose, and that's the right fold of ace-8 suited. J&T prices himself in, hoping he's up against ace-king or ace-queen, but he's up against a bigger pocket pair.
Huge spot for both players.
And Petrangelo covers by 2 big blinds, 120K.
Real thinker? I mean, for me, apparently, yeah.
Let's see. Queen, queen, 3. Not good for J&T. Really just needs to hit the 6 now. No running straight possibilities. No running flush. Just one more chance at it, Kevin.
Never feels easy.
That's what I was thinking. Ace-8.
Ace-8 of spades.
It's gonna be a full house versus a full house.
He covers me.
No, you cover.
I do? Okay.
I mean, based on
Screen says you do.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Screen is right.
I thought the last set.
I'm gonna just do some accounting to confirm things. J&T. And welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanonoko, and alongside me is Kevin Rabichow. We've got 2 Titans here, Fedor Holtz versus Alex Ponikov, and a big average stack, but the distribution is quite heavy in favor of Fedor Holtz, and they did actually make a deal. It seems that Fedor Holtz is going to be guaranteed $508,000, Ponikov's $407K, so they're going to play 20K for the winner, and it doesn't sound that much, but there's actually a lot on the line because if you do win this heads-up match, you collect your opponent's bounty, and because no one's collected your own bounty, you do collect your own. So there's actually quite a lot of money at play here.
Yeah, that's right. Fedor Holtz with a 4-1 chip lead here, so he's the overwhelming favorite to take down the heads-up match, and also for that reason, the overwhelming favorite to win that 160K in equity plus the 20K they've made the deal for. So, yes, some chunk of money has been locked up, and it sounds only slightly in Fedor's favor, but I think that's because a good percentage of the remaining prize pool is expected to go to him as well.
Well, I've got some extra stats for you. Both these players have played quite a bit of Triton events, 120 for Ponakov, 100 events for Fedor Holtz, and they have roughly the same amount of cashes, 38 for Alex, 33 for Fedor Holtz, $26 million earned for Ponakov, and 21 for Fedor. It's just really close for all these different stats, but it's going to be who is going to win this title, as, you know, they've been to heads up quite a bit for both of them as well.
Yeah, and what stands out to me is that Fedor just tends to close, and that's no surprise with how we've seen him play. I think that he tends to get to heads up with the big chip lead, and for that reason, he's winning 4 out of 5 heads up matches where Ponakov's only won 1 out of 4.
Yeah, that is true, but Ponakov did eventually win one, and he's looking to win another one here. It's Fedor Holtz with all of the chips at the moment, and he has to take out one more opponent. Be a Triton champion once again, but it's Alex Ponakov's. He's been to heads up so many times, like you mentioned. That is the chip distribution, deep stacks. Two envelopes to be played for, $20,000 as well. I mean, it's a guaranteed payday of $100,000 at a minimum, but expected value is closer to $180,000.
Stack starting about 30 big blinds effective here. And we're already underway in the first hand. This looking like a limped pot. Ponakov's limping on the button. Fedor checking the big blind, and we check through on the flop. Check through again on the turn. Ponakov's had a hand that could have bluffed at it on the flop, but I think now that we're in this line and the board double pairs, both players going to be content to show down 10 high.
Same.
Same. Same, but different. But same.
Same.
Oh no, I lost.
Oh, it is the second hand coming up with heads up, but you guys in the chat, who do you think is going to take this one down? Is it Fedor Holtz or Alex Ponakov's? Or maybe just tell us who's on your fantasy team. Is it either one of these players?
Of course you were headed for the fantasy team, Randy.
How are you doing in the fantasy,
You're
by the way?
just so happy that you have both of these players on your team. I get it. I would be too.
Yep.
But just wait. Just wait for the day that you're also in 700th place.
New level.
It's not possible.
And I'm in the top 50. Pretty well done by you, I will say. You've got your booster on Ponakov's, and you've got Fedor as your captain. So you're getting bonus points either way.
I'm a professional, man.
Professional fantasy poker player?
I've never played fantasy in my life, but I might start a new profession. But we're also going to have some new blinds, 75K, 150K.
Big increase here. They do play fewer hands per level in heads up. Ponakov's starting with a limp here with pocket threes. He'd be happy to get this hand all in pre-flop if Fedor were to raise, but he's going to check his 9-6.
So you're thinking if Fedor had ISO'd from the big, he was always going to limp jam?
Yeah, I think so. Anything less than like 40 blinds with the small pairs seems fine to just put it in.
I forgot to mention this is your favorite hand.
150?
I wouldn't mind it if you just never mentioned that. Again, that'd be fine.
Last time I said it.
I mean, it did.
Fedor had the worst pair, and he found the third crab.
I would hate to take any credit away from Fedor for that suck out. It was a masterful suck out, really. Just, you know,
Courtesy of your name.
Top class flop in a set, but you did give me the shout out there, so now I feel obligated to take a little bit of credit for it.
You can keep that ante all the time.
Close up shot of that beautiful trophy that one of these two men will be taking home.
Yeah, because if Petrangelo had held, him and Fedor would have about 9 million chips apiece.
Yeah, they would have been tied for chip lead.
Single mystery. Little Limskis. Oh, Mr. Ponikovs.
Love that from Ponikovs. Those raggedy King X hands for 30 blinds against the limp. Just
Pocket deuces?
put the money in and end it.
That's something similar.
I mean,
would you call
is
King
it?
6 offsuit similar to deuces?
No. Normally you would think 3s or 4s.
It's about as similar as Jack 4 clubs and 4-3 of hearts.
I'm glad we made it here.
Yep. First time. First time together.
That's right.
Hopefully not the last time. We were close a couple times.
Close, yeah. Also today was close.
These two have been at the same final tables in the past, but never
325.
heads up.
Premium
call.
for Ponikovs. He's going to raise on the button. So he's sometimes raising a little over min and other times limping.
Pocket queens for Ponikovs. It's an overpair.
He checked already.
But you did not check, Alex.
I think big bets are coming on this texture, especially when you have the overpair and a backdoor flush draw.
He checked it back.
Ponikovs. Always tricking me.
I wonder why.
Well, I think he's deciding to play the strategy overall with big bets, but he's choosing queens basically as a trapping hand. Like you sometimes see people check back aces on a paired board, or even kings. He's bringing that idea a little bit lower here. There's very low risk that Fedor has an ace in his hand, just based on pre-flop alone. He flatted a raise. It's fair to assume you're not up against that many ace high.
Could be up against a 5 high. Well, you know what I mean, like open limit straight draw.
Yeah, I don't think you know how Hold'em works if there's going to be a 5 high hand.
Yeah. Take it back.
600.
Fedor
3/4
with
now.
Effectively the nut low there. He has no draw, no pair, 9 high. Those are in the muck.
Saw someone in the chat named Matthew Gittins. How do you play the fantasy team? What you do is you need to download the Triton Poker Plus app. I believe there will be a link in the chat somewhere if the mods can help us out. And then there's a tab called Fantasy. And the thing is, you have to register your team before the stream starts by about at least 1 hour. You do have several hours to get the opportunity to do so, and then you pick from the remaining players. Some are costly, cost more points, etc. And then you just sweat the stream with your team and see how you do on the leaderboard. You can sweat against me too. You can even search my username, Nanonoko, or you can do Kevin Rabichow and expect a win. But he's K-Rab.
Wow. K-Rab. And it's worth noting that this is before day 2. So at the end of tonight, the 50K is going to be headed to day 2.
That's right.
So tomorrow morning, before the 50K day 2 gets underway, that's your chance to jump in the fantasy action for the 50K.
I actually didn't expect it to be that much fun, but when you win against the commentators group on day 1, I think I'm
we
hooked.
got it. We got him.
You got him.
Reel him in. A little bit of success early on.
I've heard this story before.
I'm seeing 7 straight losing days in Randy's future.
475.
Try to martingale it up. But here we go.
Ponikovs.
We got a little bet in the check raise from Ponikovs of 8-9 of hearts on the ace-high board, mind you.
I like this check raise. It is easy to end up playing under-aggressive on ace-high boards when you feel like you don't have any aces in your range. But Ponikov's recognizing he's going to have some suited aces that check the big blind that can raise here for value. He's going to have some 7-4. And he's just going to have some higher equity hands, like 5-6, that, well, they can just check raise and improve fairly often.
He improved in a interesting way. He's got a gut shot with 8-9.
Might be enough to convince him to bet turn sometimes, but there's just so many of these types of hands on the board. You can see the 5-3, the 8-6, not to mention open-enders. You don't
Just
want to
'cause
bluff
you
all of them.
Picked up some equity doesn't necessarily mean you need to auto-bet turn.
No.
Because when you get bet called on the flop, you're up against a strong straight draw like 5-6 that's not folding, or you're up against an ace that's obviously never folding. Even a 7 could bet called flop, certainly.
Fedor is going to bet with his 6-high gutter. See if Ponikovs has any creativity left in the tank.
You'd have to be really creative to continue with 9-high.
I mean, the occasional double check raise is definitely a thing. It's really out there. I mean, who finds it? But if I had to guess, anyone.
Oh.
Wow. This guy just check raised, check called with 8-9 high. It's the best hand, so he thinks he's beating all of the other straight draws, which he is, and 9 high is good.
This is pretty incredible. I mean, I have my doubts about this actually showing down, but if it does, what a showdown it'll be.
But what does Fedor think he can fold out? Does he actually expect 8-9 to check call?
No, I
turn?
think he's... Wow,
Wow.
he checks it.
This is the best 9 high value check raise flop check call turn I've ever seen.
Well, it's also the first.
Yeah, it's also the first.
So
but
that makes it the best. That's so ridiculous.
that hand's incredible.
He says he would probably fold river. I understand when the 7 pairs, just giving it up, right? First of all your perceived draws have missed. So you need to give up sometimes to stay balanced. Also, it kind of looks like Ponikov's had a 7.
7 is kind of...
7, thank you.
7 is kind of insane.
You're talking about the 7 being insane. What do you think that insinuates?
I think
It's a
he's
card
just
you can't
saying
bluff
it's
on?
the worst card for him to follow through that hand. He would follow through a ton of blanks. Maybe feels okay on a 4, although I think a 4 and a 7 are sort of effectively similar.
I guess it's not unreasonable that Ponikovs could check raise like a 7x on the flop.
That's what he's...
Check call, turn.
You don't want to overstate how often that's the hand, but it makes sense to me that you take like a 7-5 suited and check raise sometimes. You take a 4-5 suited and check raise sometimes. Those hands would find the turn check call. Wow, how did we miss the chance to
Keep 150.
say 9 high like a boss? Well done, chat. Wonder if that's a first for Ponikovs.
9 high, check call like a boss.
Make sure to put that in the interview. If he completes this comeback, still down
You got like 9?
100 big blinds to 40.
Yeah.
That really has got to be one of the most
Flip
high-level poker hands I've witnessed.
Don't ask me.
The check call there is genius.
It's on you.
Because it's still higher than all of the straight draws that would have bet called the flop. And maybe
mean-
he can hit his hand too, just in case he's behind.
I mean, imagine the same hand where Fedor floats the flop with 10-9 suited and then bluffs the turn with 10-9 suited. Would we just be singing his praises as
That's a good point.
a genius value bet, or would we be saying, Ponikovs, what are you doing? 9 high check call.
That's a very good point. Because these guys, they got more floats than most players, I would say. Not the obvious straight draws that exist on the flops only. Hello, 10-9 offsuit. Just playing the player at this point, and here comes the 10 for Ponikovs.
Reasonable check call. Heads up ranges. 10 high with some backdoors.
He's
And
the favorite to have the best hand, right? Given one's a mystery card for Fedor.
Well, now that he's made his 10, yes, absolutely he's the favorite.
But what if Fedor's got the queen?
That's the one.
It's kind of bad odds, isn't it?
After the turn check, I would say 0%.
Hey, He's got quads.
I don't see quads. I see a full house for Ponikovs and 9 high for Fedor.
How would you size right now if you're Ponikovs?
Very large. I mean, he doesn't have to bet, and here he is with the check on the end. He can go for check raise. His hand is strong enough.
Is he checking because he thinks a 6 will bet for him and maybe he can do some random bluffs from stabbing against king high?
Check. It must be the idea. I mean, certainly a 6 will bet. Worse than a 6 can value bet this run out. Creative check on the end from Ponikovs.
Or no? 100, 200. That might be dealer I'm scared of.
Well, there you see what we've been speaking about on your screen. You can build your own fantasy team on the Triton Poker Plus app. Scan that QR code, download the app. And how about that other QR code to join the Discord community? Get involved in the conversation with us here at Triton. And put your team in tomorrow for the 50K. And how about just every event for the rest of the series?
425.
Yes, 425.
Got a single raise pot. So now we just got to look at the back doors now because that's a very important part of heads up. Can't just play straight forward and see whether you hit the flop or not. Queen of clubs versus the 10 of clubs.
Both quality backdoor draws. Ponikov starts with a single big blind, and Fedor just taking the passive approach for now. He probably thought about check raising the flop as well.
Both players with gut shots, but they also might think their high card is still good.
It's going to be good sometimes. Ponikovs did raise this pre-flop, so this is a board that is significantly more likely to interact with his range. Weird thing with queen high, though, is you kind of block some of the weakest hands that Fedor is going to float the flop with. Feels like a slightly inefficient turn bluff. You'd want worse. Fedor now considering bluffing. It's a weird spot where you can't represent that many ace-x or king-x, but you also just have dust, so you kind of want to bluff. I wouldn't have minded a small bet to rep the jack.
I guess he still beats like 9 highs and 8 highs, etc.
It'll win occasionally, for sure. Still just... It's kind of the nature of heads up that you get dealt trash a lot, you fight back with trash a lot, and then if you try to bluff it every time, you're going overboard. But at the same time, your opponent's unlikely to have much, so it might just be a good idea to attack.
It's timing, right?
Yeah.
Check.
Seen this type of board before. Paired board, no flush draw. Ten six has a double gutter. Jack or 7 to make the straight. Jack deuce with a gut shot.
Fedor likely to bet here, I think. Well, forget that.
I mean, you think about it, you're just not always 100% right, but that's okay. because this is a game where balance is important. You can't always be taking the 100% frequency of a certain action, certain hand.
Yeah, I wonder if he was concerned about check raise in this line. I mean, Ponikov's did just show down a hand that was trying to check raise river. Turned enough equity that it's probably front of mind to not
Exciting.
get check raised. I like that from Photo Guy in the chat. Banana for scale. Helping those of you who haven't been in the room just understand how big everything here is. Put it next to that trophy, Alex.
But what if it's one of those baby bananas?
You could see it now in the...
Lady fingers, is that what they call them?
What is a baby banana?
Like a small banana.
I'm convinced that
850?
producer Lee and Randy both are just inventing foods that are not real to troll me.
Nine-six offsuit.
Well,
Making an
Ponikov's
850.
nailed the timing here on the limp. I think it was 9-6 offsuit Fedor had the last time I suggested Ponikov's would limp shove. This time Ponikov's hand is strong enough to limp 3-bet small. I think that's what he's debating right now. It's 40 big blinds effective.
1.9 million.
Yeah, it goes for the inducing size.
Right, because if your opponent is isolating polarized from the big blind, it's okay for you to make it small because they're not going to call anyways.
That's for
but then
sure
you
was
still
freestyle.
open the door.
Something.
Hopefully get it in.
Wow.
Freestyling, he said.
Accusing the man of freestyling.
Queen 3 offsuit. Queen. Something.
Isn't freestyling like a rap battle?
Yeah.
Or like some kind of breakdance duel?
I think in this case he meant something else.
450,000 and 25,000.
Hey, these two need to learn how to scan their cards. It's starting to annoy me.
Oh, makes for a fun one.
Maybe it doesn't matter for Ponikovs.
We got the good one.
Actually, the funny thing is if he blocked out the 8 of clubs, it really would still be a great mystery hand. Assuming the other card is unpaired as well.
Fedor has a hand that could be aggressive across multiple streets. Let's see if Ponikov's fast plays his trips. Oh, well, he fast calls his trips.
Fast call? Is that a new play?
That's one way to fast play.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, action turn. Fedor picks up the straight flush draw. Looks like a slam dunk turn bluff.
Because even if Ponikovs has the 8 or a king, he could get there on a semi-bluff.
Fedor considering, and oh, he's cutting out a big bet, Randy. This is full pot.
I actually think this bet sizing is really interesting because I still don't think a king or 8 would ever fold.
No.
Does he need to bet this big to fold out some high card floats?
It's a fair question. I do think Alex would call again with some high cards if it was like half pot or 2/3. And he might still call a small percentage of them here, but for me the bet size is too big just because Ponikov's is capable of mixing in trips in the check call, top pair in the check call. You can't be so sure that that check call on the flop is capped.
Well, now Fedor's got to be worried. He's up against something. For now, he's going to try to hit his hand. He does not.
First time we've seen that. In the last big pot between these two, felt all but guaranteed that Fedor would improve. Now he's empty, and I don't think there's any way for him to win this pot. It's just a matter of whether he cuts his losses here on the river.
he was to bet here, he's basically saying, I have an 8 and the king should fold. And he'd have to bet all the chips for Ponekos to even consider that option.
No shot he considers folding with an 8.
Check. We know that. He checks. He gives up. We expected that.
Wow.
Oh, he's giving up the chip lead.
That side card revealed to be the 6 of clubs. 8-6 of clubs wins a chunky one there.
Nice. We got a new chip leader. Alex Ponekovs.
Is he chip leading? Really?
He is chip leader. It's 11.4 million versus 10.8. Average
right.
stack is 11 million.
Yeah, that happened quick.
It did.
Ponekov's been on the uptick.
475.
Now playing 50+ big blinds effective. Slight increase to the open size on the button.
Heads up is such a crazy game.
It's fun.
It's great.
It's the best game, probably.
The momentum sometimes is sick.
Yeah, I mean, the variance is sick, yeah. You know that.
You know, Randy, about 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of playing against Fedor heads up in an online invitational tournament.
An online invitational tournament.
Yeah,
Were
it
you
was
to
like
invite you or to pro?
It wasn't exactly like that. Wasn't like the invitational here.
Do
that
tell
will be
me.
starting in a couple of days. It was a 6-player heads up cash challenge on Run It Once Poker.
Okay.
And it was kind of like the CoinPoker Championship, if you know the format.
I've heard of it, yes.
You play some amount of hands against everybody, and then if you win your match, you set up a bracket, you move on to the semifinals, you move on to the finals.
Okay,
the
so
whole
you
thing.
played him in which part of the bracket? That's my first question.
I think it was in the round robin.
Got it.
I think it was round robin.
So some kind of pool play.
It was either that or semifinals. I'm actually forgetting now.
But go on. Maybe not the important part
Yeah,
of the
but then
story.
now it's always
Well, I thought it was so cool at the
now
time
that we did
because
6, I didn't think about it, that it's then always going up on me.
oh yeah, I see the
What?
Because we said 6, it always goes up on me. But it's alright. There you
I
have
mean, we need to do all...
there you have your EV for
125 Alex.
Yeah. Definitely we need to change it then.
players negotiating the blind structure a little. Had it been 7 hands, it would go up on alternate players, but since it's 6, it's always going up on Fedor. But yes, going back to that, Randy, so I remember thinking it was very cool because Fedor, not a cash game specialist, not a heads-up player, just, you know, at the time was already, of course, very successful in tournaments and thought it would be a fun challenge. And because of that, I found out that he just loves this format. Like, Fedor thinks heads-up, no limit is really interesting and really exciting. But, you know, he went in against some crushers, maybe with the worst of it in that format. Maybe was very loose, very aggressive,
Did
swung
he
for the
beat
fences.
you? That's what I want to know.
I had my biggest losing session of the entire challenge against him. But then I won the tournament.
Oh.
So
you got out of pool play despite getting
win-win
crushed by him?
Yeah, I got crushed by him. But then I think I won my other 2 matches, and I made the semis, and then I just went win-win.
There you go.
But yeah, Fedor, I think he beat me for like 50,000 or something. It was ugly.
Fedor actually check raised there, but go on.
I remember it was very high
I exposed
variance.
a lot by asking. I exposed
Playing
a lot
against
by
him.
asking. We need to do... Can we ask them to make it 7 then?
Yeah.
Can you make a... We are playing 6 hands and make it 7.
So, yeah, so just one more So we play 6 instead of 5 and then just 7 going forward.
Such service here at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Sorry.
Players want to change the tournament, no problem. Change the tournament. You want 4 cards? No problem.
I don't know. We can
We'll
request
give you
2
4
more cards.
All in.
He loves this with the king 6, doesn't he?
King 6 offsuit, the magic hand.
Oh, I miscounted.
You should have said deuces.
Now pocket deuces.
Very close. You are so close every time.
Yeah. Maybe I should have thought longer when you had.
What, you had like Jack 5 suited?
Jack deuce, yeah.
Nah, Jack deuce. You cannot do much.
Yeah,
That's
but
the fault.
it's terrible, but it just felt.
Only deuces.
Just felt.
$600.
600,000.
After Ponikov's jam king 6 offsuit for 30 big blinds and then 40. We got a pre-flop raise. King queen versus 9-8 offsuit. Ace high.
Not mandatory to c-bet all your hands in position in this format. Ranges are so wide. Stacks are deep enough that Fedor can have an ace in his range. He's also just going to be playing loose enough that he can have flopped a straight or flopped good equity on this board. So Ponikov's does check behind.
Yeah, and one of the things is when you're got the nut no pair, so you aren't getting better hands to fold because the pair is never folding.
Is a pretty natural hand to try and take to showdown. Holtz doesn't get after this turn card. It'd be a little out of line to bluff with no equity, no suit interaction. One of the worst hands you can have on this board. Ponikov's considering maybe a little protection here.
Against 2 live cards or a wheel.
It's ambitious, but he is nothing if not that.
It's a value bet. Didn't get paid, but he does get awarded the pot.
Classic battle of heads-up hand strengths. Jack 5-0 squares off with 9 deuce. And both players flop a classic amount of equity. Jack of clubs 5 interacting in a small way. Would be reasonable for Fedor to bet here. He can fold out some better high cards on the flop. But does feel like playing a little bit passive has been the theme thus far. Ponikov's could consider extracting 1 street here, and he bets 250.
250,000.
Fedor's hand will be too strong to fold. The question is, does he want to bluff raise, try to clear out pairs with no club, maybe even clear out a straight draw with no club? He'll just flat. Wow. Well, that is gin for Fedor. Let's see how much Ponikov's wants to commit. He has options. He could check his hand and bluff catch, but it's a pretty strong hand. Absolutely worth a value bet. He might even think that Fedor has some ace 3, ace 5.
150? Sorry, 250.
250.
Oh. A verbal declaration of 150. Certainly he intended to bet small. don't think he was trying to bet 1.5 million. Certainly didn't look like it from the way he was reaching for his chips. So I think Fedor has a value raise here. Honestly, I kind of expect Ponnikov's to snap most sizes. He's underplaying his flush by betting one big blind.
1.75 million.
This is pretty big. Full pot.
Call.
He's called. Fedor. Gonna retake the chip lead with that pot.
Momentum.
Big pickup.
1,750. Yeah.
Mini cooler there. Going the Germans' way.
What a huge pot there. Fedor back in the driving seat.
I do like the line that Ponnikov's took there. He was trying to get called by one pair on the river. Reasonably often, Fedor could hero call him with a 7 or maybe a rivered ace.
Yeah.
Fedor also someone who's quite capable of bluff raising in spots like that, just empty. Someone who's not afraid to take a hand that lacks blockers, just take a spot, basically. Not everyone is going to raise those situations with bluffs.
And Ponnikov knows that. That's why he had to pay off.
850.
850K from Fedor Holtz. Ponnikov's limped the button with ace-5 suited. Quickly makes the call. Almost feels like Ponnikov's is playing very quickly because he's been talking about trying to jump into that 50K throughout this 3- and 4-handed battle, and Ponnikov does have the 5.
Is he getting there? I mean, I wouldn't expect that to distract him from closing out a heads up where he's even chipped, basically, but if it's even a little bit on his mind, I've still got about an hour plus a break, it looks like.
Yeah, so just grind this one out.
Currently in level 9. Registration open until the end of level 10, plus there's a break in there, so no rush yet.
At the moment, I would say that ace-5 should be in good shape. Do have a single hidden card for Fedor Holtz.
1.1 million.
A raise from Ponnikov's. Queens and 5s, ace kicker.
Yeah, just going for value here in position. Ponnikov seems to be a fan of in-position raises on dry textures. Not the first time I've seen this from him this series. Of course,
He's just
the first
a fan
time
of raising.
Yeah, it feels that
any
way.
opportunity.
It really does seem that way.
We saw him click back right the bet 3 bet flop, the big pot against Fedor earlier, and then he saw him raise in position, trip queens, and same hand, of course. But Fedor calls. What do you think that side card is, the hidden one?
So he 3-bet pre, or
Well,
rather
he
raised a
limp raise, yes.
raised a limp pre. He peels here. That means his side card is good enough that he doesn't need to rely on a backdoor. I mean, he could have Queen 10, of course.
Queen 10 of hearts?
Queen 10 of
anything?
Suits.
Okay, good enough to raise the limp, you're saying?
Yeah, but I think he might also play Ace 10 this way. I think Ace 10 is strong enough to float the raise on the flop.
And of course, pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s for sure, a possibility. Small turn barrel from Ponnikov's. He picks up clubs and feels like it's strong enough to keep betting. Quick fold, rules out all the strong hands we just mentioned. Makes me think either Ace 10 or King 10.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
I think even 10-5 or pocket 10s would happily call turn there.
Or at least think about it before folding. He folded 0.1 seconds. Chip lead back to Alex Ponnikov's, the Latvian. Ponnikov's has one Triton title, 26 million in earnings. That title, of course, was in Paradise in the main event for 4.75 million.
Check.
But he is up against Fedor Holtz. Pair on pair action, but one of those pairs has 2 pair, and it's Fedor Holtz with 6-3. Gonna start with a bet.
250,000.
A min bet, called by Ponikovs. Ten of clubs on the turn. Does give Fedor a flush draw that he doesn't need. I guess the good thing is the 9 of clubs will no longer do it for Ponikovs if you're a Fedor fan. Fedor does unblock the queen, which is a hand that can certainly call a sizable bet, and he is going to shoot out $1 million. He's going to win it. Fedor Holtz with the pot and probably the lead once again. Fedor with 4 Triton titles, 21 in Triton earnings.
You can keep the ante if you. Yeah.
His first title actually predates our live stream. Back in the Philippines in 2016. A $200,000 buy-in where he got first.
And heads up, it's.
Then it was Montenegro in 2017. He got first.
575.
Yes. 575,000.
Look into Ponikovs building some light raises on the button here. I kind of like this hand choice. His hand's a little bit too weak to limp call. So instead he'll raise it, try to clear out a few dominating hands.
Tried to, but the good news for Ponikovs, if he was to bet, he's going to fold out the queen high.
Yeah, it looks like a close spot.
750.
There's very little interaction on this board, but he does find the c-bet.
750K. This really feels like a nice treat for all of you guys. The other day we had a very nice battle between Mario Mosbach and Danny Tang. That was very long, and here we've got Alex Ponikovs and Fedor Holtz with plenty of chips to play with.
It's a treat for me, Randy.
You love it.
I'm rooting for this to be a longer heads-up match than the one we had last night, and thank you to the production team. Our first mystery hand of this heads-up match.
Let us start the investigation. Put on your detective caps.
Well,
Fedor, he's going to raise it up.
Yeah, started with a raise on the button. Ponikovs with a very big hand here. Ace-8 suited. Could 3-bet call, but the alternative, flatting, second best option in my opinion.
How great is this for Alex Ponikovs? Flops top pair, 8 kicker. We know in heads up, value ranges are a bit wider, and I'm going to say Ace-8 is a monster right now.
It's pretty strong, and we've seen Ponikovs willing to fast play kind of thin hands. Wouldn't surprise me if he puts this in the value category now on the flop. Could certainly check raise.
How's the banana doing?
Call.
Banana call.
Banana call. He doesn't have a banana hand. It's a good hand.
He got a very good hand. Under-repped.
So there's 2 flush draws available, which means there's more things that Fedor Holtz could be semi-bluffing with if he was to bet the turn. course, Fedor could have some better aces, right? He raised it pre-flop.
Certainly the hands that beat ace-8 exist in Fedor's range, but way too early in the hand to get monsters under the bed, or to be seeing them. Should feel very good about this ace-8. Even in the face of this 2 million, things are obviously starting to get expensive. Oh, did he say 3 million?
3 million, that's
Ooh.
right. A stack of blacks is 2 million plus the 10 blacks he put out.
More than geometric. Setting up about 2/3 pot if Ponikovs were to make the call, which I do think is the standard play here. You're still beating the bluffs, but finding a value hand that bets 3 million that ace-8 can beat is going to be difficult. Fedor representing the very strongest stuff on this board.
There's the call, and there's 8.7 million chips in there. This could be a tournament-defining moment in this heads-up match. What's Fedor got? River card's the 4 of spades, so the front door flush gets there.
Spades completing is usually favorable to Ponikovs in this situation. When you call a massive turn bet out of position, your range is very weighted towards the flop flush draws. Ponikovs would fold some hands as strong as second pair, certainly third pair, but he would rarely fold a flush draw on the turn.
Even for pot size?
The very weakest flush draws that don't interact with anything else, yes, you can fold, but I think if you have like a jack-high flush draw or better, you're going to call. If you have a pair and a flush draw, you're going to call. A gutter and a flush draw, you're going to call. So
if Ponikovs can have some flushes.
Wow, it jams.
And Fedor jams. Is Fedor still jamming a bigger ace if Ponikovs could have a flush sometimes?
I do think there's some relevance to Ponikovs checking the river and checking it relatively quick. Maybe Fedor thinks there's some river leads in his range. I wouldn't play river leads in this situation, but it could cross his mind from time to time. So the checking range Fedor might feel is capped. I think especially if Fedor has a spade kicker, he can go for thin value. Ace-queen with the queen of spades, ace-jack with the jack of spades, very reasonable shoves.
What about bluffs? What's coming to mind for you?
This is my original.
A lot of times, I mean, you want the spade. For sure you want the spade in your hand. That means you need to bluff the turn with some dusty hand. Think of those like high-low offsuit combos, but it has to be unders to the king. So some hand like 10 of spades 6. Some trash combo that raised pre and potted the turn. Doesn't look like Ponikovs thinks that's a very likely possibility, but this would be a huge fold from Alex.
Are you calling or are you folding in this spot, Kevin? I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm putting the money in.
He's calling, and Fedor has 3-5 for the rivered wheel. No.
Yep.
Fedor Holtz got there.
My. Nothing but 5 high on the flop.
Not sure if you bluff no equity on the turn. Supposed to be.
Fedor Holtz barreled it off, got there,
Otherwise
and got
it's a terrible call.
max value.
Yeah.
Ponikovs left on crumbs after this call.
You would bluff the low equity? No equity.
I mean,
supposed to, but
like offsuit. I mean, what was it? Set was 7, so like
9-3 with 1
6-9
spade.
off, 8-9 off, something like this. Hard spade.
8 is not great.
But
3,
mostly
2,
it's,
call.
mostly it's spades.
Yeah, of course.
At the moment, one man has almost all of the chips. It's Fedor Holtz. He's got 21 million. 71 big blinds and 96% of all the chips in play. German superstar back here in Montenegro in 2026. So close to closing this one out against one of the best, Alex Ponikovs. Ponikov needs some help. He only has 4 big blinds and 1,000,000 chips.
Oh, what's the...
He might even be blind all in. Gonna get an official count. I assume Fedor's hand is not great. Okay. Why are they laughing? Why are they laughing? Is it aces?
Okay, let's start here.
Okay.
To be honest, if you would have 6-4, I would be dead. If you would have 6-4.
That's right.
7-4, I feel safe.
You dodged.
I'm sure Ponikovs has aces. Yes, he does. He's up against 7-4 offsuit because Fedor did do some damage against aces
Same
and
hand
jacks
as last one.
when he had 6-4 suited.
Pair of faces.
No
Wasn't
need
good
to
last
limp.
Wasn't.
Just 3 bigs.
Just 3 bigs and
Looks.
Okay, looks safe.
There's a lot of potential. Spade, 5, 6.
Imagine jack of clubs and that's it.
No.
It's a better draw than the 5-3 suited.
I think deuce of spades.
Okay. I have not. What I have? 9.
start to climb again, Ponikovs.
Now more.
From 1 million to 1.9.
2.1. Besides empty. 1.8.
2.1.
I mean, I lose empty.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
So.
Okay, aces again. I'm not gonna be greedy. Aces.
Now only hyper heads ups worth.
Ponikovs still at base camp at the moment.
Yeah.
Gonna have to ascend quite a bit to try to get back into this one. Queen 8 versus King 10.
2 million.
Re-raise all in.
Re-raise all in. And Ponikov's getting in good once again. Not as good as the last hand,
Jack
but
of clubs will be there.
you'll be happy.
Cannot.
Do you want to
avoid.
play? Do you want to play the 50K or not? Now you can.
I mean,
It's a good needle.
That's fair.
even if I'm gonna win 4 times all in, it's okay.
There's another way to play the 50K quickly. Just win every single all in. That's what Ponikovs is hoping for. Also doesn't mind that flop.
Jack of clubs. Let's make it
fair.
Fun. If the 7 of clubs on the turn, I don't want jack of clubs.
Just the 9 of diamonds. Very important pot for Ponikovs. Could be up to 3.9 if he can hold.
Ooh,
7 of clubs, and
as I said,
we might have a game
You
again.
always call the river on the turn. That's your.
Oh, the same with
yeah,
chop
always.
pot.
Always.
I even said then jack of clubs, right? The river card.
I did.
Sick. 1.8.
You know,
Fedor doesn't seem to mind that he just lost 2 all-ins.
I mean, the hand just played itself, both of them.
It's true.
You know, we started heads up closest to these stacks. I believe Fedor had around 16.5 or so, and then
it's true.
Ponikovs had, what, high 4s, maybe 5?
Yeah.
Just different blind level, of course.
Almost back to where we started.
Yeah, we just wasted an hour of our lives. Not waste, it was so much good action, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know about you, but that was not a waste.
You're salivating. You want
Well,
this match to go on forever.
I think that has more to do with the grilled salmon than the match, but I'm enjoying it, that's for sure.
So 3 pots in a row from Ponikovs. Now it's actually where we started the heads up.
Hard to kill, man.
Would love to take out Ponikovs and hold the 5th Triton trophy. Diamonds for both.
Ladies and dears, in the 50K event, at the end of this level, we'll have a 15-minute break and a chip race for the 500 value chips. We kindly ask one player at each table to please buy up the 500 before you go on break.
Ace high is the best hand. Paired board. Sure, he doesn't have backdoor flush draw, but still, it's quite strong.
Fedor was inducing pre-flop here, using this as a limp, hoping that Pontikov's got dealt king 6 offsuit again, but he got dealt a worse suited hand. I think that should be the end of this, although 10 high is tempting on a paired board.
Pass. I should not fold this hand, I think.
Wow.
You heard him say it.
Pontikov's is
Bad feeling.
maybe one of the only players in the world stickier than me against
the
one
eye
big
contact.
blind, apparently.
It was the eye contact.
Yeah. It sometimes gives me a good feeling too.
Yeah.
All in.
Jamming the Jack 10. Does benefit from folding out some better hands. Like a Queen Little, King Little. Assuming those hands aren't suited. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. It really is a great heads-up match so far. Be a shame for this one to ever end, but it will at some point. Ace 4 and pocket 5s. I mean, all in and call?
Cooler.
5 million?
Looks standard to me. 5 million
Wow.
is the ask for pocket 5s.
Nailed the number.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Good luck in the call. It is a huge pot. And if Pontikov can hold just one more time, he really has a fighting chance. This would be such a crazy comeback as Pontikov's had 1 million chips after the disastrous hand that unfolded earlier. Just gotta dodge that ace. The pointy top.
This is it, Alex. I think this is it.
This is the end.
The ace with the Triton logo.
The Triton ace? Not there, but actually the 9 would do the job. Pontikovs can't look.
Not like that. Not the 9. Don't counterfeit him with the 2 pair on board. One of the worst ways to go.
10 is okay.
Ace from space.
Is there an ace from space? From Starlink. It's the 6 of diamonds. Another way to counterfeit the pocket 5s. Are we gonna have a match? Is the banana gonna do its magic? It's a 3 of hearts, and Pontikov's another double. He's gone from 1 million to 8.7.
4.2.
Yeah.
What a
hope
wild
it is.
spin for Pontikovs.
He's back. He really is back in it.
It's almost an even fight. It's got 40% of the chips.
He's got like 28 or 29 big blinds. It's heaps.
Momentum.
Momentum. Heads up is
Momentum.
a momentum game.
It is.
The momentum is in favor of Pontikovs at the moment. Well, he has 22 big blinds. Did I do the math wrong? Or maybe the blinds are up. I think the blinds are up.
Oh, 2-4.
They just have to be. Yep, 200K, 400K, because my math is usually not wrong.
Bold claim.
Do you think he eats the banana by the end of this match?
No chance.
No chance?
He's bringing that to the 50K.
I mean, technically, if he's lucky enough to get the heads up, then you don't want to lose the lucky charm. But what if you're hungry? What if you haven't eaten?
Yeah, it's not like there's a full restaurant food menu.
Yeah, that does have
There's
to be
just
open 24 hours, I believe.
no other options. Just going to have to eat the table banana.
400.
What I would do if I'm Fedor is I would realize the banana is the good luck charm, and I would just go eat it. I would grab it.
Well, then how do you explain the 4 of spades on the river? If the banana was the good luck charm, wouldn't Fedor have just bricked, bluffed it off, and gone home in second already?
I thought this hand was going to be over on the flop, but it's not. It's a check raise.
You underestimate the power of the 4 of clubs.
And the 10 of diamonds, which blocks some of the backdoor diamond draws that would consider bet calling, and that's actually what Pontikovs has.
These two are some of the strongest fighters that we have watched. No pot ends easily between these two.
So 10-4 check raises on king high, gets called by 8 high. And they both have absolutely nothing.
My money's
Who's going
on
to win this pot?
8 high.
You taking the 8 high? You think that Fedor has trouble betting this turn?
Yeah.
Wouldn't blame you, because if Pontikovs had a king, he's not folding.
This would be a wild find on the turn. And I think if you're bluffing the turn, you want to unblock the stuff that Fedor blocks. You want Pontikovs to have floated you with diamonds. You want Pontikovs to have floated you with a gutter. Those hands will fold the turn. So when Fedor blocks both of those, he's thinking, all right, I took my shot at the flop. That was the best bluff that I had. Now I'm out of here.
This guy is so tough to play against.
1-4.
Giving him chips is one of the most dangerous things you can do. You're trying to pick up your 5th title. And Fedor made a solid play on the flop. His opponent just knew that he was up to no good. With the float.
Or he was dreaming of the 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, and then he saw the queen of spades. I was like, maybe it was just a little bit of a nightmare. But then he turned it into a lovely result with the 1.4 million on a turn. Okay, Fedor is reaching for raising chips. I was actually kind of curious to see if he had limp, would Pontikovs jam a hand like this? Because we've seen King 6 offsuit do it twice.
I mean, it might still be on his mind against raise. It's not that different of a situation.
The big little?
SPR is lower.
2.6 million.
It's not all in, but it's 2.6 million. Back to Fedor Holtz. What's the game plan of ace-9 offsuit?
Put money in some fashion. I think it's attractive to shove these hands. Your best offsuit aces, like ace-10 through ace-king, definitely want to jam. They're also just in pretty good shape when called. Ace-9, ace-8 starts to get uncomfortable, but he does take the shove. I like this.
It's very nice pickup. Yeah, also ace-9, you can accidentally fold the best hand post-flop if you were to just take it to a flop.
Put me to the test.
Man, how many tests are they going to run?
Yeah, more of the suited aces are comfortable calling in position there if you don't stand to fold out better. Strong limping hand for Alex.
He's got Jack-9. Tap the table from Fedor.
Little something for both.
Fedor connecting in a meaningful way. He's got bottom pair. Jack-9 is 2 overs to the 6 and a gut shot.
Ponakov's checking, indicating a polar betting strategy on this flop.
We've seen a lot of checking from Ponakovs in spots that you could consider stabbing.
Jack-9 doesn't really fold out better on the flop. So I do think if you're constructing a checking range, this hand makes a lot of sense.
More checking at the moment.
Ooh.
He made a straight, right? King, queen, jack, 10, 9. That's a straight.
The effective nuts for Ponakovs, Fedor would never have ace-jack.
True.
Expect he'll keep checking. It's too thin to bet fifth pair.
But would he call a bet?
I think he'll consider it. It's sizing dependent, of course. 2/3 pot. He'll think about any pair in this situation. Having a low side card is the worst property of this hand. You want Ponakovs to have absolute trash right now.
Okay.
Which is harder to have when one of the threes is missing from the deck. So a hand like 8-6 is a fairly big upgrade on 6-3. Would never fault someone for just paying off 2 big blinds with a pair. That's a nice fold, though.
Save those 2 big blinds. Every big blind counts and heads up.
Bigfoot. Respect.
It's the right fold.
Usually if it's a big fold, it's a disrespect.
It's what?
It's a disrespect. It's opposite.
In this one, it was a disrespect.
This one?
More paired boards in this heads-up battle. Once again, players not making trips.
Bottom of range for Fedor, but backdoor wheel draws have worked out well for him today. I think that was 1 big blind from Holtz, called by the jack high. Ponakov's already kind of indicated a sticky default mode on paired boards when he pained over that 10-3 of diamonds on queen 9-9.
But you need to be sticking heads up, don't you?
Oh, it's a great quality to have, and both of these players have it.
We've seen so many spots where both players have had nothing. If you only wait till you have a decent piece, you're just going to get run over, especially with the big blind ante in play.
Looked like Fedor wanted to show that one. It's
How
like
to win with my hand.
impossible to have.
Called it.
Can't get any worse.
Good fold.
Mamma mia.
Never seen the movie, have you?
Tilt.
Or is it a musical?
Isn't it a play? A musical?
I was on a heads up
There's
once
definitely a movie.
where I got kings and setup was done that it was a misdeal. Versus ace queen, actually. Pretty sick.
Maybe you would have lost.
Maybe.
Kings versus ace-jack suited. We know the chips are going to go
900.
in. Which way is it going to be?
Wow. Massive cooler. Just 23 big blinds effective. Ponakov starts with a raise. Holtz will probably 3-bet and deuce. There's a chance this doesn't go in pre.
2.6.
Because Ponakovs has the option to just flat this 3-bet.
Okay,
keep in
why
Holtz's
do that?
bluffs.
Why
Well,
not jam and make sure you get it in against a hand like this?
These hands are pretty rare, and you're probably going to get stacks in anyways. When Holtz is bluffing here, he's got 10 10% equity, less.
He's got two
Sometimes
unders, basically.
He's got 2 unders. He's got king 3 off. Like there's just hands that are totally wrecked. So you can trap with kings here as if they're aces. Holtz will also never play an offsuit ace this way. He'll just be all in.
Okay, that's a good point. So maybe fear to ace a little bit less. And it comes queen high, which is amazing for Alex Ponikovs. Fedor's a bit confused. Does have the backdoor flush draw.
It's a pretty good flop texture for the button. A lot of the call versus 3-bet range connects with queen high, middle connected cards, suited hands. Holtz, I think, wisely is slowing down here, but he's not planning to check fold to a small bet.
I like a small bet from Ponikovs. If your opponent has a queen, you're going to stack them anyways. If they're drawing to just an ace or some backdoors, you want the action. 1.4 million is the asking price.
I think it's important to remember that Ponikovs is very sticky in general, very aggressive when check to. We're looking at 2 kings, but Fedor is imagining that he's up against some pretty weak hands potentially here. Wouldn't be unusual to see 5-4 suited, maybe king 7 of clubs, this kind of stuff.
It's made the call. Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Pretty bad turn for Holtz's hand. Think this is the stage where he can get away.
Some of Ponikov's bluffs connect with the 7 of spades.
Not only that, but also Fedor's check calling hands other than this will improve on the 7 of spades. So this hand just starts to feel pretty low in range. Yeah, especially against a jam. There's just nothing Fedor can do. Send a big one over to Ponikovs.
He's gone from $1 million to 13.7 million. Never gave up hope. Now he's got a sizable lead.
King 6. King 6.
I wish.
Randy, how much would you have paid to rabbit hunt that river? See if Fedor would have hit the ace.
I mean, is that the one you would rabbit hunt for? I guess he's kind of
have to
wondering if he
choose?
got it in and
Yeah.
would he have got there.
You love playing the what-if game. Oh, he could have gotten it in pre against the ace-jack good and got the full double.
Kind of like the would you rather game better, but I like where your head's at.
Would you rather have your aces get walked?
Or what is the other end?
You know the other one. The most absurd would you rather that Henry Kilbane has popularized, at least when we're commentating together.
I don't think I know this one.
He likes to ask if it's better to get a walk with aces. Sorry, if it's worse to get a walk with aces or to bust the tournament with aces.
Ah.
Because he thinks busting the tournament with aces is just, oh, well, you had the best hand. No big deal. It was meant to happen.
There's a way for Fedor to bust most of Ponikov's stack. If a 9 falls, he would make a straight.
That'd be a
Ponikovs would make
nasty
2
card.
pair. He's fast playing it. Fedor put out a bet, I believe it was for $500,000. Gets check raised to 1.8.
Oh, yeah, I was confused as to why Alex was overbet leading the flop, but that makes more sense. He's check raised, gets the bad gutter to fold on the flop.
Jack of hearts, 3 of clubs.
Not bad.
Alexei Ponakov. You should just... It's very hard to play against you if you don't make a pair plus.
I mean,
It's like...
even with a bluff, there was a destiny to... Even with a bluff, there was a high chance destiny to bust. I mean, you had a perfect combo to bluff on the river. Most of the time.
Yeah, I was a few times and I was like, all right, I guess We go.
They always put each other on bluffs. Never like value when they guess the hands after
All
they
in?
conclude.
Well, when they fold a hand that they didn't want to fold, the only coping mechanism you can rely on is, well, he was
Okay. Yeah.
he was
Still
bluffing,
four?
wasn't he?
250, yeah. 5, yeah.
It's a 2-1 chip
This
lead
is
at
the
the
new-
moment for
yeah.
Ponakov's. It was a 20-1 chip lead earlier for Fedor Holtz.
It was a 20-1 chip lead. That's wild. Blinds are going up
So
as
it's
well.
one more
Fedor
level to
Yeah,
late, right?
I think so, yeah.
Fedor has 15 blinds.
And the blinds are up 250, 500, and another ace-jack suited for Fedor Holtz.
Starts with a limp, as he would with most of his range.
All in.
All in. And a call.
Slight misstep here from Ponakov's.
Hoppa!
He just went with 8-4 suited. Thought he was going to take it down.
All right.
Misstep.
Misstep. Mr. Ponakov. Yeah.
What I'm doing?
You think I don't limp right, huh? Aye.
I had such idea. I regret.
You think?
Okay, you have ace of spades, Triton.
It's hard to beat.
It's hard to beat.
Very hard.
But if someone can do it,
If someone can do it, it's you.
The Triton ace with the jack of spades versus 8-4 hearts. Ponakov's could get lucky and close this one
Musta's
out.
here, in spirit.
it's his style.
That is right.
It's a 14 million chip pot.
It's a very
Fedor
promising start.
It is the best possible start.
is in the lead.
The best.
Ponakov's wants an 8, a 4, some kind of straightiness or heart draw.
Jack part.
I think.
The jack of hearts. He called it.
Well, I'm just tuned in this trip. Really tuned in.
But does he regret it? Ponakov's has so many outs.
Now I don't know. You know the river. I just know the turn.
Deuce of hearts.
You didn't believe that one.
He didn't say confidently. The moment awaits. Whose pot is it going to be for 14 million? The 4 of diamonds is a pair
Even
that
post
isn't
flop, I lose.
good.
Yeah.
Fedor's turn to have a 2-1 chip lead now.
You need to cut it.
No, but I don't reach. I cannot reach. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 6, 8. 6,800,000, right? Correct?
6, 8, yeah.
Can you cut 125, please?
Was he too aggressive, 8-4 hearts?
6, 8.
Sorry, what do you want?
It's like you said, misstep.
You think?
It's not far out there. It's good to jam some
6.8, yes?
9-6
And I
suited,
have
8-5
now
suited.
8
Some stuff in that region. It's not crazy, but
He can get better
Okay,
hands to fold, of
misstep.
course.
Misstep.
He was live there.
Take it.
but once he the problem with jamming hands like that is that he's hoping Fedor limped weak, and for Fedor to limp weak, the lower your two cards are together, it's less and less likely that Fedor has bottom
No
of
more
range, right?
missteps.
More and more likely you're getting trapped. So it's a little
Hopefully it's not
ambitious.
late for that.
I think that was your fate is sealed, my friend.
I believe they actually called the 10-3 offsuit the Kitchens. I didn't name that one, but heard that lingo go around.
The Kitchens.
Yeah, it was some kind of old school internet poker thing where you get dealt 10-3 offsuit, you just blast away. But I don't think Ponakov is looking to blast away his stack once more.
Fedor considering his options here. Everything feels kind of iffy.
He check. He check, yeah, yeah.
You like this option of
I think
the
check,
choices?
I think check is my favorite. So if you raise like 3x, you're almost committed to calling off 15 blinds, which is not what you want with this hand strength. And I certainly wouldn't want to jam, pretty much just clear out worse and get called by better.
Well, the Kitchens has picked up a gut shot. The only problem is it can't win outright.
0.3%.
He's incinerating 1 million chips right now.
Well, 16% of the time he'll get that million back.
He'll get half the pot
if we see all 5 cards. Holtz is not going anywhere. Decides to just call. His hand is very strong at the moment.
5 of spades, giving both players flush draws. 3 of spades inferior, so it doesn't matter.
It's a tempting combo for Ponikovs to bluff here. Having removal on a turned flush, continuing to have removal on the flop gut shot. Fedor's going to have hands like 9x with no draw, Queen X with no draw. He can put pressure on those.
$850.
850K is a very small bet.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how small it is. I like the idea to size down. Quarter pot is a little unusual to me. Maybe 40% would be more standard. But I still like the idea of maintaining aggression here. It's not going to work out this time, of course. Holtz has no reason to raise.
Make the call. See how this one plays out. There's a lot of chips in the middle. 5.2 million. And the King of Hearts shows up. Ponikov's done putting in chips with no chance of winning.
I think he's still going to consider bluffing this run out. Now he can represent 3 of a kind. A hand that might down bet the turn and then continue to go for value on the river.
Does he also believe in the legend of the kitchen story where you just blast away?
All in.
Oh my God, he does. He's all in for 5.75 million.
Bad feeling.
Wow. Fedor has a bad feeling. And he doesn't have much time.
I don't know if I could fold this one, Randy. It's a big bluff catcher.
575?
Yeah, 5,750.
Is he going to make an incorrect fold? Because he thinks he's beat. He thinks he's beat. But he's supposed to call this hand, especially against a man like Alex Ponikovs. He's made the call.
You win.
You win, sir.
Thank you.
Found the right call. Fedor Holtz
GG, puppy. GG.
locks up title number 5 with that call.
Fedor Holtz.
By the way, you win the banana.
You win the banana. Eat the banana for us, Fedor Holtz. Just eat it.
Take 3.
Wow. And Fedor Holtz does it again. 5th Triton title. $528,000. He had 7 envelopes at one point, and then collected 2 more as he got Ponikovs' envelope and his own. He might even have 10 if I did the counting incorrectly. And there's the Fedor crew. They're very happy. Can't believe this man just comes back and just ships a title within the first few events in this Montenegro festival.
It had been a year. Fedor Holtz last played here in Montenegro a year ago.
Give the hugs and kisses to the lady. She can't believe it either. The legendary Fedor Holtz. This man never retires, and he shouldn't. He's just a tremendous poker player with an impressive resume as he took down this very tough final table. Four-handed play was amazing, three-handed play was amazing, and then it was that heads-up match was so long, and there was a point when Ponokovs actually had a chance to take it down.
That was a wild heads-up match. I mean, credit to Ponokov's bluff at the end. I think it's a good one. Almost got Fedor off a huge hand there. And just, I mean, to almost mount a comeback from a 20-1 chip deficit there. I mean, Fedor had that all but locked up an hour ago.
I mean, there was that mystery hand when he got to that 20-1 chip lead where he bet the flop with 5-3, he overbet the turn, Ponokovs had ace-8, and then he hit the wheel, jams, Ponokov's like, oh, I call, and then it was a 21 chip lead, and then all of a sudden, Ponokovs had the lead when he had like 15 million at one point.
Just a ridiculous swing. I mean, that's the nature of this game. Obviously, heads up is full of variance, but I mean, on full display there. And Fedor, as you said, I think collects 10 bounties as a result of getting his own and Ponokov, so huge amount of equity for him in the draw tomorrow.
I mean, okay, so he's getting 528,000 for winning the tournament. He's getting 10 envelopes.
Yeah.
The minimum bounty envelope is $40,000 in it, but you're
That's right.
expected to actually win 80,000. So what's the quick math? 10 times 8 is 800,000? You look frustrated.
It's like you said, Randy, your math is almost never wrong.
Almost never wrong. But you know what? Usually we do end the day when we see a winner, but we actually have more coverage, the $50,000 buy-in event. But before we go to that, we do have the interview from Stanley with Fedor Holtz.
All right, folks. Right next to me is our 40K Mystery Bounty champion, Fedor Holtz. Fedor, man, okay. So you've been gone for an entire year, comes back, wins the title. Is that how we do things around here now?
Had a really good feeling going into this tournament, so yeah. I felt good throughout the whole tournament. I got lucky in the right spots, and yeah, felt really good.
Okay, let's talk about that final table. Let's talk about the heads-up game, the back and forth, the chips trading left and right. I mean, what was going on in your head? What was going on psychologically inside?
I mean, when he doubled 3 times, it was really, I mean, there was a really big all-in, so then I thought, okay, now it's probably over, but in the end, Alex is a hard one to beat, so, but I'm very happy I took it down.
Well, you did a very good job. Okay, Fedor, 2016, you were the first ever Triton champion. 10 years later, we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary, and here you are lifting your 5th trophy. What does it feel like? You know, it's like a full circle moment for you. What does it mean to you right now?
I mean, it means a lot. The first Triton was definitely very different than the 10 years later now. They came a long way. They put together the best tournament series in the world, and it is there's a reason why this is the one I play once or twice a year, and I had an incredible time. It's just the best tournament series there is.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. You heard it here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our Senior Director of Live Events, Mr. Luca Vivaldi. Ladies and gentlemen, your 40K Mystery Bounty Champion, Fedor Holtz.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanonoko, and alongside me is Kevin Rabachow. And of course, amazing win from Fedor Holtz, beating Alex Ponakov in a really roller coaster heads-up match. But the show does go on. We have another event to cover. It's the 50K No Limit Hold'em 8-handed tournament, and we've got a lot of big names at our feature table.
A lot of big names and a lot of career titles, Randy. 15 career Triton titles among the players at this table. A lot of that work being done by Adrian Mateos and Steven Chidwick, I would say, headlining this feature. And I mean, how about he's been on the stage quite a few times this week already, Patrick Antonius.
We cannot forget the legendary GOAT, Patrick Antonius, and he obviously made that huge heroic call. Remember when he had like the bottom pair was three-handed against Faradin Mustafa, and he just check call, check call, check call. And that's a guy that really has stood the test of time. But he is up against Adrian Mateos, you mentioned, Steven Chidwick, other big names as well, like Wakil, and a really up-and-coming player. The thing is, registration is closed, actually. I was about to say it's open, but there's it's level 11.
Yeah, already closed, and that means that, I mean, while this is day one play, and we often, when we come to this part of the coverage, we expect kind of loose atmosphere and splashy approach, I wouldn't say we're there anymore, really. Reg just closed, and we saw the players in the 40K trying to jump in. I do believe they successfully did jump in at the last minute here, so we're basically picking things up right at the point where registration is closed and everyone is in on their final bullet.
131 entries at the moment. 72 remaining. Just taking a look at the leaderboard. Daniel Razai is the chip leader. He's the only player with 7 figures, 1.189, as you can see at the top. Paulie V right behind him. And then Daniel DeVores, but I am going to scroll down, try to find that Fedor Holt's name, that Alex Ponokov's. You let me know when you see it.
Well, I think you're going to have to go to where the starting stack is. 200,000 chips is the starting stack. 25 big blinds. You're almost
okay,
there.
I see Ponokov's.
And you're finally at the late reg
Where's
crew.
Fedor?
We've got all-time money winner Bryn Kenny in the mix. I see Ding Biao. I see Curtis Knight.
Fedor already played a little bit.
Oh, so he's been in the mix for a few minutes. I guess he jumped in before the end of level 10 there. So
Might have got a hand or two in there, but there's a lot of last-minute registrations here. All these 200K stacks.
how do you not take a break, Randy, right after you win your 5th title? You just have to jump straight back into the action? You're not even going to, like, oh, it's okay, I'll take a night off.
Well, I mean,
there's an invitational coming up in 2 days.
Given that registration just closed, he didn't really have that much time to take off. And how
No,
can
skip
you
the
win-
tournament.
I mean, you could, but how can you win the 6th title if you don't enter the tournament?
Well, it's a
good point,
That's a
right?
strong case. I didn't really think about that.
It's an obvious point.
Yeah.
One would think if they had 5 titles that they want number 6 and maybe number 7.
I mean, if they were, very recently he had 4 titles. You'd think he's elated. You're thinking it's just on to the next? Like, all right, give me more. That was cool.
We know
for
Ponnikov
12
was
seconds.
thinking that, whether win or lose.
Can see the situation on the floor here. Players are taking their seats after that last-minute registration. If I just look at the number of players who are tied with 200,000, looks like about 13 players jumped in absolute max between 48th and 60th place.
Just seating all these players before we resume action. See Mehdi Chowi looking for his seat, having a chat with Yeshka. The stakes have raised once again. $50,000 to play this one. Those are the official numbers. 71 remaining, 131 entries.
I was just thinking, that's a pretty chunky number for a 50K, and I'm looking through the last few events, and we've held pretty steady on almost every event. It feels like if you're in Montenegro, you're just playing the tournament. No days off for these guys.
There also might be some players looking to only play the bigger buy-ins. I didn't scan through the whole.
Oh, you think we're going to go
field.
up?
I'm just saying.
Going to raise the stakes and get more than 130.
Dan Smith is in the mix. Did he play any of the other events?
Oh, I haven't seen Dan yet. Did he just arrive?
This is his very first event, Dan Smith. So, yeah, what I'm saying is true.
I actually kind of thought Dan just stopped playing tournaments. I heard through the grapevine, one of the many American players who, in light of new tax laws, might have thought, you know what, that's fine. My life is great. I'm just going to go watch tennis 4 times a year.
Yeah, but his life is better if he can play poker at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series.
Oh, I'm glad to see him here. That's for sure.
I don't think the rest of the field is, because he is a very good player. But this is the new featured table. Orpin, table captain, 521,000. We've got 7 different flags here at our featured table. Oh, I just also want to say I won the fantasy draft amongst us commentators.
I mean, there's,
I won.
It's to be determined,
Outright.
right? Like, it's still...
I mean, I'm getting paid.
That's still up in the air
All
about
you guys are paying me.
how that's going to work out. Like, it's not the end of the day yet. We'll see.
I mean, it's the end of the results for this day.
I mean...
Are you going to still... Do you want to just quit?
That's just your opinion, I think, Randy.
You're allowed to quit. I understand.
I'm not quitting.
If the shark is at
I'm
in the
100% in on the fantasy competition. I'm just saying I don't think it's clear to me that you won.
I mean, I won today's bet. I had Captain Fedor Holtz.
Yeah, me too.
I had Booster Ponikovs.
Yeah, I didn't have that.
Yeah, because I believed in those two.
But are you sure Henry didn't win?
Yeah, I'm sure Henry didn't win.
You sure Alex didn't win?
I'm sure they didn't win.
I'm going to check with them.
Rambo and Rumbo, their names, performed very poorly relative to me.
Are those really their names?
That's their screen name for the fantasy draft for some odd reason.
Those are horrible choices.
I know. I went with the obvious, Nanonoko, because I would like people to be able to identify when I'm crushing them.
Yeah. Although I kind of regret making my name so obvious, because now it's obvious that I'm 700th.
You got 700th. It's not out of 10,000 people, like maybe 1,000 entries or so.
It's
bottom 30%.
I'll give you the real.
No, I'm okay. Thank you for offering.
The real result. Searching for K-Rab. 608th.
608th.
I guess I got some points when Fedor won.
You weren't even top 50% of the entries.
Well,
even when you got the winner right.
Where do you see? Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. It's a good thing we had that bonus for picking the winner.
Yeah, you get to save a little bit of money.
850 total entries in the fantasy draft.
And you got 600th.
And if you all are just tuning in, don't think that this is some insider game that you're not allowed to participate in. You can download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can enter a fantasy team for this 50K tomorrow morning. Just have to wait for bag and tag.
Fedor as well?
He's already before max weight.
Wow.
He's like below starting, so he was already playing.
See, the players agree. It's an aggressive strategy.
Yeah,
just straight in.
Pointed out that he didn't wait to the last second, but Alex Ponikoff actually did wait to the last second to register. He has 200K straight.
Yeah, I mean, go take a break. There's no official break for the players. They'll be playing 2 more levels, I believe, until they take their next official break.
At the tie with Bulgari? This got more than the smaller tournaments.
First time, no.
Okay.
First fight is already spicy.
Spicy?
Players 100 seconds have been added to your timeline.
Oh, 100 seconds of tempo clock added for everyone. Now that registration is closed.
Matthias Eibinger joining the feature table.
He actually opened the poker code with Fedor Holtz. He himself also has a lot of Triton titles.
Yeah, I see 0 of his 2 Jacob & Co. X Triton watches on. A little disappointed, Matthias.
He only wears them during the main event.
Could you at least, I mean, could you wear one of them during the 50K? Show a little respect.
Do you think there's a way for him to distinguish which one is which main event he won?
Oh.
Like, does he
That's
put a
a
little
good question.
sticker on there?
Well, I even wonder if, I've never looked up close to see if ours are like inscribed with a date or anything.
Could just ask him.
I wonder.
Is Chidwick wearing his Jacob & Co. watch from Short Deck?
That's a good question.
I'm going to look at his wrist.
Didn't catch it. Let's see. Next time he's involved in a pot. For now, Matthias Eibinger's set the trap with his set of 7s.
Yeah, he did check back the set of 7s, didn't he?
Big blind favored board texture. He's deciding to play a check-heavy strategy, and this fits in nicely. Now on the ace, though. Orpin gave some thought to betting this hand, but I think he just decided that checking almost everything over to the pre-flop raiser is the way to go on this ace. And now Matthias is just hoping to run into top pair. He won't win any extra with his sneaky flop check.
He tried to let his opponent stab at it.
I'm not seeing anything bulging under the wrist of Chidwick. He's got his hoodie sleeves. You know, maybe he's hiding the watch under there.
Well, I want to see. Give us a better look.
We got the back view right now. You can see the back right quadrant. Chidwick's head there.
A little more. Try to turn your, no, hide your cards. I didn't see, but just to cover this side.
21.
I didn't see.
Patrick Antonius already has a final table here in Montenegro. He will start things off with an open to 21,000. Chidwick's got some beads on his hand, actually.
He's got 2 5s that might just be short enough to commit. I wonder if he can get this through and avoid flipping with Antonius. Oh.
He has to get through ace-king.
Not going to get through that.
But at least he's got an edge against this hand.
Is pretty lucky to be flipping when Orpin cold 4-bets here. Usually in rough shape.
I'm relieved to see he is ahead, and Pocket Fives has almost 55% equity, just 54. $269,000 chips to the winner.
Do you think an ace or a king is coming soon?
Why? You think I got something against Chidwick?
No, that would be success, I think, for Orpin. His hat.
Oh.
114. 114.
I understand now. I would throw away that hat if an ace or king does not show up.
Wow. No faith.
I'm just saying. No ace or king. But you know, actually, a jack would win it.
No, you still have to throw the hat away, Randy.
It's not an ace or king.
Yeah. Stick to your word.
Didn't say success in which way, though. Well, there's the king. Keep the hat, Orpin.
Just have to fade a couple of 5s on the end to eliminate Steven Chidwick. Close
4
one.
diamonds is not the 5 of diamonds. Good game, Chidwick. You will be eliminated.
I thought you were going to say you would be missed. So sad.
You're sad?
So sad to see Stevie go.
I mean, someone's got to go. Actually, a lot of people have to go for us to crown another champion.
Finally, we won't need new deck.
Also, by the way, I'm sure there's people wondering that mystery bounty draw will be happening tomorrow. I say that because there's actually a Triton Sunset special happening tomorrow where the official invitational seat draw will happen, as well as the mystery bounty draw, and that's going to be lovely. I'm sure there's going to be some nice footage caught on camera for you guys to see, perhaps on the socials.
So we got a 2-in-1. Double draw.
A buy one, get one free.
I think they're both free.
But just because we have that draw doesn't mean that we don't have more live streams for you guys like this 50K. We'll be playing down to a winner tomorrow. I believe there's also maybe a turbo event. But the game plan is to finish all tournaments tomorrow so we can set up for the $200,000 Invitational, our next big marquee event. That one obviously is going to be a lot of fun. Segregated pools, pros and invitees. I actually think we're scheduled to miss the Triton Social Sunset Invitational draw, Kevin.
The two of us?
The two of us. But I'll still be in good company.
The challenges of the night shift.
It's all right.
Does that mean we get to do the final table of this event?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, that's a good consolation.
And if it's been like the previous final tables, I'm okay with it. We got 6s for Mateos. It's about 33 big blinds effective. Seems a bit too much.
It's a 3-bet for sure.
Too early for position he's up against too.
Open from +1. Maybe we can 3-bet with 9s plus, 10s plus, something like this.
Even though there's an overcard to the 6s, it is the type of board where Mateos will lose some chips.
I think it might also be a slightly increased size kind of situation for Matthias.
Yep. He added the white chip, didn't he? 38K?
That's a very increased size.
But why do we use the larger sizings?
Well, without an ace or a king on board, I think that the +1 opening range misses this texture just a bit too much to want to bet your entire range. But at the same time, Ibinger has so much of the nut advantage, all the best top pairs, all the over pairs. Mateos is not going to have. So you still get to play this spot aggressively. That's a tidy fold from Mateos, just the type of hand that performs really poorly against the big bet. Normally a very natural continue. Pocket 6s on Jack 5-4. Gets away easily
big
there.
blind. Yeah, that was a huge fold.
Really nicely done.
Mateos saves himself.
It's like he knows his spots, Randy. I think this kid might be going places.
He's all right. He's all right. I was going to say, seem better. I'm like, it's pretty tough to find better. More context about that bounty draw. There will be one envelope worth $400,000, 2 envelopes worth $200,000, 3 envelopes 100K, then 6 $80,000 envelopes and 16 $40,000 envelopes. There's actually a draw again one as well. So 29 total envelopes, but 28 that actually make you money.
Service.
Button versus big blind. Very wide range spot. Let's see if Antonius chooses aggression with ace 3-0. Would be a reasonable flat.
He looks like he wants to re-raise.
70.
70K.
Should work against Queen 9 offsuit. Patavi near bottom of range here.
No chance this hand is going to put in any more chips. Bye-bye. You know, Patrick's actually one of those guys I played heads up with.
Oh, no.
And here's the thing.
Don't tell me you won.
No, I didn't win.
Okay. Go on.
It was a 25-50 or 50-100 game. I can't remember. Where the bind is either 5K or 10K.
Yep.
And when I played that match, I had a bankroll of about $20,000.
Oh, no. Randy.
I was like on Mega Tilt or something.
What did you
I'm
get
like,
yourself into?
I didn't know it was him.
Findegrind?
It wasn't Findegrind.
Different
It
screen
was
name?
on one of those random skins, and his screen name was like all the women or something like this.
As in, I get all the women?
But that was the screen name.
Yeah.
And I lost. Busted my bankroll.
Was it?
It was tough times. I wasn't a pro then.
Your bankroll just on that site? Or this was like the bankroll?
That was the only site. Like, at that time, I wasn't a pro, so it was just whatever I built on that site.
Wow. Playing 5K heads up when you're not a pro.
It might have been 10K heads up, I don't remember.
Wow. You're an interesting fellow, Randy.
Yeah, man. You got to touch rock bottom in order to rise from it, you know?
Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's like words of wisdom to share with the masses, like go out and touch rock bottom. I don't know if I would. I'm not going to support it that much, but I'm supportive of your journey. Your personal story is interesting to me.
It builds character.
What are the rules for the invitational for the registration? Can you play fresh? You're not?
No, you have to play from fresh first time.
But if you already... Ah, but it's on Tuesday. Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought it was tomorrow.
Players talking about the invitational. That is a unique feature of that tournament because the invitee and the pro sides are separated. They do not allow late registration on the first bullet. Everyone shows up on time at noon local. And then if you want to re-enter, I believe on the pro side you have 60 minutes from the time you're eliminated to re-enter, or else you forfeit your spot in the tournament.
And the invitees get until the end of day.
Invitees get until, well, the beginning of day 2 or the end of the day, however you want to. They could re-enter to start day 2.
Do you know about the number of entries? Re-entries, that is?
Invitee side?
Both sides, yeah.
Yeah, two re-entries for invitees, 1 re-entry for pros.
I'm getting so excited just talking about it, even though it's
a great one.
Another day away.
Looking for a partner.
3 full days. Gonna be a big field.
You know, they do have big fields over in Jeju, so if you ever dreamed of playing a Triton Super High Roller event, this is your shot, as CoinPoker is giving away one lucky player a $25,000 buy-in, business class flights, and 5-star luxury at the next Triton Super High Roller Series over in Jeju. You can head over to TritonFreeRoll.com and sign up with the code. Give yourself a chance to win a once-in-a-lifetime seat.
The chia seed some dicks. And I want a banana slice this one.
I'll leave that to other people that want to play a little more than me, buddy.
Last chance. It's time. It's time, please, now.
Let's keep this stream PG. My kids are watching.
Both players with a piece of this flop. Patavi opened early, Jack-10 offsuit. Orpin defending, and an understandable c-bet from Patavi, probably a range bet on the ace-high board versus big blind. Orpin will be going nowhere.
Top pair, no kicker. One white chip, that's 25K. Deuce of hearts. Does Patavi bet again with his hand, or is that just a dumb idea?
Certainly not a dumb idea. It's a reasonable second barrel. Jack of spades is a pretty good card to block strong flush draws, but I wouldn't say it's mandatory to follow through with these hands. He's also kind of hoping that Orpin floated the flop with something like Jack 8, Jack 10, Maybe a Jack-9 or a Jack-7 type hand. Folds turn as well. If he had 2 low cards, he would definitely like bluffing turn with this type of hand. Suit dependent. Mood dependent. You know, fire if you feel like it.
It feels like it. 81,000.
Well, Ace-3 feels like a great call again on the turn. We're generally losing to value here, but that 3 of diamonds is nice and out of the way of all of Patavi's bluffs.
Right, the hearts, the spades, the Jack-10s.
He just doesn't even have a hand with a 3 in it when he opens from +1, so total blank side card and very, very good pair here for Orpin.
Calling again. Now Patavi's probably worried that Orpin actually has the ace, and Orpin makes aces and 3s. That's going to be a really nice card for him.
Success came.
Success did
on
come.
that river.
You're right.
Patavi, without a heart in his hand and with a spade in his hand, might be able to shut this one down. It's not the ideal candidate to bluff the river when he blocks Orpin's ability to have something like King-Jack of spades, Queen-Jack of spades, and does not block the backdoor flushes that might be 9x of hearts, 7x of hearts, King-X of hearts.
Very possible. Gives up.
Want help? I'm your assistant. I push your chips in, I stack. That's why I'm next to you.
Thank you, you're such a gentleman.
You're in there, maybe you just pay my wage with some white chips. My hourly wage.
I'll try to do it. I don't promise.
No problem.
I'll try.
As long as you make an effort. That's all I can ask.
Hello, Patrick. Jamil Wakil.
I expect him to defend his big blind here. Yes, registration has closed, but half the field left, very far from the money. Still going to want to fight for pots here. And he flops a little piece.
Flops a little piece. It's one of those hands where you want to call a small bet, but you don't want to face any multi-barrels.
I'd like to see Patrick continuing. I think he can bluff. Well, rather, I think he can bet with most of his range, and certainly this hand has potential to bluff multiple streets on certain runouts. Pretty small to get started.
Yeah, for this price, Wakil should be continuing. Just pray for like a check down after, or maybe hit your trip 6s or 6s and 5s.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that we can just improve to 2-pair or trips with this type of hand, or could pick up a gutter and then have it go check-check. There is a bit of a drawing nature to Jamil's hand.
Deuce of hearts, giving Patrick a flush draw. He's got a real hand now.
Yeah, feels like Patrick's going to win this pot now. Doesn't have to bet the turn, but I've seen a fair bit of Antonius play over the last couple of years, and seems like aggression is the default.
I mean, given that Wakil didn't check raise flop, we can discount some queens for him. Put a lot of pressure on 6x.
The risk, of course, is that we get check jammed on, so Antonius finds a solution to that problem. Just put it in yourself. On the double flush draw board, it's definitely an idea as well. If you had Queen Jack, you would want to deny equity to all the combo draws that Jamil might have here.
Is there enough hands you beat if you're 6-5 offsuit to make this call for your tournament life? For this price, too.
It'd be a pretty big call. I mean, maybe there's a bet sizing read to make here. Does he think Antonius would go smaller with a queen?
We'll never know. Enjoy that pot, Patrick. You deserved it. Do have a quiz question for you if you want to give it a go, Kevin. Actually, you don't really have a choice. You have to give it a go.
Okay.
So the question, who is the king of the $50,000 buy-ins at Triton?
As in, who's made the most money?
Obviously, man, no, who's done the worst?
Well,
I didn't say the pawn. I said the king.
Well, you said the king, but, you know, maybe someone has 2 titles, but they didn't win the most money.
Look, I'm just telling you.
Just clarifying
this name
the terms of the quiz.
Crushes 50Ks.
Okay.
Are you just fishing, buying time? Like asking how much is it?
I'm just, you know, I want to help out the chat to make sure they don't get hustled in any random quiz for money situations in their future.
I'm about to strangle you.
Always ask about the terms of service.
Oh my God.
You know, verify that it's being run by an accredited organization.
You can think about it while this hand plays out.
Sweet.
You bought your extra time. Well done.
Oh, yeah.
3-bet from Patrick. 8s for Orpin at the moment. Don't know if he can continue with under the gun and under gun +1 3-bet. He will pass.
Yeah, it's a nice fold with the 8s. Just too much money behind.
Smaller pocket folds and Mateos folds. Do you have a guess or not? The king of the 50Ks.
For some reason, Bryn Kenny came to mind, but I'm not sure that it's right.
Okay, who wants to be a millionaire? Is that your final answer?
Lock it in.
Lock it in?
Damn. Okay, give me another one.
Do you want another chance?
Yeah, my next guess is Sergio Ido.
You're gonna pick everyone that's from Spain?
No, that's... Are you suggesting Bryn Kenny is from Spain?
I don't know what.
Oh, did you just tell me is the answer from Spain? No?
It's
okay.
not. But I only said that because someone in the chat said Adrian Mateos.
Oh, that's a good guess.
But that is also wrong.
I do feel like you would get this quiz just, you know, because someone at the table happens to be the person, but maybe that's not the case. Oh.
What if I told you? Oh, what's for you? You think this is a jam for King 10?
No, I thought you were about to tell me that they are at the table.
No, they're not at the table.
Okay, well then I give up. I failed the quiz.
Okay, Jamil folds. The answer. Okay, hold on. I'm going to give you one more chance.
Yes.
He's from Asia.
I was hoping for one more chance.
From Asia. That should help a lot.
Is he from China?
Dude, how much more do I need to break it down for you? Are you kidding me?
I'm just trying to get... If you're going to give me an inch, maybe I can get a mile.
I'll give you one more hint. Okay? Last hint.
Yeah.
He's from Thailand.
Oh. I mean, it's the obvious choice. It's Punat Punsri?
It is Punat Punsri.
Oh.
Punat Punsri, 7 million in earnings and 50Ks out of 22 events.
7 million?
10 cashes, 45% in the money rate, and 7 final tables and 2 titles.
Okay, that's wild.
What's wild is that you needed all those hints to get there.
I mean, I can't believe it. I got it so quickly.
I can't believe you got that many clues from me.
It was incredible, actually, that I got it. I think I might have a promising future.
There's that game. What is
shows.
it called? Like 20 questions or something of this nature?
Yeah.
What we're playing?
Where you try to get to the bottom of a question with 20 questions.
Oh, is that what the actual game is?
I think so. It's like a road trip game.
I would never go on a road trip with you, I'll tell you that.
You and me both, buddy. Looking forward to never spending time in a car with you.
Down the streets in Canada.
I heard you can't even drive, so...
Yeah, I I have full self-driving, actually. Real talk, I do.
That's terrifying.
That's how I drive.
It's terrifying that they let you do that.
It drives better than me.
That's true.
I trust it so much, I don't even look. I try to trick the camera that's kind of like detecting whether you're looking at the road.
You try to trick it.
Yeah, I wear
instead of
sunglasses.
just looking at the road.
Sometimes I'm just daydreaming. Just saying.
You're texting, aren't you?
No.
No, you're playing PLO on your phone. Guys, we gotta shame Randy into following the laws of the road.
There's a reason. Look, if I told you once upon a time I was on a bridge to San Francisco and I did a 360, would you prefer me driving or would you prefer the FSD?
Oh, that makes me... I'm a little bit lightheaded just listening to you tell that.
Do you want to go on a road trip with me?
Never.
Self?
Absolutely.
Driving?
Absolutely not.
No, absolutely all in for Patrick.
Yeah, Jamil tried to sneak through a min-raise bluff off of 12 blinds. He would be playing a great deal of open jams in that spot, but King-9 offsuit he decided was a little bit too weak. Saves his last 101,000.
Someone in the comments says, surprised you even got your license. That's also another story.
Yeah.
Failed the driving test like 9 to 10 times.
That's actually, like, I have opinions on the driving test thing.
Oh, I was talking about the written test. The physical driving one, I failed at like 6.
Oh my god. They should not have given you a driving license.
Check this out. On the written test, one of the questions is, what do you do if you're turning from the left lane to the right lane? And I wrote, look over your left shoulder. Yeah. I'm going from the left lane to the right lane. Got to check if there's any car on my left. Just saying.
Why?
Just in case it's going to drive into you. I need to get out of the way quicker. You don't seem like you'd be happy to ride in a car with me.
I just think that there should be like 10% fewer drivers on the road, and you are part of that 10%. That's all I think.
One time
it's a little too easy to get a license.
Have you ever heard of a hook turn? In Australia, it's like a unique thing that only exists there.
I don't think I'm familiar.
When you need to make a right turn, you have to be in the far left lane. I know that makes no sense. As you wait for the lights to change and then you go. No, you have no idea.
No, I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, imagine me if I had to do that.
Well, that's why you wrote on your test that you need to look over your left shoulder.
That's right.
Did you tell them you're just Australian? Like, I'm
to
sorry, I didn't understand the question.
To get into the hook turn lane, that's right. Hey, Eibinger's got 7s again. Last time he had this hand, he flopped a set.
32 big blinds deep, facing +1. I feel like call and all in are the options, and he's choosing call.
Okay. Didn't like that Orpin open from +1, and he flops a set again.
Always coming 7.
Always coming 7. I mean, flopped the same set the 2 times. He got 7s. Odds are really low for that.
Orpin doesn't have a mandatory bet here. Opening from +1 gets the jack-high board. I think he could check this. I like it.
Yeah, we mentioned those jack-high boards last time.
Well, we saw Matthias betting queens on a jack-high board. Mateos folding 6s.
Yeah.
This is not too dissimilar, but, you know, without the connectivity to the straight draw, I don't think a large bet is necessary on this board.
You okay if this check with 7s?
Oh, he continues to check. I like this quite a bit. I think if Eibinger was to probe the turn, he'd be trying to extract value from an underpair to the jack. Maybe Ace-7, King-7 suited. And he unblocks a jack or a queen, which will bet for value itself at some point. He could continue checking a third time. It may seem like it doesn't lead to enough action. Depends if he thinks Orpin will bet for value on the end with 8s through 10s. Those hands are pretty frequent.
Yeah, because Orpin's not really supposed to have a jack or a queen as played.
Not many. He can have a handful of them, but yeah, not many.
But even if Orpin was to bet 8s, 9s, or 10s, are they really going to bet call? I don't know.
No, but as long as they put money in some way, then Matthias wouldn't be missing out on what he gets by betting in this case. Although he's gone so large that 6s could fold, 8s through 10s could fold. He's clearly repping a jack or a queen plus.
And Ibinger wouldn't need a strong jack or queen to bet this sizing because Orpin rarely has those hands. Check, 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 check.
Doesn't feel great for the 6s. At the same time, Orpin feels under-repped.
There it goes. I think Ibinger got max value out of the 6s.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's actually a great result to get full pot for one street.
Kind of makes up for no betting going in on the flop or turn.
That's what you have to keep in mind when you go down those delayed lines. I think a lot of players get locked into that idea that certain hands are worth a certain number of streets, right? Like, oh, this is a 2-street hand, or this is a 3-street hand. But if you have more flexible bet sizing, you could make up for lost value on one street with a larger size on the next street. And likewise, like 2 small bets might add up to 1 regular size bet. You know, if you're more flexible, you can find more creative options there.
We see that a lot in limp pots, blind versus blind. You know, where it goes check down and river, they just all of a sudden pot it.
Yep.
Like, that really wasn't a thing way back when. You know, you still just bet in relation to the pot, min bet or whatever.
Yeah. Especially, and blind versus blind's a good example because in those spots you do so much mixing that players end up at the river in those lines with pretty strong hands. End up there with top pair or second pair very frequently.
You know, when I was asking you that quiz question about the 50K,
yeah,
there were a lot of people who put Punat Pumsu in the chat.
Really?
But did they put it after I told them it was from Thailand, the man was from Thailand or not? I don't know. There's no timestamp.
It was probably when you said Thailand.
Someone got it before you. Matthias Ibinger. He's reshoving 1 pip worse, but does he just win?
Yeah, I don't think Batavi raised this to call. 16 blinds, a little too steep for the ace-7 suited.
You know, Matthias Ibinger, we used to actually call him the Turbo King.
Turbinger.
Turbinger, because I know at least the first 2 titles he won was from Turbos, but he really has evolved, right? He's got a main event win now.
He's a full-time PLO pro now.
That's right. But we're known for his short stack play, and, well, he knows it all.
Very accomplished short stack player online. No surprise that he found a lot of success in the turbo structures.
He's technically sound.
His first title was the 50K Turbo in Cyprus 2022.
It was a 50K, but he didn't beat Punat Pumsu in terms of stats.
And then his second title was another 50K Turbo in Cyprus in 2022. Wait, is that Cyprus 2022? Cyprus 2022.
Okay, but there's a month on there. You know?
There were 2 stops in Cyprus.
There was a mini stop in Cyprus. That's probably why you're confused.
Yeah, 1 in April and 1 in September.
Do you want a fun fact?
Please.
So the 2 times that Ibinger offered to make a deal in those big events, he was up against Jonathan Jaffe, first of all.
Yep.
He asked to make a deal in heads up. Jaffe said no,
because he thinks he's a heads-up specialist, in which he is.
Yeah.
Ibinger beat him.
Okay.
And then when Ibinger was up against Adrian Mateos, he also asked Mateos for a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Mateos said no. And guess what? Ibinger won again.
Wow. That was the Monte Carlo main event, I take it, where he beat Adrian Mateos.
You can look in and confirm that with the payouts if you want.
No, I did. I just...
Oh, okay. You said it in such a
I was
questionable way.
Sharing it like, I suppose, that time that he played Adrian, because he did beat Adrian at that event.
Another one was where?
It was one of those 50K turbos in Cyprus.
Ah.
That's wild. His fourth title was a 50K turbo. So 3 50K turbos.
Yeah, that's why we call him the Turbo King. And he becomes the main event master as well.
Yeah, he just needs a third main event title to match his turbo credentials.
Jamil is just trending in the wrong direction over and over again. He's down to 59,000 chips after that defense and check fold.
Is that a 2.5x raise?
It was.
Pretty light call against the 2.5 size.
With Jack 3 off?
Yeah.
Is it more so okay because he's so shallow, he gets to realize his equity with stop and goes more so?
I mean, that's certainly what motivated it, but I just think it's too light.
Fair. We got a question from Gary Nola in the chat. Did the banana ever get eaten? Well, it did get passed on because when Fedor Holtz won it, Alex Ponakov congratulated him and said, "This is now yours, the banana."
Can we get a live look at Fedor? Camera folks?
I mean, he might have ate it and just threw the peel into the trash.
Do we have the power to do that? Antonius. Spicy little open here, but looks like both players in the blinds, Wakil and Katavi, quite short. So I do like taking the offsuit ace as a lighter open. Kerber in the cutoff. Thought was maybe looking for a 3-bet shove opportunity. Takes flat instead, and, well, fortunate that he didn't take the shove because he's about to get squeezed by Orpin.
Orpin had ace-king earlier. Did him very well.
95. 95.
Seems likely he takes this one down, unless Kerber decides to get sticky. It's an uncomfortable spot with only 80K back behind this call.
I mean, it's crossing his mind. Maybe call it a 70 and flop a piece.
It's a very strong hand in general, and same sort of dynamic that you mentioned before, Randy. You're playing so short that you know you get to realize all your equity. And I think I like that fold.
Yeah, I think the thing is with that hand, he's not up against like 7s or 8s or 6s. Those hands wouldn't squeeze.
No, he's in pretty bad, like it's just a very tight squeezing range. He's dominated a fair bit, overpairs a fair bit.
Thank you.
So Orpin and Patrick were pretty deep with each other there.
Hello.
Predict Lab, redefining how fans experience live poker, creating an interactive layer around the action as it happens, as flash poker markets are now live during the stream, adding another dimension to following the reads, momentum, and decisions at the table. Future of interactive live streaming. Two players struggling at this table, seated side by side. Batavi and Wakil. King 5. Gonna appreciate the blinds.
Think it's cold down there, Randy? Got Batavi with the hood up. Kerber rocking the beanie.
Well, it's not cold for Wakil. He's just got a t-shirt on. Same thing for Patrick. He seems unfazed.
It's hard for me to reconcile that. Some people just running real hot, others running real cold.
Well, I'll just tell you this, Patrick is doing quite fine.
Yeah, is that like a, is it a direct indication of their recent results?
Bet you it makes a set. Seven's made a set 2 times already at this table.
You want to go double or nothing on your fantasy winnings?
Hey, Wakil's in there. Ace-4 offsuit, making a move. I mean, if you're going to take the spot with an Ace-X off of a short stack, you want to do it against the bigger stack opening. They've got other hands that aren't ace-high.
Plenty of equity to commit 4.5 big blinds.
Would prefer to be up against King, Queen, King, Jack, something like that.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's 11 big blind pot.
You're a good friend.
Ace-4 has got new ways to win this pot. 4 threes, 3 aces at the moment. Those outs will remain the same on the Queen of Spades. GG. Canada's Jamil Wakil. No luck here.
I feel like it's been a bit of a cold spell for Jamil. Although if I go back to early Jeju from this year, he did have a final table in the 25K Jupiter event, 630,000 for a 3rd place finish, but a lot of did not cashes in between there and now. Can be an expensive run.
All it takes is one big score. It's just a matter of when.
Well, until you play like the next series and then you're in for another couple million and then you need one more big score.
That's called Groundhog's Day.
Then you're in for another couple million. You been watching Seth Davies content?
Yeah, I have seen it actually. Someone's excited. Who's excited? I think Batavi's excited off of his stack.
All in? All in?
You ever watch the movie Groundhog's Day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch it every Groundhog Day.
When is Groundhog's Day? Is there an actual date for it?
It's, oh, I should know this. 6 weeks after the first day of winter, or something like that.
Why?
I don't remember. I think I'm off by some metric.
Or
Or maybe it's 6 more weeks of winter if the groundhog sees its shadow. Someone will help me out.
I had this like idea once upon a time. Imagine you're playing the World Series of Poker main event, right? It's got like 5,000, 10,000 people, whatever it does. And then you had to basically keep reliving the start of the tournament if you bust. Like, how long would it take you to win the main event? You know what I mean?
So
and like, how would you approach the situation?
So every time I lose the tournament, no matter how many days in I am.
Yep. You
I
start
always
back.
reset to day 1.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I would. I don't think I'd survive.
You just would never. You would die there.
I think that would be my life, and I would just start like having. It'd be like the movie. I'd just start having a party during the main. There'd be a lot of beer levels. That's for sure.
Would there be a strategy on how to kind of complete the journey?
No.
No. Like, it'd be really hard to do, right?
Just run good.
But what if you just run normal?
I'll give it some thought. Maybe there's a way to crack the code.
Yeah, is there a way to crack the code?
At least most of your iterations are pretty quick.
You might even become an angle shooter just to try it out at that point.
Re-enter. Oh yeah, there'd be all sorts of different versions of how I want to play. That's a good point. You could just try to cheat a bunch of times, and if it doesn't work out, all right, you just start again, play it honest this time.
How about every time you bust out, you get punched in the gut to punish you?
I feel like this is a good philosophical experiment to try and figure out how you would act if you knew that it would always reset.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really that different from the long run? Maybe this is a good representation of our reality, Randy.
I think you're very intrigued. You sleep on that one.
I might not sleep tonight.
Just thinking about it.
Because I'm too afraid of waking up in day 1 of the main event.
You're like, oh no, I'm here.
This is how it starts.
Because there's so many entries, it's not like you can just eventually win it. If you're playing like a 100-man tournament, like, oh, okay, it'll happen.
Yeah, that'd be fine. It'd be like the worst game show ever to participate in, but it'd be fine.
But imagine 5,000 to 7,000 people.
Yeah.
And it's a long tournament too, right? It's like, what, 2 weeks or whatever it is? And then you just get showered on day 5.
Every time you lose on day 9, just like the worst possible feeling.
Like, imagine you get to the final table, finally. You get aces versus kings, and the king shows up.
That would really set me back.
I've always wanted to discuss this thought with someone. You are the first person I've shared it with.
I'm glad you chose me.
Yeah.
Watson,
We're bonded.
Watson can't lose this hand, but he's in a pretty weird spot. Matthias was bluffing the turn. Watson called in position. Now Matthias shuts it down with the worst hand, but Watson believes he needs to bluff to win it.
I don't blame him. Bluffing with the best hand, but he doesn't know it. Got a guy in chat saying, named Erwin. Good evening. Stumbled upon this page by chance without knowing anything about poker. Are these players amateurs or good players? I see 50K mentioned. I imagine they're good. If there's 50K to be won, there's actually more money to be won because in $50,000 buy-ins, we do have $1 million payouts. But yes, all of these players are very good. Some play professionally, others do not. But welcome to the channel, and we've got plenty of chat and mods to help you out if you kind of want to figure things out.
That was a very warm welcome. Well done, Randy.
Deserves it, you know? When you get exposed to poker, you just start to realize it's a beautiful thing. Especially if you're trapped in a time loop where you got to keep playing the main event.
Even better, you could download the Triton Poker Plus app.
Oh, yes, go on.
Familiarize yourself with the details of the tournament right there in the app. You can see all the names of the players. All their tables can be followed live in the app. And when I look at the payouts tab over there, it looks like they're announced. We just haven't made it official yet. But I'm looking at 2 7-figure prizes, Randy.
Okay, are you going to tell us how many? Or how much, I mean?
I just thought I'd leave it as like a cliffhanger, maybe force them to download the app, you know, a little bit of... It's called a tease.
It's a nice flop for Kelvin Kerber. He's made the wheel immediately on the flop.
It's 1.5 million for first, Randy.
Okay, thank you.
1.5.
You know Kerber could lose his hand now with the jack of clubs.
Backdoor flush acquired. Backdoor flush draw acquired, rather.
Maybe you try tomorrow.
Kerber has about 3 times the pot in his stack. Could start setting things up here with a big bet.
18.
40% pot should keep the interest of Ibinger.
There's the call. The price makes sense with his hand. Does not spike the flush.
Generally expect Kelvin to keep betting here. Think he'll have a great deal of bluffs available to him in the big blind, and Matthias, having checked back the flop, generally headed toward showdown, generally stronger than this 10-9 that he has. You wouldn't want to let a pair of jacks off the hook too easily, or a pocket pair. I believe the action's still on Kerber.
Yeah, but we want to look at Ibinger, who's not rocking his orange hoodie.
It's one of those guys where if we, anytime we pan to him, I have to question to make sure, like, is our connection still stable? Did the internet cut out? Nope.
I do nibble on the cables occasionally, the internet cables, but not this time. We're not frozen. Hoping to get paid.
And goes for all but 1,000.
How long would you say from the first time you kind of started playing some cards it took you to be a pro?
Well,
I'm not taking credit for this question from the chat, but go on.
I saw a bit of that discussion as well. It's a good one. I mean, I didn't play seriously in 2005 or 2006, but that was when I first kind of learned what was happening. You know, had seen poker on ESPN, figured out that you could play online, that whole situation. Wasn't really playing for meaningful money until I was in college. But I would say from the time I found the game to the time that I was, like, paying my expenses with it.
Yep.
3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Something like that.
And you started playing freshman? As a freshman?
No? Yeah.
On the back of the lecture halls, like me?
I mostly skipped class if I was going to play. I didn't actually attend class planning to play poker. That seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I did on the public Wi-Fi.
You didn't have
other
Wi-Fi?
I wasn't always sitting in the back row of the lecture hall either, so technically someone could have sniped me from the back if they were playing at the same table.
Wow. I think there were enough tables back then that you were pretty safe.
Yeah.
You did mean freshman in college, right?
Yeah. Why is there not? Oh, you mean freshman in high school? Yeah, I meant college.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was not playing back then. What about you? How long were you?
I started playing when I was
high stakes amateur.
High stakes. I started playing when I was a freshman in high school. Burnt that roll many times. I think I started. Trying to think, when did I actually make some money in order to give it to Patrick Antonius? I believe I must have been like a junior or senior in university.
Yeah. Because I feel like, to the question in the chat about when you become a pro, It is sort of just like, it's not just being good at the game. It's deciding this is my business. I'm not going to pursue money in other places. Like, this is where I'm going to earn my income from, right?
Yeah, I realized that when I probably wasn't skilled enough to get a job, that I best make this one work. Especially
Smart.
after my 2 days at Del Taco folding burritos, I was like, I'm not good at this.
Wow.
I keep overloading them. I keep exploding the tortilla.
You
Keep getting yelled at.
You spent 6 years playing poker, and you weren't making money. And then you spent 2 days in a Del Taco, and you couldn't make burritos. And those two experiences combined made you think that poker was the better option.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah, do you have a photo of you in like the, was it like a branded polo shirt at Del Taco?
It was, yeah, it was a branded polo shirt.
Hope you got a selfie from back then.
They said that I put too much beans in the tacos. I had to like scrape out more of the beans before I give them out.
I'm just saying, this is like really basic day one feedback. I feel like if you made it to day 5, you would have stopped putting too many beans in the burritos. Not really buying the story of incompetence here.
I actually was incompetent. I just couldn't hack it, man.
I think they call it conscious incompetence.
Is that a saying? Oh. Should we look at what is our next featured table? Because this is it. We got Sultanov with multiple final tables, Santosh Suvarna, Kristen Foxen, Paulie V, Zhang Yu, and Sean Winter. It's going to be a good one. And they're already chatting it up. It's going to be very easy for us next frame.
Looks like a social crew. Think.
Pre-flop raise and a call, and trip 7s for the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos.
Not a guaranteed c-bet spot for Kerber. Seeing more players check behind on ace low-low, king low-low, paired boards. He decides this one's part of the betting range, though. Those chips are gone.
Mateos is the type of guy that likes to fast play these kind of spots because he has a lot of check raise bluffs in his range.
Yeah, I
Just
think
his
it's
style, right?
It's a good way to build strategy on these textures. It's so hard to profitably check call with something marginal. So why not check raise, put your good hands in there, put some marginal hands in there. Just 2.5x. Doesn't need to be much to shake stuff like this. And yeah, Mateos had trips this time, but he could have had 8-6 with the 8 of hearts.
I've seen him make plays like that before. So it didn't surprise me they opted to check raise. Have you worked a job before? More than 2 days?
I've had... So I didn't really work a job before poker.
Okay, you worked a job after poker?
I did.
Did you retire?
I did, by choice, work a job after poker. Or during poker.
What job is this?
I
Don't
would
tell
say
me poker coaching.
No, I mean
that
that's
doesn't count.
No, that's part of the whole thing. No,
Yeah.
I worked for a catering company for like 6 months. It was part of my culinary program, and then once I finished the program, I stayed with them.
You're a culinary artiste?
Well, I'm a trained cook.
You're a sous chef. You're a sous chef. Yes, chef.
I was sort of, I don't think I was really sous chef, but I was kind of the sous chef.
Saucier?
Well, the sous chef left the company, and it was a very small company. There were like 5 of us.
And you had to take over?
Well, there was, you know, sort of, yeah. For like some jobs, not for all of them.
We'll continue the conversation a bit. I'm not going to let you get away with all this. But for now, it's Patrick Antonius
Raising the 7 deuce suited versus Mateos. We are going into a flop.
Blind versus blind. Aggression versus the limp here with a suited hand.
Well, you know the polarized range that likes to ISO from the big? It usually has one pair on this kind of board.
Yeah, a lot of those hands do connect, but in a marginal way. I think that Adrian's range overall is a lot stronger than Patrick's. He's going to have a bunch of offsuit hands that flop straights and 2-pair on this texture.
That's a great card for Patrick. Picks up a club draw.
But it's not a bad card for Adrian's overall range, and he's got the top end of a gutter. You might see him bluff at this.
You might, but not this time, as he checks it over. Maybe there's not much reason for Patrick to bet his hand, so he does check it back.
Yeah, I like that check back. Still weaker hands to keep in. No need to build a pot with your 7. Every now and then you make a disguised flush.
I think he's going to show down the 7 deuce. Unlikely there's a bet from Mateos. Has to worry about the ace, and Patrick's got a pair of 7s. Show him the 7 deuce. Just show it. What do you think about that? Mateos is like, this guy.
He's giving it a good squint. It's like those two are the same suit. 7 and deuce.
This is our GOAT.
Okay, noted.
Look at him. I like how we got the camera on Mateos as well.
He's just he's always dialed in. It's great.
He's fuming right now. He just doesn't show it.
I don't think he's fuming.
He doesn't fume like me.
I think you tilt a little bit more readily than Amadi.
I'm a tilt monkey. Him? Stone cold killer.
Imagine playing a full Triton schedule 4 times a year, and every time you lose a limped pot for 3 bigs, you just go on raging tilt. I don't think that Adrian would have survived as long as he has, Randy.
Well said, man. Well said. Looks like some folds. I want to get the timeline down, though, that you did this culinary adventure, or whatever you call it. So...
Well, I can tell you.
Yeah, go on.
So, I moved to Toronto after Black Friday.
Wait, you did this after Black Friday? It wasn't like early in your career when you weren't really...
No,
sure.
well after Black Friday.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I said
you're
it's
like retired then.
Sort of.
Okay, but I don't want to interrupt your story more. Go on.
So, moved to Toronto after Black Friday. That's 2011 for anyone from the younger generation who doesn't know our trauma.
It's 15 years ago, but go on.
15 years ago. And did well in the first few years there. Moved up to high stakes by like 2013. 2014, 2015, I'm playing heads up at the time. And then I started taking on students. And my students started doing pretty well. And slowly but surely, I got a little bit lazy. And I was kind of just like, well, you guys are doing great. Like, why don't you just play? I'll take the day off. And I'll take the day off again. And I just like wasn't, I don't know, I wasn't feeling it. Started exploring other hobbies. And culinary school was an idea that my old roommate, Tim, gave me. It was George Brown in Toronto. And took some night classes. I was like, oh, I'll play poker during the day. I'll take some night classes. And then that turned into 2 times a week, 3 times a week. I was like, this is way more fun.
Did the poker go down, the volume?
So I was playing less poker and I was going to more classes. And then I just ended up in a full 2-year program. And that involved
for
like
2 years?
Well, it took me more like 3 years.
Oh my goodness.
Because I was doing it kind of half-time. But in the last year, you start working in the industry as part of the program. So I did like 3 months at a cafe that the school ran, 3 months at a restaurant that the school ran, then joined this catering company. Shout out Paintbox. Shout out Chef Rami. Yeah.
Chef Ramsay.
Rami.
Oh, it's not Gordon.
Not Ramsey. No.
It's quite different.
So yeah, it's a cool place to work. I liked it for a bit. But then live tournament poker sucked me in early 2019.
Man.
There were some nice big tournament promos, and I was starting to miss the game a little bit. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll go back to what I'm good at.
You did work longer than me, I guess.
Yeah, I made it
2 days. That's amazing.
6 months. Yeah.
That's nice to know.
Come
Your
on,
story is not as sad as mine. Your favorite dish? Let me guess. Ingredient, I mean. Crab.
Favorite ingredient?
It's crab. Yes?
To do what? Like to just
to cook with.
in
Dungeness
any-
crab, snow crab.
I'm
what?
a pretty big fan, actually, of crab. I won't lie. It's a weird thing for me to be a pretty big fan of.
What's your own name, obviously?
Yeah, it
Makes sense.
sounds a little egotistical, but you know that like bougie prepped crab you can get in the can? Not the can, but like
Imitation crab?
No. This
Okay.
is the good stuff.
Okay.
If you go to like a bougie fishmonger, you can get, it's like a 1 pound or a ½ pound container of crab meat.
Okay.
That's been like packed and sealed, and they did all the work for you. If you want like a New England style crab roll, or if you want to make like a pasta with crab meat in it, you just crack that open and throw it in. It's so good.
Fancy. Wonder if there's any shell in it ever.
I haven't run into it, but I'm sure you should. You know, it's like when you get a jar of olives that says they took the pits out. Like, be careful.
Hate olives, by the way. But I like it on my pizza if they're black olives. You know, the cheap kind. That's on a Supreme Pizza at Round Table.
We are such different people.
I've actually got a really nice palate, believe it or not.
How? By what metric? Just you're just like, I like
my own
the food
metric.
I like.
Exactly.
So my palate is great.
It really is. Chipotle is the best food you'll ever eat in your life. It's not an ad, it's just true.
It's not bad, I'll give you that.
All right, so it looks like players are going on a break. As I was interviewing my man, Kevin Rabichow.
Was that an interview?
Felt like it a little bit.
Are we recording this?
I'm learning a lot about you as we've got plenty of events to still cover like this 50K, and welcome back to the booth. 132 players remaining, 132 players remaining, 132 entries, 50 players remaining. I'm going to take a peek right now. Top 23 do make the money for $77,000. I guess it's just still building stacks time.
Yeah, we're still pretty far away with 50 left and 23 paid. Half the field is getting money, so obviously there's a little bit of ICM with 40% left, but we've got a lot of runway.
Still got another frame of play to do, so let's just take a 10-minute break and get to that soon.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Tree time.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Try to turn your, no, hide your cards. I didn't see, but just to cover this side.
21.
I didn't see.
Patrick Antonius already has a final table here in Montenegro. He will start things off with an open to 21,000. Chidwick's got some beads on his hand, actually.
He's got 2 5s that might just be short enough to commit. I wonder if he can get this through and avoid flipping with Antonius. Oh.
He has to get through ace-king.
Not going to get through that.
But at least he's got an edge against this hand.
Is pretty lucky to be flipping when Orpin cold 4-bets here. Usually in rough shape.
We're relieved to see he is ahead, and Pocket Fives has almost 55% equity, just 54. $269,000 chips to the winner.
Do you think an ace or a king is coming soon?
Why? You think I got something against Chidwick?
No, that would be success, I think, for Orpin. His hat.
Oh.
114.
114.
I understand now. I would throw away that hat if an ace or king does not show up.
Wow. No faith.
I'm just saying. No ace or king. But you know what, actually, a jack would win it.
No, you still have to throw the hat away, Randy.
It's not an ace or king.
Yeah. Stick to your word.
Didn't say success in which way, though. Well, there's the king. Keep the hat, Orpin.
Just have to fade a couple of 5s on the end to eliminate Stephen Chidwick.
4 diamonds is not the 5 of diamonds. Good game, Chidwick. You will be eliminated.
I thought you were going to say you would be missed. So sad.
You're sad?
So sad to see someone think
Yeah,
I'm familiar.
When you need to make a right turn, you have to be in the far left lane. I know, that makes no sense. As you wait for the lights to change and then you go. No, you have no idea.
No, I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, imagine me if I had to do that.
Well, that's why you wrote on your test that you need to look over your left shoulder.
That's right.
Did you tell them you're just Australian? Like,
get
I'm
into
sorry, I didn't understand the question.
To get into the hook turn lane, that's right. Hey, Eibinger's got 7s again. Last time he had this hand, he flopped a set.
32 big blinds deep, facing +1. I feel like call and all in are the options, and he's choosing call.
Okay. Didn't like that Orpin open from +1, and he flops a set again.
Always coming 7.
Always coming 7. I mean, to flop the same set the 2 times, you got 7s. Odds are really low for that.
Orpin doesn't have a mandatory bet here. Opening from +1 gets the jack-high board. I think he could check this. I like it.
Yeah, we mentioned those jack-high boards last time.
Well, we saw Matthias betting queens on a jack-high board. Mateos folding 6s.
Yeah.
This is not too dissimilar, but, you know, without the connectivity to the straight draw, I don't think a large bet is necessary on this board.
You okay
Even
if
still.
they check with 7s?
Oh, he continues to check. I like this quite a bit. I think if Ibinger was to probe the turn, he'd be trying to extract value from an underpair to the jack. Maybe Ace-7, King-7 suited. And he unblocks a jack or a queen, which will bet for value itself at some point. He could continue checking a 3rd time. It may seem like it doesn't lead to enough action. Depends if he thinks Orpin will bet for value on the end with 8s through 10s. Those hands are pretty frequent.
Yeah, because Orpin's not really supposed to have a jack or a queen as played.
Not many. He can have a handful of them, but yeah, not many.
But even if Orpin was to bet 8s, 9s, or 10s, are they really going to bet call? I don't know.
No, but as long as they put money in some way, then Matthias wouldn't be missing out on what he gets by betting in this case. Although he's gone so large that 6s could fold, 8s through 10s could fold. He's clearly repping a jack or a queen plus.
And Ibinger wouldn't need a strong jack or queen to bet this sizing because Orpin rarely has those hands. Check, 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 check.
Doesn't feel great for the 6s. At the same time, Orpin feels under-repped.
There it goes. I think Ibinger got max value out of the 6s.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's actually a great result to get full pot for one street.
Kind of makes up for no betting going in on the flop or turn.
That's what you have to keep in mind when you go down those delayed lines. I think
he seems unfazed.
It's hard for me to reconcile that. Some people just running real hot, others running real cold.
Well, I'll just tell you this, Patrick is doing quite fine.
Yeah, is that like is it a direct indication of their recent results?
Bet you it makes a set. 7's made a set 2 times already at this table.
You want to go double or nothing on your fantasy winnings?
Hey, Wakil's in there. Ace-4 offsuit, making a move. I mean, if you're going to take the spot with an Ace-X off of a short stack, you want to do it against the bigger stack opening. They've got other hands that aren't ace-high.
Plenty of equity to commit 4.5 big blinds.
Would prefer to be up against King, Queen, King, Jack, something like that.
I tried. I tried.
It's 11 big blind pot.
They're good friends.
Ace-4 has got new ways to win this pot. 4 3s, 3 aces at the moment. Those outs will remain the same on the Queen of Spades. GG. Canada's Jamil. And we're back for some late night Triton Poker Super High Roller Series action here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanonoko, and alongside me is Chef Rabachow. I just always want to say that.
We're just going straight into that.
Yeah, straight into Chef Rabbit Chow. But 49 players are actually remaining. I'd said 50 at the last break, and actually we did lose Dan Smith. I'm actually going to look into how we lost Dan Smith because I'm using the Triton Poker Plus app, and if I click the very last hand like that, you see he got in pocket fives for 132,000 up against Paulie V, and the hand history says he did not find a 5, so that was the end of Dan Smith. 49 players remaining. You actually said that there is the prize pool. We never touched up on that. You mentioned 2 7-figure scores. It's actually a 1.5 million top prize, as you can see, $1 million for second. And then at the very bottom, we scroll down and we can see that 23 players will cash for $77,000.
I mean, a lot of money up top. It's maybe obvious to those who are very familiar with the Triton structures, but between first and second place, 50 buy-ins are being distributed to those 2 places, right? And just 1.5 buy-ins for the min cash. So even though we're kind of inching towards the money here, 49 left, 23 pay, what we've generally seen from this field is we're not that close to the money. The money's not even that big relative to what's up top, so players don't seem to slow down the pace of play. We don't seem to worry that much about early eliminations at this stage. It's kind of just chip accumulation.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Those 20, 25 big blind stacks, like normally those are the ones that are trying to slide into the money, but now it's just about building your stack and maybe put yourself in that opportunity to be one of the top stacks. And then maybe if you get close to the money and you're still around there, then you kind of just fold a bit more. We do have a lot of players that are rather shallow remaining. Sean Winters on 3 big blinds. The short stack ninja, though, so you never know if he can spin that one up. But Igor's got 4 bigs. Ponakov's the man who was runner-up to Fedor Holtz. He's on 4 bigs, and Soiza only has 5 big blinds himself.
We're going to have a chance to watch Winter navigate that 3 big blind stack as he's part of our new feature table. See him surrounded by Zhang Yu, Paulie V, Kiselev and Sultanov, Kristen Foxen, and Santosh Savarna.
Santosh! Love that guy. And that guy is going to be at our featured table. You can see he's on the left side of the screen a little bit. But those are the chip counts in Short Stack Ninja. Sean Winters got 3 big blinds. And then the second shortest stack has got 10 X's stack, and that's Santosh Savarna.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. I know that we joke that Sean Winters in his comfort zone with 3 bigs, but you're going to need more than that to make the money in this tournament.
He would prefer to have 30 or 300 big blinds, but no, he'll have to settle for 3. We kind of rounded him down. He actually has a little bit more than 3, maybe like a 3.3 or so.
I'm even seeing 50K in the app instead of 52. Why the disrespect? Give this man his full stack. Clearly 3.5.
Blinds? 10, 15, 30.
Plus.
Got an open from Danil Kiselev.
We had Danil Kiselev on the feature before, but not because he made a final table. He's got 2 cashes already. This is his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
It's not bad.
I believe we watched him on the bubble of the 30K. He narrowly survived elimination on the bubble and then busted a couple spots into the money.
He is repping the Armenian flag. Not the first from Armenia. Had others like Azerbaijan. No whole cards for this hand. I'm sure we'll have them in the next one. Santosh shoots out 40K from the big. Did you ever tell me what your favorite ingredient to cook with was?
No, I kind of just rolled with your suggestion that it would be crab and then let it be.
It was actually a suggestion from the chat, but please answer it honestly.
Favorite ingredient?
White rice.
I mean, is salt cheating?
Never mind, I don't want to know anymore. Salt? That's what you're going to give me? What, are you going to give me, a herb next?
It's a real high-level answer.
What are you going to say, basil?
I'm surprised you say herb with the hard H.
That's how they say it in Australia.
That's how they say it in Canada, too. I switched when I moved there. When I was younger, I said herb.
Yeah, that's how I would say if I was living or just standing in the land of America. But
Really,
no,
you would switch back?
Yeah, I would switch back.
Are there any other words you switch?
Yeah, there are. Like tomato and tomato.
There's no way that they say tomato in Australia.
You know they actually say tomato
lying to
sauce
me.
instead of ketchup when you're at McDonald's?
That I did know. You mean at Macca's?
Yeah, Macca's, that's right.
So good.
Are you gonna bluff me again?
I don't understand what does that mean. What?
Can't believe you knew that one, though.
Well, I went twice, and I was in my early 20s, so naturally I spent a lot of time eating fast food.
Big Mac of a hand, isn't it? King 6 suited on Queen 6-5, 2 clubs.
Some history between these two, perhaps. Mention of a successful bluff.
It's kind of funny because Foxen said, "Are you going to bust me again?" And Sultanov makes the king high flush, and Foxen has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, this is dangerous for Kristen. Small sizing from Sultanov as well. I like this on the 3 flush. Does it convince Foxen that this is a thin value bet? No. She just calls.
Yeah, good for her. Not that river card. Man, he is playing quick.
Selling a story.
Are you bluffing me again?
I guess
You
there
have a
were
good
some
hand?
bluffs.
You
Ace
said
high
you
can
didn't
beat a
want my
bluff.
chips, but now you keep betting against me. Now you're so quiet.
Chatty Foxen looking to get a read.
He's looking pretty chill.
Yeah. Hand on chin, chilling, praying for a call.
Nothing can go wrong for Sultanov. He either gets paid or he wins the pot as it is.
Prefer the former. She's really thinking about calling up ace 8 high. Isn't the ace of clubs one of the key cards to bluff with?
I don't think so in this sort of setup. I think Sultanov would bluff with weaker. Ace of clubs is a little too strong.
You were so talkative before. All right.
She's thinking about calling.
Queen 3.
Well, she's paid it off.
Wow. Called with ace 8 high.
The price was good.
Nice hand.
Simple thumbs up. He hasn't broken posture. Still just chilling.
Thumbs up to the person you just beat. Thought I heard Kristen say I knew it wasn't a queen, but it was a flush. Pretty big call.
Something about the bet sizing.
Something about thinking that Sultanov was trying to bluff her.
Tried to see if they played a final table together before, but it was not the case.
Maybe it was just some hands before moving to the featured table.
Must have been, yeah.
Lots of pocket sevens at our featured tables today. Zhang Yu will open it up.
Crack the knuckles and get in there with 10-9 off in the hijack.
Oh, we're really getting after it here on day one.
It's always a little looser here, isn't it?
Yeah. Not a bad flop for the 10-9. Pocket 7 still the best hand.
Got a choice, Sultanov. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. A stab of 20,000. I think Zhang Yu is happy to not see a huge bet. Probably going to have a very contained pot.
Probably expects some weaker pocket pairs to stab for that size. But if Sultanov finds a continue on this turn, could send the pot his way. Zhang Yu has no diamond in hand.
So plenty of equity with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 7s, and probably stabs the flop with king jacks and king queens. Maybe try to rep the king as well. With the flushes, of course.
Very small bet.
20K again. This is actually kind of confusing for Zhang Yu because he likes the price, but he doesn't really like the board development with his hand. Do we just call and pray because the price is so good?
Well, you played Limit Hold'em, right, Randy?
Yeah, but you know on the river, you're supposed to bet double the size of the flop and turn bets. Actually, was the turn the same size as the river? I can't remember anymore. It's been so long.
I think it's turn and river.
Okay.
Sultanov's going to need to bet more than 20K, I suspect, if he wants to win this hand. And even then, I don't know that it's guaranteed. Showing you a little suspicious from that turn bet.
Taking his sweet time, but now he's going to reach for a healthy bet of 90,000.
90.
Now what do you do with sevens?
It's an interesting hand to occur immediately after that pot with Kristen. I wonder if Zhang Yu can note the differences in bet sizing, speed of play, anything that might tip off. But this is not as strong as it was last time.
Right, when Sultanov had the king high flush last time, didn't he bet the river really quickly?
Almost instantly.
So here he took some time and didn't fell on half pot. Same bet flop and turn when check too.
It's obviously not a guarantee that that means bluff, but you're getting this good price. Could be worth finding out. You might map to thinner value, perhaps, something that had to really think to make sure it was good enough to bet. That hand certainly would beat sevens. Pure bluff catcher for Zhang.
Yeah, what if Sultanov was like unsure to bet like black nines or like an 8-9, and he's gonna fold the winner.
Bluff.
Sultanov.
Let's see.
Yeah, bluff.
Wins it again.
I vote for bluff.
What does it mean? Bluff.
Jack,
Jack
7 of
high.
hearts
Show.
or king 10?
Lefanut.
Jack high.
King
No,
10.
don't show that
No
one,
show?
Mikhail. No, don't show that one.
I like that.
Well
You're a
done.
new
Скоро
player.
покажешь по
I don't
телеку.
You're a new
understand.
guy.
What does it mean? bluff?
Скоро покажешь по телеку.
Nah, but I think Jack high.
TV. TV.
Yeah, you will see it on TV.
King 10.
Yeah?
Or Jack 7 of hearts.
Wow. 2 hands only. No, it's 5.
I think
I had
bluff.
7.
King. King is possible. I mean,
All 5-6 is possible. All possible.
Well, 10-9 offsuit.
Ace 5 is very possible.
Okay.
I don't think they would guess that.
I don't think you're going to hear anyone name it.
30.
A 2-pip promotion for Zhang Yu. Winter's got to make a move soon. He's only got 50K left, and he's under the gun next hand.
Yeah, just 2 hands until he'll have to post big blind and big blind ante.
We'll
5
pass.
times try, no change. Like this, like this, like this, like this.
Oh, queens
You know,
for
like
Polly P.
Jack 6 become 2 kings. Okay.
You know, if this shows down,
Thank you,
Sean's
Polly.
just going to say I
You
had a
think I
bad
get kings
feeling.
next hand?
Knew I was beat.
I don't know.
Queens.
I don't know.
I'm not much of a queens guy.
No?
I rarely
fun.
get queens.
To say that, as Polly P's got queens.
You get 9s a lot. 10s.
And then 9s for Zhang Yu.
I don't really get pairs.
No? What do you
Both
get a
9s were
lot?
folded, by the way.
Yeah, like they're
deuce,
talking
and
about our
3,
hands.
3, 4,
It's all blackjack.
5 deuce off.
So you're saying he's drawing to straight or a flush?
Yeah, there are no remaining
You shouldn't say that.
9s in the deck.
Maybe you're making it.
Zhang Yu understandably calls.
So you're saying the equities are closer to 0% and 100%.
Call it 5%. Now it's drawing to a chop.
Deuce and a 5.
Great.
I usually, I'm notorious for getting aces in my big. When I'm,
Okay. Are you?
yes,
Oh, okay.
in this spot.
Okay. I hope you do.
And that's true.
Let me win a pot next time. 35.
So this one is 3-bet pre by Polly P. That's alliteration. 35K bet called by Zhang Yu.
Very cheap price offered to the 2 9s, but this is such a bad flop against the hijack 3-betting range. Possible we could even just step away on the flop.
You want a water?
Certainly to further aggression.
Yeah, calling the hope he's up against a King Queen. Jack 10 maybe.
Yeah, but
Even
then
3-bet pre.
Then to realize against those hands or to not have them bluff you at some point.
You need a
it's
lot
very
of things
tough.
going your way. So credit to Polly P for getting value on the flop with queens, and he's actually trying to get more value on the turn.
It's a nice way to play these queens, especially when you unblock the spade draw. Zhang Yu's gonna check call the flop with some king high spades, queen high spades maybe.
Before I go queen, queen, easy. Now 50-50. Kings here.
Always feels like a big fold when you're paired, and it's hard to be paired on this board.
If your opponent is paired, it's usually an ace. But the queens are going for a double street of value. He really doesn't want to fold.
I got aces yesterday, kings, 9.
It's the right fold. Finds it.
What are you gonna get the next hand? Envision it. It will come.
Vision it, it will come.
You said aces in the big blind.
Queen 4 heart.
You're waiting for the big blind?
I probably should, yeah.
I mean, queen 4 of hearts is a premium at this point.
No. I'm going to get aces in the big.
If you know that, then yeah, then you just stand up and leave. Because you're going to get aces.
Maybe back to back ace.
Back to back.
Maybe king 8 off.
Yeah.
Heart spade.
Envision it, and it will come.
See how his deck reads are.
Well,
Nope.
he said
I
it was
don't
the
have
big
to look
blind.
at this one 6 times.
Soltanov has really tightened up
the
the
game we should be
drawstring on
playing
that hoodie.
Right there.
Well, what have we got here, Randy?
Did he make it 175?
The hoodie's on. We're back. I wish it
Sultanov
happened
is
last
here to
time.
play tonight.
The hand figures.
He's in the super diving.
175.
75.
175.
Okay.
Just a small raise, friendly.
You fold if I shove?
I'm sleeping.
Easy.
I'm sleeping.
You're sleeping. You have change?
He does look cozy.
No problem.
Tossed out
I
7
think-
whites on that one.
I think he meant to toss 7 blues.
There's 8x to my
Would have been 35.
Ah.
Just like a standard open.
That would make
I got
sense.
it.
You ever do that? You ever throw out the wrong chips by mistake and then realize mid-hand and have to play the pot anyways?
I'm sure I've done it. Definitely I've made mistakes before. Have you ever had the one where you muck a chop?
No.
No. Not even early in your career?
Although I think you've asked me this before, and my argument is, well, if I did, I would never know.
Oh, right.
So
No, but
it's better to just say, no, I've never done it.
I've done it, and then the table pointed it out to me. That's how I know. That makes sense.
Like you mucked when the board was a chop?
Yeah.
So the table was like, there's no way you
I don't
lose to
mind a
that
lot.
hand. Like someone tabled a
I'm
hand
greedy.
that
I don't need to.
is the board.
Yeah, like maybe I saw queen high, I have jack high, but then
Yeah.
it's like 2 pairs and ace. I don't know, something like this.
Yeah. No, I've never done that. That's
I've-
got to be a brutal feeling.
It's brutal when your bankroll's like $200 or $300 and you're at an Indian casino and that pot's worth like 50 to $100.
Mm, yeah.
8,
Yeah.
5.
These
Yeah.
are my early days.
That's uncomfortable.
At the Jackson Rancheria, that's where I did it. I remember.
I'll stick with you. A formative moment for Nano.
For Nano. Sultanov is just freestyling out there. Limping King 7 offsuit.
Yeah, normally, if I'm tired, I don't show up thinking I'm going to run this table over. I think, yeah, I'm just going to take a few off. Maybe just play tight for the next hour and a half and then get some sleep.
He's going guns blazing. Or maybe he wants some of those Sean Winter chips. Jack 3 offsuit does not look like aces.
No, did not get what he was hoping for here. Sees the situation, does not like it.
Sorry, guys. Tough decision.
I really hope you have aces.
He probably would have done this with aces.
He calls.
I think this all-in scared. I don't have, I mean, I have ace jack.
It's good.
Ah, it's good.
I was getting the right price.
I mean, yeah. I was thinking if he jams, you're just even amazing price.
Oh my god. Please, jam. 9, 10 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking about that.
Okay, Sean Winter's
I think
in
you
there.
want to lose this all in, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he cares.
I don't think he
cheering for you,
cares.
Sean.
I'm rooting for Sean as well.
Okay.
3.
Thank you.
Sure.
I've been chopping a lot all in.
Possible.
It is not possible.
I think just
It is possible.
Yeah, it is possible. Hey.
I think
10 and an 8.
3 of cards.
4, 5.
3.
4, 5.
What is 4-5? I just know the cards.
You don't need 5, Sean. You need
Yeah.
3 white calling for 5.
It's only 5 cards.
4, 5, or 6 cards straight.
That's the end of Sean Winter. Lovely guy to have at the table. It was fun to hear his remarks.
Yeah, we got our value.
Yeah.
Started with 3 bigs. That was about what we could have hoped for, I think.
Yeah, with just 3 big blinds. He only had so much time.
Do you want to move next big one?
No.
Ah.
We're short on it.
Okay.
He will
But
go
if
back
you
to
don't
his
know,
room and call it a night.
Yeah.
Next big one. Unbelievable. Only big?
Pauly P pocket tens. Love the shirt he's got on, by the way. You know much about those?
I think he's getting ready for the Invitational.
They were given out for Invitational players, correct?
That's what I've seen shirts that have that same style that were part of the Invitational gift package. Seen a few players wearing, it's kind of like a blue-gray jersey, different tone, but same sort of style.
We definitely had some in the past where players were able to personalize it with their favorite hand. Maybe even their name, if I remember correctly.
I like that. What hand would you put on your jersey?
Jack 5 offsuit. The Jackson 5.
Any suits?
Oh, Jack 5 offsuit.
But like, which two suits?
Actually, maybe Jack 5 of clubs.
No, I go.
I had a famous hand back in the day.
Yeah?
Yeah, I misclicked.
With Jack 5 of clubs?
I misclicked and got there. And hit running flush.
Crazy. Not much time after the series.
Pauly checks back pocket tens and drills the gut shot.
Yours would be pocket threes.
It would not.
It would.
It would not be.
No.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it would.
I live there.
Please don't take ownership of my shirt.
What about you?
19, I think.
Pocket threes did really well for Fedor Holtz.
To enjoy those.
Yeah.
It's true.
2 months.
Earned him an extra bounty envelope.
I have to think about what my favorite hand is. Jack 9 of clubs is a natural choice for me, though.
You did something with that in your lifetime?
No.
You just like the way it looks?
It's just a nice looking hand.
Straight looks better to me. It would beat Jack 9. That's what Sultanov had.
So I'm glad you brought up the Invitational, Randy.
Yeah, what do you want to tell me?
Because I got a little quiz for you.
You got a quiz question for me?
Yeah.
Usually that's my job. Okay.
And maybe some folks out in the YouTube universe can participate as well.
Okay.
Straight
So-
like a straight and a pair in Russian poker.
Producer Lee has informed me that there are 5 players
Long ago
who
it
have
was
competed
two straights.
in every single
Like, I didn't
invitational
lose
event.
Too much money and they finished.
All 9 of them.
Okay.
And all 5 of those players
Yeah,
will be
sounds like a joke, I
participating
didn't lose money. What?
in the upcoming
Yeah.
invitational on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you one for free. Stephen Chidwick.
Yep.
He's played in all 9 and will be playing in the 10th.
You want me to name the other 4 people?
Yeah, what do you got?
Paul Paul?
That's
Richard
it.
Young?
Trying to win some chips.
Slow down, slow down. Paul Paul is correct.
Richard's not?
Richard
Is
is
it
not on the
possible?
list.
Jason Kuhn?
Jason Kuhn is not on the list.
Danny Tang?
Гарри,
Danny?
Michael Soiza?
ты меня не видел.
No.
Man. How many did I get so far? 3?
Well, I gave you Chidwick. You got Danny. You got Paul Pois. There are 2 more names on this list.
Man. Nikita Bazikowski.
Ooh, good one. Makita is correct, and there's 1 more name.
Come on, Chad, help me out. Give you guys a chance.
Yeah, let's catch up on the action here. Kristen opened +1 with the ace-4 of spades. Pauly defends in the big blind, and well,
Ooh, my
she's
first
going to take
shot
that
in
down.
like 3 hours. I just need you to fold, and then I have a chance.
Говорит, наконец-то вы выкинули. Я смогла хоть одну блайнд выиграть.
Very beautiful well.
Да.
Welcome back.
Don't touch him. Ой, him. Here. My English
Me?
not so good. That is it.
Never touch girls.
I saw one that came up in the chat, and I think it might be right.
Go for it.
From Sam Pick, Christoph
What can I do?
Vogelsang.
Don't brag.
It's not
It's
it?
not Christoph. Let me know when you want a hint.
I'm going to let a couple more answers from the chat come in first.
Okay.
I know it's not Ivy. Is it Patrick Antonius?
It's not.
All 9 invitationals, you said?
All 9 invitationals. And they are here, prepared to play the 10th as well.
Okay.
Monte Carlo.
What's the hat?
Monte Carlo Tennis Club.
Ah, nice.
Do you want to give a
Hoping
hint?
It wasn't Tesla.
Okay,
I was
okay.
like, please don't be Tesla.
I'm going to answer this because the chat, multiple people have said this one. Bryn Kenny.
Me either.
It's not Bryn Kenny?
No, thank you.
It's not Bryn, but the chat got it.
So it's Hollywood Haxton.
No.
No? It's not Ben Tollerine, obviously.
They spelled his name wrong, though.
Vogel San? Who is it? Who is it?
It's right there on your screen. You just haven't said his name.
Fedor Holtz?
No.
Paul. I already said Paul. It's not Sean Perry.
Yeah.
It's not Phil Ivey.
Yeah.
It's not Petrangelo.
It is.
It's Petrangelo. Oh.
Nicky P.
I didn't realize it was Nicky P.
Sam Pitt got it.
He did play the $1 million one, now that I think about it. Huh. I guess I fail on that one.
You did
C
pretty
minus?
well.
C plus? B minus.
I give you a B minus.
Nicky P's a tricky one.
You
to
went
get.
straight to Paul. You got Danny pretty quick. You got Makita pretty quick.
Who was the 4th person? Or you forgot?
Well, I gave you Chidwick.
Ah, you gave me Chidwick. I think I would have got that one. That was a tough quiz.
Tougher than the driver's test?
You got me.
Daniil. Way out ahead here, betting for value. Not sure what's got Paulie P's interest about this spot. That was 3 ways on the flop. He'll let it go.
Umberto no bluff.
Good bluff, Daniel, good bluff.
No bluff.
Bluff.
Why did you drive Igor?
If you have trips, it's bluff?
Some big card.
No.
Trips.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Value bet.
Value.
Not American
Value.
big, but
No,
It's
no,
bluff.
big card because I have a 2
family.
kings.
Only call full house.
That's why big
I
card.
have 2 kings?
2 kings.
Okay. The bluff.
2 jacks.
Okay.
2 boys.
Third version.
2 boys.
2 boys?
Future 2 kings. No,
Boys. Me?
When did Igor sneak in here?
Yaroshevsky.
It's going to open the hijack.
Kind of had a brutal bubble.
He did.
Already here in Montenegro, and he mentioned it then that he had bubbled multiple events over in Jeju. Notably the main event, the 100K buy-in. When I say
Ooh.
bubble, I'm talking about Stone Cold bubble, but hold on.
Okay, I'm starting to think that Sultanov grabbed the correct chips the last time around.
But this one,
Foxen.
it's a little different. But yes, Foxen's got ace-queen suited.
I get the impression that this has been a theme even before we got to the feature. She's not going to be shy to put chips in with ace-queen suited. Sultanov not getting the price, but let's see what mood he's in.
Well, it's in the mood to 3-bet to 150K with Jack-8 offsuit. This would be a super ambitious call.
These are the kind of spots where sometimes you ask your opponent, are you looking for a donation?
I actually think Foxen is hoping for a call. Even whole cards down.
It's dangerous. 2 live cards.
The sunglasses are off.
He's aware. He's aware how silly this is. but I think he's going to do it anyways.
It's a $50,000 buy, and you tell me he's just going to splash another 415K with this hand?
That's what I'm suggesting, yes.
To take out Kristen Foxen?
I think chips are being pushed forward.
He's counting them out. He's pushing them forward. Jack 8 offsuit.
What do you think he has?
Cards are not yet on their back.
9-10 is there.
Sixes.
No, 9-10 is there.
Pocket can?
Ace 10. Jerk, 9-10 is
Queen
there.
jerk.
Ace 8.
Eight, pocket. Oh, jack.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you guys so close.
That wasn't good.
You said you didn't want my chips. Hopefully you pay back.
He's trying to get the rest of them.
Igor must have Jack.
Nice have joke.
Yeah, Igor must have Jack.
Foxen is looking good right now for a double.
Ace of clubs would be great.
Ace of clubs. Just like that for you, Mrs. Foxen.
We're just calling turn cards today, huh?
Yeah. Calling the suit as well.
Well, you got to call the suit.
Before Sean just random 5 on the turn.
That was a little splashy.
How much was that?
565.
Sultanov was the tournament chip leader before that pot. Now Kristen is 3rd overall.
I think Kristen will take that pot. Man, Sultanov's got such a crazy graph now that I'm looking in the Triton Poker Plus app. Trying to...
This is not the first instance, you're telling me.
I mean, like some of the hands I'm looking back on are a little bit more standard. But I would say that hand was a little loose.
That's what you got?
Yeah, a little loose.
Okay. So like Jack 10.
I mean, I've seen
Would be
a
fine.
hand where he had caught off 20 blinds with King 10 versus Suvarna's Ace 5 suited. Somehow they got those chips in there. Now he's opening up to 70K with Ace 9 suited and a hijack.
I mean,
all
if
in
I'm...
from Pauly P.
Wow, he just goes all in.
From 70K to 575K.
I suppose this is the way. My first instinct was why not just 3-bet call, given what we just saw. Maybe you invite some unnecessary action behind. Maybe Daniil wouldn't have passed those 6s.
Well, they did just get it in.
Well, he got paid.
Мой выход был сейчас.
Nice find from Pauly P.
6 on big blind.
Another 1.2 million chip pot is on offer.
It's just out of nowhere once again. Gale on the Martingale. Ace 9 suited. See if he can spike against Pauly P. It's actually a very similar stack that Foxen got in.
I think he has more. Yeah.
How much you have? 6? If 6, there are more. Yeah, there are more.
575.
Like 7 something.
575. Yeah. He has more.
All right, onto a flop, and it's King, Queen 6.
Yeah.
One club out there.
It was sweaty in the window.
No, 1 out.
Queen of
No
Hearts
more out.
actually gives plenty
you
of
know what's
ways to
coming.
chop it up. Even an ace would chop it up. It's a 6 of hearts, and it's a chop.
Chop. Yes, chop. I know it's coming. I know.
Why don't you?
Slice
No,
that
no,
one in
don't.
half.
When I see the flop, I know it will chop. I tell you. Chop. Yeah.
Pauly P is so annoyed right now.
Wait, you
The
would
chance
have
to
Get 60.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, lost
1.2.
Oh, no.
Care, how to what?
Four
What?
times, yes.
Yeah. I didn't look.
No straight flush.
Yes.
Normally this hand go normally, maybe I somehow join the company.
No, normally you don't.
What? Raise 3-bet, 4-bet all in easy.
Nah.
Okay, and then I wake up.
And then you wake up.
And go to work.
And go to work.
Yeah.
And flop is
Go underground,
Queen
metro
10.
station, 2 hours. To Юго-Западная.
Thank you.
So in case you didn't realize, Kiselev and Danil would have hit quad sixes. That hand.
5 more.
He's trying to invent a
No,
story
5 more.
for
Throw 5 chips, it's raise. No.
how he could have seen that flop.
Oh, on 25 it's 30, no?
No.
It's more than half of the...
No,
No,
it's 30.
Okay, like you say, I don't care. Previously it was like this.
Because blinds were different. 15K.
Yeah. So, what is it?
20.
Ah, it's 20 now?
Yeah.
Ah, that's why.
Sultanov, not going to play Jack-8 off too aggressively this time. Opts
Yeah,
for
so
a
it's
limp.
15. So if it will be 15, it's raise, right? Okay.
Top pair for Danil. I'm on the edge of my seat because I'm not sure how this gut shot for Sultanov is going to play. We'll tap it. 3 players making a flush draw now.
Big time action turn card. Pair and a flush draw for Kiselev. He'll do the betting. Paulius has a huge draw.
The 4 would make him a straight. The diamond would make him the nut flush.
In general, Mikhail's presence is going to make this bet look pretty strong to Paulie V. Don't think he reads Danil for opening into both of them light in this moment. Most likely going to be a value-oriented bet.
Bet and a call of 55 thou. Let's see if Sultanov has got the discipline to lay down his improved equity. Just so hard to do so. The Jack of Diamonds is a decent diamond.
Yeah, it's a pretty good draw for the spot. We didn't come this far to fold a gutter and a flush draw.
The 4 makes a straight for ace deuce. That might be one of the better ways for Paulie to make his hand, because a queen might be interested in paying off against a bet.
Yeah, against a big blind range too, Paulius is going to have a lot of marginal drawing candidates that still miss on this run out. He could have called turn with a gut shot with a flush draw, some hand like Mikhail has right now. So when he bets this river,
That's okay.
it's tempting to Danil to check call here.
So 6 of diamonds in the hand, blocking some flushes, blocking some 6-7 that can value bet.
It would really be an incredible fold given how wide the ranges are pre and how little relative money has gone into this pot. I think the only thing that might lead Kiselev to fold is that same dynamic that I pointed out at the turn. With Sultanov in the pot behind, Paulie V might just not bluff here much.
It's crossing Danil's mind. Would Paulie really bluff at it right now? 180K.
Yeah, he pays it off.
Oh, I hate this.
Someone recover those cards.
Did it fly off the table?
I think they just flew into orbit.
I fold.
Into orbit.
Как магические карты такие приходят. 6 буби у меня.
I was thinking to raise turn.
Good raise. Ладно, окей, nice hand.
I mean,
My fault. Should have bet flop.
Sorry.
Flop probably your pass.
Depends how much you bet.
Not small.
Then I fold. Because.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At TV table.
Queen 6.
No luck or bad play.
Igor picks up a big one under the gun.
Yeah, yeah.
He brought in a raise.
6 diamonds.
Yeah.
40K. Getting snapped by 10-6 suited. One position over.
40, yeah. Yes,
Zhang Yu with an ace-8 offsuit. He's in the big. He will pass.
Very bad association.
Respecting the under gun open off of 10 bigs.
Especially at the end of the night. In the morning, it's like
Yeah.
Santa's always ready for TV table. Santa's
Top
always
set.
ready for TV table.
I probably
We're
would check
thinking
this
like
one
better
over.
in the morning
Oh,
than
yeah.
in the evening when tired, but Santa's always
No
ready.
need to bet.
Yeah, she did bet.
Min? Min I could get behind.
Saw a white chip. Not sure if it followed with a blue chip. So it's either 25 or 30K.
It's just so little money behind here, and wow, I mean, he's getting action from the 10 high backdoor flush draw, so it's working out here. Certainly a tempting spot to continue putting money in now that all these draws have appeared. But when you've seen the width of range that Mikhail's playing, I think you have to just check over at some point. Hand is huge.
And he's betting again. He thinks Sultanov's got a pair that's never folding.
Well, he's got a double gutter that's not folding. He's put in the stack.
Well, the bet was perfect to induce. And Sultanov made the move. Thought that maybe Igor would bet fold some hands. And now he's drawing to a straight with the 9.
What? He was trying to joke. Now you can joke.
Now I can joke.
Yeah.
So Igor with the double this time. Sultanov down to about $500,000.
It's been constant action here, so I haven't had a chance until now to look at the Triton Poker Plus app for recent eliminations. A few updates from around the room. We lost Ding Biao in 42nd, Chase Kokaleong in 41st, Victor Malinowski in 40th, and we just lost Amadi, Adrian Mateos in 39th. So we're down to 38, 15 spots off the money, and about an hour left in play for the night.
Sultanov's going to get in there once more. 6-9 offsuit.
He's in with range at this point.
Just looking to try to outplay some players post-flop in Poly P. ISO, Ace-5 suited. Poly V.
The game gets interesting in these moments. It's sort of like there's extra antes out there to fight for. You're getting all this implied action. Players starting to use larger raise sizes. Jack-8 suited starts to feel not that unreasonable versus 3x, and Poly V's coming in with
a re-raise.
3-bet on the button. I think he's might just be walking into a 4-bet shove from Poly P.
It's like, you're reading me as isolating light. Let me play back, but
he gets it through, asserting Poly's dominance.
So Poly V beating Poly P. That was a cool hand. We don't really see that kind of stuff too often.
Normally reserved for pay-per-view. There was something there.
There was.
PP, PV.
Oh, that's the direction you're going.
PPV, yeah. I know it's not
Do you
a
want
great
Do
joke.
you want a pat on the back,
If
sir?
I have to explain it.
Yeah, it's not great, but maybe one of the thousands of people in the chat got that one.
I'm only trying to reach one. That's what I learned.
It wasn't me. Pay-per-view, huh? PP. I haven't heard those words in a while.
You say I didn't get you, but you're still thinking about it.
Yeah. Mikhail Sultanov is thinking about
3 blacks or 2 blacks?
trying to win a pot. He's got a decent hand this time. Jack 10 offsuit. And he's got an open-ended straight draw. I think he's going to win this pot.
Your money's on Sultanov. 42%.
Sure, 2 of these 7s are in Pauly V's hand, but 7s don't look good on Ace 9-8.
Action's still on Mikhail. But in Pauly's shoes, in these situations, I would break from protocol and not bet this ace-high board. We do not want action with these 7s.
Especially after hesitation. He is going to bet, though. I'm getting the vibe he's going to play Jack 10 super fast here on the flop. He's just been showing signs of wanting to splash.
I mean, the 10-6 suited stuck it in on the turn. This is a significantly better draw.
Let's see. No, looks like he's just calling. To be fair, I would be worried about an ace that's never folding, especially if you've been playing very aggro. So we see the Jack of Spades locking up for the lead against the 2 7s. Now a 10 or 2 pair would actually give Pauly V a straight.
Like this check back from Paulius. This is not the time to run a 3-street bluff. We have the white flag.
Sultanov has the image to try to get paid off of a jack, but he'll check it. Don't blame him.
Okay.
Up to over $500,000. Sultanov actually at final table 2 of our events already here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. That is 2 7th place finishes for him.
Worth noting, this is a stark contrast from the play that we saw at those final tables.
Yeah, maybe he's just fed up with getting 7th place. He's looking to try a different strategy. But for now, we do have a dealer swap. And it is all about Jupiter. Juke Global, you know, has players from all around the world like Russia, Australia, UK, Brazil. Juke Global lets you send crypto anywhere instantly with no bank holding it up for 3 days and eating fees.
Did you ever get to the bottom of what genre of music that was?
It's not lo-fi.
No.
I was jamming to Lo-Fi Girl after talking about it.
Me
to you
too.
about the other day.
I had some work to do 2 days ago
It's good
before our
stuff.
shift, and I was just, yeah.
Dude, I looked up the word lo-fi, and apparently it's like think the word was kind of like unfiltered, where they don't mind the vinyl cracking or something like this.
Okay. Lo-fi in contrast to hi-fi.
Hi-fi is something
it's almost
else.
Like low definition audio, kind of.
Yeah. This is a high hand. Pocket kings against the mystery hand of Paulius Plazonitis. He's up against Igor Yarshevsky. Big blind defense against the button. Pretty good flop for Igor. He's got the overpair.
Is a big blind favored texture. Igor not required to bet this hand on the flop. He would play a lot of checks. Maybe checking kings with a heart. It's a nice way to balance out the checking range, but I personally like to be more aggressive when I have the backdoor flush draw. It's just a slightly stronger hand. More inclined to put money in now.
55K. Igor looking to build a pot against the type of board that may make the big blind play back at it.
Lots to get value from here.
Pairs, gut shots, straight draws, flush draws, random stuff. Taking a long time here.
Yeah. Deep tank from Paulius, and then just a check call. Have to feel like he was considering another option there, which could be raising and could be folding, but odds are he was thinking about raising on that flop.
The 5 of clubs, though, that's the type of card that the big blind likes.
Yeah, and I would expect a lot of leads from Paulius on this turn. If he didn't lead the flop, this turn makes it even more likely that he's got the best hand. So now he does steal the betting lead and only bets 20% pot. I think that Igor needs to call here at least. It's not even unreasonable for him to raise for value. Yes, you're beat sometimes here, but also Paulie might just have 6-7.
Did you really just say 6-7?
Are we just not allowed to have top pair and an open ender these days? Is 6-7 canceled? What are you trying to tell me, Randy?
Never mind. Not 6-7, but Jack of Diamonds it is on the river.
It's fine, we're safe. This is a 18+ channel, right?
Yeah. All in. So Paulie could, of course, have the 3. More likely from the big blind. He's got 2 pairs. Is ever 1 pair?
I think it's very unlikely that 1 pair jams for value this quickly, but also just in general, it's unlikely that 1 pair jams for value.
Okay. Bluffs, what are we working with?
Missed hearts are the obvious ones, so points against Yaroshevsky's king of hearts in terms of allowing Paulie to bluff. It's hard to have missed anything else. I mean, would he really bluff the non-heart river with, like, king deuce suited? I don't know.
Like, he doesn't necessarily need to turn those hands into bluff all the time as well, right?
No, I don't think so. I think Paulie's mostly unpaired if he's bluffing, so missed hearts. Maybe king high even. Honestly, I'm kind of in the camp of finding the fold here if you're Yaroshevsky.
Folding kings?
It just doesn't feel like we beat value, and if Paulie's bluffing here, I think we have a few cards that remove potential for him to do it.
So you think Paulie's got it?
On average, I'm leaning he's got it.
So your vote is fold for Igor Yaroshevsky. I wonder what the chat thinks.
Gross thing, too, for Igor is that anything better than kings can take this line. There's a huge difference in hand strength between, like, bottom 2 pair and 1 pair. Paulius would have no problem putting it in with any 2 pair hand. something like Jack X of hearts just feels kind of far-fetched. Although that would be where the thin value comes from.
Igor's got 265,000 chips on request, and it's his tournament life. Does he want to fold and hang on to those tokens, or maybe call and have a lot of chips? But then there's also the option of calling and having 0 chips. What is the value bet? That's the question. Igor always in the blender. Full pulse. Rotating that blue chip. Which way will it land?
Do you know who's going to flip that?
I did not know that.
Just had a feeling.
I don't think it was a heads or tails situation. Both sides probably look the same.
Taking the time to break down combo by combo right now. You can tell Yarshevsky's just got an instinct that his hand is no good.
Can you get a live read on this guy? I don't see one.
Live read is he's tired.
He looks like he's gonna fall asleep.
It's been a long day.
One of the longest tanks we've seen this week.
Burning through tempo clock, but Yarshevsky playing swift before this hand. He had 5.5 minutes in the bank.
Perhaps Igor is worried about overfolding his range.
I mean, it feels like a huge hand to fold. Don't want to minimize how hard it is to muck these cards. You have a hand that could have value raised the turn. And now we're just going to fold for 60% pot on the river.
That's kind of odd too, right?
It feels like a huge deviation in the moment.
Is he going to throw the frisbee in there? He throws it in. And Paulie P's got 6-5 for 2 pair.
He knew it. But he's out of there.
And he is frustrated. Verbally announcing that I have to fold, right? But he made the call.
He's the full clock there. 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, he used all his tempo clock in that one.
Got the countdown from the dealer.
3, 2, 1. Flick in the call. And lose.
Had that feeling before. It's once you get 75–80% of your clock in, it's so hard to
might
fold
have
your
to.
hand. Because you just know, what did I use? It's like sunk cost. It's like, what did I use all this time for? I'm just going to fold and have to play the rest of the tournament with no time now.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but it
Not
seems
this
like
time.
a flawed way of thinking, right?
It is.
Emotionally invested, though.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm describing. Doesn't mean it's not there.
That's true. We're human after all. He knew he should have folded, but he made the call, and it's really nice for Paulie. Wins a nice big pot. Gonna be a tough sleep for Igor for that one, as it ends his night in this 50K.
It is tough, but it's still early in this series. Hope for his sake that he can shake this and that previous bubble finish off as quickly as possible. Lots more poker to be played at this festival. Randy, I'm seeing a familiar face at the top of our chip counts in this tournament.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the leaderboard. Who is it?
None other than Javid Ismailov, chip leading. Won a massive pot with King 8 suited in a three-way all-in. He was actually rejamming the small blind against a button open and just ran into Martirosian's pocket sixes in the big, Vogelsang's ace-queen suited on the button, and somehow he gets the full triple.
Love me some Javid Ismailov.
40. Raise 40,000.
Always has a big stack.
Seconds. Cool. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Top pair versus middle pair. Don't think there's any chance that Zhang Yu is not looking to get all the chips in at some point, given the way Sultanov's been playing.
It's interesting figuring out the best way to accomplish that on this board. Another spot where I wouldn't hate starting with a check. But after this pretty large c-bet, wow, Sultanov just pitches flop.
That's a nice fold from King 7.
Yeah.
After putting in 40K pre.
Didn't like the look of that texture, plus the c-bet out of position.
Or maybe he has a read on Zhang Yu, not looking to mess around against Sultanov. Not sure what kind of drink that was, but he's playing well.
I'm pretty sure.
I know what that one is. That's a Coca-Cola. One of them calming his nerves down.
I like the separate glassware. Not a mixed drink.
I don't think you mix those two drinks, do you?
You can. He just did.
Coca-Cola and Red Bull?
No.
Sorry.
No, that was not a Red Bull, Randy.
All right, 5-4 offsuit. He's got wings.
Kristen completes the small blind. Daniil should be moving in here. He's got ace high, less than 20 bigs against the limp and complete. No reason to think that anyone is stronger than ace high.
Sultanov wants a count.
Yes, he does.
He thinks his cards are live, and I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah.
How often are you dominated in this spot? But he will pass. And Kristen's like, you got my extra 10K. Enjoy.
Baited.
These mystery hands are always interesting, says Jaworski Dubs. Shout out to production for picking good spots.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I agree. I really love the one when Fedor holds river at the wheel against Ponnikov's ace-8 for a mountain of chips. That happened today, in case you forgot already, Kevin.
I was here. We were both here.
You were here? You were here.
Yeah, that was me. Remember? From the thing.
8 deuce offsuit. I guess we really are playing a monochrome solver. Pocket 3, super jam.
So Varna knows what's up. 20 bigs in the cutoff. Not your typical stack depth to open jam. A little bit extra money there.
Why not?
Saw someone in the chat earlier asking when they can get in on fantasy for this event. That'll be in the morning. We are approaching the end of day 1, and when we do bag up and confirm chips for day 2, then all that information gets loaded into the app. They do some whatever it is they do behind the scenes to get it ready, and then tomorrow morning before play starts for day 2, you can start picking your teams.
In case you don't know time zones and stuff like that, it probably opens 8 to 9 hours from now and closes like 12 hours from now, roughly.
Safe bet to just show up, well, open the app 2 or 3 hours before the stream starts, maybe earlier.
I would just set an alarm every day.
Multiple alarms, really. You want one for the fantasy, you want one for the stream start.
Are you one of those guys where when you need to wake up, you have an alarm for every 5 minutes? Because my wife absolutely hates that.
No, I do. So I have my snooze set to every 5, but then I do 2 alarms that are 8 minutes apart. So then I end up, after like 12 minutes, I end up on this sync of alarms every 2 or 3 minutes, and it...
Time loop.
Yeah, it just annoys me enough to get out of bed.
Open 3-bet.
Daniil thought about the light jam there. Wouldn't have been a bad idea, but quite marginal.
Paulie's got pocket 5s, and
they're deep enough that he might think about flatting here out of position. The price is not great. Foxen upsized a little bit here, 7 big blinds. Paulie will head to a flop. And that is all Chrissy.
Chrissy's got top pair. Jack kicker. Paulie probably just gonna fold to a flop c-bet. Even with the backdoor hearts.
Yeah, even versus small size, it's just pretty hard to take heat.
Still lose to all the pocket pairs are value betting that are lower than the king.
5 seconds.
135.
There, 135,000.
It's your friend.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new blind level. 10,
Beautiful
25,
goal.
25.
There's this guy in chat named Rummin Chess. Do you think that's Alex Livingston?
Unfortunately, I do.
Well, I want to let him know something.
That's right.
I beat you in the fantasy draft. Pay up, buddy. Oh, you too. You should pay me too, Kevin.
We're not paying daily.
And if Henry's out there, why don't you pay me as well?
Raise to 50,000. Pass. Pass.
You know we're running it back tomorrow, Randy.
And you're going to owe me double?
Maybe.
I'm already thinking about who I'm going to pick.
It's a good point. I should be thinking about that.
I want to put my booster on Sultanov, so I'm hoping he gets it today too. Because he seems like someone who, if he starts like low in the chip counts, can really run it up really high.
True. I mean, that goes both ways.
Let's see what kind of stack Sultanov will have at the end of this hand, because he has an open-ended straight draw, and he aggressively checked and hit that table with his fist. Still has an open-ended straight draw. That's 30K. But even if Pauly's suspicious, is this the hand to call down with?
It is not. This might be enough just to shake him already. Oh, he's sticking around.
That's a good call.
Needs to fade some stuff, and he does not.
It's value betting time. Man, if he shows down a 5 and gets called by ace high again.
It's part of the danger here, but maybe not a guarantee that Pauly will play fold or call here. Raise is an option. If you think your guy doesn't have it here, maybe we just go all in for 400,000.
Against the guy that's playing every hand. It's kind of risky.
5 seconds.
Poker player, afraid of a risk? Well, he calls.
The 5 with the value bet. And then the fist pumps.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Be careful.
All right.
Be careful.
That's pretty funny.
So Randy, tell me why you want to throw your booster on Sultanov.
So, in the fantasy draft, you get to pick your players, right?
We're done at this level, right?
And there's one called,
Yeah,
there's 2 players you can put boosters on. And the booster gains points if they increase their position
Same time.
on when they bust out. So for example, let's just say there's 30 people left, and then the guys start in 25th place. If they finish higher, so with each position they get like extra points than normal.
Right.
So that's what a booster is.
Right, so you want them to start in a low position and finish in a high position.
So if you put a booster on someone who's second in chips, they can only improve to first in chips. So
you don't like lose points if they finish 8th or something, do you?
You don't lose points.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of, at least.
Yeah.
So
But not like this 5 times.
he's the second place ship's most likely to get first.
Oh, hang on a
Who cares
second.
about that? Jacks versus queens.
Pauly announced all in out of the big blind. Hadn't seen his whole cards till Santosh was already calling with queens.
They played it quick.
Oh, kings. Okay.
Yes. You play amazing. Yeah, if you raise turn, it's still. It's amazing. But to play, I can shove or flop.
All right. Off to the flop. Queens are looking sweet.
Backdoor diamonds no good for Pauly. Needs straight cards or jack.
Yep, the diamonds are covered. The queen of hearts improves Suvarna to a set. But 4 10s would make Pauly P a straight. So outs have multiplied by 2.
Not there.
Not there, and Paulie is down to 245,000, and Sultanov is just fist bumping the loser of the hand and the winner of the hand.
I think he was giving out a fist bump to Santosh there, and
Paulie just took it?
Intercepted it, yeah. It's like, I'll take it.
Interception. That was pretty awkward, actually.
Very strong at all ends.
You can have fun while you're losing. I don't know if he is, but you know, you could.
Paulie's hoping to have more chips. It's down to 245K.
Thank you.
Remember, he got in his hand very good against Sultanov earlier, and then they end up chopping it.
That's right, ace-jack against ace-9 suited.
So now he's sitting there with 10 big blinds. This Paulie B is the shortest stack at the table, and the other Paulie V, is the table chip leader. Just a little bit more than Kristen Foxen. She got a really nice double, ace-queen suited.
Looking out at the overall leaderboard with 33 players left. Our new chip leader is Patrick Antonius. I swear, every tournament, every day one we've called. I'm not going to go back and verify this, but I'm convinced, Randy, that every day one we've called, it's been Patrick and Javid at the top of the chip counts.
Also Ben Tollerane.
That's true.
Kristen Foxen opens.
What?
I go to you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
7-6. It's okay?
Okay.
Ace high versus ace high. Ace queen is better.
Chrissy has to feel pretty good about ace-queen high right now. Yes, you could be beat, but overwhelmingly, this is the best hand. It's going to get a call out of the worst ace high.
Don't fault ace deuce for calling. You got this kind of flop. You beat some Broadways that whiffed.
Oh, he double up, then he take all from Garrick. Where are the chips?
Quick check.
After, before Jack Queen, what was it? Ah, Chris, yes. This one. Against him, yeah?
Getting flashbacks to the ace-high call down that, you know, I think maybe we're a little critical of in hindsight, now that we've seen the dynamic at this table.
Yeah, we saw that hand first.
Quite an understandable call down from Chrissy, and she might be on her way to another one.
Like this call right now, face queen, it makes sense. 8 of hearts is a little bit complicated.
Yeah, not loving this run out if we're Chrissy, and Sultanov might be inclined to keep bluffing. It sure looks like you got there.
He's betting that much. I don't know how much it is.
Well,
75K.
It's a lot of chips,
You have
but
70,
it's...
you have 7-6? Is that what you
No.
said?
What is 7-6?
Oh, you don't have 6-7?
I don't know. I don't know about 6.
75.
What is it? 7-6.
Old fashioned.
Makes the correct call.
Nice one, Foxen.
Thank you.
There's a lot of physical chips, but
I
not a
know,
lot
I
of
know,
chips.
I know.
If those were white chips, I don't think she's calling.
She might be in the tank.
Приятно, когда всем подарки.
Не хулигань. Не хулигань. Молодец, хорошая девочка.
Uncomfortable spot for you. Ace-6 suited in the hijack. Probably not quite good enough. Oh, Sultanov
He's got a real hand this time.
Bit of a monster here, just flatting it in the cutoff. I think he would have gotten plenty of action on a 3-bet.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
He's here too.
It's not simple.
Oh, this
Let's
is
go.
really good for Sultanov because he has an overpair and Foxing
Very
has a
good
pair of 5s who will easily pay off the stack of Sultanov, given how he's been playing.
Yeah, forget what I said about the 3-bet. This is working out perfectly for Mikhail.
Plus, extra action from the ace-queen high.
Just calling again on the flop, and Foxen is likely to think that she's got the best hand right now.
I think she check raises this one.
Well, there's so little behind for both Kiselev and Sultanov. One pot-size bet back. There's a club draw. I'd be concerned that I'm just running into the overpair of Daniil sometimes, but I wouldn't blame Foxen for moving in here.
Yep, she's moving in.
Annoying spot for Daniil. His hand's actually pretty good on this board. And all this extra action that's been generated might convince him that he needs to play this one for stacks. It's easy to imagine Foxen just having 6-7 suited, having a club draw. It's a disciplined fold.
Okay, he's gonna skull his drink.
Good hand.
Oh, wow. It's normal. Wow. That's it. Давай, моя хорошая. Делай грязь. Давай, все обратно.
He just destroyed my team.
Вполне. На пятерочку.
I think he said it's cognac. It's the overpair versus the pair of 5s.
Clean turn. Foxen looking for a king or a 5.
How many fist bumps or whatever in a hand can you do? Bet you did do it once more. Win or lose. River card. 5 of hearts is the elimination of Mikhail Sultanov.
Bust me out.
Wow.
Now he saved my ass.
Sorry.
Because if he go all in, I snap ace queen.
Unlucky.
Какая-то слабая.
Sultanov falls.
With me?
Falling with the best of it.
Okay.
He now should go all in, I snap.
Yeah.
Queen out.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
But too many
So it saved you.
Too many hands I lose only because he wasn't taking.
Yeah.
He was a lot of fun to watch. I don't
Very
feel too
surprising.
bad for him. He hit 2 final tables already this week, 7th and 7th.
Never would have seen that coming.
Talking to
I'm glad I
Ramin
don't have 9
Hajiev.
Oh, you missed all the.
So,
Our friends.
saved your tournament, actually. It helped you.
Yeah.
And Daniil Kiselev pointing out that if 10s moved in pre, he would have called a ace queen and would have lost his stack.
Board ace queen, no? It's mine. I put blind, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. But I was going with him. I go with him for stack. That's why it's a bet. I don't go anywhere.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Now we have 18 minutes of poker.
It was poker.
It was poker. It was fun.
No, fun was there. Here,
there was.
Here
fun
was
for
a little
sure.
bit.
There was fun for sure. Here was a bit more serious.
Yeah. I don't know why. All pass?
mean,
This all in, how much?